The Life of William Carey, Shoemaker and Missionary by George Smith. Originally published in 1887, revised in 2024. Audiobook produced by scrollreader.com. Preface. On the death of William Carey in 1834, Dr. Joshua Marshman pledged to write the biography of his esteemed colleague, with whom he had maintained almost daily companionship since the beginning of the century. Unfortunately, Marshman passed away before he could begin the task. In 1836, the Reverend Eustace Carey preempted this endeavour by publishing a work that amounted to little more than a compilation of edited letters and journals, produced at the request of the Baptist Missionary Society's committee. Despite its limitations, the book includes one notable passage. Dr. Carey, apparently suspecting his nephew's intentions, once remarked to him,
"Eustace, if after my removal anyone should think it worth his while to write my life, I will give you a criterion by which you may judge of its correctness. If he give me credit for being a plodder, he will describe me justly. Anything beyond this will be too much. I can plod. I can persevere in any definite pursuit. To this I owe everything."
In 1859, after his final return to England, John Marshman published the life and times of Carey, Marshman and Ward, a significant historical account and defence of the Serampore mission. However, it leaned more toward being a biography of Marshman's father than of Carey. When I first arrived in Serampore, the great missionary had been dead for less than 20 years. During my extended residence there, as editor of the Friend of India, I gained a detailed understanding of the work Carey had accomplished for India and Christendom during the early part of the century. I began gathering materials for his biography from sources such as the Mission Office, the press, the college, and among the native Christians and Brahmin pundits whom he had influenced. Alongside these resources, I have been privileged to access numerous unpublished letters, either written by Carey or referring to him. For this, I extend my gratitude to Mrs. S. Carey of Southbank Red Hill, Frederick George Carey of Lincoln's Inn, and the Reverend Jonathan P. Carey of Tiverton. My biographies of Carey of Serampore, Henry Martin, Duff of Calcutta, and Wilson of Bombay span nearly 125 years, from 1761 to 1878. They have been written as contributions to the history of the Christian Church in India, a history that one of its native sons will, in time, undertake. These works also serve as part of the broader history of English-speaking peoples, who, through the foreign missions initiated by Carey, have become the rulers and civilizers of the non-Christian world. Chapter 1. Carey's College, 1761 to 1785. William Carey, the first of England's Reformation children to be sent as a missionary to India, became a prolific translator of the Bible and a significant civilizer. Born on August 17, 1761, in the heart of England, he was the son of a weaver and worked as a village shoemaker until he was 28. Carey hailed from a region that had produced Shakespeare, fostered Wyclif and Hooker, bred Fox and Bunyan, and was once home to John Mason, Doddridge, John Newton, and Thomas Scott. William Cowper, the poet of missions, lived nearby, writing Hope and the Task in Olney, while Carey studied theology under Sutcliffe across the market square. Thomas Clarkson, born a year before Carey, was fighting the slave trade by translating his Latin essay on African liberty into English, when Carey, who had no university education, was writing his Inquiry into the Obligations of Christians to Use Means for the Conversion of the Heathens. The famous Careys in English history came from Devon. From the second Richard to the second Charles, they provided statesmen, soldiers, scholars, and bishops to the country. Henry Carey, first cousin of Queen Elizabeth, was the ancestor of two ennobled but now extinct houses, the Earls of Dover and the Earls of Monmouth. Viscount Falkland, whose descendant became Governor of Bombay, gave historical importance to another title held by the Careys. Two of Falkland's descendants, elderly ladies, wrote a poignant letter to Parliament around the time of the great missionary's death, pleading not to be deprived of an £80 annual pension. The elder branch of the Careys fell on hard times, and became extinct when the future missionary was 4 years old. William Carey spent the most formative 8 years of his childhood in the schoolhouse until he was 14. The school and house were replaced by the current attractive buildings. The village surroundings and the countryside scenery influenced the whole of the boy's later life, making him the first agricultural improver and naturalist of Bengal. Except for the rapidly developing iron production from the lias begun by the Romans, there is only one manufacture, that of shoes. It is now centred by modern machinery and labour arrangements in Northampton itself, which has 24,000 shoemakers, and in other towns. But a century ago, the craft was common to every hamlet. For botany and agriculture, however, Northamptonshire was the finest county in England. Young Carey had walked many miles of it, as boy and man, before he left home for Bengal. Preserved are 2 unfinished autobiographical sketches, written from India at the request of Fuller and Ryland, along with letters from his younger sister Mary, affectionately known as Polly, who survived him. These documents provide details of William Carey's early training. He was the eldest of 5 children. His grandmother, a woman of delicate nature and devout habits, who spent her widowhood in her son's cottage, took special care of him. Under her influence, the grandson spent his first 6 years. The child unconsciously displayed the eager thirst for knowledge and perseverance in attaining his goals that characterized his later life. His mother would often wake in the night to the pleasant lisping of his voice, casting accounts. So intent was he on gaining knowledge from childhood. Whatever he began, he finished. Difficulties never seemed to discourage him. After moving to the ancestral schoolhouse, the boy had a room to himself. His sister described it as full of insects stuck in every corner so he could observe their progress. His many birds he entrusted to her care when he was away. This picture foreshadows the man.
Although I frequently unintentionally harmed his birds with my affection, whenever he saw my sorrow, he always allowed me the joy of caring for them once more. He often took me along the muddiest paths to find a plant or an insect. He never walked out without observing the hedges as he passed, and when he picked up a plant, he always studied it with care. Though I was just a child, I remember his pursuits well. He was always serious about his hobbies and school. He was generally one of the most active in all the amusements and recreations that boys pursue. He was always beloved by the boys his age.
Climbing a certain tree was their ambition. He fell often, but did not rest until he succeeded. His uncle Peter, a gardener in the same village, gave him his first lessons in botany and horticulture. He soon became responsible for his father's official garden, making it the best kept in the neighbourhood. Wherever he lived, as a boy or man, poor or in comfort, William Carey made and perfected his garden, always for others, until he created at Serampore the Botanical Park, which for more than half a century was unique in southern Asia. The boy's peculiar room was a little library and a natural history museum. He had a few books, which were many for those days, but he borrowed more from the whole countryside. Recalling his intellectual apprenticeship until he was 14, from the serene height of his missionary standard, he wrote long after,
I chose to read books of science, history, voyages and so on more than any others. Novels and plays always disgusted me, and I avoided them as much as I did books of religion, perhaps for the same reason. I was better pleased with romances, and this made me read The Pilgrim's Progress eagerly, though to no purpose.
The new era, of which he was to be the aggressive spiritual representative from Christendom, had not dawned. Walter Scott was 10 years his junior. Captain Cook had not discovered the Sandwich Islands and was only returning from the second of his 3 voyages while Carey was still at school. The church services and his father's watchfulness provided the direct moral training his grandmother had begun. The preaching of the time did little for young Carey. As for the rest of England and Scotland, who were not driven into dissent or secession by the parish church, but he knew the prayer book, especially its psalms and lessons, and he was duly confirmed. The family training too was exceptionally scriptural, though not evangelical.
I had many stirrings of mind occasioned by being often obliged to read books of a religious character, and, having been accustomed from my infancy to read the scriptures, I had a considerable acquaintance with them, especially the historical parts.
The first result was to make him despise dissenters, but undoubtedly this eldest son of the schoolmaster and the clerk of the parish had, at 14, received an education from parents, nature, and books, which, with his habits of observation, love of reading, and perseverance, made him better instructed than most boys of 14, far above the peasant class to which he belonged. Buried in this obscure village in the dullest period of the dullest of all centuries, the boy had no better prospect than that of a weaver, labourer, or possibly a schoolmaster like one of his uncles in the nearby town of Tarcester. At 12, with his uncle there, he might have been in the crowd that listened to John Wesley, who, in 1773, and then aged 70, visited the prosperous posting town. Paulsbury could indeed boast of one son, Edward Bernard, who, 2 centuries earlier, had made a name in Oxford, where he was Savilian Professor of Astronomy. But Carey was not a Scotsman, and thus the university was not for him. Like his schoolmates, he seemed destined for the English labourer's fate of 5 shillings a week, and the poorhouse in sickness and old age. He was saved from this by a disease that painfully affected his face and hands whenever he was exposed to the sun. For 7 years he found no relief. His attempts at fieldwork were followed by distressing agony at night for 2 years. At 16, his father found a good man to apprentice him to shoemaking in Hackleton, 9 miles away, in the person of Clerk Nichols. Carey later described him as
a strict churchman and, what I thought, a very moral man. He sometimes drank too freely and employed me in carrying out goods on the Lord's Day morning. But he was an inveterate enemy to lying, a vice to which I was awfully addicted.
The senior apprentice was a dissenter, and the master and his boys often discussed religious subjects. Carey
had always looked upon dissenters with contempt. I had enough pride for 1,000 times my knowledge. I always scorned to lose an argument, and the last word was mine. I often made up for in positive assertions what I lacked in argument, and generally came off triumphant. But I often realised later that although I had the last word, my opponent had the better argument, which caused growing uneasiness and stings of conscience.
The dissenting apprentice soon led him to Christ. William Carey worked as a shoemaker for 12 years, from age 16 to 28, until he moved to Leicester. Poverty, which God used to make him a preacher from his 18th year, compelled him to work with leather all week and walk many miles to Northampton and Kettering, carrying his products. When he was the minister of Moulton, he kept a school by day, made or repaired shoes by night, and preached on Sunday. Similarly, Paul made tents from Cilician goatskin in the early days of Christianity when it was persecuted. The cross was a reproach, though less bitter than evangelical dissent in 18th century England. God's providence placed young Carey in the position where he could best nurture the sacred fire that made him the most learned scholar and Bible translator of his day in the East. This providence also linked him to early Latin missionaries of Alexandria, Asia Minor, and Gaul, who were shoemakers, and to a succession of scholars, divines, poets, critics, reformers, and philanthropists who used the shoemaker's life to achieve greatness. St. Mark chose Annianus, a shoemaker he converted to Christ, as the first bishop of Alexandria. The Talmud commemorates Rabbi Jochanan, the shoemaker, whose learning paralleled Carey's. Annianus, a poor shoemaker named Alexander, became famous as Bishop of Comana in Cappadocia, as a saint, preacher, and missionary martyr. During Diocletian's persecutions, the 2 missionary brothers Crispin, who chose shoemaking to help their poor converts, became renowned. When Carey was still a child, Goethe added to his country's literature his predecessor, Hans Sachs, the shoemaker of Nuremberg, a close companion of Martin Luther and a master musician who wrote songs supporting the Reformation. Another German shoemaker, Boehme, whose theosophy influenced Carey, Wesley, Whitfield, Samuel Johnson, and Coleridge, also played a role in Carey's conversion. George Fox, at 19, after 8 years' service with a shoemaker in Drayton, Leicestershire, near Carey's county, heard a heavenly voice that sent him forth in 1643 to preach righteousness, temperance, and judgment, making the Friends a power among men. Carlyle, in Sartor Resartus, captured the true meaning of such a man, fitting William Carey even more than George Fox.
Sitting in his stall, working on tanned hides amid pincers, paste horns, rosin, swine bristles, and a nameless flood of rubbish, this youth had nevertheless a living spirit belonging to him. Also an antique-inspired volume through which, as through a window, it could look upwards and discern its celestial home. That shoe shop, had men known it, was a holier place than any Vatican or Loreto shrine. Stitch away, every prick of that little instrument is pricking into the heart of slavery.
36 years after Fox began to wear his leather doublet, he directed all Friends to preach the gospel to Indians and blacks. The list of shoemakers who have become illustrious in literature, scholarship, philanthropy, and reform is long. Among Carey's contemporaries were Thomas Shillitoe, who stood before magistrates, bishops, and sovereigns like George III and IV, and Tsar Alexander I for social reform, and John Pounds, whose picture as the founder of ragged schools inspired Thomas Guthrie to do the same work in Scotland. Coleridge, who aspired to be a shoemaker's apprentice, rightly declared that shoemakers had given the world more eminent men than any other trade. Whittier, the poet laureate of the craft, praised Hans Sachs, Bloomfield, Gifford, and Sherman in his Songs of Labour. Though he did not mention Carey, Whittier sang of others in these lines.
Thy songs, Hans Sachs, are living yet in strong and hearty German, and Bloomfield's lay and Gifford's wit and patriot fame of Sherman. Still from his book a mystic seer, the soul of Behmen teaches, and England's priestcraft shakes to hear of Fox's leather breeches.
The Confessions of William Carey, made in the spiritual humility and self-examination of his later life, parallel John Bunyan's Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, a classic second only to Pilgrim's Progress. The young Pharisee, who entered Hackleton with hatred for dissenters and practiced lying, swearing, and other sins, gradually yielded to his brother apprentices' persuasion to abandon these habits, pray alone, attend church thrice daily, and visit the dissenting prayer meeting. Like a zealot trying to obey the whole law, Carey lived this way for a time.
Not doubting but this would produce ease of mind and make me acceptable to God.
What revealed him to himself was an incident he recounted in a manner reminiscent of Augustine and George Eliot's sketches, where Eliot uses her partial knowledge of evangelical faith to attack the truth that delivered Paul, Augustine, Bunyan, and Carey from the antinomianism of the Pharisee.
A circumstance which I always reflect on with a mixture of horror and gratitude occurred about this time, which, though greatly to my dishonour, I must relate. It was customary in that part of the country for apprentices to collect Christmas boxes donations from the tradesmen with whom their masters had dealings. I was allowed to collect these small sums. When I approached an ironmonger, he gave me the choice of a shilling or a sixpence. I chose the shilling and, putting it in my pocket, went away. After collecting a few shillings, my next task was to buy some items for myself, though I have forgotten what. But to my dismay, I discovered my shilling was brass. I paid for the things I bought using one of my master's shillings. I then realised I had exceeded my funds by a few pence. Fearing severe reproaches from my master, I resolved to insist that the bad money was his. I remember well the mental struggle I had on this occasion, and that I made this deliberate sin a matter of prayer to God as I walked home across the fields. I promised that, if God would help me through this theft, I would abandon all evil practices. But I felt this theft and consequent lying were necessary. A gracious God did not get me safe through. My master sent the other apprentice to investigate. The ironmonger confirmed giving me the shilling. I was exposed to shame, reproach, and inward remorse, which tormented me for a long time. I sought the Lord more earnestly than ever, but with shame and fear. I was too ashamed to go out, and only attended a place of worship once I was sure my conduct wasn't widely known. I trust that under these circumstances, I saw much more of myself than I ever had before, and sought mercy with greater earnestness. I attended prayer meetings until February 10th, 1779, a day appointed for fasting and prayer. I attended worship that day. Mr. Chater of Olney preached, though I forgot the text. He emphasized following Christ entirely and used the passage, "Let us therefore go out unto him without the camp, bearing his reproach." I felt a desire to follow Christ, but one idea occurred to me on hearing those words which broke me off from the Church of England. I concluded that the Church of England, established by law, was the camp protecting people from the scandal of the cross, and that I should bear the reproach of Christ among the dissenters. Accordingly, I always attended worship with them afterward.
At 18, Carey was emptied of self, making room for Christ. In a neighbouring village, he spent time with some followers of William Law, who had recently passed away nearby, and selected passages from whose writings the Moravian minister, Francis Oakley of Northampton, had versified. These completed the negative process.
I felt ruined and helpless.
Then, to his spiritual eyes, purged of self, appeared the crucified one, and to his spiritual intelligence was given the word of God. The change was like that wrought on Paul by a living person. It converted the hypocritical Pharisee into the evangelical preacher. It turned the vicious peasant into the most self-denying saint. It sent the village shoemaker far off to the Hindus. But the process was slow. It had been so even in Paul's case. Carey found encouragement from old Christians in Hackleton and joined a few of them, including his fellow apprentice, in forming a congregational church. The state of the parish can be imagined from its recent history. Hackleton is part of Piddington, and the squire had long appropriated the living of £300 a year, the parsonage, the glebe, and all tithes, sending his house minister at times to do duty. A certificate from Northamptonshire against the pluralities and other such scandals, published in 1641, declared that not a child or servant in Hackleton or Piddington could say the Lord's Prayer. Carey sought the preaching of Doddridge's successor at Northampton, of a Baptist minister at Rode, and of Scott the commentator, then at Ravenstone. He had found peace, but was theologically inquisitive and unsatisfied. Fortunately, like Luther, he
was obliged to draw all from the Bible alone.
When Carey was 20, he was gradually forming a system of beliefs from the doctrines in the Word of God to satisfy his spiritual and intellectual needs and help him preach to others. During this time, he discovered a small volume that captivated him.
I do not remember ever having read any book with such raptures.
This book was
Help to Zion's Travellers, being an attempt to remove various stumbling blocks out of the way relating to doctrinal, experimental, and practical religion.
Written by Robert Hall. Robert Hall, the father of the well-known Robert Hall, had already taught Carey how to preach in his village church in Arnsby near Leicester. The book aimed to support discouraged Christians during the times of gloom and confusion, encouraging them to dedicate their lives to Christ and find comfort in him in death. Carey carefully annotated the book in an exceptionally neat hand on the margins of each page. The worm-eaten copy, which he cherished even in India, is now preserved in Bristol College. Carey, a Calvinist with a broad missionary approach similar to Paul's, unexpectedly became a Baptist.
I do not recall having read anything on the subject until I asked Mr. Ryland Sr. to baptise me. He lent me a pamphlet and referred me to his son,
who recounted this story when the Baptist Missionary Society held its first public meeting in London.
October 5th, 1783. I baptised in the River Nen, a little beyond Dr. Doddridge's meeting house at Northampton, a poor journeyman shoemaker, little thinking that before 9 years had elapsed, He would prove the first instrument of forming a society for sending missionaries from England to preach the gospel to the heathen. Such, however, as the event has proved, was the purpose of the Most High, who selected for this work not the son of one of our most learned ministers, nor of one of the most opulent of our dissenting gentlemen, but the son of a parish clerk.
The baptismal spot at the foot of the hill where the Nen fed the moat of the old castle can still be visited. The sermon text that morning was the Lord saying, "Many first shall be last, and the last first," asserting his absolute sovereignty in choosing and rewarding his missionaries, and introducing the parable of the labourers in the vineyard. Carey, in the fullness of his fame, wrote that the evangelical doctrines continued to be his heart's choice, and he never wavered in his preference for the Baptist denomination. However, from the start, he enjoyed the friendship of Scott and Newton and his neighbour Mr. Robinson of St. Mary's, Leicester. In India, he would become the centre of Episcopal and Presbyterian chaplains and missionaries, from Martin Wilson to Lacroix and Duff. His controversial spirit died with the youthful conceit and self-righteousness that often births it. When he learned to know himself at 18, he became forever humble. A zeal like that of his newfound master took its place, and all his energy and time were directed to proclaiming him. In his monthly visits to the father house at Paulusbury, the new man in Carey could not be hidden. His sister gives us a vivid sketch of the lad, whose conversion to dissent was resented by the formal and stern clerk, and whose evangelicalism was a reproach to the others.
At this time he was increasingly thoughtful and very zealous for the Lord of hosts. Like Gideon, he seemed determined to throw down all the altars of Baal in one night. When he came home, we wondered about the change. We knew that before he was rather inclined to persecute the faith, he now seemed to wish to propagate. At first, perhaps, his zeal exceeded the bounds of prudence, but he felt the importance of things we were strangers to, and his natural disposition was to pursue earnestly what he undertook, so it was not surprising, though we wondered at the change. He stood alone in his father's house for some years. After a time he asked permission to have family prayer when he came home to see us, a favour which he readily received. Often I felt my pride rise during his prayers, especially when he mentioned those words in Isaiah, that all our righteousness was like filthy rags. I did not think he considered his righteousness as such, but rather looked at me and the family as filthy, not himself and his party. Oh, what pride is in the human heart! Only my love for my brother kept me from showing my resentment. A few friends of faith encouraged our brother to exercise his gifts by speaking to a small group in a house licensed at Puri, which he did with great success. The next morning a very devout neighbour visited to congratulate my mother, praising the Lord's goodness in calling both her son and my brother to the same noble calling. My mother replied,
"Do you think he will be a preacher?"
"Yes, and a great one, I believe, if he is spared."
From then on, until he was settled at Malton, he regularly preached once a month at Puri with much acceptance. He was in his 20th year and married. Our parents were always supportive of religion, yet for some reasons we preferred he go elsewhere to preach. I do not think I ever heard him, though my younger brother and sister generally did. Our father wished to hear his son, if he could do it, unseen by him or anyone. Soon an opportunity arose, and he took it. Though our father never showed any favouritism towards his children's abilities and sometimes went too far in the other direction, often discouraging them, we were convinced that he approved of what he heard and was highly gratified by it.
In Hackleton, Carey's expositions of Scripture were so valued that the people, as he writes,
being ignorant sometimes applauded to my great injury.
When he was so impoverished that he fasted all day because he had no money for dinner, he attended a meeting of the Association of Baptist Churches at nearby Olney. There he first met his lifelong colleague, Andrew Fuller, the young minister of Soham, who preached about being mature in understanding. It was then arranged that Carey should preach regularly to a small congregation at Earl's Barton, 6 miles from Hackleton. His newfound humility made him unable to refuse this duty, which he fulfilled for more than 3 years while working as a cobbler in Hackleton throughout the week and frequently preaching elsewhere. The secret of his power, which drew the Northamptonshire peasants and craftsmen to his feet, was that he studied the scripture he read every morning during his private devotions in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. This was Carey's college. When his first master died, he transferred his apprenticeship to Mr. T. Old. Hackleton stands on the high road from Bedford and Olney to Northampton, and Thomas Scott often rested at Mr. Old's during his frequent walks from Olney, where he succeeded John Newton. Scott had no more attentive listener or intelligent conversationalist than the new journeyman, who had been more influenced by Scott's preaching at Ravenstone than by any other. 40 years later, just before Scott's death, Dr. Ryland conveyed this message from Carey.
If there be anything of the work of God in my soul, I owe much of it to his preaching when I first set out in the ways of the Lord.
Scott replied,
I am surprised and gratified by your message from Dr. Carey. He heard me preach only a few times, and that, as far as I know, during my irregular excursions, though I often conversed and prayed in his presence, and endeavored to answer his sensible and pertinent inquiries when at Hackleton. But to have suggested even a single useful hint to such a mind as his must be considered a high privilege and matter of gratitude.
Scott previously wrote a detailed account of his interactions with Carey, whom he first saw when visiting Mr. Old to inform him of his mother's welfare.
When I entered the cottage, I was soon recognized, and Mr. Old came in with a sensible-looking lad in his work clothes. I initially wondered why he entered, as he seemed young. However, we engaged in an interesting conversation, especially about my parishioner, their relative, and the divine grace in converting someone who had been a self-righteous Pharisee for many years. I endeavored to show that the term was often improperly applied to conscientious but ignorant seekers who are far from self-satisfied and who find the gospel to be what they had long sought. The lad who entered with Mr. Old listened attentively with every mark of intelligence and feeling, modestly asking appropriate questions. Before I left, I inquired about him and found that, despite his youth, he was a member of the church at Hackleton and considered a promising character. I lived at Olney until the end of 1785, and during that time I called at Mr. Old's perhaps 2 or 3 times a year, each time more impressed with the youth's conduct. Before I left Olney, Mr. Carey had completed his engagement with Mr. Old. I found that he was sent out as a probationary preacher and preached at Moulton. I told everyone I could that he would prove no ordinary man. Though I often met with Mr. Ryland, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Fuller, and knew nearly every step in forming the Missionary Society, I did not recall meeting Carey again until he visited my house in London with Mr. Thomas to ask for my help in getting permission to go as missionaries to the British settlements in India around 1792. My little influence was of no avail. Mr. Grant said he would not oppose Carey if he went alone or with one equally reliable, but his strong disapproval of Mr. T led to his refusal. I believe Mr. Old died soon after I left Olney, and his shop, a small building apart from the house, fell into disrepair. While in this state I passed it several times and said to my sons and others, "That is Mr. Carey's college."
This cobbler's shed, Carey's college, has since been restored, but 2 original walls still stand, forming the corner where he sat, opposite the window looking into the garden he carefully tended. When his second master died, Carey took over the business, caring for the widow and marrying her sister, Dorothy, or Dolly Plackett. At only 20, he took on these responsibilities in the neighbouring church of Piddington, where he later moved his shop. Carey showed loving reverence for his wife for over 20 years, despite her lack of sympathy due to latent mental illness that eventually claimed her life in India. Standing in the Hackleton shed, where Carey placed a signboard he made, now in the library of Regent's Park College, second-hand shoes bought, and one can realise the humble beginnings from which he was called to become the apostle of North India, like Schwartz in the south. How was this evident at his college? Carey brought with him a considerable amount of information, habits of observation, and a knowledge of books unusual among rural people of that time. At 12, he first encountered a language other than his own by mastering Deutsch's Latin vocabulary and memorising nearly the entire book. When urging him to preach at Barton, Mr. Sutcliffe of Olney gave him Ruddiman's Latin grammar. The only relief from his difficult apprenticeship, under the coarse but upright Nichols, was found in his master's small library, where he began studying Greek. In a New Testament commentary, he found Greek words, which he transcribed and kept until he visited home, where a youth reduced from college to weaving explained them. Hebrew he learned with the help of neighbouring ministers, borrowing books and asking questions pertinently, as he did Scott. In Hopkins's 3 sermons on the effects of sin on the universe, preached in 1759, he noted on August 9th, 1787,
Gulielm Carius Perlegit.
He starved himself to buy books at the sale following Dr. Ryland's move from Northampton to Bristol. In an old woman's cottage, he found a Dutch quarto and taught himself the language, translating for Ryland a discourse on the gospel offer in 1789. The manuscript is written in an extremely small character, surprising for someone who worked with his hands for 8 years. He acquired French for literary purposes in 3 weeks from the French version of Ditton on the Resurrection, bought for a few coppers. He had the linguistic gift that made Mezzofanti of Bologna famous, but this gift would have been buried if his trade had been different, and if he had not been driven by powerful motives. He always had a book before him in his stall and reviewed his knowledge while carrying shoes to neighbouring towns or returning with leather. He taught his evening school and Sunday congregations so that teaching, like writing for others, solidified or illuminated the truths. The school and cobbling often went on together, commemorated by the Piddington nail on which he fixed his thread while teaching. What sanctified and directed his working life of more than 50 years was the missionary idea and consecration. With caution, the church at Olney dealt with Carey before recognising his call and sending him to preach the gospel wherever God in his providence might call him.
June 17th, 1785. A request from William Carey of Malton in Northamptonshire was considered. He is connected with a society at Hackleton, occasionally speaking the word with acceptance in various places, and bears a good moral character. He wishes to be sent out from a reputable church into the ministry. The main question was how to receive him, by letter from Hackleton or by profession of faith. The final decision was left to another meeting. July 14th, church meeting. W. Carey appeared and gave a satisfactory account of his conversion and was admitted as a member. He had been baptized by Reverend Mr. Ryland, Jr. of Northampton. He was invited to preach once next Lord's Day. July 17th, church meeting. W. Carey preached that evening and was allowed to continue preaching at his current places and to engage on suitable occasions before us to further evaluate his ministerial gifts. June 16th, 1786. Church meeting. Brother Carey's case was considered, and unanimous satisfaction with his abilities led to a vote to call him to the ministry at the proper time. August 10th. Brother William Carey was called to the ministry and sent out by the church to preach the gospel wherever God might call him. April 29th, 1787. Church meeting. After the ordination, Brother William Carey was dismissed to the Church of Christ at Malton in Northamptonshire for his ordination there.
These were the last years at Olney for William Cowper before moving to Weston Village. Carey must have often seen the poet during the 20 years he spent in the corner house of the Market Square and in the surrounding walks. He must have read Cowper's 1782 poems, which first did justice to missionary enterprise and hailed the deathless singing of 1785's The Task, which opened a new era in English literature. Carey may have found inspiration in Whitfield, whom Cowper described, albeit with some reluctance, as
He followed Paul, his zeal a kindred flame, his apostolic charity the same. Like him crossed cheerfully tempestuous seas, forsaking country, kindred, friends, and ease. Like him he laboured, and, like him, content to bear it, suffered shame, where'er he went.
Chapter 2, The Birth of England's Foreign Missions, covering 1785 to 1792. North Road, which runs for 12 miles from Northampton to Kettering, passes through a region known in the last century for the activities of the Pytchley Hunt. Stories, not at all exaggerated, about the heavy drinking and intense gambling of the club, whose gatehouse now stands at the entrance of Overstone Park, were widespread. It was in this setting, on Lady Day, 1785, that William Carey became the Baptist preacher of Moulton Village, on the other side of the road. Moulton would become the birthplace of the modern missionary idea, while Kettering would become the centre of evangelical missionary action. No man in England had a more wretched or miserable prospect than Carey. He began his life as a journeyman shoemaker at 18, burdened with a payment to his first master's widow, which his kind heart had led him to offer, and with the cost of his second master's stock and business. Trade was good for the moment, and he married before he was 20, to someone who brought him the deepest sorrow a man can bear. He had no sooner completed a large order for which his predecessor had contracted than it was returned to him. From place to place he wearily trudged, trying to sell the shoes. Fever carried off his first child, and brought him so near to the grave that he sent for his mother to help in the nursing. At Piddington, he worked early and late at his garden, but illness caused by a nearby marsh returned and left him so bald that he wore a wig until his voyage to India. During his preaching for more than 3 years at Barton, which involved a walk of 16 miles, he did not receive enough from the poor folks to pay for the clothes he wore out in their service. His younger brother delicately came to his aid, and he received the gift with touching tenderness, but a calling which starved him, despite all his method and perseverance, and cramped his zeal for service to the Master who had revealed himself in him, became distasteful. He gladly accepted an invitation from the somewhat disorganised church at Moulton to preach to them. They could offer him only about £10 a year, supplemented by £5 from a London fund. But the schoolmaster had just left, and Carey saw in that fact a new hope. For a time, he and his family managed to live on an income that never exceeded £36 a year, in a printed appeal made by the very poor congregation for funds to repair and enlarge the chapel to which the new pastor's preaching had attracted a crowd. We find this passage.
The peculiar situation of our minister, Mr. Carey, renders it impossible for us to send him far abroad to collect the contributions of the charitable, as we are able to raise him but about £10 per annum, so that he is obliged to keep a school for his support. And as there are other 2 schools in the town, if he was to leave home to collect for the building, he must probably quit his station on his return for want of a maintenance.
His genial loving kindness and rapidly growing knowledge made him ill-suited to drill peasant children in the alphabet.
When I kept school, the boys kept me.
He used to confess with a merry twinkle. In all that our Lord meant by it, William Carey was a child from first to last. When the former teacher returned, the poor preacher went back to shoemaking for the village clowns and the shops in Kettering and Northampton. His house still stands, one of a row of 6 charming old English cottages, with a garden behind, and the sunshine pouring in through the open window, covered in roses and honeysuckle. During the school hours, as he tried to teach the children geography and the Bible while teaching himself, the missionary idea arose in his mind. His soul became fired with a self-consecration unknown to Wyclif and Huss, Luther and Calvin, Knox and even Bunyan, for theirs was different work. All his past knowledge of nature and books, his favourite reading of voyages and travels, which had led his schoolfellows to dub him Columbus, his painful study of the Word, and his experience of the love of Christ, and explanations of the meaning of his message to men for 6 years were gathered, intensified, and directed with a concentrated power to the thought that Christ died. As for him, so for the millions of dark savages whom Cook was revealing to Christendom, and who had never heard the good news of great joy. Carey had ceased to keep school when the Moulton Baptists, who could subscribe no more than 2 pence a month each for their own poor, formally called him to become their ordained pastor. Ryland, Sutcliffe and Fuller were asked to ordain him on the 10th of August 1786. Fuller had discovered the value of a man who had passed through spiritual experience and possessed a native common sense like his own, when Carey had been suddenly called to preach in Northampton to fill in for another. Since that day, Fuller often visited Moulton and shared his observations.
The congregation being few and poor, he followed his business to assist in supporting his family. His mind, however, was much occupied in acquiring the learned languages and almost every other branch of useful knowledge. I remember, on going into the room where he worked, I saw hanging on the wall a very large map, consisting of several sheets of paper pasted together by himself. On it, he had drawn with a pen a place for every nation in the known world and noted whatever he found in his reading about its population, religion, etc. The substance of this was later published in his inquiry. These studies, which naturally occupied his mind, hindered him, of course, from doing much of his business. The people being few and poor, he was exposed to great hardships. I have been assured that he and his family lived for a long time without eating any meat, subsisting only on a meagre allowance of other provisions. He would also frequently converse with his brethren in the ministry about the practicability and importance of a mission to the heathen and his willingness to engage in it. Between 1787 and 1790, this was a common topic at several ministers' meetings. Some of our most aged and respected ministers thought, at that time, that his idea was a wild and impractical scheme, and therefore gave him no encouragement, yet he would not give it up. Instead, he would converse with us one by one until he made some impression on us.
The picture is completed by his sister.
He was always, from his first thoughtful days, remarkably concerned about heathen lands and the slave trade. I never remember him engaging in prayer, in his family or in public, without praying for those poor creatures. The first time I ever felt for the heathen world was from a sermon I heard my brother preach at Moulton the first summer after I became thoughtful. It was from these words, "For Zion's sake I will not hold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake I will not give him rest." It was a memorable day for me, a day set apart for prayer and fasting by the Church. What has God wrought since that time?
Old Mr. Ryland always failed to recall the story, but we have it on the testimony of Carey's personal friend, Maurice of Clipstone, who was present at the meeting of ministers held in 1786 at Northampton, where the incident occurred. Ryland invited the younger brothers to suggest a discussion topic. There was no reply until at last the Moulton preacher, likely with barely restrained excitement, suggested
whether the command given to the apostles to teach all nations was not obligatory on all succeeding ministers to the end of the world, seeing that the accompanying promise was of equal extent.
Neither Fuller nor Carey had yet freed the particular Baptist from the grip of hyper-Calvinism, which until then had excluded the heathen from a dead Christendom. The aged chairman rebuked him.
"You are a miserable enthusiast for asking such a question. Certainly nothing can be done before another Pentecost when an outpouring of miraculous gifts, including the gift of tongues, will give effect to the commission of Christ as at first."
Carey had never before mentioned the subject openly and was for the moment greatly humiliated. But, says Maurice, he still pondered these things in his heart. That incident marks the wide gulf which Carey had to bridge. Silenced by his brethren, he turned to the press. It was then that he wrote his own contribution to the discussion he wished to raise on a duty which was more than 17 centuries old and had been neglected for 14 of these.
an inquiry into the obligations of Christians to use means for the conversion of the heathens, in which the religious state of the different nations of the world, the success of former undertakings, and the practicability of further undertakings are considered by William Carey.
Then follows the great conclusion of Paul in his letter to the Romans in chapter 10. For there is no difference between the Jew and the Greek. How shall they preach unless they are sent? He happened to be in Birmingham in 1786, collecting subscriptions for the rebuilding of the chapel in Moulton, when Mr. Thomas Potts, who had made a fortune in trade with America, discovered that he had prepared the manuscript and gave him £10 to publish it. It appeared in Leicester in 1792, price 1 shilling and sixpence, with the profits going to the proposed mission. The pamphlet form doubtless accounts for its rarity now. Only 4 copies of the original edition are known to be in existence. An inquiry has a literary interest of its own as a contribution to the statistics and geography of the world. It was written in a cultured and almost finished style, such as few, if any, university men of that day could have produced, for none were driven by the same motive as Carey. In an obscure village, toiling except when he slept, and finding rest on Sunday only by a change of toil, far from libraries, and the society of men with more advantages than his own, this shoemaker, still under 30, surveyed the whole world, continent by continent, island by island, race by race, faith by faith, kingdom by kingdom, tabulating his results with an accuracy and following them up with a logical power of generalization that would impress even the learned of the present day. Having proven that the commission given by our Lord to his disciples is still binding on us, having reviewed former undertakings for the conversion of the heathen from the Ascension to the Moravians, and the late Mr. Wesley in the West Indies, and having thus surveyed in detail the state of the world in 1786, he addresses the 5 obstacles to carrying the gospel to the heathen that his contemporaries raised, their distance from us, their barbarism, the danger of being killed by them, the difficulty of procuring necessities, and the unintelligibility of their languages. His loving heart and biblical knowledge enable him to skillfully turn these obstacles in favour of the cause he pleads. The whole section is essential to understanding Carey's motives, difficulties, and plans.
First, as to their distance from us, whatever objections might have been made on that account before the invention of the mariner's compass, nothing can be alleged for it with any plausibility in the present age. Men can now sail with as much certainty through the Great South Sea as they can through the Mediterranean, or any lesser sea. Yes, and Providence seems to invite us to the trial. There are trading companies whose commerce lies in many places where these barbarians dwell. At one time or another, ships are sent to visit newly discovered places and explore the unknown. Every fresh account of their ignorance or cruelty should call forth our pity and excite us to concur with Providence in seeking their eternal good. Scripture likewise seems to point out this method. Surely the isle shall wait for me, the ships of Tarshish first, to bring my sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, unto the name of the Lord, thy God. Isaiah 69. This implies that in the time of the glorious increase of the Church in the latter days, of which the whole chapter is undoubtedly a prophecy, commerce shall serve the spread of the gospel. The ships of Tarshish were trading vessels that made voyages for traffic to various parts. Thus, it must be meant that navigation, especially commercial navigation, shall be a significant means of carrying on the work of God. And perhaps it implies that there shall be a considerable appropriation of wealth to that purpose. Secondly, as to their uncivilized and barbarous way of living, this can be no objection except to those whose love of ease renders them unwilling to expose themselves to inconveniences for the good of others. It was no objection to the apostles and their successors, who went among the barbarous Germans and Gauls, and still more barbarous Britons. They did not wait for the ancient inhabitants of these countries to be civilized before they could be Christianized, but went simply with the doctrine of the cross, and Tertullian could boast that those parts of Britain which were proof against the Roman armies were conquered by the gospel of Christ. There was no objection to an Eliot or a Brainerd in later times. They went forth, encountered every difficulty of the kind, and found that a warm reception of the gospel produced those happy effects which the longest intercourse with the Europeans without it could never accomplish. It is no objection to commercial men. It only requires that we have as much love for the souls of our fellow creatures and fellow sinners as they have for the profits arising from a few otter skins, and all these difficulties would be easily overcome. After all, the uncivilized state of the heathen, instead of being a reason against preaching the gospel to them, should be an argument for it. Can we, as men or as Christians, hear that a large part of our fellow humans whose souls are as immortal as ours, and who are as capable as we are of embracing the gospel and contributing to the glory of our Redeemer's name and the good of his church, are enveloped in ignorance and barbarism? Can we hear that they are without the gospel, without government, without laws, and without arts and sciences, and not exert ourselves to introduce to them the sentiments of men and Christians? Wouldn't spreading the gospel be the most effective means of their civilization? Wouldn't it make them useful members of society? We know that such effects followed the efforts of Eliot, Brainerd, and others among the American Indians, and if similar attempts were made in other parts of the world and succeeded with divine blessing, which we have every reason to believe they would, might we not expect to see able preachers or read well-written treatises defending the truth even among those who currently seem barely human? Thirdly, regarding the danger of being killed by them, it is true that whoever goes must risk their life and not consult with flesh and blood. But doesn't the goodness of the cause, the duties incumbent on us as creatures of God and Christians, and the perishing state of our fellow humans, loudly call upon us to risk everything and use every justifiable effort for their benefit? Paul and Barnabas, who risked their lives for the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, were not blamed as being rash, but commended for doing so, while John Mark, who deserted them out of fear, was censured. I greatly question whether most of the barbarities practised by the savages upon those who have visited them have not originated from some real or supposed offence, and were more acts of self-defence than proofs of ferocious dispositions. It is no wonder that the imprudence of sailors might prompt them to offend the simple savage, and the offence be resented. But Eliot, Brainerd, and the Moravian missionaries have very seldom been molested. Generally, the heathen have shown a willingness to hear the word, and have mainly expressed their hatred of Christianity due to the vices of nominal Christians. Fourthly, concerning the difficulty of procuring the necessities of life, this would not be as great as it may appear at first. Though we could not procure European food, we might obtain the same sustenance as the natives of the countries we visit. This would only be part of what we have virtually engaged in by entering the ministerial office. A Christian minister is someone who, in a unique sense, is not his own. He is the servant of God, and therefore ought to be wholly devoted to him. By entering that sacred office, he solemnly undertakes to be always engaged as much as possible in the Lord's work, and not to choose his own pleasure or employment, or pursue the ministry as something that serves his own ends or interests, or as a kind of side work. He engages to go where God pleases, and to do or endure whatever he commands or calls him to in the exercise of his function. He virtually bids farewell to friends, pleasures, and comforts, and stands ready to endure the greatest sufferings in the work of his Lord and Master. It is inconsistent for ministers to indulge in thoughts of a large audience, cordial friends, a civilized country, legal protection, affluence, splendor, or even a decent living. The disregard and hatred of men, even from pretended friends, gloomy prisons and tortures, the company of barbarians with strange speech, miserable accommodations in wretched wildernesses, hunger and thirst, nakedness, weariness and painfulness, hard work and little worldly encouragement should rather be expected. Thus the apostles acted in the early times, enduring hardships as good soldiers of Jesus Christ. Though we, living in a civilized country where Christianity is protected by law, are not called to suffer these things while we stay here, I question whether all are justified in staying here while so many are perishing without means of grace in other lands. I am sure it is contrary to the spirit of the gospel for its ministers to enter upon it for selfish reasons or with great worldly expectations. On the contrary, the commission is a sufficient call for them to risk everything and, like the early Christians, go everywhere preaching the gospel. It might be necessary, however, for at least two to go together, and, in general, I think it best that they should be married men. To prevent their time from being occupied in procuring necessities, two or more other persons, with their wives and families, might accompany them and be wholly employed in providing for them. In most countries, it would be necessary for them to cultivate a small plot of land just for their support, which would be a resource whenever their supplies failed. Besides the benefits of each other's company, it would reduce the enormous expense that has always attended such undertakings, the initial expense being the whole. For though a large colony needs support, for a considerable time, a small number would, upon receiving the first crop, maintain themselves. They would have the advantage of choosing their situation, their needs would be few, and the women and even children would be necessary for domestic purposes. A few livestock, such as a cow or two, a bull, and a few other animals, a few farming tools, and some seeds for planting would be sufficient. Those who accompany the missionaries should understand farming, fishing, hunting, and be provided with the necessary tools. Many methods may be thought of, and once the work is undertaken, many things will suggest themselves that we cannot presently foresee. Fifthly, as to learning their languages, the same methods would be necessary here as in trade between different nations. In some cases, interpreters might be obtained temporarily. Where these are not available, the missionaries must have patience and mingle with the people until they have learned enough of their language to communicate their ideas. It is well known that it requires no extraordinary talents to learn a language in a year or two sufficiently to convey any desired sentiments. The missionaries must be men of great piety, prudence, courage, and forbearance, with undoubted orthodoxy in their beliefs, and must fully embrace the spirit of their mission. They must be willing to leave all life's comforts behind and endure all the hardships of a harsh or extreme climate, an uncomfortable way of living, and every other inconvenience associated with this undertaking. Clothing: a few knives, powder and shot, fishing gear, and the mentioned farming tools must be provided for them. Upon arrival at their destination, their first task must be to gain some acquaintance with the native language, for which two are better than one, and by all lawful means to cultivate a friendship with them. They must promptly inform them of their mission's purpose, convincing them that their only motive was the natives' welfare. They must be careful not to resent injuries or think highly of themselves to despise the heathens, thus laying a foundation for their resentment or rejection of the gospel. They must take every opportunity to do good, labouring and travelling day and night, instructing, exhorting and rebuking with all patience and earnest desire for them. Above all, they must be constant in prayer for the Holy Spirit's outpouring upon the people they serve. Let missionaries of this description engage in the work, and we shall see that it is not impracticable. It might also be important, if God blesses their efforts, to encourage any signs of gifts among the people they serve. If such individuals are raised up, many advantages would come from their knowledge of the language and customs of their countrymen. Their changed conduct would greatly enhance their ministries.
This first and still greatest missionary treatise in the English language concludes with the practical suggestion of fervent and united prayer, forming a general, or, if not possible, a particular Baptist society of persons whose hearts are in the work, men of serious religion and possessing a spirit of perseverance, with an executive committee, and donations from both rich and poor of 1/10 of their income for village preaching and foreign missions, or at least an average of 1 penny or more per week from all congregation members. He concludes,
"It is true all the reward is of mere grace, but it is nevertheless encouraging. What a treasure, what a harvest must await such characters as Paul, Eliot, Brainerd, and others, who have wholly devoted themselves to the work of the Lord. What a heaven it will be to see the many thousands of poor heathens, including Britons, who through their labours have been brought to the knowledge of God. Surely a crown of rejoicing like this is worth aspiring to. Surely it is worth laying ourselves out with all our might to promote the cause and kingdom of Christ."
So Carey projected the first organisation in England for missions to all the human race outside of Christendom. His project, while necessarily requiring a society to carry it out, as coming from an independent church, provided that every member of every congregation should take part through fervent and united prayer and an average donation of 1 penny a week. He came as near to the New Testament ideal of all Christians acting in an active missionary church as was possible in an age when the established churches of England, Scotland, and Germany ignored foreign missions, and the free churches were primarily congregational in their ecclesiastical action, while asserting the ideal of the voluntary tenth or tithe as both a scriptural principle and Puritan practice. His common sense was satisfied to suggest an average penny a week for every Christian. Today, more than a century after Carey wrote, and after a remarkable missionary revival due to what he wrote and did, all Christendom, whether evangelical, Greek, or Latin, does not give more than £5 million a year to Christianise the majority of the race still outside its pale. It is not too much to say that if Carey's penny a week from every Christian were a reality, along with the prayer that would eventually accompany it, the 5 million would become 50, and Christendom would nearly become synonymous with humanity. The churches, whether by themselves or by societies, still need to pray and organise up to the level of Carey's penny a week. The absolute originality and grandeur of the unconscious action of the peasant shoemaker, who, from 1779, prayed daily for all the heathen and slaves, and organised his society accordingly, will be seen in the dim light or visible darkness of all who had preceded him. They were before the set time. He was ready in the fullness of the missionary preparation. They belonged not only to periods, but to nations, churches, and communities that were failing in the struggle for fruitfulness and expansion in new worlds and lands. He was a son of England, which had come or was about to come out of the struggle a victor, charged with the terrible responsibility of the special servant of the Lord, as no people had ever before been charged in all history, sacred or secular. William Carey, indeed, reaped the little that the few brave toilers of the wintry time had sown. With a humility that is touching, he acknowledges their toil, while remaining unaware of his own merit. But he reaped only as each generation garners such fruits of its predecessor as may have been worthy to survive. He was the first of the true missionaries of the modern world, as only an English-speaking man could be, of the most thorough, permanent, and everlasting of all reformers, the men who turn the world upside down because they make it rise up and depart from deadly beliefs and practices, from the fear and the fate of death into the life and light of Christ and the Father. Who were his predecessors? From the Renaissance of Europe, the discovery of America, and the opening up of India and Africa. Erasmus comes first, the bright scholar of compromise who, in 1516, gave the New Testament back to Europe. Much like Carey did 3 centuries later for Southern Asia, Erasmus's missionary treatise, Ecclesiastes, in 1535, theoretically anticipated Carey's inquiry by 2.5 centuries. This escaped monk from Rotterdam and Basel, who taught women, weavers, and cobblers to read the scriptures, dreamed of the Bible being translated into all languages. However, his dream was marred by the scandalous iniquities and frauds of Portuguese, Spanish, and Jesuit missions in the West and East. Luther, meanwhile, was occupied with his papal Antichrist and his German translation of Erasmus's Greek Testament. The Lutheran Church pushed missions into the hands of the Pietists and Moravians, who nobly but ineffectively strove to do a work meant for the whole Christian community. The Church of England sent the Puritans first to Holland and then to New England, where Eliot, the Brainards, and the Mayhews sought to evangelize tribes that did not long survive them. In 1644, from Courtine Hall, a Northamptonshire village near Paulsbury, came an appeal for the propagation of the gospel that closely resembled Carey's cry from the same Midland region. Cromwell was in power and had planned a Protestant propaganda. Consequently, William Castell, parson of Courtine Hall, sent a petition to the Long Parliament, which, along with the Eliot Tracts, resulted in an ordinance creating the Corporation for the Promoting and Propagating the Gospel of Jesus Christ in New England. 70 English ministers supported the petition, and 6 from the Church of Scotland, led by Alexander Henderson, joined them. The corporation, which Robert Boyle governed for 30 years, familiarised the nation with the duty of caring for the dark races, increasingly coming under their sway in America and India. It still exists today, as does Boyle's Society for Advancing the Faith in the West Indies. The Friends, followed by the Moravians, taught the Wesleys and Whitfield to care for the enslaved Africans. The English and Scottish propagation societies also sought to provide spiritual aid for the colonists and the Highlanders. The two great thinkers of the 18th century, Adam Smith and Samuel Johnson, who flourished as a philosopher and moralist when Carey was a youth, taught principles that Carey would apply spiritually and most effectively. Adam Smith highlighted the crime overshadowing the brightness of geographical enterprise in both hemispheres, the mistreatment of natives by Europeans who, with their superior force, committed every sort of injustice in the new lands. Smith sought a remedy by establishing an equality of force through the mutual communication of knowledge and improvements via extensive commerce. Samuel Johnson, rising to a higher level of wisdom and righteousness, expressed the Christian indignation that the propagation of truth had never been seriously pursued by any European nation, and hoped
that the light of the gospel will at last illuminate the sands of Africa and the deserts of America, though its progress cannot but be slow when it is so much obstructed by the lives of Christians.
The early movement, most directly connected with Carey's and the Northamptonshire Baptists, began in Scotland. Its kirk, weakened by the Revolution settlement and the Statute of Queen Anne, had suppressed the evangelical teaching of Boston and the Marrow men, casting out the fathers of the secession in 1733. In 1742, a spiritual revival spread over the West Country. In October 1744, several ministers in Scotland united for the next 2 years in what they called, and what has since become familiar in America as, a concert to promote more abundant application to a duty that is perpetually binding, prayer that God's kingdom may come, joined with praises, to be offered weekly on Saturday evening and Sunday morning, and more solemnly on the first Tuesday of every quarter. This movement spread so widely that in August 1746, a memorial was sent to Boston, inviting all Christians in North America to join in it for the next 7 years. Jonathan Edwards wrote his humble attempt to promote explicit agreement and visible union of God's people in extraordinary prayer for the revival of religion and the advancement of Christ's kingdom on earth based on this. This work of Edwards, republished at Olney, came into the hands of Carey and powerfully influenced the Northamptonshire Association of Baptist Ministers and Messengers. At their meeting in Nottingham in 1784, Sutcliffe of Olney suggested, and Ryland of Northampton drafted an invitation to the people to join them for 1 hour on the first Monday of every month in prayer for the outpouring of the Holy Spirit. Let the whole interest of the Redeemer be affectionately remembered, wrote these men, emphasizing their worldwide missionary desires by adding in italics, let the spread of the gospel to the most distant parts of the habitable globe be the object of your most fervent requests. We shall rejoice if any other Christian societies of our own or other denominations will join with us. and we do now invite them most cordially to join heart and hand in the attempt. Carey prominently referred to this in his inquiry, attributing even the weak prayers of these 8 years to the increase of the churches, the resolution of controversies, the opening of lands to missions, the spread of civil and religious liberty, the noble effort to abolish the inhuman slave trade, and the establishment of the free settlement of Sierra Leone. He also addressed other issues in the movement, besides the lack of fervour and earnestness.
We must not be contented with praying without exerting ourselves in the use of means. Were the children of light but as wise in their generation as the children of this world, they would stretch every nerve to gain so glorious a prize, nor ever imagine that it was to be obtained in any other way.
A trading company obtains a charter and goes to its utmost limits. The charter, the encouragements of Christians, are exceedingly great, and the promised returns infinitely superior.
Suppose a company of serious Christians, ministers, and private persons were to form themselves into a society.
A man was ready, specially fitted by character and training, to form the home organisation of the society, while Carey created its foreign mission. For the next quarter of a century, William Carey and Andrew Fuller worked lovingly and fruitfully together with half the world between them. One showed how, by Bible, church, and school, by physical and spiritual truth, India and all Asia could be brought to Christ. The other taught England, Scotland, and America to begin at last to play their part in an enterprise as old as Abraham, as divine in its warrant, its charge, and its promise as Christ himself. 7 years older than Carey, his friend was born a farmer's son and labourer in the fen country of Cromwell, whom he resembled. He was self-educated under similar conditions and passed through spiritual experiences almost exactly the same. Unknown to each other, both found themselves, when called to preach at 18, unable to reconcile the grim dead theology of their church with the new life and liberty that had come to them directly from the Spirit of Christ and from his word. Carey had left his ancestral church at a time when the biographer of Romaine could truthfully declare that that preacher was the only evangelical in the established churches of all London, and that of 20,000 clergymen in England, the number who preached the truth, as it is in Jesus, had risen from not 20 in 1749 to 300 in 1789. The Methodism of the Wesleys was beginning to have an impact, but the Baptists were as lifeless as the established church. In both the church and dissent, there were only a few individuals like Newton and Scott, the elder Robert Hall and Ryland, whose spiritual fervour made them stand out. The Baptists, who had once stood alone as advocates of religious and civil toleration in an age of intolerance, had subsided like the Puritans and Covenanters when the Revolution of 1688 ended persecution. The section that held the doctrine of general redemption, now known as General Baptists, preached ordinary Arminianism and even Socinianism. The more earnest and educated among them clung to Calvinism, but by adopting the term particular Baptists, they gradually fell under a fatalistic and antinomian spell. This false Calvinism, which the French theologian of Geneva would have denounced, was more hostile to preaching the gospel of salvation to the heathen abroad, as well as the sinner at home, because it professed to be an orthodox evangel while either weakening the gospel or turning the grace of God into licentiousness. From particular preachers, whom young Fuller and Carey first listened to with confusion, then frustration, and finally criticism, no missions could emerge. Fuller exposed and countered this mistaken belief with clear thinking and strong writing, earning him the title of the Franklin of Theology. For over 20 years, Fullerism, as it was called, sparked a controversy similar to the Marrow of Divinity debate in Scotland. This debate eventually cleared the way for starting foreign missions in both countries. It now seems incredible that the only class representing evangelicalism a century ago opposed missions to the heathen on the grounds that the gospel was meant only for the elect, whether at home or abroad, and that nothing spiritually good was the duty of the unregenerate. Therefore, nothing must be addressed to them in a way of exhortation except what relates to external obedience. In 1784, the same year the Baptist Concert for Prayer began, Fuller published Gospel Worthy of All Acceptation. 7 years later, he preached a famous sermon at Clipstone, applying the dealings of the Lord of Hosts in Haggai to the Jewish apathy.
The time is not come that the Lord's house should be built.
With power and directness, though it failed to convince him practically. The men who listened to him had been praying for 7 years, yet opposed Carey's pleas for a foreign mission, treating him as a visionary or madman. When Fuller published his treatise, Carey drew the practical deduction,
If it be the duty of all men, when the gospel comes, to believe unto salvation, then it is the duty of those entrusted with the gospel to endeavour to make it known among all nations for the obedience of faith.
After 7 more years of waiting and remembering the manuscript inquiry, Carey thought action could no longer be delayed. Hardly was the usual discussion that followed the meeting over when, as the story is told by the son of Ryland, who had silenced him in a previous ministers' meeting, Carey appealed to his brethren to put their preaching into practice and begin a missionary society that very day. Fuller's sermon, titled The Evil Nature and the Dangerous Tendency of Delay in the Concerns of Religion, had been preceded by one on being very jealous for the Lord God of Hosts, in which Sutcliffe cried for the divine passion, the celestial fire that burned in the bosom and blazed in the life of Elijah. The Elijah of their own church and day was among them, burning and blazing for years, and all he could induce them to promise was vaguely that something should be done, and to throw to his importunity the easy request that he publish his manuscript and preach next year's sermon. Meanwhile, in 1789, Carey left Malton for Leicester, where he was summoned to build up a congregation ruined by antinomianism in the modest brick chapel in the obscure quarter of Harvey Lane. This chapel, his genius and Robert Hall's eloquence made so famous in time that the Baptists sent off a vigorous group to the fine new church. In an equally humble house opposite the chapel, the pastor's poverty compelled him to keep a school from 9 in the morning until 4 in winter and 5 in summer. Between this and the hours for sleep and food, he had little leisure, but he spent that time, as he had done all his life before and did all his life after, with a method and zeal that doubled his working days.
I have seen him at work,
Writes Gardner in his Music and Friends.
his books beside him, and his beautiful flowers in the windows.
In a letter to his father, he outlines his leisure time.
Monday, the learned languages. Tuesday, the study of science, history, composition, etc. Wednesday, I preach a lecture and have been for more than 12 months on the Book of Revelation. Thursday, I visit my friends. Friday and Saturday, preparing for the Lord's Day.
He preached 3 times every Sunday in his own chapel or the surrounding villages, with such results that in one case he added hundreds to its Wesleyan congregation. He was secretary to the local committee of dissenters.
Add to this occasional journeys, ministers' meetings, and you will rather wonder that I have any time than that I have so little. I am not my own, nor would I choose for myself. Let God employ me where he thinks fit, and give me patience and discretion to fill up my station to his honour and glory. After serving in this place for 1 year and 10 months, on May 24th, 1791, I was formally set apart as pastor. About 20 ministers from different denominations attended the event. After prayer, Brother Hopper of Nottingham spoke to the congregation about the nature of an ordination. He then asked the usual questions to the church and requested my confession of faith. After I delivered it, Brother Ryland prayed the ordination prayer and laid hands on me. Brother Sutcliffe gave a solemn charge from Acts 6, but we will give ourselves continually to prayer and to the ministry of the word. Brother Fuller delivered an excellent address to the people from Ephesians chapter 5, verse 2, Walk in love. In the evening, Brother Pierce of Birmingham preached from Galatians chapter 6, verse 14. God forbid that I should glory, save in the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ, by whom the world is crucified unto me, and I unto the world. The day was one of pleasure, and, I hope, of profit to most of the assembly.
Carey became a friend of Thomas Robinson, the evangelical rector of St. Mary's. On one occasion, when indirectly charged in a humorous fashion with sheep stealing, Carey said,
"Mr. Robinson, I am a dissenter, and you are a churchman. We must each endeavour to do good according to our light. At the same time, you can be assured that I would rather be the instrument of converting a scavenger who sweeps the streets than merely proselytizing the richest and best characters in your congregation."
Dr. Arnold and Mr. R. Bruin, a botanist, opened their libraries to him, and all good men in Leicester soon learned to be proud of the new Baptist minister. In the two chapels, as in that of Moulton, enlarged since his time, memorial tablets tell succeeding generations of the virtues and deeds of the illustrious W. Carey, D.D. The ministers' meeting of 1792 came around, and on May 31st, Carey seized his opportunity. The place was Nottingham, from which the 1784 invitation to prayer had gone forth. Was the answer to come just after 9 years of waiting? His inquiry had been published, had it prepared the brethren. Ryland had always been loyal to the journeyman Shoemaker he had baptized in the river, and he gives us this record.
If all the people had lifted up their voices and wept, as the children of Israel did at Bochim, I should not have wondered at the effect. It would only have seemed proportionate to the cause, so clearly did he prove the criminality of our indifference in the cause of God.
The text was Isaiah's vision of the widowed church's tent, stretching forth until her children inherited the nations and populated the desolate cities. The application to the reluctant brethren was expressed in these two great maxims, written ever since on the banners of the missionary host of the kingdom.
Expect great things from God. Attempt great things for God. Expect great things from God. Attempt great things for God.
The service was over. Even Fuller was afraid. Even Ryland made no sign, and the ministers were leaving the meeting. Seizing Fuller's arm with an imploring look, the preacher, emboldened by despair to act alone for his master, exclaimed,
"And are you, after all, going again to do nothing?"
What Fuller describes as the much fear and trembling of these inexperienced, poor, and ignorant village preachers gave way to the appeal of one who had gained both knowledge and courage, and who, as to funds and men, was ready to give himself. They entered on their journal this much:
that a plan be prepared against the next ministers' meeting at Kettering for forming a Baptist society for propagating the gospel among the heathen.
There was more delay, but only for 4 months. The first purely English missionary society, which sent forth its own English founder, was thus constituted as described in the minutes of the Northampton ministers' meeting. At the ministers' meeting at Kettering on October 2nd, 1792, after the public services of the day were concluded, the ministers retired to further discuss the matter and to lay the foundation for a society. The following resolutions were proposed and unanimously agreed upon.
Desirous of making an effort to propagate the gospel among the heathen, in line with what is recommended in Brother Carey's recent publication on the subject, we, whose names appear on the subsequent subscription, solemnly agree to act in society together for that purpose. Given the present divided state of Christendom, it seems that each denomination, by exerting itself separately, is most likely to accomplish the great ends of a mission. Therefore, it is agreed that this society be called the Particular Calvinistic Baptist Society for propagating the gospel among the heathen. Recognizing that such an undertaking will incur expenses, we agree to immediately open a subscription for this purpose and to recommend it to others. Every person who subscribes £10 at once, or 10 shillings and 6 annually, shall be considered a member of the society. The Reverend John Ryland, Reynold Hogg, William Carey, John Sutcliffe, and Andrew Fuller shall be appointed as a committee, 3 of whom shall be empowered to act in carrying out the purposes of this society. The Reverend Reynold Hogg shall be appointed treasurer, and the Reverend Andrew Fuller secretary. Subscriptions shall be paid in at the Northampton Ministers' meeting on October 31st, 1792, at which time the subject shall be considered more particularly by the committee and other subscribers who may be present. Signed, John Ryland, Reynold Hogg, John Sutcliffe, Andrew Fuller, Abraham Greenwood, Edward Sherman, Joshua Burton, Samuel Pierce, Thomas Blundell, William Heighton, Johnny Ayres, Joseph Timms, whose subscriptions in all amounted to £13.
The procedure suggested in Brother Carey's recent publication was strictly followed. A society of subscribers, contributing 2p a week, or 10 shillings and 6p a year, as a compromise between the tithes and the penny a week of the inquiry. The secretary was the courageous Fuller, who once said to Ryland and Sutcliffe,
"You are wiser than I am, especially when it comes to anticipating problems. That's why I want to get advice from both of you, but carry out the plans on my own."
The frequent chairman was Ryland, who was soon to train missionaries for the work at Bristol College. The treasurer was the only rich man of the 12, who soon resigned his office into a layman's hands, as was right. Of the others, we need now point only to Samuel Pierce, the seraphic preacher of Birmingham, who went home and sent £70 to the collection, and who, since he desired to give himself like Carey, became to him dearer than even Fuller was. The place was a low-roofed parlour in the house of Widow Wallace, looking onto a back garden, which many a pilgrim still visits, and around which thousands gathered in 1842 to hold the first jubilee of modern missions, when commemorative medals were struck. There, in 1892, the centenary witnessed an even larger gathering. "Can any good come out of Kettering?" was the sentiment of the Baptist ministers of London, with the one exception of Booth, when they met formally to decide whether, like those of Birmingham and other places, they should join the primary society. Benjamin Bedome, a venerable scholar whom Robert Hall declared to be chief among his brethren, replied to Fuller in language that, while far from unusual even today, showed the position the Leicester minister had won for himself even then.
"I think your scheme, considering the scarcity of well-qualified ministers, has a very unfavourable aspect regarding destitute churches at home, where charity ought to begin. I had the pleasure once to see and hear Mr. Carey. It struck me that he was the most suitable person in the kingdom, at least among those I knew, to supply my place and make up for my great deficiencies when either disabled or removed. A different plan is formed and pursued, and I fear that the great and good man, though influenced by the most excellent motives, will face disappointment. However, God has his ends, and whoever is disappointed, he cannot be. My unbelieving heart suggests that the time has not come, the time for the Lord's house to be built."
The other Congregationalists made no sign. The Presbyterians, with a few noble exceptions like Dr. Erskine, whose Dutch volume Carey had translated, denounced such movements as revolutionary in a General Assembly of Socinianized moderates. The Church of England kept haughtily or timidly aloof, though King and Archbishop were pressed to send a mission.
Those who in that day sneered that England had sent a cobbler to convert the world were the direct lineal descendants of those who sneered in Palestine 2,000 years ago. "Is not this the carpenter?"
said Archdeacon Farrar in Westminster Abbey on March 6, 1887. Hence Fuller's reference to this time.
When we began in 1792, there was little or no respectability among us, not so much as a squire to sit in the chair or an orator to address him with speeches. Hence good Dr. Stennett advised the London ministers to stand aloof and not commit themselves.
One man in India had striven to rouse the church to its duty as Carey had done at home. Charles Grant had in 1787 written from Malda to Charles Simeon and Wilberforce for 8 missionaries, but not one Church of England clergyman could be found to go. 30 years later, when chairman of the Court of Directors and father of Lord Glenelg and Sir Robert Grant, he wrote,
"I had formed the design of a mission to Bengal. Providence reserved that honour for the Baptists."
After all, the 12 village pastors in the back parlour of Kettering were more truly the successors of the 12 apostles in the upper room of Jerusalem. Chapter 3, The Voyage to India. Carey had initially desired to go to Tahiti or Western Africa. The natives of North America and the black people of the West Indies and Sierra Leone were already being cared for by Moravian and Wesleyan evangelists. The narrative of Captain Cook's first 2 voyages to the Pacific and the discovery of Tahiti had appeared the same year the Northampton churches began their 7-year concert of prayer, shortly after Carey's own second baptism. Using maps and a leather globe he is said to have made, Carey taught the children of Piddington, Moulton and Leicester about the great outlines and thrilling details of expeditions around the world. These stories excited both the scientific community and the general public in England, much like the discoveries of Columbus had excited Europe. When the childlike innocence and natural grace of the Hawaiians, which had initially fired his desire to tell them the good news of God, turned into the wild justice of revenge that made Cook its first victim, Carey became even more eager to prevent the disasters of later days. However, this was work for which others would be found. It was not among the scattered and decimated savages of the Pacific or America that the stronghold of heathenism was to be found, nor by them that the world, both old and new, was to become the kingdom of Christ. With the cautious wisdom that marked all of Fuller's actions, though perhaps with the ignorance due to Carey's absence, the 3rd meeting of the new society recorded this among other articles.
To be examined and discussed in the most diligent and impartial manner. In what part of the heathen world do there seem to be the most promising openings?
The answer, significant for the future of the East, was in their hands in the form of a letter from Carey, who stated that
Mr. Thomas, the Bengal missionary,
was trying to raise a fund for that province. Carey asked
whether it would not be worthy of the society to try to make that and ours unite with one fund for the purpose of sending the gospel to the heathen indefinitely.
Tahiti was not to be neglected, nor Africa, nor Bengal, in
our larger plan,
which included over 400 million of our fellow humans, among whom it was an object
worthy of the most ardent and persevering pursuit to spread the humane and saving principles of the Christian religion.
If this Mr. Thomas were worthy, his experience made it desirable to begin with Bengal. Thomas answered for himself at the next meeting, where Carey embraced him and wept, having previously preached from the words,
"Behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me."
"We saw,"
said Fuller afterwards,
"there was a gold mine in India, but it was as deep as the centre of the earth. Who will venture to explore it?"
"I will venture to go down,"
said Carey.
"but remember that you,"
addressing Fuller, Sutcliffe and Ryland,
"must hold the ropes."
"We solemnly promise to do so, nor while we live shall we desert him."
Carey and Thomas, an ordained minister and a medical evangelist, were appointed at this meeting in Kettering on January 10th, 1793, as missionaries to the East Indies for preaching the gospel to the heathen, on £100 or £150 a year between them all, that is, for 2 missionaries, their wives, and 4 children, until they could support themselves like the Moravians. In reality, they received just £200 in total for the first 3 years, until self-support and mission extension began. The total funds available to the Society for outfit, passage and salaries was £130, so Fuller's caution was justified, supported by Thomas's assurances that the amount was sufficient and Carey's modest self-sacrifice.
"We advised Mr. Carey,"
wrote Fuller to Ryland,
"to give up his school this quarter, for we must make up the loss to him."
The more significant cost of the passage was raised by Fuller and by the preaching tours of the 2 missionaries. During one of these, at Hull, Carey met the printer and newspaper editor, William Ward, and cast his mantle over him, saying,
"If the Lord bless us, we shall want a person of your business to enable us to print the Scriptures. I hope you will come after us."
Ward did so in 5 years. The 20th of March, 1793, was a significant day in the Leicester Chapel at Harvey Lane, when the missionaries were set apart like Barnabas and Paul. The day included a morning of prayer, an afternoon sermon by Thomas from Psalm 16 verse 4, Their sorrows shall be multiplied that hasten after another God, and an evening sermon by the treasurer from Acts 21:14. And when he would not be persuaded, we ceased, saying, The will of the Lord be done, and a parting charge by Fuller the secretary, from the risen Lord's benediction and commissioning of his disciples.
Peace be unto you. As my Father hath sent me, even so send I you.
Often in later days of solitude and reproach, Carey would strengthen his faith by reading the brave and loving words of Fuller on the objectives you must keep in view, the directions you must follow, the difficulties you must face, the reward you may expect. 4 days later, this entry appeared in the church book.
Mr. Carey, our minister, left Leicester to go on a mission to the East Indies, to spread the gospel among those idolatrous and superstitious heathens. This is noted to show his love for his poor miserable fellow creatures. We agreed with him on this, though it meant losing one whom we love as our own souls.
When Carey's preaching had so filled the church that it became necessary to build a front gallery at a cost of £98, and they had applied to several other churches for assistance in vain, he taught them to help themselves. The minister and many of the members agreed to pay off the debt among ourselves by weekly subscriptions, a process that took 5 years due to their poverty. Carey left this as a parting lesson to home congregations. While his people found it easier to pay the debt because they had sacrificed their best, their own minister, for the work of missions he had taught them to pray for. John Thomas, 4 years older than Carey, was a surgeon who had made 2 voyages to Calcutta on the Oxford Indiaman. He had been a spiritual guide to Charles Grant, Mr. George Udnai, and the Bengal civilian circle at Malda. Mr. Grant had supported Thomas as a missionary for a time, until his eccentricities and debts alienated his friends and drove him home around the time of the Kettering meetings. Full justice has been done to his character and career, somewhat resembling those of John Newton by his patient and able biographer, Reverend C.B. Lewis. John Thomas has the merit of being the first medical missionary at a time when no other Englishman cared for either the bodies or souls of our recently acquired subjects in North India, outside of Charles Grant's circle. He has more. He was used by God to direct Carey to the dense Hindu population of Bengal, to the people, and to the centre where Brahmanism had its seat, and whence Buddhism had been carried by thousands of missionaries all over southern, eastern, and central Asia. But there, our praise of Thomas must stop. However well he might speak the uncultured Bengali, he never could write the language or translate the Bible into a literary style that could be understood by the people or influence their leaders. His temper kept Charles Grant from helping the infant mission, though he was anxious to see Mr. Carey and aid him, and any other companion. Thomas's debts caused him and Carey to be excluded from the Oxford, in which his friend, the commander, had agreed to take them and their party without a license. These debts overshadowed the early years of the enterprise and formed the heaviest of the many burdens Carey had to bear at the start. If the old association of Thomas with Mr. UDNY at Mulder later gave Carey a home during his Indian apprenticeship, this was a small compensation for the loss of the direct help of Mr. Grant. If Carey proved to be the John among the men who began to make Serampore illustrious, Thomas was the Peter, as far as we know Peter in the Gospels only. Just before being ejected from the Oxford and deprived of the effectual help of Charles Grant due to his unfortunate companion, Carey found himself with only his eldest son Felix by his side. How did he view his God-given mission? The very different nature of his wife, who had announced to him the birth of a child, clung anew to the hope that this might cause him to turn back. Writing from Ryde on May 6th, he thus replied with sweet delicacy of human affection, but with true loyalty to his master's call.
I received your letter, giving me an account of your safe delivery. This is pleasant news indeed to me. Surely goodness and mercy follow me all my days. My stay here was very painful and unpleasant, but now I see the goodness of God in it. It was that I might hear the most pleasing accounts that I possibly could hear respecting earthly things. You wish to know in what state my mind is. I answer, "It is much as when I left you. If I had all the world, I would freely give it all to have you and my dear children with me. But the sense of duty is so strong as to overpower all other considerations. I could not turn back without guilt on my soul. I find a longing desire to enjoy more of God, but now I am among the people of the world, I think I see more beauties in godliness than ever, and, I hope, enjoy more of God in retirement than I have done for some time past. You want to know what Mrs. Thomas thinks, and how she likes the voyage. She would rather stay in England than go to India, but thinks it right to go with her husband. Tell my dear children I love them dearly, and pray for them constantly. Felix sends his love. I look upon this mercy as an answer to prayer indeed. Trust in God, love to Kitty, brothers, sisters, etc. Be assured I love you most affectionately. Let me know my dear little child's name. I am, forever, your faithful and affectionate husband, William Carey. Also, my health never was so well. I believe the sea makes Felix and me both as hungry as hunters. I can eat a monstrous meat supper and drink a couple of glasses of wine after it without hurting me at all. Farewell.
In the end, she was woman and wife enough to do as Mrs. Thomas had done, but she stipulated that her sister should accompany her. By a series of providential events, which seem to mark the entire early history of this first missionary enterprise of modern England, Carey and Thomas secured passage on the Danish Indiaman Kronprinsessa Maria, bound from Copenhagen to Serampore. At Dover, where they had been waiting for days, the 8 were roused from sleep by the news that the ship was off the harbour. Sunrise on June 13th saw them on board. Carey had had other troubles besides his colleague and his wife. His father, then 58 years old, had not given him up without a struggle.
"Is William mad?"
he had said when he received the letter in which his son thus offered himself up on the missionary altar. His mother had died 6 years before.
Leicester, January 17th, 1793. Dear and honoured Father, the importance of spending our time for God alone is the principal theme of the Gospel. I beseech you, brethren, says Paul, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable, which is your reasonable service. To be devoted like a sacrifice to holy uses is the great business of a Christian, pursuant to these requisitions. I consider myself as devoted to the service of God alone, and now I am to realise my professions. I am appointed to go to Bengal in the East Indies as a missionary to the Hindus. I shall have a colleague who has been there 5 or 6 years already and who understands their language. They are the most mild and inoffensive people in all the world, but are enveloped in the greatest superstition and in the grossest ignorance. I hope, dear Father, you may be enabled to surrender me up to the Lord for the most arduous, honourable, and important work that any of the sons of men were ever called to engage in. I have many sacrifices to make. I must part with a beloved family and a number of most affectionate friends. Never did I see such sorrow manifested as reigned through our place of worship last Lord's Day. But I have set my hand to the plough. I remain your dutiful son, William Carey.
When in London, Carey had asked John Newton,
"What if the company should send us home on our arrival in Bengal?"
"Then conclude that your Lord has nothing there for you to accomplish, but if he does, no power on earth can hinder you."
By an Act of Parliament, not 10 years old, every subject of the king going to or found in the East Indies without a licence from the company was guilty of a high crime, a misdemeanour, and liable to fine and imprisonment. Only 4 years previously, a regulation had compelled every commander to deliver to the Hooghly pilot a return of the passengers on board so the act could be enforced. The Danish nationality of the ship and crew saved the missionary party. So grievously do unjust laws demoralise contemporary opinion that Fuller was constrained to meet the objections of many to the illegality of the missionaries' action by reasoning unanswerable indeed, but not now required.
The apostles and primitive ministers were commanded to go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature, nor were they to stop for the permission of any power upon earth, but to go and take the consequences. If a man of God, conscious of having nothing in his heart unfriendly to any civil government whatever, but determined in all civil matters to obey and teach obedience to the powers that be, put his life in his hand, saying, I will go, and if I am persecuted in one city, I will flee to another. Whatever the wisdom of this world may decide upon his conduct, he will assuredly be acquitted, and more than acquitted, at a higher tribunal.
Carey's journal of the voyage begins with an allusion to
the abominable East Indian monopoly,
which he was to do more than any other man, to break down by weapons not of man's warfare. The second week found him at Bengali, and for his companion, the poems of Cowper. Of the 4 fellow passengers, one was a French deist, with whom he had many debates.
August 2nd. I feel myself to be much declined, upon the whole, in the more spiritual exercises of religion, yet have had some pleasant exercises of soul, and feel my heart set upon the great work upon which I am going. Sometimes I am quite dejected when I see the impenetrability of the hearts of those with us. They hear us preach on the Lord's Day, but we are forced to witness their disregard to God all the week. Oh, may God give us greater success among the heathen. I am very desirous that my children may pursue the same work, and now intend to bring up one in the study of Sanskrit and another of Persian. Oh, may God give them grace to fit them for the work. I have been much concerned for fear the power of the company should oppose us. August 20th. I have reason to lament over a barrenness of soul, and am sometimes much discouraged. For if I am so dead and stupid, how can I expect to be of any use among the heathen? Yet I have of late felt some very lively desires after the success of our undertaking. If there is anything that engages my heart in prayer to God, it is that the heathen may be converted, and that the society which has so generously exerted itself may be encouraged and excited to go on with greater vigour in the important undertaking. November 9th. I think that I have had more liberty in prayer, and more converse with God, than for some time before, but have, notwithstanding, been a very unfruitful creature, and so remain. For near a month we have been within 200 miles of Bengal, but the violence of the currents set us back when we have been at the very door. I hope I have learned the necessity of bearing up in the things of God against wind and tide when there is occasion, as we have done in our voyage.
To the Society, he writes, requesting a polyglot Bible, the Gospels in Malay, Curtis's Botanical Magazine, and Sowerby's English Botany, all at his own expense. He envisions the conquest of the world.
I hope the Society will continue to grow, and that the multitudes of heathen in the world may hear the glorious words of truth. Africa is but a short distance from England. Madagascar is only a bit farther. South America, and all the numerous and large islands in the Indian and Chinese seas, I hope will not be overlooked. A vast field opens on every side, and millions of perishing heathens, tormented in this life by idolatry, superstition, and ignorance, and exposed to eternal miseries in the world to come, are pleading. All their miseries plead as soon as they are known, with every heart that loves God, and with all the churches of the living God. Oh, that many labourers may be sent into the vineyard of our Lord Jesus Christ, and that the Gentiles may come to the knowledge of the truth, as it is in him.
On November 7th, as the ship lay in the roads of Balasore, he and Thomas landed and began our labours. For 3 hours, the people of the bazaar listened attentively to Thomas, and one prepared a native dinner for them, with a plantain leaf as a dish and fingers for knives and forks. Balasore, named after Krishna, was one of the first English settlements in North India in 1642. There, the American Baptist successors of Carey have continued his work. On November 11th, after a 5-month voyage, they landed at Calcutta without incident. He summarized his first fortnight's experience of the city, whose native population he estimated at 200,000, and the surrounding country.
I feel something of what Paul felt when he beheld Athens, and his spirit was stirred within him. I see one of the finest countries in the world, full of industrious inhabitants, yet 3/5 of it is an uncultivated jungle, abandoned to wild beasts and serpents. If the gospel flourishes here, the wilderness will in every respect become a fruitful field.
Clive Hastings, with Macpherson during an interregnum of 22 months, and Cornwallis were the men who had founded and administered the British Indian Empire up to this time. Carey passed the last Governor-General in the Bay of Bengal, as he retired with the honours of a 7-year successful generalship and government, compensating for the unfortunate surrender at Yorktown, which resulted in the independence of the United States. Sir John Shaw, later Lord Teignmouth, who had been chosen by Pitt to implement reforms he had developed with his predecessor, had just taken office a fortnight before. What a contrast, as man judges, was presented by the shy shoemaker, schoolmaster, and Baptist preacher, who found no place to lay his head except a hovel lent to him by a Hindu, compared to Clive, whose suicide he might have heard of as a child, and Hastings, who had stood before his country impeached for 17 years. These men, described by Macaulay as of ancient, illustrious lineage, had created an empire more extensive than that of Rome. Carey was a peasant craftsman who had taught himself with a skill which Lord Wellesley, their successor almost as great as themselves, delighted publicly to acknowledge. He was a man of the people, of the class who had used the Roman Empire to build a universal Christendom, who were even then turning France upside down, creating the Republic of America, and giving new life to Great Britain itself. The little Englishman was about to do in Calcutta, and from Serampore, what the little Jew, Paul, had done in Antioch and Ephesus, from Corinth and Rome. England might send its nobly born to erect the material and secular fabric of empire, but it was only in the providence of God that they might prepare for the poor village preacher to convert the empire into a spiritual force that would, in time, do for Asia what Rome had done for Western Christendom. But till the last, as from the first, Carey was as unconscious of the part he had been called to play as he was relentless in the work it involved. It is no fanatical criticism, but the true philosophy of history, which places Carey over against Clive, the spiritual and secular founders, and Duff beside Hastings, the spiritual and secular consolidators of our Indian Empire. Carey's work for India underpinned the first period of 40 years of transition from Cornwallis to Bentinck, as Duff's covered the second of 30 years to the close of Lord Canning's administration, which introduced the new era of full toleration and partial but increasing self-government directed by the Viceroy and Parliament. Carey had been sent not only to the one people outside of Christendom, whose conversion would most powerfully impact all Asia, Africa, and their islands, the Hindus, but to the one province which was almost entirely British and could be used as it had been employed to assimilate the rest of India, Bengal. When he landed, the East India Company possessed, territorially, nothing outside the Ganges Valley of Bengal, Bihar, and Benares, except for a few spots on the Madras and Malabar coasts and the portion recently taken in the Mysore War. The rest was desolated by the Marathas, the Nizam, Tipu, and other Mohammedan adventurers. On the Gangetic Delta and right up to Allahabad, but not beyond, the company ruled and raised revenue, leaving other state functions to Mohammedans of the type of Turkish pashas under the nominal superiority of the effete Emperor of Delhi. The Bengali and Hindi-speaking millions of the Ganges and the simpler aborigines of the hills had been devastated by the famine of 1769-70, which the company's officials, powerless where they did not intensify it by interfering with trade, confessed had cut off from 10 to 12 million human beings. Over 3/5 of the area, the soil was left without a cultivator. The entire young generation perished, so that even 20 years later, Lord Cornwallis officially described 1/3 of Bengal as a jungle inhabited only by wild beasts. A quarter of a century after, Carey's language was, as we have seen,
3/5 of it is an uncultivated jungle, abandoned to wild beasts and serpents.
However, British peace in Bengal allowed abundant crops to naturally increase the population. The local experience of Shaw, who had witnessed the horrors he could do little to alleviate, combined with the statesmanship of Cornwallis to initiate a series of administrative reforms that caused some harm but brought more benefits throughout Carey's time. Crucially, these reforms affected the relationship between the government, the protected one's landholders. In India, as in most of the world except feudal Britain, the state is the common landlord in the interests of all classes, who hold the soil subject to the payment of customary rents, directly or through middlemen, to the government. For 30 years after Plassey, the government of India was learning its business, and in the process, it had harmed both itself and the landed classes as much as had been done in Ireland. Transitioning from a mere trader, it had more or less consciously become a ruler. In 1786, the Court of Directors, in a famous letter, tried to stop the ruin accelerated by the famine by ordering that a settlement of the land tax, revenue, or rent be made, not with mere farmers like the pashas of Turkey, but with the old zamindars, and that the rate be fixed for 10 years. Cornwallis and Shaw took 3 years to make the detailed investigations, and in 1789, the state rent roll of Bengal proper was fixed at £2,858,772 a year. The English peer, who was Governor-General, immediately concluded that this rate should be fixed not only for 10 years but forever. The experienced Bengal civilian protested that to do so would be madness when 1/3 of the rich province was out of cultivation, its value was little known, and its estates were without reliable survey or boundaries. We now see that, as usual, both were right in what they asserted and wrong in what they denied. The principle of security of tenure and tax cannot be overestimated in its economic, social, and political value, but it should have been applied to the village communities, and cultivating peasants without the intervention of middlemen other than the large ancestral landholders with hereditary rights based on corn rents. Cornwallis had the power to do what Stein did later in Prussia, resulting in the modern German people and empire. The dispute about a permanent or decennial settlement was referred home, and Pitt, aided by Dundas and Charles Grant, took a week to consider it. His verdict favoured feudalism. 8 months before Carey landed in Calcutta, the settlement was declared perpetual. In 1795, it was extended to Benares as well. During the next 20 years, mismanagement and debt revolutionised the landed interest, as in France at the same time, but in a different direction. The customary rights of the peasant proprietors were legislatively secured by reserving to the Governor-General the power
to enact such regulations as he may think necessary for the protection and welfare of the dependent taluktars, ryots and other cultivators of the soil.
The peasants remained few enough for competition. The process of extortion with the aid of the courts had hardly begun when they were many, and the zamindars were burdened with charges for the police. But in 1799, and again in 1812, the state, trembling for its rent, gave the zamindars further authority. The principle of permanence of assessment, combined with the splendid fertility of the Ganges Valley and the peaceful multiplication of the people and spread of cultivation, enabled Bengal to support England's extension of the empire up to its natural limits from the 2 seas to the Himalayas, despite wars and annexations. In 1859, the first attempt was made by the famous Act Hex to check the rack-renting power of the zamindars. Now, over a century since the first step was taken to prevent the ruin of the peasantry, the Indian legislature has again tried to solve for the whole country these 4 issues intensified by past land regulations, guaranteeing state tenants against uncertain rent increases and taxation of improvements, minimizing the harm of taking rent in cash instead of in kind by arranging rent payment dates, and mitigating or preventing famine by allowing relief for crop failure. Carey's pioneering work was hindered by the treatment of the land question, which oppressed the masses and created a class of oppressive landlords largely lacking in public spirit and higher culture. These landlords were disinclined to listen to the gospel, making it more imperative for the missionaries to tell them, teach their children, and print the glad tidings for all. Carey, himself of peasant extraction, cared for the millions above all, but his work in classical and vernacular languages was equally addressed to their 20,000 landlords. The timing of his work, before Bentinck, and the location of it, outside the metropolis, left the use of the English weapon against Brahmanism largely for duff. When Cornwallis, following Warren Hastings, completed the substitution of the British for the Mohammedan civil administration by establishing courts, police, and a code of regulations, he made one omission and one mistake that took years to rectify. He did not abolish the use of Persian in the courts, the language of the old Muslim invaders, now foreign to all parties, and he excluded natives from all offices above £30 a year, contrary to fair and politic practice. Bengal and its millions were nominally governed in detail by 300 white and upright civilians, resulting in abuses they could not prevent, oppression of native by native they would not check, and delayed or undeveloped reforms the missionaries long called for in vain. After making the most generous allowance for the good intentions of Cornwallis and the conscientiousness of Shaw, his successor, we must admit that Carey was called to become the reformer of a society which the worst evils of Asiatic and English rule combined to prevent him and other self-sacrificing or disinterested philanthropists from purifying. The East India Company, at home and in India, had reached that depth of opposition to light and freedom in any form which justifies Burke's extremist passages. The period between its triumph on the exclusion of the pious clauses from the Charter of 1793 and its defeat in the Charter of 1813. We shall reproduce some outlines of the picture which Ward drew.
On landing in Bengal in 1793, our brethren found themselves surrounded by a population of heathens, excluding the Muslims, amounting to at least 100 million souls. On the subject of the divine nature, with the verbal admission of the doctrine of the divine unity, they heard these idolaters speak of 330 million gods. Amidst innumerable idol temples, they found none erected for the worship of the one living and true God. Services without end they saw performed in honour of the elements and deified heroes, but heard not one voice tuned to the praise or employed in the service of the one God. Unacquainted with the moral perfections of Jehovah, they saw this immense population prostrate before dead matter, before the monkey, the serpent, and before idols, the very personifications of sin. They found this animal, this reptile, and the lecher Krishna and his concubine Radha among the favourite deities of the Hindus. Respecting the real nature of the present state, the missionaries perceived that the Hindus laboured under the most fatal misapprehensions. They believed that the good or evil actions of this birth were not produced by their own wills, but were the unavoidable results of past actions, that their present actions would inevitably shape their next birth, and that they were doomed to endless transmigrations, floating like some light substance on an irresistible torrent. Among these idolaters, no Bibles were found, no Sabbaths, no congregations for religious instruction in any form, no house for God, no God but a log of wood or a monkey, no saviour but the Ganges, no worship but that paid to abominable idols, involving dances, songs, and unutterable impurities. Divine worship, meant to be purifying and elevating, was instead a corrupt torrent, poisoning the soul and leading it to perdition. There was no morality, for how could a people be moral whose gods are monsters of vice, whose priests are ringleaders in crime, whose scriptures encourage pride, impurity, falsehood, revenge, and murder, whose worship is associated with indescribable abominations, and whose heaven is a brothel. They found men dying without hope, except for the hope of transmigration, passing into the body of some reptile instead of plunging into misery. Bringing the divine word to such people, calling them to sacred instruction, introducing pure and heavenly worship, and leading them to observe a Sabbath on earth as preparation for eternal perfection, was surely a work worthy of a Saviour's command and deserving of Christian effort.
The condition of women, then estimated at 75 million women, and now shown by the census to be above 144 million, is described as follows, after an account of female infanticide.
To the Hindu female, all education is denied by the positive injunction of the Shastra and the general voice of the population. Therefore, there is not a single school for girls in the entire country. They have no involvement in knitting, sewing, embroidery, painting, music, and drawing, just as they have nothing to do with letters. The washing is done by men of a particular tribe. Consequently, the Hindu girl spends the first 10 years of her life in sheer idleness, confined to her father's house. Before she reaches this age, however, she is sought after by the gutuks, men employed by parents to find wives for their sons. She is betrothed without her consent. A legal agreement binding her for life is made by the parents on both sides while she is still a child. At a time most convenient for the parents, this boy and girl are brought together for the first time, and the marriage ceremony is performed, after which she returns to her father's house. Before the marriage is consummated, in many instances, the boy dies and this girl becomes a widow. As the law prohibits the marriage of widows, she is doomed to remain in this state for the rest of her life. Many of these unfortunate women fall prey to seducers and bring disgrace to their families. Not long ago, a bride was burned on the funeral pyre with the dead body of the bridegroom on the day the marriage ceremony was to have been performed in Chandernagore, a few miles north of Calcutta. Concubinage, to a significant extent, is the result of these arranged marriages without choice. What a miserable fate awaits women in India before they even reach their 15th year. In some cases, as many as 50 daughters of various Hindu families are given in marriage to one Brahmin to make these families more respectable and enable the parents to say they are allied by marriage to the Kulan Brahmins. But nothing reveals the awful state of female society in this miserable country as much as the practice of burning the widow alive with her husband's corpse. Hindu legislators have sanctioned this immolation, showing a studied determination to insult and degrade women. She is therefore deceived into this act by the writings of Brahmins, who promise that if she sacrifices herself on the funeral pyre for the benefit of her husband, she will, by the extraordinary merit of this action, rescue her husband from misery and take him and 14 generations of their families to heaven, where they shall enjoy celestial happiness for millions of years. Thus ensnared, she embraces this dreadful death. I have seen 3 widows burned alive at different times and had repeated opportunities to witness similar immolations, but my courage failed me. The burying alive of widows manifests an even more abominable state of feeling towards women than burning them alive, if that were possible. The weavers bury their dead. When a widow of this tribe is persuaded not to survive her husband, she is buried alive with the dead body. The children and relatives dig the grave. After certain ceremonies, the poor widow arrives and is let down into the pit. She sits in the centre, taking the dead body on her lap and encircling it with her arms. The relatives begin to throw in the soil. After a short time, 2 of them descend into the grave and tread the earth firmly around the widow's body. She sits as a calm and unresisting witness to the horrifying process. She watches the earth rise higher around her without blaming her killers or trying to escape. Eventually, the earth reaches her lips and covers her head. The rest of the soil is then quickly piled on, and her relatives climb onto the grave, pressing the earth down onto the head of the suffocating widow, the mother.
Before Carey, what had been done to transform the millions of North India from such darkness? Nothing beyond the brief and impulsive efforts of Thomas. There does not seem to have been one genuine convert from any of the Asiatic faiths. There had never been even the nucleus of a native church. South India, for most of the century, the Coast Mission, as it was called, was carried out from Tranquebar by the Lutherans. From Ziegenbalg to Schwarz, Franke trained them at Halle, and Friedrich IV of Denmark sent them to its East India Company's settlement. From the baptism of the first convert in 1707 and the translation of the New Testament into Tamil to the death of Schwartz in 1798, with whom Carey sought to begin a correspondence later taken up by Guerrica, the foundations were laid around Madras in Tanjore and in Tinnevelly for a native church that now includes nearly 1 million members. But when Carey landed, rationalism in Germany and Denmark and the Carnatic Wars between the English and French had reduced the Coast Mission to a state of inactivity. Southern India was not the true or ultimate battlefield against Brahmanism, the triumphs of Christianity. There were more among the demon-worshipping tribes of Dravidian origin than among the Aryan races, until Dr. W. Miller developed the Christian College. The harvest now being reaped by the evangelicals and Anglicans of the Church of England, the independents of the London Missionary Society, the Wesleyans, and the Presbyterians of Scotland and America, was prepared by the German Ziegenbalg and Schwartz under Danish protection. The English Propagation and Christian Knowledge Societies sent them occasional aid. The first two Georges wrote encouraging letters to them, and the East India Company gave them free passage on its ships and employed the sculptor Bacon to prepare the noble group of marble in St. Mary's Church, Madras, expressing its gratitude to Schwartz for his political services. It was Clive who brought the first missionary to Calcutta, Kiananda the Swede, but he was more of a chaplain or a missionary to the Portuguese, who were nominal Christians of the lowest Romanist type. The French had closed the Danish mission at Cuddalore, and in 1758 Calcutta was without a Protestant clergyman to bury the dead, baptize, or marry the living. 2 years before, one of the two chaplains had perished in the tragedy of the Black Hole, where he was found lying hand in hand with his son, a young lieutenant. The other had escaped down the river, only to die of fever, along with many more. The victory of Plassey and the large compensation paid for the destruction of old Calcutta and its church induced thousands of natives to flock to the new capital, while the number of European troops and officials was about 2,000. When chaplains were sent out, the Governor-General wrote of them to the Court of Directors as late as 1795.
Our clergy in Bengal, with some exceptions, are not respectable characters.
From the general relaxation of morals, he added,
A black coat is no security.
They were so poorly paid, from £50 to £230 a year, increased by £120 to meet the cost of living in Calcutta after 1764, that they traded. Preaching was the least of the chaplain's duties. Burying was the most onerous. Anglo-Indian society, cut off from London by a 6-month voyage, was corrupt. Warren Hastings and Philip Francis, his hostile colleague in council, lived in open adultery. Most officials had native women, and their mixed-race children lived in a state worse than that of the heathen, leading to the foundation of the useful charity still known as the Free School. Fathers often adopted the Hindu pantheon along with the Zenana. The pollution, originating from England, was rolled back into it in an increasing volume when the survivors retired as nabobs with fortunes to corrupt social and political life until Pitt cried out. And it became possible for Burke almost to succeed in his 18-year impeachment of Hastings. The literature of the late 18th century is full of alarm about the corruption of the English character and the potential imbalance of the Constitution. Pinanda is credited with converting 209 heathens and 380 Romanists, including 3 priests, During his 28 years in Calcutta, Claudius Buchanan stated that Christian tracts had been translated into Bengali, one written by the Bishop of Soda and Man, and that during Warren Hastings' time, Hindu Christians had preached to their countrymen in the city. The heathen were likely Portuguese descendants, in whose language Kirnanda preached as the common language of the time. He could not converse in Bengali or Hindustani, and when Charles Grant sought guidance on salvation, this happened.
My anxious inquiries as to what I should do to be saved appeared to embarrass and confuse him exceedingly. He could not answer my questions, but he gave me some good instructive books.
After Kirnanda's bankruptcy, caused by his son when the father was blind, the mission church was bought by Grant, who wrote that its efforts
have been confined to the descendants of Europeans and have hardly ever embraced a single heathen, so that a mission to the Hindus and Mohammedans would be a new thing.
The Reverend David Brown, sent out the year after as master and chaplain of the Military Orphan Society for educating officers' and soldiers' children, became part of the Serampore circle of friends and preached to Europeans only in the mission church. Carey found no trace of Kirnanda's work among the natives 6 years after his death. The only known converted Hindu in northern India up to that time was Gunashan Das of Delhi, who joined Clive's army as a boy, was the first man of caste to visit England, and on his return with the Calcutta Supreme Court judges in 1774 as a Persian interpreter and translator, was baptised by Kirnanda with Mr. Justice Chambers as his sponsor. William Carey had no predecessor in India as the first ordained English missionary sent there. He had no predecessor in Bengal, and Hindustan proper as the first missionary from any land to the people. Even the Moravians, who in 1777 sent 2 brethren to Serampore, Calcutta, and Patna, soon withdrew them, and one became the company's botanist in Madras, Dr. Hayne. Carey practically stood alone at first while he unconsciously set in motion the double revolution that would transform Anglo-Indian influence on England from corrupting heathenism to aggressive missionary zeal and change the Bengal of Cornwallis into the India of Bentinck, leading to the modern India of the Lawrences. Chapter 4. 6 years in North Bengal, missionary and indigo planter, from 1794 to 1799. Harry was in his 33rd year when he landed in Bengal. 2 principles guided the conception, foundation, and entire course of the mission he now began. These principles were derived from the very essence of Christianity itself, the example and teachings of Christ and Paul, and the experience of the Moravian brethren. Carey articulated them in his inquiry, and 40 years of residence in India only reinforced his commitment to them. These principles are: 1. A missionary must be a companion and equal to the people to whom he is sent. And 2. A missionary must, as soon as possible, become indigenous, self-supporting, and self-propagating through the efforts of both the mission and the converts. Carey, a man of the people yet a scholar, a shoemaker and a schoolmaster, yet a preacher and pastor to whom the great Robert Hall gloried in being a successor, had led a life similar to that of Paul. Upon arriving in Calcutta, he resumed his divine toil and continued it until he entered eternal rest. He prepared to travel up country to Malda to work among the natives of the rich district around the ruined capital of Gour. He engaged Rambasu, one of the inquirers Thomas had attracted in earlier days, as his pundit and interpreter. Experience soon taught him that, however sound his principle, Malda was not a place where a white man could farm. Thus, he adapted his roles throughout his career, becoming a captain of labour as an indigo planter, a teacher of Bengali, a professor of Sanskrit and Marathi, and the government translator of Bengali. Carey and his associates never made the mistake, or committed the fraud, of the Jesuit missionaries, whose idea of equality with the people was not one of brotherhood in Christ, but rather of lowering Christian doctrine, worship, and civilization to the level of idolatrous heathenism, thereby deceiving the ignorant into accepting a blasphemous compromise. Alas, Carey could not manage to leave Calcutta and its neighbourhood for 5 months. He planned to live by farming, while Thomas was to practice his profession. Their first year's income of £150 had to be realised through the sale of goods in which it had been invested, as foreign exchanges were unknown at the time. Unfortunately, Thomas had blundered again, and even his gentle colleague, half condemned, half apologised for him, reflecting shrewdly that Thomas was only fit to live at sea, where his daily business would be before him and daily provision would be made for him. Carey found himself penniless, even had he received the entire £75, which he did in various ways. It was insufficient for such a family at the start of their undertaking. The expense of living in Calcutta drove the whole party 30 miles up the river to Bengal, an old Portuguese suburb of the Hooghly factory. There, they rented a small house from the German hotel keeper beside the Augustinian Priory and the oldest church in North India, dating from 1599 and still in good order. They met Kirnanda, then at the age of 84, and daily they preached or talked to the people. They purchased a boat for regular visits to the hamlets, markets, and towns lining both banks of the river. With sure instinct, Carey soon fixed on Nudiar, a centre of Brahmanical superstition and Sanskrit learning, where he hoped to build me a hut and live like the natives, echoing the words of the dying Livingstone in the swamps of Central Africa. There, in the capital of the last of the Hindu kings, beside the leafy tolls or colleges of a river port rivaling Benares, Pune, and Conjeeveram in sanctity, where Chaitanya, the Vaishnava reformer, was born, Carey might have attacked Brahmanism in its stronghold. A passage in his journal shows how he realised the position. Thomas, the pundit, and he sought the Lord by prayer for direction, and this was the result.
Several of the most learned pundits and Brahmins wished us to settle there, and, as that is the great place for Eastern learning, we seemed inclined, especially as it is the bulwark of heathenism, which, if once carried, all the rest of the country must be laid open to us.
However, there was no available land there for an Englishman's cultivation. From Bengal, he wrote home these impressions of Anglo-Indian life and missionary duty.
The 26th of December, 1793. A missionary must be one of the companions and equals of the people to whom he is sent, and many dangers and temptations will be in his way. One or two pieces of advice I may venture to give. The first is to be exceedingly cautious, lest the voyage prove a great snare. All the discourse is about high life, and every circumstance will contribute to unfit the mind for the work and prejudice the soul against the people to whom he goes. And in a country like this, settled by Europeans, the grandeur, the customs and prejudices of the Europeans are exceedingly dangerous. They are very kind and hospitable, but even to visit them, if a man keeps no table of his own, would more than 10 times exceed the allowance of a mission, and all their discourse is about the vices of the natives, so that a missionary must see thousands of people treating him with the greatest kindness, but whom he must be entirely different from in his life, his appearance in everything, or it is impossible for him to stand their profuse way of living, being so contrary to his character, and so much above his ability. This is a snare to dear Mr. Thomas, which will be felt by us both in some measure. It will be very important for missionaries to be calm and steady, ready to endure hardships rather than seek the favour of men, and to be diligent and unwavering in their work, as inconsistency can be very harmful.
He needed such faith and patience. Hearing of wasteland in Calcutta, he returned there only to be disappointed. A Danish captain, knowing that Carey had written a botanical work, advised him to take it to the doctor in charge of the company's botanic garden and offer himself for a vacant appointment to superintend part of it. The doctor, whose successors were soon to be proud of his assistance on equal terms, had to tell him that the office had been filled, but invited the weary man to dine with him. Houseless, with his distressed wife, her sister, and 2 of his 4 children, down with dysentery due to bad food and exposure. During 6 weeks in the interior, Carey found a friend in a Bengali moneylender. Nelu Dutt, a banker who had lent money to Thomas, offered the destitute family his garden house in the northeastern quarter of Maniktola. until they could do better. The place was modest, but Carey never forgot the deed, and he had the opportunity long after to help Nelu Dutt when in poverty. Conversely, the Reverend David Brown so disliked Thomas that when Carey walked 5 miles in the heat to visit the relatively prosperous evangelical preacher,
I left him without his having so much as asked me to take any refreshment.
Carey would not have been allowed to live in Calcutta as a missionary. 40 years would pass before that could be possible without a company's passport. However, no one was aware of the existence of the obscure vagrant as he seemed, although he was hard at work. All around him was a Mohammedan community whom he addressed freely, discussing the relative merits of the Quran and the Bible in a kindly spirit.
To recommend the gospel and the way of life by Christ.
He had helped Thomas with a translation of the Book of Genesis during the voyage, and now, 2.5 months after landing, he recorded in his journal,
"Through the delays of my companion, I have spent another month and done scarcely anything, except that I have added to my knowledge of the language and had the opportunity of seeing much more of the genius and disposition of the natives than I otherwise could have known. This day finished the correction of the first chapter of Genesis, which Munshi says is rendered into very good Bengali. Just as we had finished it, a pundit and another man from Nadia came to see me. I showed it to them, and the pundit seemed much pleased with the account of the creation. Only they have an imaginary place somewhere beneath the earth, and he thought that should have been mentioned likewise. I was very weary, having walked in the sun about 15 or 16 miles, yet had the satisfaction of discoursing with some money changers at Calcutta who could speak English about the importance and absolute necessity of faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. One of them was a very crafty man and tried much to entangle me with hard questions. But at last, finding himself entangled, he desisted and went to his old occupation of money changing again. If once God would by his Spirit convince them of sin, a Saviour would be a blessing indeed to them. But human nature is the same all the world over, and all conviction fails except it is produced by the effectual working of the Holy Spirit.
Rambasu, despite being in debt and largely self-interested, provided the next gleam of hope for Carey and his family. He suggested they move to the waste jungles of the Sundarbans, the tiger-haunted swamps southeast of Calcutta, and cultivate a grant of land. With a sum of £16 borrowed from a native at 12% interest by Mr. Thomas, they hired a boat. On the 4th day, with only one meal remaining, the miserable family and their stout-hearted father saw an English-built house. The owner, Mr. Charles Short, in charge of the company's salt manufacture, met them and, with Anglo-Indian hospitality, invited them all to become his guests. Although a deist with no sympathy for Carey's mission, he helped the missionary nonetheless. In due time, he opened his heart to the love of Christ, later marrying Mrs. Carey's sister. In England, they survived Carey and recounted this and many other stories about him. At Hasnabad, or the Smiling Spot, Carey took a few acres on the Jamuna arm of the United Ganges and Brahmaputra, building himself a bamboo house 40 miles east of Calcutta. The sight of the Sahib's gun reassured the natives, and 3,000 or 4,000 squatted around them. After 3 months, Carey wrote,
"When I know the language well enough to preach in it, I have no doubt of having a regular congregation, and I much hope to send you pleasing accounts. I can so far converse in the language as to be understood in most things related to eating and drinking, buying and selling, etc. My ear is becoming familiar with Bengali sounds. It is a language of a very singular construction, having no plural except for pronouns, and not a single preposition in it. But the cases of nouns and pronouns are almost endless, all the words corresponding to our prepositions being added after the word, forming a new case. Except for these peculiarities, I find it an easy language. I feel happy in my present undertaking. Though I miss social religion greatly, a consciousness of having given up all for God is a support, and the work, with all its inconveniences, is a rich reward. I think the Society would do well to focus on Africa or Asia, regions unlike the wilds of America, where long labour will barely gather 60 people to hear the word. Here, it is almost impossible to avoid hundreds, and preachers are needed far more than people to preach to. Within India, the Marathi country and the northern parts to Kashmir have, as far as I know, no one who thinks of God rightly. My health has never been better. The climate, though hot, is tolerable, and, despite the difficulties, I would not give up my mission for anything.
During this time, Carey often drew strength from the experience of the first missionary described by Isaiah.
Look unto Abraham your father, for I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. For the Lord shall comfort Zion, he will comfort all her waste places.
The sun of his comfort finally shone through. Carey's original intention to begin his mission near Malda was now to be fulfilled. In the opening week of 1794, the small English community in Bengal was saddened by the news that a boat carrying 3 principal merchants and the wife of one had capsized while crossing the Hooghly at Calcutta, resulting in their drowning. Although 2 of the men were later found alive, Mr. R. Udini and his young wife perished. His aged mother had been part of the godly circle in the residency at Malda to whom Thomas had ministered. Mr. G. Udini, her other son, was the company's commercial resident there. A letter of sympathy from Thomas restored old relations, leading Mr. G. Udini to invite first Thomas, then Carey, to become assistants in charge of new indigo factories he was building on his own account. Each received a salary equivalent to £250 a year, with the prospect of a commission on the output and even a proprietary share. Carey noted in his journal,
"This appears to be a remarkable opening in divine providence for our comfortable support, so I accepted it. I shall be reunited with my colleague, and we shall jointly engage in our work."
He also wrote,
"The conversion of the heathen is the object which above all others I wish to pursue. If my situation at Malda is tolerable, I will certainly publish the Bible in parts."
On receiving confirmation of the offer, he resolved,
"I am determined to write to the Society that my circumstances no longer require their support, and to contribute a sum monthly for the printing of the Bengali Bible."
He added that it would be his joy to maintain the same relationship with the Society as if he needed their support, hoping they would soon send another mission to places like Sumatra or the Indian Islands. Carey lived simply, giving 1/4 to 1/3 of his income to his mission at Mudnabati. Carey summarised his first year's experience before leaving his jungle home on a 3-week voyage up the Ganges, and recorded his first deliberate attempt to preach in Bengali on the way.
The 8th of April, 1794. All my hope is in, and all my comfort arises from God. Without his power no European could possibly be converted, and his power can convert any Indian. And when I reflect that he has stirred me up to the work and wrought wonders to prepare the way, I can hope in his promises, and am encouraged and strengthened.
The 19th of April.
Oh, how glorious are the ways of God! My soul longeth and fainteth for God, for the living God, to see his glory and beauty as I have seen them in the sanctuary. When I first left England, my hope of the conversion of the heathen was very strong, but, among so many obstacles, it would entirely die away unless upheld by God. Nothing to exercise it, but plenty to obstruct it, for now 1 year and 19 days, which is the space since I left my dear charge at Leicester. Since that, I have had hurrying up and down, 5 months' imprisonment with carnal men on board the ship, 5 more learning the language, my moonshine not understanding English sufficiently to interpret my preaching. My colleague separated from me, long delays and few opportunities for social worship, no woods to retire to, like Brainerd, for fear of tigers. No less than 20 men in the department of Dahata, where I am, have been carried away by them this season from the salt works. No earthly thing to depend upon, or earthly comfort, except food and raiment. Well, I have God, and his word is sure. And though the superstitions of the heathen were 1,000,000 times worse than they are, if I were deserted by all and persecuted by all, yet my hope, fixed on that sure word, will rise superior to all obstructions and triumph over all trials. God's cause will triumph, and I shall come out of all trials as gold purified by fire. I was much humbled today by reading Brainerd. Oh, what a disparity between me and him! He always constant, I as inconstant as the wind.
The 22nd of April.
Bless God for the continuation of the happy frame of yesterday. I think the hope of soon acquiring the language puts fresh life into my soul. For a long time my mouth has been shut, and my days have been beclouded with heaviness. But now I begin to feel like a traveller who has been almost beaten out in a violent storm, and who, with all his clothes dripping wet, sees the sky begin to clear. So I, with only the prospect of a more pleasant season at hand, scarcely feel the sorrows of the present.
23rd.
With all the cares of life and all its sorrows, I find that a life of communion with God is sufficient to yield consolation in the midst of all, and even to produce a holy joy in the soul, which shall make it triumph over all affliction. I have never yet repented of any sacrifice that I have made for the gospel, but find that consolation of mind which can come from God alone.
The 26th of May.
This day kept Sabbath at Chanderia. Had a pleasant day. In the morning and afternoon I addressed my family, and in the evening began my work of publishing the word of God to the heathen. Though imperfect in the knowledge of the language, yet, with the help of Munshi, I conversed with 2 Brahmins in the presence of about 200 people about the things of God. I had been to see a temple, in which were the images of Dukinroy, the god of the woods, riding on a tiger; Shitula, goddess of smallpox without a head, riding on a horse without a head; Panchanon with large ears, and Kolaroy riding on a horse. In another apartment was Sebe, which was only a smooth post of wood with 2 or 3 mouldings in it, like the base of a Tuscan pillar. I therefore discoursed with them upon the vanity of idols, the folly and wickedness of idolatry, the nature and attributes of God, and the way of salvation by Christ. One Brahmin was quite confounded, and a number of people were all at once crying out to him, "Why do you not answer him? Why do you not answer him?" He replied, "I have no words." Just at this time, a very learned Brahmin came up, who was asked to talk with me, which he did, and so agreed with what I said that he at last admitted that images had been used in recent years, but not from the beginning. I inquired what I must do to be saved. He said I must repeat the name of God many times. I replied, "Would you, if your son had offended you, be so pleased with him as to forgive him if he were to repeat the word Father 1,000 times? This might please children or fools, but God is wise." He told me that I must get faith. I asked what faith was, to which he gave me no intelligible reply, but said I must obey God. I answered, "What are his commands? What is his will?" They said God was a great light, and as no one could see him, he became incarnate under the threefold character of Brahma, Vishnu, and Sebe, and that either of them must be worshipped to have life. I told them of the sure word of the gospel and the way of life by Christ, and, as night was coming on, I left them. I cannot tell what effect it may have, as I may never see them again.
Early in the great rains of mid-June, Carey joined Mr. Udenwai and his mother at the chief factory. On each of the next 2 Sabbaths, he preached twice in the hall of the residency of the company, which excluded all Christian missionaries by Act of Parliament. As an indigo planter, he received the company's license to reside for at least 5 years. So, on the 26th of June, he began his secular duties by completing the buildings at Mudnabati for the season of indigo manufacture and making the acquaintance of the 90 natives under his charge. Both Mr. UDNY and he knew well that he was, above all things, a Christian missionary.
These will furnish a congregation immediately, and, added to the extensive engagements which I must necessarily have with the natives, will open a very wide door for activity. God grant that it may not only be large but effective.
These were the days when the East India Company was still not only a body of merchants, but also manufacturers. Of all the old monopolies, only the most evil one remains: the growth, manufacture, and sale of opium. The civil servants, called residents, did not have political duties with tributary sovereigns as now, but from great factory-like palaces, and on large salaries they made advances of money to contractors, both native and European, who induced the ryots to weave cloth, breed and feed the silkworm, and grow and make the blue dye to which India had long given the name of indigo. Mr. Carey was already familiar with the system of advances for salt, and the opium monopoly was then in its infancy. The European contractors were interlopers, introducing the most valuable cultivation and processes into India, yet often at odds with the covenanted residents. The residents had liberty of private trade, and unscrupulous men abused it. Clive had been hurried out 30 years before to check the abuse, which was ruining not only the company's investments, but also the people. The abuse had spread on his departure, with even judges and chaplains sharing in the spoils until Cornwallis intervened. In the case of Mr. G. Udne and purely commercial agents, the evil was minimised, and the practice had been deliberately sanctioned by Sir John Shaw on the ground that it was desirable to align the interests of the company and individuals. The days when Europe sourced its cotton cloth from India, calling it calico from Calcutta, and its rich yellow silks, have long since passed. While inferior versions of these silks are still available, cotton cloth production is reviving thanks to the combination of machinery and cheap labour. The British government, through Parliament, has somewhat atoned for the past abuses of the East India Company by promoting the new cultivation of tea, coffee, cinchona, jute, and wheat. However, the system of inducing ryots to cultivate opium through advances, protected by a stringent contract law, still exists. The indigo cultivation system of Carey's time collapsed in 1860 in the lower districts. During that time, planters made cash advances to peasants, requiring them to sow indigo on land they held as tenants or proprietors, to deliver it at a fixed rate, and to bear the risk of the crop and the demands of factory servants. This system still exists in the upper districts of Bihar, especially in Tirhut, with fewer economic objections. Indigofera tinctoria, the indigo plant, is sown in March in carefully prepared soil, grows to about 5 feet, and is harvested early in July. The plant is fermented in vats. The liquor is beaten until it precipitates the precious blue dye, which is then boiled, drained, cut into small cakes, and dried. The entire process is more precarious than most tropical crops, requiring even rainfall, rigorous weeding, careful supervision of chemical processes, and meticulous packing. One good crop in 3 years will suffice if the factory isn't burdened by severe interest on capital. One crop every other year will be highly profitable. Carey had the necessary qualifications for a successful planter: scientific knowledge, scrupulous conscientiousness, industry, and familiarity with the native character. He made every effort to gain the necessary experience to supervise the manufacture.
1st, 2nd, and 3rd July, I was much engaged in preparing our works for the upcoming indigo-making season, which will begin in about a fortnight. Each evening, I had very precious moments of fervent prayer to God. I prayed earnestly for my dear friends in Leicester, for the prosperity of the society, and for the ministers of my acquaintance, not only of the Baptist, but other denominations. I was also engaged in praying for the churches in America and Holland, as well as England, and deeply concerned for the success of the gospel among the Hindus. Although many say the gospel is the word of truth, their flattery and encomiums seem insincere. Lying and avarice are so universal that no European can fully understand their various forms without witnessing them firsthand. the spread of the gospel is highly desirable. 4th of July. I felt rather flat, possibly due to the excessive heat. During the rainy season, a fine day is very hot. I was out in it all day, giving necessary directions, and felt very fatigued and low-spirited in the evening. My prayers were barren. I visited several factories to learn the indigo making process. I had some very pleasant moments in Malda, where I preached several times, and the people seemed deeply affected by the word. One day, Mr. Thomas and I saw a basket hung in a tree, in which an infant had been exposed. The skull remained, the rest having been devoured by ants.
Success in the indigo culture was never possible in Mudnabati. The factory stood on the Tangan River within the current district of Dinajpur, 30 miles north of Malda. To this day, revenue surveyors describe it as low, marshy, prone to flooding during the rains, and very unhealthy. Carey had only been there a fortnight when he recorded,
I was busy settling the affairs of the buildings, having been absent for so long, and many of our managing and principal people were sick. It is indeed an awful time here, with someone falling ill almost every day. I believe it is due to the abundance of water, with rice fields all around us, damming up the water so that the entire area is about a foot deep in water. Even though the rain is moderate compared to what I expected, the continual moisture causes fevers in such rice-cultivated areas. Despite this, I felt at home and thankful these days. I must soon learn the language well enough to converse with the natives every day, as I have no other company except my family.
In September, the worst month in Bengal, Carey was nearly brought to the grave by a fever, with one paroxysm lasting 26 hours without intermission.
Fortunately, Mr. Udney came to visit us, not knowing I was ill, and brought a bottle of bark with him.
Carey slowly recovered, but his second youngest child, Peter, a boy of 5, died from dysentery, and caste made it difficult to find anyone to dig his grave. But during this time, Carey wrote,
Sometimes I had sweet moments of self-examination and prayer as I lay in bed. I spent many hours contemplating subjects for preaching and musing over discourses in Bengali. When my spirits were somewhat raised by the fever, I found myself able to reason and converse in Bengali for hours, with words and phrases coming more readily than when I was healthy. When my dear child was ill, I was able to attend to him night and day, despite being very ill myself, without much fatigue. Now I bless God for a sweet resignation to his will.
A harder fate befell him. His wife's monomania became chronic. A letter she wrote and sent by special messenger elicited this sympathetic response from Thomas.
You must consider it a disease. Many eyes and ears are upon you, and your conduct is unimpeachable with respect to her charges. If you show resentment, others will spread the word. Were I in your position, I would be violent, but blessed be God who suits our burdens to our backs. I pray earnestly for you and always feel for you. Think of Job, think of Jesus, think of those who were destitute, afflicted, tormented.
A voyage up the Tangan in Mr. Udney's pinnace, as far as the north frontier, at a spot now passed by the railway to Darjeeling, restored Carey's health.
I am no hunter,
he wrote while Thomas was shooting wild buffaloes, but he continued to observe the people, customs, and language. Meanwhile, he longed for letters from Fuller, Pearce, and Ryland. At the end of January 1795, Carey wrote in his journal,
Much engaged in writing letters to Europe. Though I haven't received any, I feel that hope deferred makes the heart sick. However, I am so confident in their friendship that I find pleasure in writing to them, though it's a bit forlorn. Having only myself to write about, I feel the awkwardness of being an egotist. I feel a social spirit, though barred from society. I sometimes walk in my garden and try to pray to God. If I pray at all, it is during a solitary walk. I thought my soul was a little drawn out today, but soon gross darkness returned. I spoke a word or two to a Mohammedan about the things of God, but I feel as bad as they do. The 9th of May. I haven't added anything to these memoirs since April 19th. For the last 3 Sabbaths, my soul has been much comforted by seeing such a large congregation, especially as many who aren't our workmen come from nearby areas. Their attendance is wholly disinterested. I rejoice in seeing a regular congregation of 200 to 600 people of all descriptions, Muslims, Brahmins, and other Hindus, which I see as a favourable sign from God. Blessed be God, I have finally received letters and other items from our friends in England, from dear brethren Fuller, Morris, Pearce and Ripon, but why not from others? The 14th of June. I have had very sore trials in my family from an unmentionable source. I need faith and patience more than ever, and I bless God for supplying these graces. Mr. Thomas and his family spent a Lord's Day with us on May 23rd. We spent Wednesday, the 26th, in prayer, and gathered in a nearby temple of Seb. I was seized with dysentery that continued violently for nearly a week, but then I recovered through abundant mercy. That day of prayer was good for our souls. We planned to form a Baptist church.
To his sister, he wrote on March 11th about the church, which was formed by Europeans and Eurasians. No native convert was made in this Dinapore mission until 1806, after Carey had moved to Serampore.
We have about 15 or 16 serious persons in the neighbourhood, or those I have good hopes of, all Europeans. I have significant concerns with the natives. Almost all the farmers within 20 miles cultivate indigo for us, and the labouring people here number about 500. This gives me considerable opportunities to share the gospel with them. I know enough of the language to preach to them for about half an hour, so they can understand, though I can't vary my subjects much. I speak of the evil and universality of sin, the sins of a natural state, the justice of God, the incarnation of Christ and his sufferings for us, and the necessity of conversion, holiness, and faith for salvation. They generally listen attentively, and some come to me for instruction in the things of God. It has always been my opinion that missionaries should support themselves after initial support, so I pursue a small amount of worldly employment that requires 3 months of close attention each year during the rainy season, the worst time for exertion. I have a district about 20 miles square where I travel from village to preach the gospel. There are about 200 villages in this area, and their inhabitants hear the word from time to time. I travel with 2 small boats. One serves as my living quarters and the other for cooking. I carry all my furniture and food with me. For example, a chair, a table, a bed, and a lamp. I walk from village to village, returning to my boat for lodging and meals. Several rivers traverse the country, making travel convenient.
Carey's first convert seems to have been Ignatius Fernandes, a Portuguese descendant who had prospered as a trader in Dinapore Station. In 1797, he built the first Protestant place of worship in Bengal, outside of Calcutta, next to his own house. There, he conducted services in both English and Bengali whenever Carey, Thomas, or later Fountain were unable to go to the station. Thomas and Fountain died in his house. Fernandes remained there as a missionary until his own death, 4 years before Carey's, and he left all his property to the mission. The mission house is now a typical example of the one-story bungalow, later forming the first chapel in Serampore and still common as officers' quarters in Barrackpore and other military stations. Alongside his daily public preaching and private conversations with inquirers in Bengali, Carey worked on Bible translation. Each new portion was tested by being read to hundreds of natives. The challenge was to create a literary form for the language and find or adapt terms that were pure and accurate enough to express the divine ideas and facts revealed in the Hebrew and Greek originals. Carey gives us this unconscious glimpse of himself at work on this lofty and fruitful task, which Jerome had accomplished for Latin Christendom, Ulfila for our Scandinavian forefathers, Wyclif for the English, and Luther for the Germans of the time.
Now I must mention some of the difficulties under which we labour, particularly myself. The language spoken by the natives here, though Bengali, differs significantly from the literary language. while I can preach an hour with tolerable freedom so that those who speak the language well, or can write or read, understand me perfectly, the poor labouring people can understand very little. Though the language is rich, beautiful and expressive, the poor people, whose whole concern is to get a little rice to satisfy their needs or to cheat their oppressive merchants and zamindars, have scarcely any words about religion. They have no words for love, for repent, and many other concepts. Every idea is expressed either by quaint phrases or tedious circumlocutions. A native who speaks the language well needs a year to learn their idiom. This sometimes discourages me, but blessed be God, I feel a growing desire to abound in the work of the Lord, and I know my labour shall not be in vain. I am encouraged by our Lord's expression, He who reapeth receiveth wages, and gathereth fruit unto eternal life. If I, like David, only gather materials and another builds the house, my joy will be no less.
Carey wrote this to the well-beloved Pierce, whom he wished to have beside him at Mudnabati. To guide the two missionaries the Society was about to send to Africa, Carey adds,
They should associate as much as possible with the natives and write down every word they can catch, with its meaning. If they have children, they will learn quickly by listening to them, as they will pick up every idiom. My children can speak nearly as well as the natives and know many things in Bengali that they don't know in English. I also recommend considering Bhutan or Tibet for mission work. If 2 missionaries were sent there, we could offer them significant help. The day I received your letter, I began composing a grammar and dictionary of the Bengali language to send to you. The best account of Hindu mythology extant, and which is quite accurate, is Sonorat's Voyage, undertaken by order of the King of France.
Without Sanskrit, Carey found he couldn't master its Bengali offshoot or enrich that vernacular with the necessary words and combinations for his scripture translations. Accordingly, with his usual rapidity and industry, by April 1796, he had worked through the intricate difficulties of the mother language of the Aryans enough to write to Ryland, with more than a mere scholar's enthusiasm about one of the 2 great Vedic epics.
I have read a considerable part of the Mahabharata, an epic poem written in the most beautiful language comparable to Homer. If considered as a great effort of human genius like the Iliad, it would be one of the world's foremost productions. But alas, it is the foundation of faith for millions, and as such, it must be held in the utmost abhorrence.
At the beginning of 1798, he wrote to Sutcliffe,
I am learning the Sanskrit language, which, with only the resources available here, is perhaps the hardest language in the world. To achieve this, I have nearly translated the Sanskrit grammar and dictionary into English, and have made considerable progress in compiling a Sanskrit dictionary, including Bengali and English.
By this year, he had completed his first translation of the Bible, except for the historical books from Joshua to Job. He went to Calcutta to obtain estimates for printing the New Testament and reported to Mr. Fuller.
It has undergone one correction, but must undergo several more. I employ a pundit solely for this purpose. Together we go through the text as accurately as possible. He judges the style and syntax, and I evaluate the faithfulness of the translation. I have translated several chapters that required no syntax alterations. However, I always submit this aspect to his judgment. By listening to him read, I can determine if he understands the text by his emphasis on the correct words. If he fails, I immediately suspect the translation. Although it's not easy for an ordinary reader to emphasize correctly in Bengali, where there is no punctuation. The decision on how to print, whether to send a printing press from England, print it here, or print it at all, rests with the Society.
Fuller was willing, but the eager scholar anticipated him. Seeing a wooden printing press advertised in Calcutta for £40, Carey ordered it. When it arrived in 1798,
after worship, retired and thanked God for furnishing us with a press.
When set up in the Mudnabati house, its operation was explained to the natives, who thought it must be the idol of the English, Given Carey's enthusiasm, Carey's missionary work would not have been complete without schools. In planning these from the beginning, he laid the foundations for the Serampore College of 1818 and the primary school circles under native Christian inspectors, a system carried out since the Mutiny of 1857 by the Christian Literature Society and adopted by state public instruction departments.
Mudnabati, the 27th of January, 1795. Mr. Thomas and I, in complete harmony, have formed a plan to establish 2 colleges, one here and one at his residence. We intend to educate 12 boys, 6 Muslims, and 6 Hindus at each place. A pundit will oversee their education, teaching them Sanskrit, Bengali, and Persian. The Bible will be introduced along with some philosophy and geography. Their education will last 7 years, and we will provide their food, clothing, lodging, etc. We are now looking for suitable children. We also plan to ask the Society for funds to print the Bengali Bible, making us debtors for the sum, which we hope to repay within a year. It will also be necessary to send a printing press from England. We will, if we live, repay the entire amount and print the Bible at our own expense, hoping the Society will become our creditors by paying for the copies upon delivery. Mr. Thomas is preparing sample letters to be sent with this conveyance. We owe a great debt to Mr. G. Udenwai for placing us in these positions. He is a friendly man and a true Christian. I have no interest in politics here, for whatever the East India Company may be in England, their servants and officers here are very different. We have few laws and nothing to do but obey.
Of his own school, he wrote in 1799 that it consisted of 40 boys.
The school would have been larger had we been able to bear the expense, but as we support several orphans entirely, we could not prudently expand further. The boys have learned to read and write, especially parts of the scriptures, and to keep accounts. We may now introduce other useful subjects. I trust these schools will promote curiosity and inquisitiveness among the rising generation, qualities rarely found in the natives of Bengal.
The medical mission completed the setup.
I propose the Society furnishes us with medicines for free. We will not sell any medicines, yet the cost deeply impacts our allowance. The entire supply sent in the Earl Howe, costing £35 plus 30% charges, falls on me. But the medicines will either be administered to the sick poor, given to neighbours in need, or used in our families. Neighbouring gentlemen have often helped us. Considering our distance from medical assistance, its high cost beyond our means, and the many wretched, afflicted people who continually seek our help, we ought never to sell any medicine. Brother Thomas has saved many lives. His house is always surrounded by the afflicted. His cures would have earned any physician or surgeon in Europe great fame. We should receive at least 1/2 weight of Jesuit's bark yearly.
Many native inquirers gathered around Carey's mission. Besides ministering to planters, civil officials, and military officers in Mulder and Dinapore stations, the mission saw the conversion of Mr. Cunningham of Laneshaw, the assistant judge. He later became a prominent supporter of missions and a renowned expounder of prophecy in England. Carey regarded this as the greatest event since our arrival. Lord Mornington's appointment as Governor-General led Fuller to recommend Carey should meet him. Carey's response:
I would not have you think we need to hide our work. We preach before magistrates and judges, and if I were in Lord Mornington's company, I would declare myself a missionary, though I would not officially register as such with the Governor-General in Council.
In 1797, Carey wrote,
This mission should be strengthened as much as possible, as its position allows us to potentially spread the gospel across Asia. Almost all necessary languages can be learned here.
He had just returned from his first long missionary tour among the Bhutias, who from Tibet had overrun the eastern Himalayas from Darjeeling to Assam. Carey and Thomas were received as Christian lamas by the Subah, the local governor of the area below the hills, which is now part of the Jalpaiguri district. They appeared to be the first Englishmen to enter the territory since Warren Hastings' missions.
The Suba's genuine politeness and gentlemanly behaviour exceeded everything imaginable, and his generosity was astonishing. He insisted on supplying all our needs. If we showed interest in any object, he immediately presented us with one. That night, he gave us swords, shields, helmets, and cups made of a beautiful light wood used by the Bhutias for drinking. We admired the wood, and he gave us a large log of it. The wood, like fir, has a dark, beautiful grain and is full of resin, burning like a candle if cut into thin pieces. In eating, the Suba quickly and exactly imitated our manners, appearing as comfortable as if he had spent his life with Europeans, despite never having seen one before. We ate his food, though I confess the thought of Jinkov's bacon made me eat sparingly. We had much talk about Bhutan and the gospel. We found that he had decided to give a public demonstration of his friendship for us. The next day was chosen for the ceremony, which was to be held in our tent in the marketplace. We were instructed in the necessary etiquette and informed him that we were only on a short journey to see the country and were not equipped with English cloth or other presents. When the time came, the Suba arrived, followed by all his servants, both Bhutias and Hindus. Seated, we exchanged 5 rupees and 5 pieces of betel in front of the whole town. Chewing betel for the first time, we embraced 3 times in the Eastern manner and then shook hands in the English way. After this, he presented us with a piece of rich debang wrought with gold, a Bhutan blanket, and the tail of an animal called the cheer cow, as bushy as a horse's tail and used in Hindu worship. The next morning, the Suba came again with his usual friendliness and brought more presents. We received them and took our leave, escorted with every honour, including a band of music and guides to show us the way. The Suba plans to visit us soon, which I hope will help establish a mission in that country.
Carey used his keen observation and memory to note the physical and mental characteristics of the Buddhists, the structure of their language, and the nature of their books, beliefs, and government. He later utilised all this information, often in sight of snowy Kinchinjunga, 28,156 feet, behind Darjeeling, when the Suba, being sick, sent messengers with gifts to induce him to return. Carey wrote,
I hope to ascend those stupendous mountains which are visible from 200 or 250 miles away. One of these distant mountains, seen from Mahipal, is concealed from view by the tops of a nearer range of hills when approached within 60 miles. The distant range forms an angle of about 10 degrees with the horizon.
However, a mission to that region was not possible until the establishment of the Darjeeling Sanitarium, which later became a centre for another British district. Now, the Aboriginal lepchas are joining the church in large numbers. Subsequent communications from the Suba informed them about the Garos of Assam. On his last visit to Calcutta in 1799, to get types cast for printing the Bible, Carey witnessed a widow-burning ceremony, a practice that would disgrace both the Hindus and the company's government until his relentless appeals in India and England led to its abolition in 1829. In a letter to Dr. Ryland, he described the horrifying event.
Mudnabati, April 1st, 1799. As I was returning from Calcutta, I saw a Sahamaranam, a woman burning herself with her husband's corpse for the first time in my life. Near the village of Noya Serai, or Niavarai, as Reynolds calls it on his Hooghly River chart, we saw a number of people gathered on the riverbank. I asked why they were assembled and was told they were burning a dead man's body. I inquired if his wife would die with him, and they answered yes, pointing to the woman. She stood by the pile, made of large wood billets about 2.5 feet high, 4 feet long, and 2 wide, with her husband's corpse on top. Her nearest relative stood by her with a small basket of sweetmeats called tioi. I asked if this was her choice or if she were coerced. They answered it was voluntary. I reasoned with them to no avail, then began to exclaim against the act, calling it a shocking murder. They insisted it was a great act of holiness and told me to leave if I didn't like it. I refused to go, determined to witness and later testify against the murder. I urged the woman not to throw away her life, assuring her that no harm would come from refusing to burn. But she calmly mounted the pile, dancing on it with her hands extended, as if in complete peace. Her relative, responsible for setting the fire, led her 6 times around the pile, scattering sweetmeats among the people, who ate them as holy. She then lay down by the corpse, putting one arm under its neck and the other over it. Dry cocoa leaves and other substances were heaped over them, followed by ghee, or melted butter. 2 bamboos were placed over them and held down, and the pile was set on fire, blazing fiercely. The people shouted, "Hurry bowl! Hurry bowl!" a joyous invocation of hurry or sieb. The woman's cries, if any, were drowned by the noise, and she couldn't move due to the bamboos. We objected to the bamboos, seeing them as force, but they insisted it was to keep the pile from collapsing. We left, horrified, exclaiming against the murder.
In the same letter, Carey also shared information he had collected about the Jews and Syrian Christians of the Malabar coast. Mr. G. Udney's private indigo business had failed, and he decided to retire to England. Thomas had left his factory and urged Carey to try the sugar trade, which involved distilling rum. Carey instead took over Mr. Udney's out factory at Kidderpore, 12 miles away, and planned to prepare for the arrival of colleagues and establish a missionary settlement on the Moravian model he had advocated. Mr. John Fountain, sent as the first reinforcement, proved almost as problematic due to his outspoken political radicalism as Thomas had been due to his debts. Carey considered setting up his mission among the Bhutias to escape the East India Company's control. The authorities wouldn't license Fountain as his assistant, raising doubts about future missionaries' ability to join him and whether his own license would be renewed. He wondered if he must cease manual work and devote himself entirely to the mission. 4 new colleagues and their families were already on their way, but God had provided a better refuge for his servants until the public conscience, which they were about to awaken, would end the persecution. Chapter 5. The New Crusade, Serampore and the Brotherhood. The first 2 English missionaries to India seemed to have vanished to those who sent them forth for 14 months during the slow days of Indiamen and French privateers. No news of their welfare reached the praying people of the Midlands, who had bravely begun the heroic enterprise. The convoy that escorted the Danish vessel beyond the French coast had been unable to return letters due to the weather. Finally, on July 29, 1794, Fuller, the secretary, Pierce, Carey's beloved personal friend, Ryland in Bristol, and the congregation at Leicester received journals of the voyage and letters detailing the first 6 weeks' experience in Balasore, Calcutta, Bengal, and Nadia, just before Carey knew the worst of their financial situation. Committee immediately met. They sang, with sacred joy, the Jubilee Hymn of Missions by William Williams, "O'er those gloomy hills of darkness." They wrote, saying they
return solemn thanks to the everlasting God whose mercy endures forever, for having preserved you from the perils of the sea and thus far made your ways prosperous. In reading the short account of your labors, we feel something of that spirit spoken of by the prophet, "Thine heart shall fear and be enlarged." We cordially thank you for your diligence in learning the languages, in translating, and in every labor of love in which you have engaged. Under God, we confidently trust in your wisdom, fidelity, and prudence are regarding the seat of your labors or the means to carry them out. If there is one place, however, which seems more important than the rest, it is Nudia. But you must follow where the Lord opens a door for you.
The same spirit of generous confidence marked the relationship between Carey and the committee as long as Fuller was secretary. When news came that the missionaries had become indigo planters, some of the weaker brethren, judging Carey by themselves, sent a mild warning against secular temptations. He replied with a half-amused and kindly response. John Newton, then the aged rector of St. Mary Woolnoth, reassured them.
If the heart is fired with zeal for God and love for souls, such attention to business as circumstances require will not harm it.
Since Carey, like the Moravians, intended that the missionaries should live on a common stock and never lay up money, even the weakest might have recognized the Paul-like nobleness that had marked all his life in relinquishing the scanty salary so it could be used for other missions to Africa and Asia. The spiritual law that Duff's success later led Chalmers to formulate, that the relationship between foreign and home missions acts not by exhaustion but by fermentation, began to be illustrated on a grand scale. This resulted in the foundation of the Catholic missionary enterprise by the evangelicals of England, Scotland, Ireland, America, Germany, and France, which marked the entire 19th century. This is first evident in Fuller himself. In comforting Thomas during his deepest dejection, he quoted from his own journal of 1789, recounting a long period of spiritual inactivity that lasted until Carey compelled him to join the mission.
Before this, I did little but pine over my misery, but since I have taken up greater activity for God, my strength has been recovered and my soul replenished. Your work is a great work, and the eyes of the religious world are upon you. Your undertaking, along with that of your dear colleague, has inspired many. The spirit of missions has gone forth. I hope it never stops until the gospel is sent to all the world.
Following the pietist Francke, who in 1710 published the first missionary reports, and the Moravians, Fuller and his coadjutors issued from the press of J.W. Morris at Clipston, towards the end of 1794, number 1 of their periodical accounts relative to a society formed among the particular Baptists for propagating the gospel among the heathen. This contained a narrative of the society's foundation and Carey's letters up to February 15th, 1794, from the Sundarbans. 6 of these accounts were published up to 1800, when they were compiled into one volume, with an index and illustrations. The volume ends with a doggerel translation of one of several gospel ballads Carey had written in Bengali in 1798. He had early introduced the Hindu tradition of musical recitation into the service of Christ, a practice recently rediscovered and now a central method of evangelism, using native musical instruments. The original has a curious interest and value in the history of the Bengali language, as formed by Carey. As for the music, he wrote,
"We sometimes have a melody that cheers my heart, though it would be discordant to the ears of an Englishman."
Such was the immediate action of the Infant Baptist Society. As soon as Dr. Ryland read Carey's letter, he sent for Dr. Bogue and Mr. Stephen, who happened to be in Bristol, to rejoice with him. The 3 thanked God. And then Bogue and Stephen, visiting Mr. Hay, a leading minister, took the first steps toward founding a similar organisation for non-Baptists, known as the London Missionary Society. Bogue, the able Presbyterian who presided over a theological school at Gosport, from which missionaries went forth, and who refused the best living in Edinburgh offered to him by Dundas, wrote his address. It appeared in the Evangelical magazine in September, calling on the churches to send out at least 20 or 30 missionaries. In a sermon of lofty eloquence he preached the following year, he declared that the missionary movement of that time would form an epoch in human history. The time will be ever remembered by us, and may it be celebrated by future ages as the era of Christian benevolence. On the same day, the Reverend T. Harwies, rector of All Saints, Old Winkle, addressing the hundreds of ministers gathered to decide where the first mission should be sent, passionately declared,
"Methinks I see the great angel of the covenant in the midst of us, pluming his wings, and ready to fly through the midst of heaven with his own everlasting gospel, to every nation and tribe and tongue and people. In Hindustan, our brethren the Baptists have at present prevented our wishes. There is room for 1,000 missionaries, and I wish we may be ready with a numerous host for that or any other part of the earth."
Scotland was next to take up the challenge sent by Carey. Greville Ewing, then a young minister in Edinburgh, published the appeal of the Edinburgh or Scottish Missionary Society in March 1796, which later sent John Wilson to Bombay. This was followed by the Glasgow Society, responsible for the successful Kaffir missions in South Africa. Robert Haldane sold all he had after reading the first number of the periodical accounts and donated £35,000 to send a Presbyterian mission of 6 ministers and laymen, including himself, to work from Benares as Carey had planned from Mudnabati. However, Pitt and Dundas, despite being his personal friends, threatened him with the company's intolerant Act of Parliament. Evangelical ministers of the Church of England took their place in the new Crusade, and a year before the 18th century closed, they formed the Church Missionary Society, with Carey's friend Thomas Scott as its first secretary. The sacred enthusiasm spread to the Netherlands under Dr. van der Kemp, who had studied at Edinburgh University, and to the divinity students of New England, including Adoniram Judson, who was then being trained to take up the mission to Burma from Carey. Soon, the Bengali Bible translations would unite with the needs of the Welsh at home to establish the British and Foreign Bible Society. As news of all this reached Carey amid his troubles and triumphs of faith in the swamps of Dinajpur, and when he learned that he would soon be joined by 4 colleagues, one of whom was Ward, whom he had chosen to print the Bengali Bible for him, he wrote in July 1799,
"The success of the gospel, along with the enduring missionary zeal in England and the Western world, greatly encourages and inspires us."
To Sutcliffe he had written 18 months earlier,
"I rejoice much at the missionary spirit which has lately gone forth. Surely it is a prelude to the universal spread of the gospel. Your account of the German Moravian brethren's affectionate regard towards me is very pleasing. I am not much moved by what men in general say of me, yet I cannot be insensible to the regards of men eminent for godliness. Staying at home is now become sinful in many cases, and will become so more and more. All gifts should be encouraged and spread abroad."
The day was breaking now. Men and money were offered for Carey's work. In Scotland especially, Fuller found that he only had to ask, appear in any evangelical pulpit, and receive sums that, in that day of small things, rebuked his little faith. Scotland remained loyal to Carey and his colleagues. With almost a prevision of this, he wrote as early as 1797,
"It rejoices my heart much to hear of our brethren in Scotland having so liberally set themselves to encourage the mission."
They approved his plans and prayed for him and his work. When Fuller called on Cecil for help, the churchy evangelical told him he had a poor opinion of all Baptists except one, the man who wrote The Gospel Worthy of All Acceptation. When he learned that its author was before him, the hasty offender apologised and offered a subscription.
"Not a farthing, sir, you do not give in faith."
But the persistent Cecil prevailed. Men, however, were a greater need than money at that early stage of the modern crusade. Thomas and Fountain had each been a mistake. So were the early African missionaries, except the first Scotsman, Peter Greig. Of the 30 sent out by the London Missionary Society in the Duff, only 4 were fit for ordination, and not one left a notable legacy. The church mission continued to send out only Germans until 1815. In quick succession, 4 young men offered themselves to the Baptist Society to go out as assistants to Carey, in the hope that the company would grant them a covenant to reside. Brunsden and Grant, 2 of Ryland's Bristol flock, Joshua Marshman with his wife Hannah Marshman, and William Ward, called by Carey himself. In 9 months, Fuller had them and their families shipped on an American vessel, the Criterion, commanded by Captain Wicks, a Presbyterian elder from Philadelphia, who ever after promoted the cause in the United States. Charles Grant helped them, as he would have aided Carey alone. Though the most influential of the company's directors, he could not obtain a passport for them, but he gave them the counsel that was to provide the young mission its ark of defence.
"Do not land at Calcutta, but at Serampore, and there, under the protection of the Danish flag, arrange to join Mr. Carey."
After a 5-month prosperous voyage, the party reached the Hooghly. Before arriving within the limits of the port of Calcutta, Captain Wicks sent them off in 2 boats under the guidance of a Bengali clerk to Serampore, 15 miles higher up on the right bank of the river. They had agreed that he should boldly enter them, not as assistant planters, but as Christian missionaries, rightly trusting in Danish protection. Charles Grant had advised them well, but it is not easy now, as in the case of their predecessors in 1795 and their successors up to 1813, to refrain from indignation that the British Parliament and the party led by William Pitt should have so long lent all the weight of their power to the East India Company in the vain attempt to keep Christianity from the Hindus. Ward's journal thus simply tells the story of the landing of the missionaries at this Iona, this Canterbury of southern Asia.
Brother Brunsden and I slept in the open air on our chests. We arrived at Serampore this morning by daylight, in health and pretty good spirits. We put up at Myers, a Danish tavern to which we had been recommended. No worship today, nothing but a Portuguese church here. Mr. Forsyth from Calcutta, a missionary belonging to the London Missionary Society, astonished us by his presence this afternoon. He was wholly unknown, but soon became well known. He gave us a deal of interesting information. He had seen Brother Carey, who invited him to his house, offered him the assistance of his munshi. The captain, having been at Calcutta, came and informed us that his ship could not be entered unless we made our appearance. Brother Brunsden and I went to Calcutta, and the next day we were informed that the ship had obtained an entrance on condition that we appeared at the police office, or would continue at Serampore. All things considered, we preferred the latter, till the arrival of our friends from Kidapore, to whom we had addressed letters. Captain Wicks called on Reverend Mr. Brown, who very kindly offered to do anything for us in his power. Our instructions with respect to our conduct towards civil government were read to him. He promised to call at the police office afterwards, and to inform the master that we intended to stay at Serampore till we had leave to go up the country. Captain Wicks called at the office afterwards, and they seemed quite satisfied with our declaration by him. In the afternoon, we went to Serampore.
October 19th. Today, I wrote a letter to the governor, offering him the latest issue of our periodical accounts and informing him that we plan to have worship tomorrow in our home, where everyone would be welcome.
Lord's Day, October 20th. This morning the governor sent to inquire about the hours of our worship. Around 10:30, he arrived at our house with several gentlemen and their retinue. I preached from Acts 20:24. We had a very attentive congregation of Europeans. Several appeared affected, including the governor.
The text, chosen from Paul's words to the elders of Ephesus as he faced impending trials, where he said, "But none of these things move me, neither count I my life dear unto myself, so that I might finish my course with joy, and the ministry which I have received of the Lord Jesus, to testify the gospel of the grace of God." This passage proved prophetic for the three men who would become known as the Serampore missionaries. Ward, the literary member of the mission, composed a hymn that concluded with,
"Yes, we are safe beneath thy shade, and shall be so midst India's heat. What should a missionary dread? For devils crouch at Jesus' feet. There, sweetest Saviour, let thy cross win many Hindu hearts to thee. This shall make up for every loss, while thou art ours eternally."
In his first letter to a friend in Hull, Ward predicted the future success of their mission.
"With a Bible and a press, posterity will see that a missionary will not labour in vain, even in India."
However, one of their number, Grant, died, and they waited a month as Carey tried and failed to get permission for them to settle as his assistants in British territory. Carey appealed to Mr. Brown and Dr. Roxburgh, who tried to influence the government through Colebrook, a high-ranking official, but their efforts were in vain. The police were frustrated by the missionaries' escape due to the Governor-General's liberality. Carey had noted a year earlier that Lord Mornington had curbed dissipation in Calcutta by opposing sports, gaming, horse racing, and working on the Lord's Day. The missionaries were initially misreported as papist, and the British government was wary of French spies. The brave governor made it clear he would protect the missionaries, who had been recommended to him by the Danish consul in London. Ward obtained a Danish passport to visit Dinajpur and consult with Carey. It was a Sunday morning when Ward approached the Mudnabati factory,
feeling very unusual sensations.
Greatly excited.
At length I saw Carey. He is less altered than I expected, has rather more flesh than when in England, and blessed be God, he is a young man still.
Though sacrificing his pioneer mission property, worth £500, the school, the church, and the inquirers was difficult. Carey did not hesitate. He believed Serampore was a better place for the mission, particularly for printing scriptures, and that Ward could supervise the press there. He also noted that Serampore had a larger population and could potentially host more missionaries. During their journey down the river, Carey and Ward visited the Rajmahal Hills and made their first attempt to evangelize the Santal and other Aboriginal tribes. The Paharis were described as living without caste, priests, or public religion, surviving on Indian corn and hunting with bows and arrows.
Brother Carey was able to converse with them.
Ward commented on the Bengali services from the boats, noting the common people's wonder at Carey's knowledge of the Shastras. Carey wrote to his new colleagues, expressing his desire to stay and share the good news with the Paharis, believing that the message of a dying saviour would touch their hearts. On January 10th, 1800, Carey took up residence at Serampore. The next day, he was presented to the governor and
went out and preached to the natives.
His apprenticeship was over and his full apostolate began, which would last for 34 years. Step by step, Carey, a self-educated shoemaker who had initially aimed to carry the gospel to Tahiti, was sent to Bengal despite opposition from the East India Company. He had faced starvation in Calcutta, built a hut in the Delta jungles, became an indigo planter to preach Christ without interference, and considered seeking protection from a Buddhist in the Himalayas. Eventually, he began anew in the heart of British India, under the care of a foreign European power that had previously sent missionaries to Tranquebar and taught Zinzendorf and the Moravians. Encouraged by Governor Colonel Bees, a disciple of Schwartz, Carey saw a series of providential events. If Fuller had delayed longer, even Serampore would have been closed to the missionaries. The following year, when Britain went to war with Denmark, British troops took possession of Frederiksnægger, Serampore, and the Danish East India Company's shipped there without opposition. The districts of Hooghly and Howrah, opposite Calcutta and Barrackpore, with Serampore as their central port, are densely populated, primarily by Hindus, with some Muslims. Each of the 1,701 square miles supports nearly 1,000 people, double the density of Belgium. Even after years of devastating fever, we can assume it was similarly populated at the start of the century. The wealthy and intellectually active Bengalis are concentrated here, leading Portuguese, Dutch, French, English, and Danish traders to establish their early factories. Denmark obtained a 20-acre site from the declining Mussulman government at Murshidabad 2 years before the Battle of Plassey. Over 50 years, the hut of the first governor from Tranquebar grew into the beautiful little town that delighted the first Baptist missionaries. The town's population, under British administration since 1845, is now 45,000. Although fewer in number then, the town was a centre for the Vishnu worship of Jagannath, second only to Puri in India. Nearby, now connected by railway, is the foul shrine of Tarakaswar, attracting thousands of pilgrims, many widows, who measure the road with their prostrate bodies. Commercially, Serampore sometimes outpaced Calcutta, as all foreign European trade centred there during the American and French wars, and English civilians used its investments to remit their savings home. When the missionaries arrived, the settlement had only a Portuguese Catholic church, and the governor was raising funds for the church where Carey would eventually preach. Carey, transitioning from the rural obscurity of a Bengali village to a town near the capital frequented by Europeans, adapted the practical details of his communal brotherhood to new circumstances. With Marshman and Ward's business experience, they formed a settlement allowing easy mission growth. Initially, the community consisted of 10 adults and 9 children. Grant had succumbed to a fever from damp quarters. Brunsden soon died of a liver complaint. Fountain died happily at Dinajpur. And Thomas, initially settled at Beerboom, joined the Serampore Brethren before he too passed away. Carey arranged for 5 families from the start, described by Ward.
Renting a house would ruin us. We hoped to buy land and build mat houses, but none was properly situated. We bought a large house in town from the governor's nephew for ours, £6,800, equivalent to 4 years' rent. It has a spacious veranda and hall, 2 rooms on each side, 2 other separate rooms, and a storehouse for a printing office. It stands by the river, on a large walled piece of ground, with a garden and a tank. The price alarmed us, but it was our only option, and we hope it will be a comfortable missionary settlement. Being near Calcutta is crucial for our school, press, and connection with England.
From here, the gospel may spread throughout India, they wrote to Fuller. We intend to teach a school and utilise our press. The paper and press have arrived, and the Bible is nearly fully translated. We will start printing the New Testament, then the Old. We love our work and will do our best to reduce your expenses. This house chapel, with 2 acres of garden land and separate rooms on either side, remained the settlement's nucleus until 1875. Celebrated across South Asia and Christendom, the chapel remains a place of worship. The rooms on the left, facing the Hooghly, became the residence of Mr. John Marshman and his successors in the Friend of India. Beyond were the girls' school, now moved, Dr. Joshua Marshman's residence before his death, and the boys' school, gifted by the King of Denmark. The right rooms became the press. Further down the river was Lady Rumore's house, Carey's second wife, with a paper mill behind, and farther still, the second park where Serampore College was built, with Carey's final residence and a hostel for native Christian students. The settlement eventually spanned 5 acres with almost palatial buildings on the Hooghly's right bank, separated from the Governor-General's summer house and park at Barrackpore by a half-mile wide river. The original 2 acres became Carey's botanic garden, connected by mahogany trees he planted, forming the beautiful Carey's Walk. Carey's new colleagues, who lived with him in loving brotherhood until the last passed away in 1837, quickly endeared themselves to him. They complimented him well, creating a powerful and lasting mission in India. Carey wrote to Fuller about his first impressions of them, with humble self-deprecation.
Brother Ward is the very man we needed. He is fully dedicated to the work. I have much pleasure in him and expect much from him. Brother Marshman is a prodigy of diligence and prudence, as is his wife. Learning the language is mere play to him. He has already learned as much as I did in double the time.
After 8 months of study and evangelism, he described them.
Brother Marshman, a true missionary, can speak a little and goes out almost daily to challenge Satan's stronghold. Brother Brunsden can speak a little, though not like Marshman. Brother Ward is a great asset. He is slow to learn the language, but is holy, spiritual, and useful among the children.
Thus early did Carey recognise the value of Hannah Marshman, the first woman missionary to India. As the granddaughter of a Baptist minister from Crockerton in Wiltshire, she proved herself over 46 years to be not only a loving wife, but also the equal of the 3 missionaries she aided. She supported them in their common home, schools, congregation, native Christian families, and even within Hindu circles at that early time. Without her, the mission would have been one-sided indeed. Her household books, filled with detailed entries made with loving care and thrift, contribute significantly to the history of prices and show how her prudence combined with the self-denial of all to make the Serampore mission the light of India. Ward's journal offers the first sketch of the Brotherhood, who realised, more than probably any other group in Protestant, Roman Catholic or Greek traditions, the life of the apostolic community in Jerusalem.
January 18th, 1800. This week we have adopted a set of rules for governing the family. All preach and pray in turn. One supervises the affairs of the family for a month, then another. Brother Carey is treasurer and manages the medicine chest. Brother Fountain is librarian. Saturday evening is devoted to resolving differences and pledging ourselves to love one another. One of our resolutions is that none of us engage in private trade, but that all be done for the benefit of the mission. August 1st. Our daily labours are now regularly arranged. About 6 o'clock we rise. Brother Carey tends to his garden. Brother Marshman begins school at 7. Brother Brunsden, Felix and I work in the printing office. At 8 the bell rings for family worship. We assemble in the hall to sing, read and pray. After breakfast, Brother Carey goes to translation or reading proofs. Brother Marshman returns to school, and the rest of us head back to the printing office. Since our compositor left, we manage without one. We print 3 half sheets of 2,000 each week. We have 5 pressmen, 1 folder, and 1 binder. At noon, we have lunch. Then most of us shave, bathe, read and rest before dinner at 3. After dinner, we share our thoughts on a text or question, which we find very profitable. Brother and Sister Marshman keep their schools until after 2. In the afternoon, if work is done in the office, I read and practice Bengali with the Brahman. We drink tea around 7 and have little or no supper. We have Bengali preaching once or twice a week, and on Thursday evening we have an experience meeting. On Saturday evening, we meet to resolve differences and conduct business after prayer, which follows tea. Felix is very helpful in the office. William goes to school and learns bookbinding part of the day. We meet 2 hours before breakfast on the first Monday of the month, and each one prays for the salvation of the Bengal heathen. At night, we unite our prayers for the universal spread of the gospel.
The form of agreement which regulated the social economy and spiritual enterprise of the Brotherhood, as well as its legal relations to the Baptist Society in England, deserves study for its divine disinterestedness, lofty aims, and kindly common sense. Fuller had pledged the Society in 1798 to send out £360 a year for the joint family of 6 missionaries, their wives and children. The house and land at Serampore cost the Society 6,000 rupees. Upon Grant's death, leaving a widow and 2 children, the 5 missionaries made the first voluntary agreement, which provided that no one should trade on his own private account, and that the product of their labour should form a common fund to be applied at the will of the majority to support their respective families, the cause of God around them, and the widow and family of any who might die. The first year, the schools and the press enabled the Brotherhood to be more than self-supporting. In the second year, Carey's salary from the College of Fort William and the growth of the schools and press gave them a surplus for mission expansion. They not only paid for additional houses and land required by this expansion, but also reimbursed the Society for the initial purchase over the next 6 years. They acquired all the property for the Serampore mission, keeping the Home Committee informed, and vested the entire right up to Fuller's death in 1815 in the Society to prevent the premises from being sold or becoming private property. However, to secure their own quiet occupation of them and enable them to leave them to their associates in the work, they declared themselves trustees instead of proprietors. The agreement of 1800 expanded into the form of agreement of 1805 as the mission's spiritual side grew. Their authoritative statement, as given above, was lovingly recognized by Fuller. In 1817 and again in 1820, the claims of aged and destitute relatives and the duty of each brother to provide for his own widow and orphans, and occasionally the cause of pity and humanity, led the Brotherhood to agree that each shall regularly deduct 1/10 of the net product of his labour to form a fund for these purposes. We know nothing in the history of missions, monastic or evangelical, which approaches this in administrative perfection and Christ-like self-sacrifice. It prevents secularization of spirit, stimulates all kinds of activity, gives full scope to local ability and experience, calls forth the maximum of local support and propagation, sets the church at home free to enter new fields, provides permanence and variety of action and adaptation to new circumstances, and binds the whole in a holy bond of prayerful cooperation and loving brotherhood. This agreement worked for 17 years, with success in England and India, which we shall trace, or as long as Fuller, Ryland and Sutcliffe lived, to hold the ropes, while Carey, Marshman and Ward excavated the mine of Hinduism. The spiritual side of the agreement, as formulated by the three in 1805, was intended to be read publicly at all their stations 3 times a year on the Lord's Day. This document is the ripe fruit of the first 11 years of Carey's daily toil and consecrated genius, penned fervently by Ward. In light of it, the whole of Carey's life must be read. The concluding sentences sketch Carey himself.
Let us often look at Brainerd in the woods of America, pouring out his very soul before God for the perishing heathen, without whose salvation nothing could make him happy. Prayer, secret, fervent, believing prayer, lies at the root of all personal godliness. A competent knowledge of the languages current where a missionary lives, a mild and winning temper, and a heart given up to God in closet religion. These are the attainments which more than all knowledge or all other gifts will fit us to become the instruments of God in the great work of human redemption. Finally, let us give ourselves unreservedly to this glorious cause. Let us never think that our time, our gifts, our strength, our families, or even the clothes we wear are our own. Let us sanctify them all to God and His cause. Oh, that He may sanctify us for His work. Let us completely reject the idea of saving even a mite for ourselves or our children, if we give up the resolution which was formed on the subject of private trade when we first united at Serampore. The mission is from that hour a lost cause. Let us continually watch against a worldly spirit and cultivate a Christian indifference towards every indulgence. Rather, let us bear hardness as good soldiers of Jesus Christ. No private family ever enjoyed a greater portion of happiness, even in the most prosperous gale of worldly prosperity, than we have done since we resolved to have all things in common. If we are enabled to persevere in the same principles, we may hope that multitudes of converted souls will have reason to bless God to all eternity for sending His gospel into this country.
Such was the moral heroism and spiritual aim of the Serampore Brotherhood. How did they set to work? The Brotherhood's approach was systematic and grounded in practical spirituality. They divided their daily labour among themselves to cover all necessary activities. Carey focused on translation work and garden cultivation, Marshman on running the school, and Ward on managing the printing office. They lived communally, sharing responsibilities and resources, and ensuring that every aspect of their mission was directed towards their collective goal of spreading the gospel. A daily routine started early, with each member rising around 6 o'clock. Carey would attend to his garden, Marshman to his school, and Ward, along with Brunsdon and Felix, would work in the printing office. Family worship was held at 8, followed by breakfast. Afterward, Carey worked on translation or reading proofs, while Marshman returned to school duties and the others continued in the printing office. The day's work was punctuated by a luncheon at noon, followed by personal time for reading, bathing and resting before dinner at 3. Post-dinner discussions on texts or questions proved spiritually enriching. The evenings involved more work or language practice, with family tea at 7 and minimal supper. They held Bengali preaching sessions weekly and experience meetings on Thursdays. Saturday evenings were dedicated to resolving conflicts and transacting business after prayer. Felix and William were engaged in useful tasks, with Felix helping in the office and William attending school and learning bookbinding. On the first Monday of each month, they met 2 hours before breakfast to pray for the salvation of the Bengal heathen, and at night they united in prayer for the universal spread of the gospel. Chapter 6. The first native converts in Christian schools from 1800 to 1810. For 7 years, Carey preached about Christ in Bengali daily without a single convert. During this time, he produced the first edition of the New Testament and developed the Bengali language into a literary form. He laid the foundations amidst the darkness of Hinduism, while the pastors in Northamptonshire supported him through prayer and self-sacrifice. The final disappointment occurred on November 25, 1800, when Fakir, the first Hindu convert, presented himself for baptism, but returned to his distant home for his child and never appeared again, likely detained by force. However, on the last Sunday of that year, Krishna Pal was baptized in the Hooghly, and soon his entire family followed him. Krishna Pal was 35 years old. Not only is he significant as the first native Christian of North India with a reliable account, but also as the first missionary to Calcutta and Assam and the first Bengali hymn writer, making him a figure worthy of study. Carey's first Hindu convert was 3 years younger than himself, about 36 at the time of his baptism. Krishna Pal, born in the neighbouring French settlement of Chandanagar, had settled in the suburbs of Serampore, where he worked as a carpenter. Severe illness and a sense of sin led him to join the Contemporaries, a sect that had been driven into dissent by the yoke of Brahmanism from the time of Gautama Buddha, and Chaitanya to that of Nanak, founder of the Sikh Brotherhood. Generally worshippers of some form of Vishnu, and occasionally influenced by the monotheism of Islam, these sects began by professing theism and opposition to caste, though Hinduism was elastic enough to ultimately absorb them again. For 16 years, Krishna Pal was a guru of the Gospara sect, which the missionaries from Carey's to Duff's time had hoped to influence, though in vain. He recovered from illness but could not shake off the sense of the burden of sin until he heard this message through the Europeans. Jesus Christ came into the world to save sinners. At the same time, he dislocated his right arm by falling down the slippery side of his tank while about to bathe. He sent 2 of his children to the mission house for Thomas, who immediately left the breakfast table at which the brethren had just sat down and soon reduced the dislocation. During this time, Krishna Pal again heard the good news that Christ was waiting to heal his soul, and he and his neighbour Gokul received a Bengali tract. He himself told the story.
In this paper, I read that he who confesses and forsakes his sins and trusts in the righteousness of Christ obtains salvation. The next morning, Mr. Carey came to see me, and after inquiring how I was, told me to come to his house, that he would give me some medicine by which, through the blessing of God, the pain in my arm would be removed. I went and obtained the medicine, and through the mercy of God, my arm was cured. From this time, I made a practice of calling at the mission house, where Mr. Ward and Mr. Felix Carey used to read and explain the Holy Bible to me. One day, Dr. Thomas asked me whether I understood what I heard from Mr. Ward and Mr. Carey. I said I understood that the Lord Jesus Christ gave his life for the salvation of sinners, and that I believed it, and so did my friend Gokul. Dr. Thomas said, "Then I call you brother, come and let us eat together in love." At this time, the table was set for lunch, and all the missionaries and their wives, and I and Gokul sat down and ate together.
The servants spread the terrible news that the 2 Hindus had become Europeans, and they were assaulted on their way home. 30 years later, in Calcutta, the first public breach of caste by young Brahmin students of Duff caused an even greater commotion and led to the first converts there. Krishna Pal and his wife's sister, and his 4 daughters, along with Gokul, his wife, and a widow who lived beside them, formed the first group of Christian Hindus of caste in northern India. 2 years later, Krishna Pal sent this confession of his faith to the society. Literally translated, it is a record of belief that Paul himself might have written, illustrated by an apostolic life of 22 years. The carpenter's confession and dedication has an exquisite tenderness, reflected in the hymn he wrote for family worship.
Serampore, the 12th of October, 1802, to the brethren of the Church of our Saviour Jesus Christ, our soul's beloved, my affectionately embracing representation. The love of God, the gospel of Jesus Christ, was made known by holy brother Thomas. In that day our minds were filled with joy. Then, judging, we understood that we were dwelling in darkness, Through the door of manifestation, we came to know that, confessing and forsaking sin and embracing Christ's righteousness, salvation would be obtained. By light springing up in the heart, we knew that sinners becoming repentant through the sufferings of Christ obtain salvation. In this rejoicing and in Christ's love believing, I obtain mercy. Now it is my mind's continual desire to dwell in the love of Christ. Do you, holy people, pour down love upon us, that we may be satisfied. I was the vilest of sinners. He hath saved me. Now I will tell this word to the world. Going forth, I will proclaim the love of Christ with rejoicing. To sinners I will say this word. Hear, sinner brother, without Christ there is no help. Christ gave his own soul to save the world. Such love was never heard. For enemies Christ gave his own soul. Such compassion, where shall we find it? For the sake of saving sinners, he forsook the happiness of heaven. I will constantly stay near him. Awakened by this news, I will constantly dwell in the town of joy. In the Holy Spirit I will live. Yet in Christ's sorrow I will be sorrowful. I will dwell with happiness, continually meditating on this. Christ will save the world. Without taking refuge in Christ, there is no other way of life. I was indeed a sinner, praise, not knowing. This is the representation of Christ's servant, Krishna.
This is the first epistle of the Church of India. The first medical missionary had his reward, but the joy proved too much for him. When Carey led Krishna and his son Felix down into the water of baptism, the ravings of Thomas in the schoolhouse on one side, and of Mrs. Carey on the other, mingled with the strains of the Bengali hymn of praise. The Mission Journal, written by Ward, tells with simple graphic detail how caste, as well as idol worship, was overcome by both men and women of a race whom Macaulay described 30 years later as lacking courage, independence, and veracity, but bold in deceit. Christ is changing all that.
Krishna, the man whose arm was set, overtook Felix and me, and said he would come to our house daily for instruction, for we had not only cured his arm, but brought him the news of salvation. Yesterday evening, Gokul and Krishna prayed in my room. This morning Gokul told us that his wife and 2 or 3 more of his family had left him because of the gospel. He had eaten Krishna's rice, who being of another caste, caused Gokul to lose his. Krishna says his wife and family are all desirous of becoming Christians. They declare their willingness to join us and obey all our Saviour's commands. Gokul and his wife had a long talk, but she remained determined and went to her relatives. This morning, Brother Carey and I went to Krishna's house. Everything was very clean. The women sat inside the house, the children at the door, and Krishna and Gokul, with Brother Carey and I, in the courtyard. The houses of the poor are only for sleeping in. Brother Carey talked, and the women seemed to have learned more of the gospel than we expected. They declared for Christ at once. This work was new, even to Brother Carey, a whole family desiring to hear the gospel and declaring in favour of it. Krishna's wife said she had received great joy from it. This morning, Brother Carey went to Krishna's house and spoke to a yard full of people who listened attentively despite the cold. Brother Brunsden is very poorly. Krishna's wife and her sister were to have been with us in the evening, but the women have many scruples about sitting with Europeans. Some of them scarcely ever go out except to the river, and if they meet a European, they run away. Sometimes when we begin to speak in a street, someone asks us to move a little distance because the women dare not pass by us to fill their jars at the river. We always obey.
December 11th, he wrote,
Gokul, Krishna, and their families continue to seek the word and profess their willingness to join us. The women seem to have learned that sin is a dreadful thing and have received joy in hearing of Jesus Christ. We see them almost every day. They live just half a mile from us. We think it right to make allowances for their ignorance and the state of mind produced by corrupt superstition. We cannot demand more than a profession of dependence on Christ, a knowledge of their need for Him, and submission to Him in all things before baptism. We now begin to talk of baptism. Yesterday we chose the spot before our gate in the river. We also discuss many other things concerning the discipled natives. This evening Felix and I went to Gokul's house. Krishna and his wife and a Brahman were present. I said a little. Felix read the last 4 chapters of John to them and spoke. We sat on a piece of mat in front of the house, no chairs. It was very pleasant. Having natives who feel a little as we do is so new and different. The country itself seems to wear a new aspect to me. This evening, Felix and I went to see our friends Gokul and Krishna. The latter was out. Gokul gave a pleasing account of the state of his mind and that of Krishna and his family. While we were there, Gokul's guru, teacher, came for the first time since he lost caste. Gokul refused to prostrate himself at his feet, while he should put his foot on his head, which displeased his guru.
December 22nd.
Today Gokul and Krishna came to eat tiffin, luncheon, with us, and thus publicly renounced their caste. Brothers Carey and Thomas prayed with the 2 natives before they did this act. All our servants were astonished. So many had said that nobody would ever mind Christ or lose caste. Brother Thomas has waited 15 years and thrown away much upon deceitful characters. Brother Carey has waited until hope of his own success almost expired, and after all, God has done it with perfect ease. Thus the door of faith is open to the Gentiles. Who shall shut it? The chain of caste is broken. Who shall mend it?
Carey described the baptism.
Yesterday was a day of great joy. I had the happiness to desecrate the Ganges by baptizing the first Hindu, Krishna, and my son Felix. Some circumstances delayed the baptism of Gokul and the 2 women. Krishna's coming forward alone gave us great pleasure, and his joy at both ordinances was immense. The river runs just before our gate, in front of the house, and I think it is as wide as the Thames at Gravesend. We intended to baptize at 9 in the morning, but due to the tide, we had to defer it until nearly 1 o'clock, just after the English preaching. The governor and several Europeans were present. Brother Ward preached a sermon in English from John 5:39, "Search the Scriptures." We then went to the waterside, where I addressed the people in Bengali after singing a Bengali translation of Jesus, and shall it ever be, and engaging in prayer. After the address, I administered the ordinance, first to my son, then to Krishna. At 4:30, I administered the Lord's Supper, and it was a time of real refreshing. Thus, you see, God is making way for us and giving success to the word of His grace. We have toiled long and faced many discouragements, but at last the Lord has appeared for us. May we have the true spirit of nurses to train them up in the words of faith and sound doctrine. I have no fear of anyone in this respect but myself. I feel much concerned that they may act worthy of their calling and also be able to teach others. I think it becomes us to make the most of everyone whom the Lord gives us.
Jaimuni, Krishna's wife's sister, was the first Bengali woman to be baptized, followed soon by his wife Rasu. Both were about 35 years old. Jaimuni said she had found a treasure in Christ greater than anything in the world. Rasu, when she first heard the good news from her husband, said,
"There was no greater sinner than I, and I felt my heart immediately unite to him. I wish to keep all his commands as far as I know them."
Gokul was initially held back by his wife Komal, who fled to her father's house. But Krishna and his family first brought in the husband, then the wife, whose simplicity and frankness attracted the missionaries. Una, their 40-year-old widowed friend, was also brought in, the first of many victims of Brahmanical cruelty, lust, and avarice, to whom Christianity has since offered the only deliverance. Of 124 million women in India in 1881, 21 million were reported as widows, with 669,000 under 19 years, 286,000 under 15, and 79,000 under 9, all figures likely underestimating the appalling truth. Jaimuni and Una quickly became active missionaries among their countrywomen, not only in Serampore, but also in Chandernagore and the surrounding region. Year 1800 did not end without yielding fruit from the other and higher castes. Patumba Singh, a man of 50 from the writer caste, had sought deliverance from sin for 30 years at various Hindu shrines and in many Brahmanical scriptures. One of the earliest tracts from the Serampore press fell into his hands, and he immediately walked 40 miles to seek further instruction from its author. His baptism provided Carey with a much-needed schoolmaster, and Patumba soon became, even before Krishna in time, the first preacher to the people. Others from the writer caste included Siam Das, Patumba Mitta, and his wife Draupadi, who was as brave as her young husband. The despised Sudras were represented by Siam's neighbour, Parut, an old man, who said he turned to Christ because he saw no other way of salvation. The first Mohammedan convert was Peru, another neighbour of Siam Das. From the Sundarbans, where Carey first began his life as a missionary farmer, came the first Brahmin convert in all India up to that time, Krishna Prasad, then 19. He gave up his friends and his caste with much fortitude, and was the first Brahmin to be baptized. The word of Christ's death deeply moved him, and he continued to receive the word with meekness. The poita, or sevenfold thread worn over the body signifying his caste, he trampled underfoot and wore another thread to signify his dedication to Christ. This he voluntarily ceased to wear in a few years. 2 more Brahmins were brought in by Patumba Singh in 1804, and by the end of that year, the number of baptized converts was 48, with 40 being native men and women. Carey followed the apostolic practice of dedicating the convert's name, along with their soul and body, to Christ, retaining the name Krishna of Serampore and Calcutta. The first act of Krishna Pal, the first convert, was to build a house for God opposite his own, the first native meeting house in Bengal. Carey preached the first sermon there to 20 natives besides the family. The missionaries purchased a site along the high road, where the car of Jagannath is dragged yearly, and built a preaching place, a school, a house for Gokul, and a room for the old widow, all funded by Captain Wicks, who had witnessed their baptism. The Brahmin, owning the neighbouring land, wished to sell it and leave because of the missionaries' presence. This small purchase for £6 eventually grew into the extensive settlement of Janagar, where about 1870, the last of Carey's converts passed away. From its native chapel and in its village tank, many Hindus have since been led by their own ordained countrymen to put on Christ. Over time, the church in the chapel on the Hooghly became chiefly European and Eurasian, but on the first Sunday of the year, members of both churches meet together for communion, with services alternately in Bengali and English. The longing for converts soon gave way to the concern that they remain true Christians. As in the early Corinthian church, not all immediately understood the solemnities of the Lord's Supper. Krishna Pal, for instance, became jealous when Patumba, who was better educated, was ordained to preach before him, leading to a schism when Krishna administered the Lord's Supper himself. However, he soon became penitent. Associated with men who gave their all to Christ, the native members learned the lesson of self-support, essential for a self-propagating church. On baptism, Krishna received a new white dress with 6 shillings, but such gifts were soon discontinued. A Mohammedan convert asked for assistance to cultivate ground and rear silkworms, but the missionaries were cautious to avoid setting such a precedent. Although these first converts were initially missionaries rather than pastors, each preacher received no more than 6 rupees a month while in his village, and double that when itinerating. Carey and his colleagues diligently fostered the spiritual life and growth of men and women born and raised in a system fundamentally opposed to their teaching. An experience meeting of 3 men and 5 women from this time provides a glimpse into Bengali Christianity 2 years after its inception, contrasting with its state a century later.
I have been the greatest of sinners, but I wish only to think of the death of Christ. I rejoice that now people can no longer despise the gospel and call us Firingas, but they begin to judge for themselves.
I have this week been thinking of the power of God, that He can do all things, and of the necessity of minding all His commands. I have thought a lot about my mother, who is now old and constantly crying about me thinking that I have dishonored the family and am lost. Oh, that I could once go and tell her the good news as well as my brothers and sisters and open their eyes to the way of salvation.
In my mind, I see that all the debtors, idols, are nothing, and that Jesus Christ is the only Savior. If I can believe in Him and walk in His commandments, it may be well with me.
I am a great sinner, yet I wish continually to think of the death of Christ. I had much comfort in my daughter's marriage.
Onunda to Krishna Prasad.
The neighbors talked a lot about it and seemed to think it was much better for a man to choose his own wife than for parents to betroth children in infancy. People begin to judge a little now about Christian ways.
In this country are many ways. The way of the debtors, the way of Jagannath, where all eat together, the way of Gospara, etc. Yet all these are vain. Yesu Christ's death and Yesu Christ's commands. This is the way of life. I long to see Christ's kingdom grow. This week I had much joy talking to Gokul's mother, whose heart is inclined to judge about the way of Christ. When I was called to go and talk with her, on the way, I thought, how can I explain the way of Christ? I am but a woman and do not know much. Yet I remembered that the blessing does not come from us. God can bless the weakest words. Many Bengali women from the adjoining houses sat down and heard the word, and I was glad, hoping that the mercy of God might be found by this old woman.
I am a great sinner, yet I have been much rejoiced this week in Gokul's mother coming to inquire about the gospel. I had great sorrow when Gokul was ill, and at one time I thought he would die. But God graciously restored him. We have worldly sorrow, but this lasts only for a time.
This week I have had much sorrow because of Petambar. His mind is very troubled. He sits in the house and refuses to work, and I know not what will become of him. Yet Christ's death is a true word.
I have had much joy in thinking of God's goodness to our family. My sisters Onunda and Kesari wish to be baptized and join the church. If I can believe in Christ's death and keep his commands until death, then I shall be saved.
Carey was not only founding the Church of North India, he was creating a new society with healthy roots in the Christian family. Krishna Pal had brought over his household, like the Philippian jailer, and became their guru or priest. But the marriage issue soon arose. The first persecution was an assault on his eldest daughter, Galuk, who was taken to the house in Calcutta of the Hindu to whom she had been betrothed in infancy, according to Hindu law. As a Christian, she loathed the idolatrous and polygamous connection. However, she submitted for a time, secretly praying to Christ when beaten by her husband for openly worshipping him and refusing to eat things offered to the idol. Finally, it became unbearable. She fled to her father, was baptized, and later joined by her penitent husband. The subject of what to do with converts whose wives would not join them occupied the missionaries throughout 1803, and they eventually referred it to Andrew Fuller and the committee. They anticipated the act in which Sir Henry Maine later provided relief. They sent the husband to persuade his heathen wife to join him. If she refused for a long time, it was considered grounds for divorce, and he was allowed to remarry. The other issue, still troubling native churches, was what to do with polygamous Christians. They solved it by keeping such individuals out of church office and emphasizing the teachings of Christ in Matthew 19 and Paul in 1 Corinthians 7. In 1802, Carey established a form of agreement and service for native Christian marriages, similar to that of the Church of England. The simple and pleasing ceremony of Siam Das's wedding contrasted with the prolonged, expensive, and obscene Hindu rites, attracting many people. The following year, a Christian Brahman married Krishna Pal's daughter in front of more than 100 Hindus, highlighting the unity in Christ Jesus.
This morning we attended the wedding of Krishna Prasad and Onunda, Krishna's second daughter. Krishna gave him a piece of land next to his dwelling to build a house, and we lent Prasad 50 rupees for that purpose, which he will repay monthly from his wages. We began with a prayer meeting in the new house, attended by many neighbours. 5 hymns were sung, and brothers Carey and Marshman prayed in Bengali. Then we moved to an open shed near the house, where chairs and mats were arranged for friends and neighbours. Brother Carey explained the nature of marriage, criticised Hindu customs, read 2 Corinthians chapter 6 verses 14 to 18, and the account of the marriage at Cana, and then the printed marriage agreement. Krishna Prasad and Ananda promised love, faithfulness and obedience, signed the agreement, and it was witnessed by Carey, Marshman, Ward, Chamberlain and Ram Rotine. Brother Ward concluded with a prayer. Everything was conducted with the greatest decorum, and it was almost impossible not to be pleased. We returned home to breakfast and sent the newlyweds some sugar candy, plantains and raisins. In the evening we attended the monthly prayer meeting. April 5th. This evening we all went to supper at Krishna's house under the shed where the marriage ceremony was performed. We brought tables, knives, forks and glasses from our house and had a Bengali meal of curry, fried fish and vegetables. Most of us ate heartily. This was the first instance of our eating at the house of our native brethren. We all sat with the greatest cheerfulness, and some neighbours looked on in amazement. It was a new and singular sight in this land, where distinctions between clean and unclean are strictly observed. We began the wedding supper with singing and concluded with prayer, returning home with joy between 10 and 11. This was a glorious triumph over caste. A Brahmin married a Sudra in the Christian way, and Englishmen ate with the married couple and their friends at a native house. If the Hindu chronology is to be believed, such a sight had not been seen in Bengal.
In the same year, Gokul's approaching death led the missionaries to purchase an acre of land near the present railway station for their burial ground until the resurrection. Carey often officiated at the burial of Europeans in the Danish cemetery, where previously the only service was the government secretary dropping a handful of earth on the coffin. The native God's acre and the communion of the Lord's table, along with the simple rites for burying the dead in Christ, showed the heathen the loving self-sacrifice raised by the cross.
October 7th. He departed at 2 this morning. At 12, he called the brethren around him to sing and pray. He was perfectly sensible, resigned and tranquil. Some neighbours had urged him to employ a native doctor the day before, but he refused, saying he wanted no physician but Jesus Christ. When asked, "How is it that you, who turn to Christ, are afflicted?" he replied, "My affliction is due to my sins. My Lord does all things well." Seeing Komal weep, he said, "Why do you weep for me? Only pray," etc. From the beginning of his illness, he had little hope of recovery, yet he never murmured nor sought medicine. His constant answer was, "I am in my Lord's hands, I want no other physician." His patience was astonishing. I never heard him complain about his pain. His tranquil and happy end made a deep impression on our friends, who said to each other, "May my mind be as Gokul's was." Considering that this man grew shy of us 3 years ago because we opposed his notion that believers would never die, the grace now bestowed upon him is even more remarkable. Knowing the Hindus' horror of dead bodies and their unwillingness to contribute to burials, we had the coffin made at our house by our carpenters. They would not carry it to the house, though. The difficulty was to carry him to the grave. The usual European mode is to hire men, Portuguese, who live by it. But we wished to show our friends the propriety of doing this last kind office for a brother themselves. With Krishna having been ill the night before, and 2 brethren absent with Brother Ward, we could only muster 3 people. Brother Carey being away, I spoke to Felix and William, and we decided to try. At 5 in the afternoon, we went to the house. There were all our Hindu brethren and sisters, with a crowd of natives filling the yard and lining the street. We brought out our dear brother's remains, whose coffin Krishna had covered with white muslin at his own expense. Amidst the silent and astonished crowd, we sang a hymn by Krishna, the chorus of which is "Salvation by the death of Christ." Bhairab the Brahmin, Peru the Mussulman, Felix and I carried the coffin, assisted by Krishna and William, to the grave. We sang 2 hymns. As the crowd grew, I explained our joyful hope even in death, using the deceased as proof of its efficacy. I said he had been a great sinner, as they knew, and found no salvation among them. But when he heard of Jesus Christ, he received him as a suitable and all-sufficient Saviour, put his trust in him, and died full of tranquil hope. I urged them to consider their state, and we prayed, sang Murad's hymn, and distributed papers. The crowd was large, perhaps 500 people. They seemed struck by the novelty of the scene and the love Christians show each other, even in death, unlike their practice of throwing friends into the river or burning bodies with a solitary attendant.
Preaching, teaching, and Bible translating were Carey's primary missionary methods. In these, he led the way for future missionaries with success he always expected as one of the great things from God. His work for educating the people of India, particularly in their vernacular and classical languages, was second only to giving them a sacred and pure literature. Up to 1794, when he opened the first primary school in all India at Mudnabati at his own cost, only one attempt had been made to improve the indigenous schools, which taught only basic accounting to trading caste children, or the tolls, where Brahmins instructed disciples for half the year while begging the other half. That attempt was made by Schwartz at Kumbakonam, the priestly Oxford of South India, but the wars with Tipu soon ended a scheme supported by both the Raja of Tanjore and the British government. When Carey moved to Serampore and joined with accomplished and enthusiastic teachers like Marshman and his wife, education became a crucial part of the crusade for the conversion of southern and eastern Asia. At Madras, Bell had discovered the system of mutual instruction from the easy methods of indigenous schoolmasters, which he and Lancaster adapted for England's educational needs, evolving into the monitorial, pupil-teacher and grant-in-aid systems. Carey implemented Lancaster's plan in all the mission's native schools. In Serampore and at every new station, a free school was opened. Carey wrote home in October 1800.
The children in our Bengali free school, about 50, are mostly very young, yet we are endeavouring to instill divine truth into their minds as fast as they can understand. Some natives have complained that we are poisoning the minds of their children.
The first attempt to get the boys to write out the catechism in Bengali resulted in a protest that their caste was in danger, but the principles of tolerance and discipline were quickly explained.
The children will never be compelled to do anything that will make them lose caste. Though we abhor the caste, we do not wish anyone to lose it except by their own choice. After this, we will insist on the children doing what they have been ordered.
A few older boys withdrew for a time, fearing they would be sent to England, and the baptism of each early convert caused panic. However, honest instruction soon worked out the remedy. 2 years later, a report stated,
"The first class, consisting of catechumens, are now learning the first principles of Christianity in Bengali. They will later be taught history, geography, astronomy, etc. The second class, under 2 other masters, learn to read and write Bengali and English. The third class, consisting of children of natives who have not lost caste, learn only Bengali. This school is in a promising state and is supported by European subscriptions in this country."
Carey's early success led Mr. Creighton of Malda to open several Bengali free schools at Goamalti and develop a plan for extending these Christian nurseries throughout the country at a cost of £10 for educating 50 children. By 1806, such a scheme was feasible because Carey had translated the scriptures and, as Creighton noted,
a variety of introductory and explanatory tracts and catechisms in Bengali and Hindustani have been distributed, and unlimited copies are available free of charge from the mission house in Serampore.
However, since only a few of the Brahman and writer castes could read, and not one woman, a general perusal of the scriptures amongst natives will be impracticable till they are taught to read. Significant progress was made only after Lord William Bentinck received Adams' report on the educational destitution of Bengal in 1835. Referring to Creighton's scheme, Mr. Ward's journal chronicles the opening of the first Sunday school in India in July 1803 by Carey's sons.
Last Lord's Day, a Sunday school was opened, supervised primarily by our young friends Felix and William Carey and John Fernandez. It will focus on teaching catechisms in Bengali and English, as the children learn to read and write every day. I received a letter from a gentleman up the country who writes warmly about establishing Christian schools throughout Bengal.
Not many years had passed since Raikes started Sunday schools in England. Their use seemed to fade with the 3 Serampore missionaries for a time, only to be revived by American missionaries around 1870. Now, over 200,000 boys and girls attend such schools in India, with 3/4 being non-Christians. From the beginning, Carey drew converts from all classes, including Armenians, Portuguese, Eurasians, and natives of India. Along with Meister and Mrs. Marshman, he took care to provide schools for their children. The necessity of this was highlighted by the Brotherhood starting with 9 children, and boarding schools for these classes could be a respectable source of revenue for the mission. An advertisement appeared in March 1800.
Mission House, Serampore. On Thursday, May 1st, 1800, a school will be opened at this house, which stands in a healthy and pleasant location by the river. Letters addressed to Mr. Carey will be promptly attended to.
The cost of boarding and fees varied from £45 to £50 a year, depending on whether Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Persian, or Sanskrit lessons were included. Additionally, particular attention will be paid to the correct pronunciation of the English language, was mentioned, considering the mixed parentage of the pupils. This initiative was the first sign of care for Eurasians not connected with the army, which, as developed by Marshman and Mack, evolved into the Doveton College in 1823. The boys' school was soon followed by a girls' school, from which a stream of Christian light radiated over the resident Christian society, and from which many missionaries emerged. Carey's description of the mixed community provides valuable insight into its origin and the state of European society in India, from the time of Portuguese dominance to the early 19th century, when the East India Company was wary of Christianity.
The Portuguese are considered by both Europeans and natives to be lower than the Hindus or Muslims. However, I believe they are rated too low. They are mainly descendants of the slaves of the Portuguese who first arrived here, or the children of those Portuguese and their female slaves. Being born in their houses, they were made Christians in infancy through baptism and given Portuguese names. It is no wonder these people, despised by Europeans and taught by ignorant popish priests, have fallen into such a degraded state. Their superstitions are so gross that I have seen a Hindu image maker carrying an image of Christ on the cross between 2 thieves to a Portuguese household. Many of them, however, can read and write English well and understand Portuguese. Besides these, there are many children of Europeans and native women, several of whom are well educated, and nearly all are Protestants by profession. These children of English, French, Dutch or Danes by native women are called Portuguese. Concubinage is so common here that few unmarried Europeans are without a native woman, with whom they live as if married, and separations are rare except in the case of marriage with European women, where the native woman is dismissed with an allowance. However, the children from these relationships are never admitted to the table with company, and are universally treated by the English as an inferior species. Consequently, they are often shy, yet proud and conceited, trying to assume the honour denied to them by others. This class forms a connecting link between Europeans and natives. The Armenians are few in number, but mostly wealthy. I have conversed with them several times about religion. They listen patiently and are surprised that an Englishman would make it a topic of conversation.
While the Marshmans dedicated their time from 7 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon to these boarding schools started by Carey in 1800 for the higher education of Eurasians, Carey himself began to care for the destitute in Calcutta. His efforts led to the establishment of the benevolent institution for the instruction of indigent children, which the contemporary Bengal civilian Charles Lushington was praised in his history as one of the enduring examples of active and tireless benevolence inspired by Serampore. Here, under the Lancaster system, and supervised by Carey, Mr. and Mrs. Penny, there were as many as 300 boys and 100 girls under Christian instruction from all races. Europeans, native Portuguese, Armenians, Mugs, Chinese, Hindus, Muslims, natives of Sumatra, Mozambique, and Abyssinia. This official reporter stated that more than 1,000 youths had been rescued from vice and ignorance and advanced in usefulness to society, achieving a degree of opulence and respectability. Carey himself recounted the origin of this noble charity in a letter to Dr. Ryland, revealing his own busy life and the missionary influence of the higher schools, while also reporting the existence of the mission over a wide area. Writing from Calcutta on May 24, 1811, he said,
"A year ago, we opened a free school in Calcutta. This year, we added a school for girls. There are now about 140 boys and nearly 40 girls. One of our deacons, Mr. Leonard, a most valuable and active man, supervises the boys, and a very pious woman, a member of the church, oversees the girls. The institution receives considerable support and is conducted on Lancaster's plan. We are planning another school for the instruction of Hindu youths in the Sanskrit language, intending to introduce the study of the Sanskrit Bible. It is practically begun and will be in Calcutta. Encouraged by Brother and Sister Marshmen, there are 2 schools on our premises at Serampore for the free instruction of youth of both sexes, supported and managed entirely by the male and female scholars in our own school. These young people appear to embrace the plan with enthusiasm, contribute their money for its support, and take turns teaching the children in these free schools. I trust we will be able to expand this plan and spread its influence widely across the country. Our brethren in the Isles of France and Bourbon seem to be doing good work. Some of them have gone to Madagascar, and, as if to show divine providence's care, the ship they travelled on was wrecked shortly after they landed. Many of our members have gone to Java. I trust their journey will be fruitful. Brother Chamberlain has likely arrived in Agra by now. We preach every week in the fort and the public prison, both in English and Bengali."
Carey had not been at Serampore for 6 months before he recognised the importance of using the English language as a missionary tool, and he proposed this idea to Andrew Fuller. The immediate pressing duties of a pioneer mission to the people of Bengal led him to postpone action in this direction. We will later trace the English influence of the press and the college. Meanwhile, the vernacular schools, which soon numbered 100 in total, were very popular and proved to be valuable feeders for the infant church. Without them, the 3 missionaries wrote to the society,
"The whole plan must have been nipped in the bud, since, if the natives had not cheerfully sent their children, everything else would have been useless. But the earnestness with which they have sought these schools exceeds everything we had previously expected. We are still constantly importuned for more schools, although we have long gone beyond the extent of our funds."
It was beneficial that, in the early days, Carey laid the foundation of the new national or imperial civilization through schools, books, tracts, and providing the literary form and apparatus of the vernacular languages. When the time for English came, the foundations were already above ground. Laid deep and strong in the nature of the people, the structure has thus far promised to be national rather than foreign, though raised by foreign hands, marked by the truth and purity of its Western architect. The manifestation of Christ to the Bengalis could not occur without provoking the hate and opposition of the vested interests of Brahmanism. As long as Carey was an indigo planter as well as a proselytizer in Dinapore and Malda, he met no opposition because he had no direct success. But when, from Serampore, he and others, through voice, press, school, healing the sick and visiting the poor, carried on their work day by day with the gentle persistency of a natural law, opposition began, when, by breaking caste and denying Krishna's Christian daughter Goluk to the Hindu to whom she had been betrothed from infancy, the Brahmins began to realize that not only their craft, but the whole social structure was threatened. The opposition grew louder. Like in Ephesus of old, an appeal was made to the magistrates against the men who were turning the world upside down. Initially, the very boys taunted the missionaries in the streets with the name of Jesus Christ. After Krishna and his family broke caste, they were seized by a mob and hurried before the Danish magistrate, who initially refused to hand over a Christian girl to a heathen, and gave her father a guard to prevent her murder until the Calcutta magistrate decided she must join her husband, but would be protected in her new faith. The commotion spread throughout the densely populated district. However, the people were not with the Brahmins, and the excitement sent many sin-laden inquirers to Serampore from a great distance.
The fire is now already kindled for which our Redeemer expressed his strong desire,
wrote Carey to Ryland in March 1801. A year later, he wrote to his old friend Morris at Clipstone Village.
I think there is such a fermentation raised in Bengal by the little leaven that there is hope of the whole lump being leavened. God is carrying on his work, and though it progresses, no one can say who the instrument is. Various means doubtless contribute to it, but lately the printing and distributing of New Testaments and small tracts seem to have the greatest effect.
In a spirit opposite to Jonah's, the entire Brotherhood, then consisting of the three, Carey's son Felix, and a new missionary, Chamberlain, sent this review of their position at the close of 1804.
We are still a happy, healthy, and highly favoured family. But though we feel constant gratitude for these blessings, we would not be content unless Nineveh is brought to repentance. We did not come into this country to be placed in what are called easy circumstances regarding this world. And we trust that nothing but the salvation of souls will satisfy us. True, before we set off, we thought we could die content if we saw half of what we have already seen. Yet now we seem almost as far from our missionary high calling as ever. If 3 million men were drowning, he must be a monster who would be content with saving one individual only, though for the deliverance of that one, he would find cause for perpetual gratitude.
By 1810, the parent mission at Serampore had expanded into numerous stations and districts, necessitating a new organisation. There were 300 converts, 105 of whom had been added that year. Did you expect to see this 18 years ago? Wrote Marshman to the Society. But what may we not expect if God continues to bless us in the future? Marshman forgot how Carey had, in 1792, told them on the inspired evangelical prophet's authority to expect great things from God. Henceforth, the one mission became fivefold for a time. Chapter 7. Calcutta and the mission centres from Delhi to Amboina, from 1802 to 1817. The East India Company believed it could keep Christianity out of Bengal by restricting missionaries to the small Danish territory of Serampore. However, this regulation was not as easily enforced as they had hoped. Missionaries, often with or without Danish passports, travelled throughout central Bengal using its network of rivers. Every printed Bengali leaf of scripture or pure literature acted as a missionary, and every new convert, even women, became an evangelist to their people. This movement could not be stopped. As the local authorities began to recognize the missionaries' innocence and positive political contributions, they were left alone for a time. Ironically, the government of India eventually became a greater missionary agency than the Baptist Society itself. This unexpected turn of events led to the appointment of William Carey as the only available teacher for Lord Wellesley's new college of Fort William. This appointment, made without prejudice to his spiritual mission, opened Calcutta to English proselytizing and provided Carey with the necessary resources to translate the scriptures into all the languages of the Far East. Despite its initial fears, the East India Company inadvertently became a significant partner in the Christianization of India and China. From the middle of 1801, and for the next 30 years, William Carey split his time between the bustling city of Calcutta and Serampore. Each week, he would travel the 18 miles down the winding river to Calcutta at sunset on Monday evening, returning to Serampore on Friday night, always working along the way. Initially, Carey focused on influencing Bengali traders and youths who knew English, often reading the English Bible with them. His chaplain friends, Brown and Buchanan, encouraged him to care for the hundreds of poor mixed Christians in Calcutta who were neglected by St. John's and the Mission Church. In 1802, Carey started a weekly meeting for prayer and conversation at Mr. Rolt's house, and another meeting for a less educated group at the home of a Portuguese Christian. By 1803, Carey was able to report to Fuller,
"We have opened a place of worship in Calcutta, where we preach twice on the Lord's Day in English, on Wednesday evening in Bengali, and on Thursday evening in English."
He took on the work during the week and rotated the Sunday service with his fellow missionaries. The first church was a hall belonging to a well-known undertaker, accessible through rows of coffins and mourning decorations. Over time, many evangelical Christians in the city offered to help the missionaries by funding the construction of a more suitable, non-denominational chapel. This chapel was built in Lal Bazar, a district known for its poor and abandoned Christians, sailors and soldiers on leave, liquor shops and brothels. At a time when Calcutta lacked noble hospitals and only the children of the privileged were cared for, Brother Carey provided medicine for the body and soul, as described by a contemporary widow. The site cost £1,000, allowing only a simple mat chapel to be built initially. Marshman raised another £1,100 in 10 days, and after police delays, the government approved the construction. Carey opened the new chapel on Sunday, January 1st, 1809. However, he and his colleagues, not being episcopally ordained, were forbidden to preach to British soldiers, Armenians and Portuguese. Carey's Baptist Chapel became a place where, for nearly a generation, a remarkable scene unfolded. A former shoemaker from Northamptonshire, training India's governing class in Sanskrit, Bengali and Marathi during the day, translating the Ramayana and the Vedas, and then, as the sun set, ministering to the maimed, the halt and the blind, and many with leprosy. He preached the good news of the kingdom to both the heathen of England and India with loving tenderness and patient humility, embodying the spirit of him who said, "Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business?" Street preaching was added to the missionary efforts, and Prudence suggested relying on Asiatic and Eurasian converts for this work. At the beginning of 1807, following the mutiny at Vellore, caused by the hat-like turban order, similar to the Bengal mutiny half a century later triggered by greased cartridges, the missionaries wrote to the society,
"We now return to Calcutta, but not without a sigh. How can we avoid sighing when we think of the number of perishing souls in this city, and remember the multitudes who used to hang upon our lips, standing in the thick, wedged crowd for hours in the heat of a Bengal summer, listening to the word of life? We are thankful, however, that nothing has been found against us except in matters of our God, conscious of our heartfelt attachment to the British government and our deep interest in its welfare. We might well endure reproach if it were cast upon us. However, to our knowledge, the tongue of calumny has not brought the slightest accusation against us. We still worship in a private house in Calcutta, and our congregation is growing. We are continuing with the chapel. A family of Armenians who found it pleasant to attend divine worship in the Bengali language have erected a small place on their premises for the sake of the natives.
Krishna Pal became the first native missionary to Calcutta, where in 1810 he preached at 14 different places each week and visited 41 families to evangelize the servants of the wealthy and bring in the members of the poorer classes. Sebuk Ram was added to the staff. Carey himself summarised the labours of 1811 when he was still the only pastor for the Christian poor and the sole resident missionary to 500,000 natives.
Calcutta is 3 miles long and 1 mile wide, very populous. The outskirts are crowded with people settled in large villages, resembling, for population, not elegance, the outskirts of Birmingham. The first village is about a mile south of the city. Nearby are the public jail and the general hospital. Brother Gordon, one of our deacons, is the jailer, so we preach there in English every Lord's Day. We used to preach in the fort, but recently a military order has stopped us. Nonetheless, Krishna and Sebuk Ram preach once or twice a week in the fort, as well as at the jail, the House of Correction, the village of Alipore south of the jail, a large factory north of the city where several hundred are employed, and at 10 or 12 houses in different parts of the city. In several instances, Roman Catholics, having heard the word, have invited them to their houses and, having gathered their neighbours, have received the word with gladness. The number of inquirers constantly coming forward, awakened by the work of these brethren, fills me with joy. I am not sure of my own usefulness, but I see a work that fills my soul with thankfulness. As I don't have time to visit the people, I dedicate every Thursday evening to receive inquirers. Seldom do fewer than 20 come, and their simple confessions of sin, their honest declarations of former ignorance, their expressions of trust in Christ and gratitude to Him, and their accounts of spiritual conflicts often bring tears to their eyes. It presents a scene that is difficult to fully describe. Additionally, meetings for prayer and mutual edification are held every night of the week, sometimes in multiple locations at once, spreading the sacred influence through the community.
During his voyage to India, Carey had envisioned the time when the society he founded would influence not only Asia, but also Africa, and he would provide the peoples of Asia with the scriptures in their own languages. By 1804, the time had come to organise this movement, and he described it to Ryland.
The 14th of December, 1803. We have been occupied with another plan. It seems our duty is to provide and apply materials for spreading the gospel, such as translations and pamphlets. To apply these, we thought of setting up several subordinate stations, each with a dedicated brother. It will be necessary and useful for each station to engage in some form of business. We will provide funds to start, purchasing cloth or other local products with all proceeds belonging to the mission, not for private trade or ownership. The gains might support the station. Each brother will have 1 or 2 native brethren with him to preach, distribute Bibles and pamphlets, and set up schools where scripture reading is encouraged. At least 4 brethren will always reside at Serampore, which will serve as the mission's heart, while other stations act as its members. Each station must send a monthly report on both spiritual and temporal matters to Serampore, which will, in turn, provide guidance and support. This plan may seem formidable, but it is practical. The biggest challenge will be finding suitable individuals. However, it will allow many to be useful without the friction of living in a large communal house, while still keeping everyone connected to the mission. We estimate that 2,000 rupees will be sufficient to start each station. We trust that God will provide the necessary funds, especially if our brethren in England assist with translations and printing. This plan could extend over a radius of 1,000 miles, with constant communication between stations, and possibly even further in some cases. We also hope that God will raise up local missionaries better suited for the work than those from England. We have not finalised anything yet, but when Brother Ward arrives, we hope to do so. One station may be immediately occupied by Brother Chamberlain. A recent favourable providence, the college's subscription for 100 copies of my Sanskrit grammar, will provide 6,400 rupees or £800 sterling. This motion was generously initiated by H. Colebrook and supported by Messrs. Brown and Buchanan with no opposition. Although the grammar will take another year to print, most of the money will likely be advanced soon. The Maratha War and the subjugation of Cuttack by the English can be seen as favourable events for spreading the gospel and will greatly comfort the inhabitants.
2 years later, Carey anticipated the consent of the local government, despite the company's determined hostility in England. However, the panic following the Vellum Mutiny caused further delay.
The 25th of December, 1805. It has long been a goal of mine to place European brethren in different parts of the country, about 200 miles apart, so that each can visit a circle with a 100-mile radius. Within these circuits, native brethren would be placed at appropriate distances, initially under the supervision of the European brethren at the centre. Our brethren agree with this plan. Therefore, I thought it would be beneficial to obtain government permission for them to settle and preach freely in any part of the country. The government views us favourably, and with Sir G. Barlow, the Governor-General, being out of town, Mr. UD-NY is Vice President and Deputy Governor. One morning I had breakfast with him and explained our activities and plans. He kindly asked me to detail our requests in a private letter and offered to communicate privately with Sir G. Barlow about the matter and inform me of the result. I visited him again last week, and he informed me that he had written about the subject and was promised a prompt reply. God grant that it may be favourable. I believe the government will allow it if they have the power.
Not until 1810 could Carey report that permission was obtained from the government to form a new station at Agra, a large city in Upper Hindustan near Delhi and the country of the Sikhs, where Chamberlain and an assistant were sent. From that year, the Bengal mission became the first of the United Missions in India. There were 5 in total, each with its own distinct brotherhood, operating on the same principles of self-denial as the original mission, each one an offshoot of the parent community. These 5 were the Bengal, the Burman, the Orissa, the Bhutan, and the Hindustan missions. The Bengal mission was fourfold. Serampore and Calcutta counted as one station, the old Dinapore and Sadamahal replacing Mudnabati, Goamalti near Malda, Kutwa, an old town on the upper waters of the Hooghly, Jessore, the agricultural capital of its lower delta, and later Mongir, Berhampuri, Murshidabad, Dhaka, Chittagong, and Assam. The Bhutan missionaries were plundered and driven out. The Hindustan mission soon included Gaya, Patna, Digha, Ghazipur, Benares, Allahabad, Kanpur, Ajmer, and Delhi itself. From Nagpur in central India and Surat north of Bombay, Carey aimed to bring Marathas and Gujaratis to Christ. China, still under East India Company control, was reached through the press, forced by intolerance preventing new missionaries from landing in India proper and led by invitations from Sir Stamford Raffles. The mission extended to Java, Amboina, Penang, Ceylon, and even Mauritius. The detailed review of their operations, signed by the 3 faithful men of Serampore at the end of 1817, astounds the reader with the magnitude and variety of their work, the childlike modesty of the record, and the heroism of their toil. At the time of the organisation into the 5 United Missions, the staff had grown to 30. From England, there were 9 survivors: Carey, Marshman, Ward, Chamberlain, Mardon, Moore, Chatter, Rowe, and Robinson. Raised up in India itself were 7, the 2 sons of Carey, Felix and William. Fernandez, his first convert at Dinapore, Peacock and Cornish, and 2 Armenians, Aratoon and Peters. 2 were on probation for the ministry, Leonard and Forder. Besides 7 Hindu evangelists also on probation, there were 5 survivors of the band of converts called to the ministry over time: Krishna Pal, the first, known as the Beloved, Krishna Das, Ram Mohan, Sita Ram, and Sita Das. Carey's 3rd son, Jabez, was soon to become the most advanced of the 3 brothers, away in Amboina. His father had long prayed, and asked others to pray that he too might become a missionary. For the last 15 years of his life, Jabez was his closest and most valued correspondent. but only slightly less dear than his own sons to Carey, already in 1817 described in an official letter as our aged brother Carey, were the native missionaries and pastors, his sons in the faith. He sent the educated Patamba Singh first in November 1802 to his countrymen at Suksagar and gave him a suitable and solemn charge. The opportunity was very pleasant. In May 1803, Krishna Pal was similarly set apart. At the same time, the young Brahmin, Krishna Prasad, delivered his first sermon in Bengali, much to the satisfaction of our brethren. 6 months later, Ward reported from Dinapur.
The eyes of the people were fixed on Prasad. He is becoming eloquent.
In 1804, their successful probation resulted in their formal ordination by prayer and the laying on of hands, when Carey addressed them with the words,
"As my Father hath sent me, so send I you."
And all commemorated the Lord's death till he comes. Krishna Das was unjustly imprisoned for a debt he had paid, but he did not cease to declare to the native men in power that he was a Christian, even when they gnashed their teeth at him. He preached almost all night to the prisoners, who heard the word with eagerness. 2 years after his ordination, Carey charged him as Paul had written to Timothy,
"In the sight of God and of Christ Jesus, who shall judge the quick and the dead,
to be instant in season and out of season, to reprove, rebuke, and exhort with all long-suffering and teaching." Ram Mohan, a Brahmin and fruit of Patamba's ministry, consecrated his ability as a student and preacher of the scriptures to Christ upon Krishna Prasad's death. The missionaries saw their invocation answered, which they had sung in crude strains on the ship that brought them to India. Bid Brahmins preach the heavenly word beneath the banyan's shade. Oh, let the Hindu feel its power, and grace his soul pervade. As early as 1806, the missionaries recognized the value of their native brethren's work and formed a missionary church with all the native converts. The delay and even failure of their successors from various churches to do this marks a significant shortfall in the church in India, both in duty and privilege.
We have utilized the help of native brethren ever since we had one who dared to speak in the name of Christ. Their efforts have been the primary means by which our church has grown. Recently, we have been considering a plan to make their labors even more effective, sending them out, 2 by 2, without any European brother. It also seemed highly desirable to involve the entire native church in this work as much as possible. Indeed, we have already seen commendable involvement from them. To achieve this goal more effectively, we called an extraordinary meeting of all the brethren on Friday evening, August 8th, 1806, and presented the following ideas. The Saviour's intention in calling them out of darkness into marvelous light was that they should labor to the utmost in advancing his cause among their countrymen. 2. It was therefore their indispensable duty, both collectively and individually, to strive by every means to bring their countrymen to the knowledge of the Saviour. If we, who were strangers, thought it our duty to come from a distant country for this purpose, it was even more incumbent on them to labour for the same end. This was therefore the grand business of our lives. 3. If a brother, in discharging this duty, went out 40 or 50 miles, he could not labour for his family. It therefore became the Church's responsibility to support such brethren, seeing they were hindered from supporting themselves by giving themselves wholly to that work in which it was equally the duty of all to take a share. 4. We propose to unite the support of itinerant brethren with the care of the poor, and to rely on the church fund for both, as both, in a heathen land, are equally the duty of a church.
Every one of these ideas our native brethren accepted with the greatest readiness and the most cordial approval. As early as 1810, Carey's mission plan extended to significant regions, including the capital of the Great Mogul, Surat to the west, Maratha Nagpur to the south, Lahore, where Ranjit Singh had consolidated Sikh power, Kashmir, and even Afghanistan, where he had sent the Pushtu Bible. To free Chamberlain for this extensive work, Carey sent his second son, William, to take over as the missionary in charge of Katwa. Carey explained,
"This would secure the gradual perfection of the version of the scriptures in the Sikh language, introduce the gospel among the people, and open a way for introducing it into Kashmir, and eventually to the Afghans under whose dominion Kashmir currently is."
Carey and his colleagues strategically occupied the principal centres of Hindu and Muslim influence in India, which were unoccupied, and provided translations of the Bible into the main languages. This effort was explicitly a preparation for future missionary activities. Across India and the Far East, Carey pioneered the spread of the gospel, writing to Ryland when he first settled in Serampore.
It is very probable we may be only pioneers to prepare the way for more successful missionaries, who perhaps may not be at liberty to attend to those preparatory labours in which we have been occupied, the translation and printing of the scriptures.
Carey's heart was enlarged like his master's on earth, and hence his humbleness of mind. When the Church Missionary Society established Agra as their first station in India, Carey sent the Baptist missionary there to Allahabad. He sent
Brother William Smith, called in Orissa under Brother John Peters,
the Armenian, to Benares due to Smith's knowledge of the Hindi language. Smith reached out to the wealthy Brahmin Raja Jai Narain Gosal, encouraging him to found the Church Mission College in 1817, which bears the name of this
almost Christian Hindu, who was exceedingly desirous of diffusing light among his own countrymen.
The most striking examples of Carey's self-sacrifice are found not in India, but in the lives of his other two sons in Burma and the Spice Islands. The East India Company's panic over the Velara mutiny led Carey to plan a mission to Burma, similar to how he had settled in Danish Serampore 10 years earlier. The government of India had doubled his salary as a professor of Bengali, Marathi and Sanskrit, inadvertently providing the necessary funds. Since 1795, the port of Rangoon had been open to the British, although Colonel Symes had been insulted during his second embassy to Ava 8 years later. Carey wrote to Fuller in November 1806, accurately describing Rangoon as about 10 days' sail from Calcutta. He explained,
"The Burman Empire is about 800 miles long, bordering Bengal on the east but inaccessible by land due to mountains covered with thick forests. The eastern side of this empire borders China, Cochin China, and Tonking, potentially allowing us to introduce the gospel to those countries. They are within our reach, and the Bible in Chinese will be understood by them just as well as by the Chinese themselves. About 20 chapters of Matthew are translated into that language, and 3 of our family have made considerable progress in it."
This marked the beginning of Reformed missions to Eastern Asia. A year would pass before Dr. Robert Morrison landed at Macau. From the politically aggressive and opposed Jesuit missions, which had been active in Annam, a persecuted bishop sought refuge in Serampore. He used its press and resources to publish his Dictionarium Unamitico Latinum. The French had long aimed to seize an empire there, but it could never compare to the marvellous province and Christian Church of Burma, whose foundation Carey laid. Judson, along with Governors Durand, Thayer, Aitchison, and Bernard, Henry Lawrence's nephew, built well upon it. January 24th, 1807, Marden and Chatter set out after Carey charged them with the words,
"And thence sailed to Antioch, from whence they had been recommended to the grace of God, which they fulfilled."
Carey's eldest son Felix soon replaced Mardon. The instructions, bearing the mark of the sacred scholar's pen, remain a model for all missionaries. These 2 excerpts provide timeless counsel.
4. As for the Burman language, let this occupy your most precious time and your most anxious attention. Do not be content with acquiring this language superficially, but make it your own, thoroughly and completely. To become fluent, you must attentively listen with a keen curiosity to the forms of speech, construction, and accent of the natives. All your imitative powers are needed here. Yet these, without continued effort to use all you acquire as fast as you acquire it, will be of little use. 5. As soon as you feel confident in this language, you may compose a grammar and send us some scripture tracts for printing, small and plain, with simple Christian instruction and gospel invitation, avoiding anything that could irritate even the most superstitious mind. 6. We recommend you begin translating the Gospel of Mark as soon as possible, as one of the best and most certain ways of acquiring the language. This translation will, of course, be revised again and again. In these revisions, be very careful about the idiom and construction, ensuring they are truly Burman and not English. Let your instructor be well acquainted with the language and try every important word in every way you can before it is finalized. In prosecuting this work, there are 2 things to which we especially call your very close attention: the strictest and most rigid economy and the cultivation of brotherly love. Remember, the money you will expend is neither ours nor yours, for it has been consecrated to God, and every unnecessary expenditure will be robbing God and appropriating to unnecessary secular uses what is sacred and consecrated to Christ and His cause. In building especially, remember that you are poor men and have chosen a life of poverty and self-denial, with Christ and His missionary servants. If another person is profuse in expenditure, the consequence is small, because his property would perhaps fall into hands where it might be devoted to iniquity. But missionary funds are the most sacred and important of anything of this nature on earth. We say this not because we suspect you or any of our partners in labour, but we perceive that even when you have done all, the Rangoon mission will lie heavily upon the missionary funds, and the field of exertion is very wide.
Felix Carey was a medical missionary of great skill, a printer of Oriental languages trained by Ward, and a scholar, especially in Sanskrit, Pali, Bengali, and Burman, not unworthy of his father. He early commended himself to the goodwill of the Rangoon Viceroy, and was of great use to Captain Canning in the successful mission from the Governor-General in 1809. At his intercession, the Viceroy granted him the life of a malefactor who had hung for 6 hours on the cross. Reporting the incident to Ryland, Dr. Carey wrote that,
"Crucifixion is not performed on separate crosses, elevated to a considerable height, as with the Romans, but several posts are erected, connected by a crosspiece near the top, to which the hands are nailed, and another near the bottom, to which the feet are nailed in a horizontal direction."
Felix prepared a folio dictionary of Burmese and Pali, translated several Buddhist sutras into English, and several books of Holy Scripture into the vernacular. His medical and linguistic skill so commended him to the king that he was loaded with honours and sent as Burmese ambassador to the Governor-General in 1814. However, when he withdrew from the Christian mission, he alone was saved from the wreck of his boat on the Irrawaddy, in which his second wife, children, and the manuscript of his dictionary went down. Reporting to Ryland, his father lamented,
"Felix is shriveled from a missionary into an ambassador."
To his third son, the sorrowing father said,
"The honours he has received from the Burmese government have not been beneficial to his soul. Felix is certainly not as esteemed since his visit as he was before it. It is very distressing to have to apologise for those you love."
Mr. Charter had moved to Ceylon to begin a mission in Colombo. In July 1813, when Felix Carey was in Ivor, 2 young Americans, Adoniram Judson and his wife Anne, tempest-tossed and fleeing the persecution of the East India Company, found shelter in the mission house at Rangoon. Judson was part of a group of divinity students from the Congregational Church of New England, whose zeal had led to the creation of the American Board of Foreign Missions. On their way to Serampore, Judson, his wife, and their colleague Rice had become Baptists by conviction. They were commended to the Brotherhood at Serampore. Carey and his colleagues made it a point to guard against obtruding on missionary brethren of different sentiments any conversation relative to baptism. But Judson himself sent a note to Carey requesting baptism by immersion. This led to the foundation of the American Baptist Missionary Society in Boston, which would go on to achieve great success in Burma and among the Karens. For a time, however, Judson was a missionary supported by the Brotherhood at Serampore. As such, he wrote,
Brother Ward wishes to have an idea of the probable expense of each station, on which I take occasion to say that it would be more gratifying to me, as presenting a less temptation, and as less dangerous to my habits of economy and my spiritual welfare, to have a limited monthly allowance. I fear that, if I am allowed as much as I want, my wants will enlarge with their gratification, and finally embrace many things, which at first I should have thought incompatible with economical management, as well as with that character among the heathen, which it becomes the professed followers of him who for our sakes became poor, even to sustain. It is better for a missionary, especially a young man, to have rather too little than rather too much. Your case, on coming out from England, was quite different from mine. You had all that there was, and were obliged to make the most of it. If these things meet the ideas of the brethren, I will be obliged to them to say what sum, in Sikha rupees, payable in Bengal, they think sufficient for a small family in Rangoon, sufficient to meet all common expenses, and indeed all that will be incurred at present, except that of passages by sea. You have all the accounts before you, especially of things purchased in Bengal, which I do not have, and from having seen the mission pass through various changes, you will be more competent to estimate the expense than I am. And while you are making this estimate for one family, also say what will be sufficient for 2 small families, so that if Brother Rice or any other should soon join me, it may not be necessary to bring the subject again under consideration. This sum I will receive under the same regulations as other stations are subject to, and which I heartily approve. And if, on experiment, it is found much too large, I shall be as glad to diminish it as to have you increase it, if it is found much too small. September 7th. Since writing the above, we have received the distressing intelligence that a few days after Mr. Carey left us, and soon after he had reached the brig, which had previously gone into the great river, on the 31st of August, about noon, she was overtaken by a squall of wind, upset, and instantly sank. Those who could swim escaped with their lives, but those who could not perished. Among the saved were Mr. Carey and most of the Bengalese. Mrs. Carey, the 2 children, her women and girls, and several men, in all 10 persons, perished. Every article of property had been transferred from the boats to the vessel, which had just left the place where she had been waiting for Mr. Carey, and had been under sail about 3 hours. Several boats were not far distant. The gold boat was within sight, but the disaster was so sudden that not a single thing was saved. Some attempts were made by the Lascars to save Mrs. Carey and William, but they were unsuccessful. Mr. Carey stayed on the shore through the following night. A neighboring governor sent him clothes and money, and the next morning he took the gold boat and proceeded up the river. The jolly boat has returned, bringing back the surviving sailors. The dreadful situation to which our poor brother was reduced in a moment from the height of prosperity fills our minds with the greatest distress. We are utterly unable to afford him the least relief, and can only pray that this awful dispensation may prove a paternal chastisement from his heavenly Father and be sanctified to his soul.
While Judson wrote to Serampore, which he once again visited, leaving the dust of a child in the mission burial ground.
I am glad to hear you say that you will not abandon this mission.
Carey pressed on to the regions beyond. Judson lived until 1850 to found a church and prepare a Burmese dictionary, grammar, and translation of the Bible, so perfect that revision has hardly been necessary up to the present day. He and Hu, a printer who joined him, formed themselves into a brotherhood on the same self-denying principles as that of Serampore, whom they besought to send them frequent communications to counsel, strengthen, and encourage them. On September 28, 1814, Judson again wrote to Carey from Rangoon.
Dear Brother Carey, if copies of Colebrook's Sanskrit dictionary and your Sanskrit grammar are not too scarce, I earnestly request a copy of each. I find it will be absolutely necessary for me to pick up a little of the Pali, chiefly on account of many theological terms that have been incorporated from that language into the Burman. I have found a dictionary, which I suppose is the same as that which Mr. Colebrook translated, adapted to the Burman system. This I intend to read. I also want Leyden's vocabulary and a copy or two of your son's grammar when it is completed. I gave your son, on his going up to Ava, my copy of Campbell's Gospels, together with several other books, all of which are now lost. The former I chiefly regret, and know not where I can procure another copy. There is a vessel now lying here, which is destined to take around an ambassador from this government to Bengal. He expects to go in about a month, as he told me. He is now waiting for final instructions from Ava. If Felix is really to be sent to Bengal again, I think it most probable that he will be ordered to accompany this ambassador. Mrs. J. was on the point of taking passage with Captain Hitchens to obtain some medical advice in Bengal, but she has felt a little better for a few days and has given up the plan for the present. This is a delightful climate. We have now seen all the seasons and can therefore judge. The hot weather in March and April is the chief exception. Nature has done everything for this country, and the government is very indulgent to all foreigners. When we see how we are distinguished above all around, even in terms of worldly comforts, we feel that we lack gratitude. Oh, that we may be faithful in the improvement of every mercy, and patient under every trial which God may have in store for us. We know not how the gospel can ever be introduced here. Everything, in this respect, appears as dark as midnight.
By 1816, Judson had prepared the Gospel of Matthew in Burmese, followed by short tracts accommodated to the optics of a Burman. Carey's third son, Jabez, was a clerk to a Calcutta attorney in 1812, when Dr. Ryland preached in the Dutch church, Austin Friars, the anniversary sermon on the occasion of the removal of the headquarters of the Society to London. Pausing in the midst of his discourse after a reference to Carey, the preacher called on the vast congregation to silently pray for the conversion of Jabez Carey. The answer came the next year in a letter from his father.
My son Jabez, who was apprenticed to an attorney and had very promising prospects in this world, is becoming deeply religious and now values the work of the Lord above all else.
Lord Minto's expeditions of 1810 and 1811 had captured the islands swept by the French privateers from Madagascar to Java, ending the active hostility of the authorities to Christianity. Sir Stamford Raffles governed Java in the spirit of a Christian statesman. The new Governor-General, Lord Moira, later the Marquis of Hastings, proved to be the most enlightened and powerful friend the mission had had. In these circumstances, after the Charter of 1813 had removed the legislative excuse for intolerance, Dr. Carey was asked by the Lieutenant Governor to send missionaries and Malay Bibles to the 50,000 natives of Amboina. The Governor-General repeated the request officially. Jabez Carey was baptized, married, and dispatched at the cost of the state before he could be ordained. Amboina, it will be noted, was not in India, but far enough away to give the still timid company little apprehension as to the influence of the missionaries there. The father's heart was very full when he sent forth his son.
The 24th of January, 1814. You are now engaging in a most important undertaking, in which not only will you have our prayers for your success, but those of all who love our Lord Jesus Christ, and who know of your engagement. I know that a few hints for your future conduct from a parent who loves you very tenderly will be acceptable, and I shall therefore now give you them, assured that they will not be given in vain. 1. Pay the utmost attention at all times to the state of your own mind, both towards God and man. Cultivate an intimate acquaintance with your own heart. Labour to obtain a deep sense of your depravity and to trust always in Christ. Be pure in heart and meditate much upon the pure and holy character of God. Live a life of prayer and devotion to God. Cherish every amiable and right disposition towards men. Be mild, gentle, and unassuming, yet firm and manly. As soon as you perceive anything wrong in your spirit or behaviour, set about correcting it, and never suppose yourself so perfect as to need no correction. 2. You are now a married man. Do not be satisfied with merely conducting yourself towards your wife with propriety. Let love for her be the foundation of your conduct. Esteem her highly, and act in a way that induces her to esteem you highly. The first impressions of love arising from form and beauty will soon wear off, but the esteem arising from the excellence of disposition and substance of character will endure and increase. Her honour is now yours, and she cannot be insulted without your being degraded. I hope as soon as you get on board and are settled in your cabin, you will begin and end each day by uniting together to pray and praise God. Let religion always have a place in your house. If the Lord blesses you with children, bring them up in the fear of God, and always be an example to others of the power of godliness. This advice I give also to Eliza, and if it is followed, you will be happy. 3. Treat everyone with kindness and respect, but do not be overly submissive to anyone. Feel that you are a man and always act with dignified sincerity and truth, which will command the esteem of all. Seek not the society of worldly men, but when called to be with them, act and converse with propriety and dignity. To do this, labour to gain a good acquaintance with history, geography, men, and things. A gentleman is the next best character after a Christian, and the latter includes the former. Money never makes a gentleman, neither does a fine appearance, but an enlarged understanding joined to engaging manners. 4. On your arrival at Amboina, your first business must be to wait on Mr. Martin. You should first send a note to inform him of your arrival and inquire when it will suit him to receive you. Ask his advice on every important occasion and communicate freely to him all the steps you take. 5. As soon as you are settled, begin your work. Get a Malay who can speak a little English, and with him make a tour of the island, visiting every school. Encourage all you see worthy of encouragement, and correct with mildness yet firmness. Keep a journal of the transactions of the schools, and enter each one under a distinct head. Take account of the number of scholars and the names of the schoolmasters. Compare their progress at stated periods, and, in short, consider this as the work which the Lord has given you to do. 6. Do not, however, consider yourself merely a superintendent of schools. Consider yourself the spiritual instructor of the people, and devote yourself to their good. God has committed the spiritual interests of this island, 20,000 people or more, to you, a vast charge, but He can enable you to be faithful to it. Revise the catechism, tracts and school books used among them, and labour to introduce sound doctrine and genuine piety. Pray with them as soon as you can, and labour to gain the gift to preach to them. You will likely have much to do with them regarding baptism. They all think infant sprinkling is right, and will apply to you to baptize their children. You must say little until you know something of the language, and then prove to them from Scripture the proper mode of baptism, and who the proper candidates are. Form them into gospel churches when you meet a few who truly fear God, and as soon as you see any fit to preach to others, call them to the ministry and settle them with the churches. You must baptize and administer the Lord's Supper according to your own discretion when there is a proper occasion. Avoid indolence and love of ease, and never attempt to act the part of the great and gay in this world. 7. Labour incessantly to become a master of the Malay language. To do this, associate with the natives, walk out with them, ask the name of everything you see, and note it down. Visit their houses, especially when any of them are sick. Every night arrange the words you learn in alphabetical order. Try to talk as soon as you learn a few words, and be as much as possible one of them. A course of kind and attentive conduct will gain their esteem and confidence, and give you an opportunity to do much good. 8. You will soon learn from Mr. Martin the situation and disposition of the Alfours or Aboriginal inhabitants, and will see what can be done for them. Do not unnecessarily expose your life, but incessantly contrive some way of giving them the word of life. 9. I come now to things of lesser importance, but which I hope you will not neglect. I wish you to learn correctly the number, size, and geography of the islands, the number and description of inhabitants, their customs and manners, and everything of note related to them, and regularly communicate these things to me. Your great work, my dear Jabez, is that of a Christian minister. You would have been solemnly set apart for this if you could have stayed long enough. The success of your labours does not depend upon an outward ceremony, nor does your right to preach the gospel or administer its ordinances depend on any such thing, but only on the divine call expressed in the Word of God. The Church has, however, in their intentions and wishes, borne testimony to the grace given to you, and will not cease to pray for your success. May you be kept from all temptations, supported in every trial, and victorious in every conflict. May our hearts be mutually gladdened with accounts from each other of the triumphs of divine grace. God has conferred a great favour upon you by committing this ministry to you. Take heed to it in the Lord that you fulfil it. We shall often meet at the throne of grace. Write to me at every opportunity and tell Eliza to write to your mother. Now, my dear Jabez, I commit you both to God and to the word of His grace, which is able to make you perfect in the knowledge of His will. Let that word be near your heart. I give you both up to God, and should I never see you on earth, I trust we shall meet with joy before His throne of glory at last.
Under both the English and the Dutch for a time, to whom the island was restored, Jabez Carey proved to be a successful missionary. He supported the mission by his official income as superintendent of schools and second member of the College of Justice. The island contained 18,000 native Christians of the Dutch compulsory type, similar to those found in Ceylon when it was taken over. Thus, by the labours of himself, his sons, his colleagues, and his children in the faith, William Carey saw the gospel, the press, and the influence of a divine philanthropy extend among Mohammedans, Buddhists, and Hindus, from the shores of the Pacific Ocean to the Arabian Sea. Chapter 8. Carey's Family and Friends, from 1807 to 1812.
A gentleman is the next best character after a Christian, and the latter includes the former,
were the father's words to his son, whom he was sending forth as a Christian missionary and state superintendent of schools. Carey, reflecting on his own experiences, unintentionally described his own character. His humble peasant background gave him a certain shyness throughout his life, adding a charm to his interactions with both the old and the young. Occasionally, he would express an unrestrained enthusiasm of affection and service, such as in a letter to his friend Pierce of Birmingham, written at a time when he didn't know whether his distant correspondent was alive or dead. However, his usual demeanour was one of steady domestic devotion and friendly duty, unmarked by extremes of passion or coldness, and always illuminated by a consistent geniality. Carey's colleagues, who worked with him for over 30 years, revered him in the old English sense of the word. The younger committee members and missionaries who emerged after the deaths of Fuller, Sutcliffe, and Ryland often tried to separate Carey from those they criticised. This eventually led even his saintly spirit to burst forth in anger at the double wrong done to his co-workers. His interactions with the chaplains and bishops of the Church of England, as well as with missionaries from other churches and societies, were as loving as his relations with his own people. Among men of the world, from successive governor-generals like Wellesley, Hastings, and Bentinck, to the scholars, merchants, and planters he associated with for the public good, William Carey was always the saint and the gentleman whom it was a privilege to know. In nothing was Carey's true Christian gentlemanliness more evident than in his relationship with his first wife. Grace and culture had lifted him far beyond her level, yet she never shared his aspirations or understood his ideals. She remained a peasant woman with a reproachful tongue until the end. The early hardships of Calcutta and the fever and dysentery of Mudnabati clouded the last 12 years of her life with madness. Despite this, Carey never uttered a word of reproach or complaint about her or Thomas, whose eccentric impulses, an often darkened spirit, were also due to mania. Carey tenderly nursed and guarded both of them, even when his scholarly work and his devotion to his master's business left him with little time for rest. The Brotherhood arrangement, the common family, Ward's influence over the boys, and Hannah Marshman's housekeeping relieved him of many burdens that his wife's illness had placed on him in Mudnabati. A colleague described Carey at 43 as still looking young, despite his thinning hair and the immense workload he had faced in Lower Bengal for 11 years, a task no Englishman had encountered before. However, from the start of his early married life, he never experienced the joy of daily conversation with a wife who could share in his scholarly pursuits and stimulate him in his heavenly quest. When his eldest son, Felix, left for Burma in 1807, the faithful, sorrowing husband wrote to him,
"Your poor mother grew worse and worse from the time you left us and died on the 7th of December at about 7 o'clock in the evening. During her illness, she was almost always asleep, and I suppose during the 14 days that she lay in a severe fever, she was not awake for more than 24 hours. She was buried the next day in the Missionary burying ground."
Around the same time that Carey settled in Serampore, Lady Rumor arrived. She built a house on the Hooghly bank just below that of the missionaries, sought their society, and was baptized by them. On May 9th, 1808, she became Carey's wife. Their marriage brought 13 years of unbroken happiness until her death in May 1821 at the age of 61. Charlotte Amelia was born in the same year as Carey, in the then Danish Duchy of Schleswig. She was the only child of the Chevalier de Rumor and the Countess of Alfeld, the last representative of a historic family. When she was a sickly girl of 15, her wakefulness saved her entire household from destruction by fire, though she herself became so disabled that she could never walk up or down stairs again. Seeking complete recovery, she travelled to the south of Europe without success. Her father's friend, Mr. Anker, a director of the Danish East India Company, provided her with letters to his brother, the governor of Tranquebar, hoping that the climate of India might bring her relief. The Danish ship first brought her to Serampore, where Colonel Bie introduced her to the Brotherhood of Missionaries. Impressed by them, she decided to stay. Charlotte knew the principal languages of Europe, and a copy of Pascal's Pensées, given to her by Mr. Anker, quickened her conscience for the first time. She swiftly learned English to join the missionaries in public worship. Her upbringing in the barren orthodoxy of Lutheranism had made her a skeptic. But this soon changed. Under the evangelical teaching of the same apostle who had brought Luther himself to Christ, she became a devoted student of the Scriptures and an ardent follower of Jesus Christ. When Charlotte married Dr. Carey in May 1808, she donated her house to the mission. The house later became famous as the office of the Weekly Friend of India, with its rent devoted to assisting native preachers. She learned Bengali to be a mother figure to the native Christian families and served as her husband's advisor in all matters related to the mission's varied enterprises. She particularly focused on the education of Hindu girls, both at Serampore and Courtois. In her leisure time, she read French Protestant writers like Saurin and Dumoulin. Carey wrote that she admired Massillon's language, deep knowledge of the human heart, and boldness in reproving sin, though she was dissatisfied with his neglect of the Saviour, except to give efficacy to works of human merit. She read these authors in their native language, more familiar to her than English. Despite her afflictions, she generally enjoyed the consolations of religion and maintained a cheerful disposition. Charlotte displayed great mental activity and spent much time outdoors in her little carriage, drawn by one bearer, enjoying the fresh air each morning and evening when weather permitted. This vigorous and regular routine likely helped her live beyond the age of 60, despite her fragile health, with 21 of those years spent in India. 'Tis a charming image. The delicate invalid lady, drawn along the Mall morning and evening to enjoy the river breeze on her way to and from the schools and homes of the natives. Yet her highest service was to her husband, who was accomplishing unparalleled work for India and humanity. When they were occasionally separated, such as during her health sojourn at Monghir, She wrote to him the tenderest and most courtly love letters.
My dearest love, I felt very much in parting with thee and feel much in being so far from thee. I am sure thou wilt be happy and thankful on account of my voice, which is daily getting better, and thy pleasure greatly adds to mine own. I hope you will not think I am writing too often. I rather trust you will be glad to hear of me. Though my journey is very pleasant, and the good state of my health, the freshness of the air, and the variety of objects enliven my spirits, yet I cannot help longing for you. Pray, my love, take care of your health, that I may have the joy to find you well. I thank thee most affectionately, my dearest love, for thy kind letter. Though the journey is very useful to me, I cannot help feeling much to be so distant from you, but I am much with you in my thoughts. The Lord be blessed for the kind protection he has given to his cause in a time of need. May he still protect and guide and bless his dear cause, and give us all hearts growing in love and zeal. I felt very much affected in parting with thee. I see plainly it would not do to go far from you. My heart cleaves to you. I need not say, for I hope you know my heart is not insensible, how much I feel your kindness in not minding any expense for the recovery of my health. You will rejoice to hear me talk in my old way, and not in that whispering manner. I find so much pleasure in writing to you, my love, that I cannot help doing it. I was nearly disconcerted by Mrs. laughing at my writing so often. But then I thought, I feel so much pleasure in receiving your letters that I may hope you do the same. I thank thee, my love, for thy kind letter. I need not say that the serious part of it was welcome to me, and the more as I am deprived of all religious intercourse. I shall greatly rejoice, my love, in seeing thee again. But take care of your health that I may find you well. I need not say how much you are in my thoughts day and night.
His narrative of their life together, written after her death, sheds light on their home life.
During the 13 years of her union with Dr. Carey, they enjoyed complete oneness of mind, never having a single circumstance to hide from each other. Her concern for her husband's health and comfort was constant. They prayed and conversed together about matters of personal religion without any reserve. They enjoyed a level of conjugal happiness grounded in genuine religion. On the whole, her life in India was filled with mercy. Here she found the Saviour, gradually prepared for glory, and, after her life was prolonged beyond expectations, she was released from this mortal state almost without pain. We firmly believe she had an abundant entrance ministered unto her into the kingdom of our Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ.
When, on June 24th, Carey announced at the dinner table that he had finished the Bengali translation of the entire Bible that morning, he was asked how much more he thought he would do. He answered,
"The work I have allotted to myself in translating will take me about 20 years.
However, he had overexerted himself, and that evening he was seized with bilious fever. After 18 days, his life was despaired of.
The goodness of God is clearly evident in raising up our dear brother Carey,
wrote Marshman.
God has raised him up again and restored him to his labours. May he live to accomplish all that is in his heart,
wrote Rowe. He returned to his desk, college and study.
I am this day 48 years old,
he wrote to Ryland on August 17th, and sent him the following letters, revealing his inner soul.
Calcutta, the 16th of August, 1809. I did not expect, about a month ago, ever to write to you again. I was then ill with a severe fever, and for a week scarcely any hopes were entertained of my life. 1 or 2 days I was thought to be dying, but the Lord has graciously restored me. May it be that I may live more than ever to his glory. While I was ill, I scarcely had any thoughts, but excepting seasons of delirium seemed nearly senseless. Some of this may have arisen from the weak state to which I was reduced. Dr. Hare, one of the most eminent physicians in Calcutta, who was consulted about it, apprehended more danger from my weakness, than from the fever. I had scarcely any thoughts of death, eternity, or life. In my delirium, which I remember perfectly, I was busy carrying a commission from God to all the princes and governments in the world, requiring them to abolish every political establishment of religion instantly, and to sell the parish and other churches to the first body of Christians who would purchase them. Also, to declare war infamous, to regard all military officers as men who had sold themselves to destroy the human race, and to extend this to all those dead men called heroes, defenders of their country, meritorious officers. I was attended by angels in all my excursions and was universally successful. A few princes in Germany were refractory, but my attendants struck them dead instantly. I pronounced the doom of Rome to the Pope, and soon afterward all the territory around Rome, the March of Ancona, the great city, and all its riches sank into that vast bed of burning lava which heats Nero's bath. These were the delirious wanderings of my mind, but I hoped to feel their force, to pray and strive for their accomplishment to the end of my life. But now it is time to attend to something not merely ideal.
The state of the world occupied my thoughts more and more, especially regarding the spread of the gospel. The harvest truly is great, and labourers are scarcely proportionate to the need. This morning, I was forcibly struck while reading our Lord's reply to his disciples in John 4, when he told them that he had meat to eat that the world knew not of, and that his meat was to do the will of his Father and to finish his work. He said, "Say not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh harvest." By this, he plainly intended to call their attention to the conduct of men when harvest was approaching. For, as it is the season upon which all their hopes for temporal supplies hang, they provide men and measures in time for securing it. Then, directing their attention to what occupied his own thoughts so much that it was his meat and drink, he said, "Lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest." After so many centuries have passed, and so many fields full of this harvest have been lost for want of labourers to gather it in, shall we not at last reflect seriously on our duty?
Hindustan requires 10,000 ministers of the gospel, at the lowest calculation, and China as many. You can easily calculate the need for the rest of the world. I trust that many will eventually be raised up here, but regardless, the demands for missionaries are pressing to a degree seldom realised. England has done much, but not 100th part of what she is bound to do. In such great need of ministers, ought not every church to turn its attention chiefly to raising up and maturing spiritual gifts with the express design of sending them abroad? Should this not be a specific matter of prayer? Is there not reason to labour hard to infuse this spirit into the churches?
A mission into Siam would be relatively easy to introduce and support due to its proximity to Prince of Wales Island, from which vessels can often travel in just a few hours. Establishing missions in Pegu and Arakan would also not be difficult, as they are both within the Burman dominions. Efforts to reach Assam and Nepal should be made swiftly. Brother Robinson is going to Bhutan. I'm not certain about the ease of introducing missions into Cochin China, Cambodia and Laos, but I believe that attempting it would help overcome any difficulties. It is also very important to strengthen the Burman mission. Even though there is no full liberty of conscience, several stations could be established, and the borders of China could be visited from there if a more accessible route into the heart of the country cannot be found. I have not mentioned Sumatra, Java, the Moluccas, the Philippines or Japan, but all these countries also need missionaries. This is a very incomplete sketch of the needs of Asia alone, without even considering the Muslim countries. Africa and South America also urgently call for help, and most of Europe must be assisted by the Protestant churches, as they are nearly as devoid of genuine godliness as any heathen country on earth. What a pressing call for labourers in the spiritual harvest. There is a great need for the attention of all the churches in England and America to be drawn to this very mission. 2 years after the establishment of the mission at Serampore, David Brown, the senior chaplain and provost of Fort William College, took possession of Aldine House, which he occupied until his death in 1812. This house is the first in the settlement reached by boat from Calcutta. Aldine is a 5-minute walk south of the Serampore mission house, and a century ago there was only a park between them. The garden slopes down to the noble river, providing a view of the beautiful country seat of Barrackpore, which Lord Wellesley had just built. The house itself is nestled among trees such as mango, teak, and graceful bamboo. Just below it, but outside of Serampore, are the deserted temple of Bullapore and the gut of the same name, with a fine flight of steps up which thousands of pilgrims flock every June to the adjoining shrine and the monstrous car of Jagannath. Not long after moving to Aldine, David Brown secured the deserted temple and converted it into a Christian oratory, known ever since as Henry Martyn's Pagoda. For 10 years, Aldine and the Pagoda became the meeting place for Carey and his nonconformist friends, including Claudius Buchanan, Martin, Bishop Corey, Thomasin, and a small group of evangelical Anglicans. Under the protection of Lords Wellesley and Hastings, they sweetened Anglo-Indian society and made the names missionary and chaplain synonymous. Many civilians and officers seeking the charms of Christian family life left behind also gathered here and at the mission house. A young lieutenant commemorated these years when Brown passed away in a pleasing elegy which Charles Simeon published in the memorials of his friend. Many travellers from the far west still visit the spot, recalling the memories of William Carey and Henry Martyn, of Marshman and Buchanan, of Ward and Corey, which linger around the beautiful scene. When we first saw it, the now mutilated ruin was perfect, and under the wide-spreading banyan tree behind, a Brahmin was reciting the verses of the Mahabharata epic to thousands of listening Hindus for a day and a night. Long Hooghly has thy sullen stream been doomed the cheerless shores to lave. Long has the Sutti's baneful gleam pale glimmered o'er thy midnight wave. Yet gladdened seemed to flow thy tide, where opens on the view, Aldine, for there to grace thy palmy side, loved England's purest joys were seen. Yon dome, 'neath which in former days grim idols marked the pagan shrine, has swelled the notes of pious praise, attuned to themes of love divine. We find this allusion to the place in Carey's correspondence with Dr. Ryland.
The 20th of January, 1807. It would have done your heart good to have joined us at our meetings at the Pagoda. From that place we have successively recommended Dr. Taylor to the work of the Lord at Bombay, Mr. Martin to his at Dinapore, Mr. Corey to his at Tuna, Mr. Parsons to his at Berhampore, Mr. Desgranges to his at Visakhapatnam, and our two brethren to theirs at Rangoon. And from thence we soon expect to commend Mr. Thomasin to his at Madras. In these meetings the utmost harmony prevails, and a union of hearts unknown between persons of different denominations in England.
Dr. Taylor and Mr. Desgranges were early missionaries of the London Society. The Rangoon Brethren were Baptists. The others were Church of England chaplains. Sacramentarianism and sacerdotalism had not yet begun to afflict the Church of India. There were giants in those days in Bengal, worthy of Carey, and of the one work in which all were the servants of one master. Let us look a little more closely at Henry Martyn's Pagoda. It is now a picturesque ruin, entwined with a peepul tree among its fine brick masonry. The crumbling riverbank may soon cause it to disappear forever. The exquisite tracery of the moulded bricks can still be seen, though few figures of the popular Hindu idols remain just where the two still perfect arches begin to spring. The side facing the river has already collapsed, along with the open platform that once overhung the bank. This is where the missionary would sit in the cool of the morning and evening, and where he would kneel to pray for the people. Many visitors, from Dr. Duff to Bishop Cotton and John Lawrence, have been deeply moved by their time there. This pagoda had been abandoned long before by the priests of Radhabalub, because the river had encroached to within 300 feet of it, the limit within which no Brahmin is allowed to receive a gift or take his food. The little black idol, Famous among Hindus for its sanctity and as a work of art, it had been miraculously transported to this spot like the Santa Casa to Loreto, was moved with great pomp to a new temple after paying a visit to Clive's Munshi, the wealthy Raja Nobokisan in Calcutta, who sought to purchase it outright. In this cool old pagoda, Henry Martyn found an appropriate residence during one of his earliest visits to Aldine after his arrival as a chaplain in 1806. Under the vaulted roof of the shrine, a place of prayer and praise was fitted up with an organ, transforming the space. As he wrote,
"The place where once devils were worshipped has now become a Christian oratory."
Here, he laid his plans for the evangelization of the people. When suffering from one of his moods of depression about his own state, he wrote about this place.
"I began to pray as on the verge of eternity, and the Lord was pleased to break my hard heart. I lay in tears interceding for the unfortunate natives of this country, thinking within myself that the most despicable Sudra of India was of as much value in the sight of God as the King of Great Britain."
It was from such supplication that he was once roused by the blaze of a suttee's funeral pyre, discovering that the living widow had been consumed with the dead before he could intervene. He could hear the hideous drums, gongs, and conch shells of the temple to which Radhabulub had been moved. There, he often tried to turn his fellow creatures to the worship of the one God from their prostrations.
Before a black image placed in a pagoda with lights burning around it,
while he
shivered as if standing, as it were, in the neighbourhood of hell.
It was in the deserted pagoda that Brown, Corrie, and Parsons met with him to commend him to God before he set out for his new duties at Danapur.
"My soul,"
he writes of this occasion,
"never yet had such divine enjoyment. I felt a desire to break from the body and join the high praises of the saints above. May I go in the strength of this many days. Amen. I found my heaven begun on earth. No work so sweet as that of praying and living wholly to the service of God."
As he passed by the mission house on his upward voyage with true Catholicity,
Dr. Marshman could not resist joining the party, and after going a little way, left them with prayer.
Do we wonder that these men have left their mark on India? As years went by, the temple, once consecrated as a Christian oratory, became degraded in other hands. For a time, it was known as Pagoda Distillery, marking the rum manufactured there. The visits of many Christian pilgrims to the spot, and above all, the desire expressed by Lord Lawrence when Governor-General to see it, led the Hindu family who owned the pagoda to leave it at least as a simple ruin. Corey, who later became the first Bishop of Madras, describes the marriage of Desgrange in the oratory, providing a glimpse of life in the Serampore mission house.
1806. Calcutta strikes me as the most magnificent city in the world, and I am made most happy by the hope of being instrumental to the eternal good of many. A great opposition, I find, is raised against Martin and the principles he preaches. Went up to Serampore yesterday, and in the evening was present at the marriage of Mr. Desgrange. Mr. Brown entered into the concern with much interest. The pagoda was fixed on and lighted up for the celebration of the wedding. At 8 o'clock the parties came from the mission house at Serampore, attended by most of the family. Mr. Brown commenced with the hymn, "Come, gracious Spirit, heavenly dove." A divine influence seemed to attend us, and most delightful were my sensations. The circumstance of so many being engaged in spreading the glad tidings of salvation, the temple of an idol converted to the purpose of Christian worship, and the divine presence felt among us, filled me with joy unspeakable. After the marriage service of the Church of England, Mr. Brown gave out the wedding hymn, and after signing certificates of the marriage, we adjourned to the house where Mr. Brown had provided supper. 2 hymns given out by Mr. Marshman were felt very powerfully. He is a most lively, sanguine missionary. His conversation made my heart burn within me, and I find desires of spreading the gospel growing stronger daily, and my zeal in the cause more ardent. I went to the mission house and supped at the same table with about 50 native converts. The triumph of the cross was most evident in breaking down their prejudices and uniting them with those who formerly were an abomination in their eyes. After supper they sang a Bengali hymn, many of them with tears of joy. And they concluded with prayer in Bengali, with evident earnestness and emotion. My own feelings were too big for utterance. Oh, may the time be hastened when every tongue shall confess Jesus Christ to the glory of God the Father. On Friday evening we had a meeting in the pagoda at which almost all the missionaries, some of their wives and Captain Wicks attended, with a view to commend Martin to the favour and protection of God in his work. The divine presence was with us. I felt more than it would have been proper to express. Mr. Brown commenced with a hymn and prayer. Mr. Des Grange succeeded him with much devotion and sweetness of expression. Mr. Marshman followed and dwelt particularly on the promising appearance of things, and with much humility pleaded God's promises for the enlargement of Zion, with many petitions for Mr. Brown and his family. The service was concluded by Mr. Carey, who was earnest in prayer for Mr. Brown, the petition that,
having laboured for many years without encouragement or support, in the evening it might be light,
seemed much to affect his own mind, and greatly impressed us all. Afterwards we supped together at Mr. Brown's.
October 13th, I came to Serampore for dinner, had a pleasant sail up the river. The time passed agreeably in conversation. In the evening a fire was kindled on the opposite bank, and we soon realised it was a funeral pyre, where the wife was burning with the dead body of her husband. It was too dark to distinguish the miserable victim. On walking with Martin to the pagoda, the unnatural noise, so ill-suited to evoke joy, raised in my mind an awful sense of the presence and influence of evil spirits.
Carey married the daughter of Mrs. Ellerton, who knew Serampore and Carey well. Mr. Ellerton, an indigo planter at Malda, opened the first Bengali school and made the first attempt at translating the Bible into Bengali. His young wife, early widowed, witnessed the duel in which Warren Hastings shot Philip Francis. She was an occasional visitor at Aldine and participated in the pagoda services. 50 years later, shortly before her death at 87, Bishop Wilson, her host, wrote of her,
"She made me take her to Henry Martin's pagoda. She remembers the neighbourhood, and Garetti Ghat and house in Sir Eyre Coote's time. The elderly governor of Chinsura and his stout Dutch wife remain in her memory. When she visited him with her first husband at the age of 16, the old Dutchman exclaimed, 'Oh, if you would find me such a nice little wife, I would give you 10,000 rupees.'"
It was in Martin's pagoda that Claudius Buchanan first broached his plan for an ecclesiastical establishment in India and invited Carey and his colleagues to discuss it. Such a scheme was natural for Buchanan, the grandson of a Presbyterian elder of the Church of Scotland, converted in the Whitefield revival at Cambuslang. The idea had first been suggested by Bishop Porteous when he reviewed the company's acquisitions in Asia. It was encouraged by Lord Wellesley, who was scandalised on his arrival in India by the godlessness of the civil servants and the lack of provision for Christian worship and instruction for its officers and soldiers, many of whom spent their entire lives without religion, with scarcely a tenth ever returning home. Carey, at Ryland's request, wrote about the proposal, which led to the arrival of Bishop Middleton and Dr. Bryce in Calcutta in 1814.
I have no opinion of Dr. Buchanan's scheme for a religious establishment here, nor could I from memory point out what is exceptionable in his memoir. All his representations must be taken with some grains of allowance.
During the Aldine discussions, when Dr. Buchanan told Marshman that the temple lands would eventually be used for established churches and the Brahmins' lands for the chaplains, the resolute nonconformist firmly replied, "You will never obtain them. We can all accept the conversion of the idol shrine into a place of prayer, as Gregory I taught Augustine of Canterbury to transform heathen temples into Christian churches. This presages the time when the vast temple and mosque endowments will be devoted by the people themselves to their own moral, if not spiritual, good, through both religious and secular education. The change wrought in 17 years by Carey and his associates on society in Bengal, both rich and poor, became evident by 1810. Carey wrote of it,
"When I arrived, I knew of no person who cared about the gospel except Mr. Brown, Mr. UDNY, Mr. Creighton, Mr. Grant, and Mr. Brown, an indigo planter besides Brother Thomas and myself. There might be more, and probably were, though unknown to me. There are now in India 32 ministers of the gospel. Indeed, the Lord is doing great things for Calcutta, and though infidelity abounds, yet religion is the theme of conversation or dispute in almost every house. A few weeks ago, October 18 to 10, I called upon one of the judges to take breakfast with him, and, going rather abruptly upstairs, as I had been accustomed to do, I found the family just going to engage in morning worship. I was, of course, asked to lead the prayer, which I did. I afterward told him that I had scarcely witnessed anything since I had been in Calcutta, which gave me more pleasure than what I had seen that morning. The change in this family was an effect of Mr. Thomason's ministry. About 10 days ago, I had a conversation with one of the judges of the Supreme Court, Sir John Boyd, upon religious subjects. Indeed, there is now scarcely a place where you can pay a visit without having an opportunity to discuss true religion.
Carey's friendly interactions, both in person and by letter, were not confined to those who were overtly Christian or to strictly ecclesiastical matters. His literary and scientific pursuits led to regular and familiar exchanges with scholars like Colebrook and Leyden, scientists like Roxburgh, the astronomer Bentley and Dr. Hare, and public figures like Sir James Mackintosh and Robert Hall. He also engaged with travellers and administrators such as Manning, the friend of Charles Lamb, and Raffles. By 1812, William Carey's name had become familiar in all evangelical circles in Great Britain. The older generation who knew him before 1793 were few and ageing. The new generation had been inspired by his achievements and looked up to him as the pioneer, the father, and the founder of foreign missions, English, Scottish, and American. They had never seen him and were unlikely to do so in person, fueling a strong desire for his portrait. The burning of the mission press, a significant event that even prompted Carey's critics like Major Scott Waring to contribute to its restoration, further increased public interest. Fuller wrote to the missionaries,
"The public is now giving us their praises. 800 guineas have been offered for Dr. Carey's likeness. When you pitched your tents at Serampore, you said, 'We will not accumulate riches, but devote all to God for the salvation of the heathen.' God has given you what you desired and what you did not desire. Blessed men, God will bless you and make you a blessing. I and others of us may die, but God will surely visit you. Expect to be highly applauded, bitterly reproached, greatly moved and much tried in every way. Oh that, having done all, you may stand."
Carey was, fortunately for posterity, cooperative regarding the portrait. He remained passive as he sat in his room at Fort William College, his pen in hand, his Sanskrit Bible before him, and his Brahman pundit at his side. The portrait captured the saint and scholar in the ripeness of his powers at 50, and it has since adorned the walls of Regent's Park College. A line engraving of the portrait was published in England the following year, priced at a guinea, with the profits going to the mission. The painter, Home, was renowned in his day, known for his work commissioned by Lord Cornwallis during the First War with Tipu, which appeared in the Select Views in Mysore, the country of Tipu Sultan, in 1794. Carey's correspondence during this period was most frequent with his son William, who had begun his independent career as a missionary in Dinapore in 1807, working alongside Fernandez.
The 2nd of April, 1807. We have the greatest encouragement to go forward in the work of our Lord Jesus, because we have every reason to conclude that it will be successful at last. It is the cause which God has had in his mind from eternity, the cause for which Christ shed his blood, the cause for which the Spirit and Word of God were given, and the subject of many great promises. The saints have always been praying for this cause, and God himself holds it in infinite regard in his dispensations of providence and grace. Its success is therefore certain. Be encouraged, my dear son, to devote yourself entirely to it and to pursue it as a matter of utmost importance until your dying day. Give my love to Mr. and Mrs. Creighton, Mr. Ellerton, Mr. Grant, and any others who know me around Mulder. Also, extend my love to our native brethren. Calcutta, the 29th of September, 1808. A ship has just arrived bringing news that Bonaparte has taken possession of the whole Kingdom of Spain, and that the royal family of that country are imprisoned at Bayonne. It is likely that Turkey has fallen by now, and we cannot foresee the end of these wonders. I see the wrath of God poured out on the nations that have long persecuted his gospel and prevented the spread of his truth. Bonaparte is but the minister of divine vengeance, the public executioner now employed to execute the sentence of God upon criminal men. However, he seeks only to gratify his own ambition. The 22nd of December, 1808. Dear William, be steadfast, walk worthy of your high calling, and be a pattern to others who may engage in similar undertakings. Much depends on us who first undertake the work of the Lord in this country. We believe that future ministers of the gospel here will be influenced by our example. All, even the best of men, are more likely to be influenced by evil examples than benefited by good ones. Therefore, let it be our business to live and act for God in all things and at all times. I am very glad you wrote to Jabez and Jonathan. Oh, that I could see them converted. The 30th of May, 1809. When you come down, please bring a few plants. There is one that grows plentifully around Sadamahal, about knee-high, with a large red flower. Put half a dozen plants in pots with holes in the bottom. At Sadamahal, I found a plant that produces a flower like bait, of a pale bluish colour, almost white, and several other interesting plants. Try to bring something. Can't you also bring the grasshopper with a saddle on its back, or the bird with the large crest it opens when it lands? I want to give you a little taste for natural objects. Felix is very good in this respect.
The 26th of April, 1809. You, my dear William, are in a place very dear to my heart, because I spent the first years of my time in India in that area. I greatly rejoice in any efforts you make for our Redeemer's cause. Even if you labour for many years and convert only one soul, it would be worth a lifetime of work. I am not sure that I have been of real use to anyone since I have been in this country, yet I dare not give up the work I am engaged in. Despite all the discouragements from my own unfitness, I prefer this work to everything else, and believe that in serving my Redeemer, I have a rich reward. If you persevere, you will feel the same and will say with the great apostle, I count not my life dear to me, so that I may fulfill the ministry I have received of the Lord. Unto me is this grace, favour, given that I should preach among the Gentiles the unsearchable riches of Christ. Hold on, be steady in your work, and leave the results to God. I have been thinking of a mission to the 10 tribes of Israel, specifically the Afghans in Kabul. I will leave the other side for your mother to write a few lines to Mary. Give her my love.
Calcutta, the 1st of November, 1809. Yesterday was the day for the Chinese examination, at which Jabez acquitted himself with much honour. I wish his heart were truly set on God. One of the greatest blessings I am anxious to see before my death is the conversion of him and Jonathan, and their being employed in the work of the Lord. Now, dear William, what do we live for but to promote the cause of our dear Redeemer in the world? If that is carried on, we need not wish for anything more. If our poor labours are blessed at all towards that end, our lives will not be in vain. Let this be the great object of your life. If you turn even one soul from darkness to marvellous light, who can say how many more may be converted through him, and what a tribute of glory may arise to God from that one conversion? Indeed, even if you are never blessed with the conversion of a single soul, the pleasure of labouring in the work of the Lord is greater than that of any other undertaking, and is sufficient to make it the work of our choice. I hope Sebuk Ram has arrived by now, and that you find him a blessing in your work. Make him well acquainted with the Bible, correct his mistakes, and establish him in the knowledge of the truth. You may always enclose a pinch of seeds in a letter. The 17th of January 1810. Felix went with Captain Canning, the English ambassador to the Burman Empire, to the city of Pegu. On the way, he mentioned to Captain Canning his interest in accompanying the minister to the mountains of Martaban and beyond. Captain Canning relayed this to the minister, who was pleased and immediately ordered buffalo carts and a war boat to return to Rangoon for Felix's baggage and medicines. Felix had no time to consult Brother Charter and wrote to me from Rangoon, where he stayed only one night before returning to Pegu. He says the minister, now having near total dominion over the empire, is going to war and will take Felix with the army to Martaban. Brother and Sister Charter do not approve of this undertaking, perhaps fearing for his safety. While I share their concerns, Brethren Marshman, Ward, Rowe and I rejoice that he has taken this journey. It will help him acquire the language, please the minister, advance literature, and potentially benefit the mission. Much of the journey will be through uninhabited forests, which could not be safely undertaken except with an army. Felix expects to be absent for 3 months. I eagerly await his return and news of his journey, and I trust you will join me in praying for his safety in mind and body. 1 or 2 words about natural history. Can you not get me a male and female cockora? The large bird resembling a kite that makes so much noise and often carries off ducks or kids? I believe it is an eagle and want to examine it. Send me all sorts of ducks and waterfowl you can find, and any other uncommon birds. Include their Bengali names. Collect all sorts of insects, serpents and lizards that are uncommon here. Put all the insects in a bottle of rum, except butterflies, which you can dry between 2 papers. Do the same with the serpents and lizards. I will send a small quantity of rum for this purpose. Send the country names, send the birds alive, and when you have a good boatload, send a small boat down with them under the charge of a careful person, and I will pay the expenses. Spare no pains to get me seeds and roots, and ask Brother Robinson to procure what he can from Bhutan or other parts. Remember me affectionately to Sebuk Ram and his wife, and to all the native brethren and sisters. The 5th of February, 1810. Were you hunting the buffalo, or did it charge you without provocation? I advise you to abstain from hunting buffaloes or other animals. Although I believe it is lawful to kill noxious animals or those for food, unnecessary killing and spending much time pursuing them is wrong. Your life is too valuable to risk for such pursuits as hunting buffaloes and tigers. If you can kill them without running any risk, it is acceptable, but it is wrong to expose yourself to danger for something far below the mission to which you are devoted. I believe the cause of our Redeemer is growing on earth, and I look forward to more evident displays of divine power. The destruction of the temporal power of the Pope is a glorious event, an answer to the Church's prayers for centuries. I'm sending you a small cask of rum to preserve curiosities in, and a few bottles. The best way is to draw off a couple of gallons of the rum, which you may keep for yourself. Then put the snakes, frogs, toads, lizards, etc. into the cask and send them down. I can easily transfer them to proper bottles later. You may also send 1 or 2 bottles filled with beetles, grasshoppers, and other insects.
In the absence of Mr. Fernandez, the pastor, William had excluded 2 members of the church.
The 4th of April, 1810. A little knowledge of human nature will convince you that this would have been considered an affront in most instances. You would have done better to advise them, or even to have required them to abstain from the Lord's table until Mr. Fernandez's return, leaving the discipline of the church to him. You, no doubt, acted without considering the consequences and in the simplicity of your heart. I think Mr. Fernandez is wrong to treat you with coolness when a little conversation could have resolved the issue. However, I shall say no more on this to you, but one of us will write to him about the subject soon. The primary goal now is to reconcile with Mr. Fernandez. Whether you leave Sadamahal or stay, Reconciliation is absolutely necessary. You both must be willing to sacrifice some of your feelings. Such feelings, which prevent either of you from making concessions where you have acted wrongly, are harmful and should be sacrificed promptly. I advise you to write to Mr. Fernandez immediately. Acknowledge your mistake in excluding the members without consulting him. Explain that you had no intention of hurting his feelings but acted out of what you thought was urgency, and request a cordial reconciliation. I would like to see a copy of the letter you send him. My only goal is the good of the Church, and I would rather see you humble yourself to restore peace than avoid it out of pride or a sense of honour. You will never regret humbling yourself to restore peace. This will serve as an instructive example to the heathen around you, subdue Brother Fernandez's dissatisfaction, and earn you respect in the Church of God. You may eventually be moved to another situation, but it cannot happen until you are reconciled, and it must not be perceived as an act of resentment or dissatisfaction. We shall keep our focus on this objective and look for a proper station. Both we and you must act with great caution and tenderness in this matter. For this reason, I urge you not to withdraw from the Church or any of your labours. Continue steadily in your duties, suppress and pray against feelings of resentment, and endure anything rather than contribute to or perpetuate a misunderstanding. Let this mind be in you which was also in Christ, who made himself of no reputation. I hope my words will encourage you to earnestly pursue reconciliation with Brother Fernandez and to spare no effort or concession, consistent with truth, to achieve it.
William had applied to be transferred to Serampore.
The 3rd of August, 1811. The necessities of the mission must be consulted before every other consideration. Native brethren can itinerate, but Europeans must be employed to open new missions and found new stations. If we were to send Europeans where natives could be employed, no amount of subscriptions or profits could support them. We intend to start a new station at Dhaka, and if you prefer that to Kutwa, you may go there. One of the first tasks will be to open a charity school and oversee it. Dhaka is a very large place where you can often provide religious instruction without leaving the town. There are also many Europeans there, so Mary would not be so isolated, and help would be nearby. We can obtain permission from the government for you to settle there. I must, however, say that I think there is much guilt in your fears. You and Mary will be much safer committing yourselves to God in the way of duty than neglecting duty to care for yourselves. You see the hardships and dangers soldiers face in the wicked trade of war. They are forced to leave home and face numerous dangers, yet they never think of objecting. Officers are in the same situation as the men. No military officer would refuse to go on service because his family might be in danger during his absence, and many of them have great tenderness for their families. They must be men, and their wives must be women. Your mission is far more important. They go to kill men. You go to save them. If they leave their families to chance for the sake of war, surely you can leave yours to the God of Providence while you do his work. I am distressed to see you wasting the prime of your life in inactivity, using an excuse that would not be acceptable from a child. If you were in any secular employment, you would go out just as much as we expect you to do in the mission. I did so when I was at Mudnabati, which was a very lonely place, and I knew many of our own riots were dacoits, or robbers.
William finally settled at Kutwa, higher up the Hooghly than Serampore, and did good service there.
The 1st of December, 1813. I have now an assistant at the college, yet my duties are as heavy as ever because we are to receive a number of military students, at least 30. The translation and printing work has expanded so much that I'm barely able to manage correcting proofs and learning the necessary languages. These things are causes for rejoicing more than regret, as they are the very reasons I came to this country and what I wish to devote my life to. Jabez has offered himself to the mission, a circumstance that gives me more pleasure than if he had been appointed Chief Judge of the Supreme Court. Your mother has been confined to her couch for about 6 months.
The following was written in reply to loving letters on the death of his wife, Charlotte Amelia,
The 4th of June, 1821. My dear Jonathan, I feel your affectionate care for me very tenderly. I have just received very affectionate letters from William and Brother Sutton, Orissa. Lord and Lady Hastings wrote to Brother Marshman, thinking it would oppress my feelings to write to me directly, to offer their kind condolence to me through him. Will you please send 5 rupees to William for the Katwa school, which your dear mother supported? I will repay you soon, but I am currently short of money. I am your very affectionate father, W. Carey.
Of the many descendants of Dr. Carey, one great-grandson is now an ordained missionary in Bengal, another a medical missionary in Delhi, and a third is a member of the civil service who has distinguished himself by travels in northern Tibet and Chinese Turkestan, promising to unveil much of the unexplored regions of Asia to the scholar and the missionary. Thus far, we have confined our study of William Carey to his purely missionary career and its earlier half. We now turn to see him as the scholar, the Bible translator, the philanthropist, the agriculturist, and the founder of a university. Chapter 9. Professor of Sanskrit, Bengali, and Marathi from 1801 to 1830. In the early days of the 19th century, when William Carey settled in Danish Serampore, he stood out as the only member of the ruling class in North India who knew the local language well enough to teach it. He was also, except for Colebrook, the only scholar who could speak Sanskrit as fluently as the Brahmins. Carey used the Bengali language to teach the message of Christ, the thoughts of Paul, and the revelations of John. He prepared a grammar and started a dictionary of Sanskrit, a language previously hidden from outsiders or only known through Persian translations. He often used its great epics in preaching to the Brahmins. Just as Paul quoted the Greek poets on the Areopagus, Carey did all this as a missionary of Christ first and a scholar second. In August 1800, Carey reported to Ryland about the publication of the Gospels and several small pieces in Bengali. He excused his irregular journal keeping, explaining,
In the printing, I have to look over the copy and correct the press, which is much more laborious than it would be in England, because spelling, writing, printing, etc. in Bengali is almost a new thing, and we have, in a manner, to fix the orthography.
Later, in a letter to Sutcliffe, Carey used language about the sacred books of the Hindus that paralleled what Professor Max Muller wrote more than 80 years later in his preface to the series of the sacred books of the East. Muller pointed out the real mischief done by the enthusiasm of early pioneers who explored the sacred literature of the East. He noted that Eastern nations would not tolerate such violations of the simplest rules of taste in their classical literature as they do in their sacred books. Muller also mentioned the frequent sexual references in religious books, which he often left untranslated and apologized for. The revelations of the Maharaj trial in Bombay are a practical result of this. The following was written in Calcutta on the 17th of March in 1802.
I have recently been astonished by the hostility of some infidel opponents of the gospel. They are quick to find flaws in the inspired writings and distort their meanings to make them seem inconsistent. Meanwhile, these same individuals try to reconcile the grossest contradictions in the Hindu sacred texts. They even resort to the lowest tricks to excuse the numerous blatant falsehoods and violations of decency found in these writings. It seems that anything will suffice for these men except the Word of God. They ridicule the figurative language of Scripture, yet indulge excessively in allegory to support the most worthless works ever published. I would consider it a waste of time to translate any of them. Only a sense of duty compels me to read them. However, Christians may benefit from having these so-called sacred texts, which have maintained their status merely by being kept from all but interested Brahmins, exposed to scrutiny. This has led me to write the Sanskrit grammar and start a dictionary of that language. I sincerely pity the poor people chained by blind faith in the grossest lies, and can hardly help despising the infidels who defend and try to justify them. I have long wanted to get a copy of the Veda, and now I hope I can obtain all that exist. A Brahmin this morning offered to get them for me for money. If I succeed, I may be tempted to publish them with a translation for the public good.
It was not surprising that the Governor-General, even if he had been less enlightened than Lord Wellesley, found in this missionary the only person fit to be Professor of Bengali, Sanskrit, and Marathi in the College of Fort William. He was also deemed suitable to translate the laws and regulations of the government. In a memoir presented before the Berlin Academy of Sciences, Leibniz first introduced the concept of the twin sciences of comparative philology and ethnology. These sciences led to the fruitful outcomes of the historical and critical school. The 18th century focused on gathering facts and data. Carey initiated the second phase, specifically concerning the learned and vernacular languages of North India. He developed principles from the vast body of facts he amassed and applied them through grammars, dictionaries and translations to educate and Christianize both the learned and the masses. Though he considered himself a pioneer, preparing the way for more successful scholars and civilizers, contemporary and later Orientalists like Colebrooke and H. Wilson recognized his pioneering work as invaluable in the history of scientific research and industry. His efforts brought practical results, bringing India closer to a national Christian identity. When India first became a unified British Empire under one Governor-General through the Regulating Act of Parliament of 1773, Warren Hastings implemented his own suggestion to use Mullavis and Pundits in administering Muslim and Hindu law. He established colleges in Calcutta and Benares to train these individuals and had codes of Mohammedan and Brahmanical law prepared, which later appeared as the Hedia and the Code of Gentoo laws. Pundits from all over Bengal compiled the latter in Sanskrit, maintained in Calcutta at public expense, and translated into English via Persian by Halhed in 1776. This marked the first step in English Orientalism. The second step was taken by Sir William Jones, a predecessor of Carey, who founded the Bengal Asiatic Society in 1784, modelled after Boyle's Royal Society. Jones's untimely death at 34 left the task of arranging and supplementing Warren Hastings' code to Colebrooke, who completed it in 1797. Charles Wilkins made the first direct translation from Sanskrit to English in 1785, with the Bhagavad Gita, or Dialogue of Krishna and Arjuna, earning recognition in a contemporary poem. But he performed a yet more noble part. He gave to Asia typographic art. Halhed printed the first Bengali grammar at Hooghly in 1783 with types cut by Wilkins, but it became obsolete and was imperfect. These initial efforts by company officials were tentative until Carey began anew, grounded in daily interaction with the people and their Brahmins. Marquis Wellesley, almost the same age as Carey, soon recognised Carey's value for the empire's highest good. Of the same name and descent as John and Charles Wesley, the Governor-General was the eldest and not the least brilliant member of the Irish family that also gave the Duke of Wellington and Lord Cowley. While Carey was making shoes in an obscure Midlands hamlet and dreaming of converting the world, young Wellesley was at Eton and Oxford, acquiring the classical scholarship that earned De Quincey's praise. As Carey starved in Calcutta, unknown, Wellesley made his mark in the House of Commons with a speech against the Jacobins of France in Burke's style. A friend of Pitt, he apprenticed in Indian affairs at the Board of Control, learning to contend with the East India Company directors. He arrived in Calcutta in 1798, just in time to save the nascent empire from ruin through the Second Mysore War and Tipu's fall at Seringapatam. Like the Scottish Dalhousie, who resembled him half a century later, Wellesley, once freed from war, focused on progress through peace. He founded the College of Fort William, planning and organising it with such lofty aims that De Quincey later praised his service to the country and India, stating it paved the way for the propagation of Christianity. When Wellesley arrived in Calcutta, He was appalled by the moral ignorance of the company's servants. Sundays were spent horse racing and gambling. 16-year-old boys taken from English public schools with little education became magistrates, judges, revenue collectors, and governors of millions of natives. At a critical age, they found themselves in India with large incomes, flattered by native subordinates, encouraged by superiors to lead dissipated lives, and without moral guidance. Wellesley, experienced in worldly matters, saw this as ruinous to both civil and military services and the company's system. The directors, in a public letter dated May 25, 1798, condemned this state of affairs, echoing Wellesley's disapproval of behaviour highly discreditable to our government and totally incompatible with the religion we profess. This led Wilberforce to attribute to Lord Wellesley the system of spreading useful knowledge as the true enemy of ignorance, vice, and political and social decay. Called upon to address the issues he first officially denounced, Lord Wellesley wrote his magnificent state paper of 1800, titled Notes on the Necessity of Special Collegiate Training for Civil Servants. The company's factories had grown into the Indian Empire of Great Britain. The tradesmen and clerks, still referred to as writer, factor, and merchant in their respective grades, had, since Clive's time, become the judges and rulers of millions, responsible to Parliament. They needed education in India itself, and training to be equal to the responsibilities and temptations of their positions. If appointed by patronage at home while still at school, they must be tested after training in India so that promotion would depend on merit. Lord Wellesley anticipated the modified system of competition Macaulay proposed to the company in 1853, the rejection of which led to the unrestricted system that has since prevailed with varying results. College was not only for the young civilians as they arrived. Those already at work were to be encouraged to study. Military officers were also invited to benefit from what was intended to be the University of Calcutta, a light amid the darkness of Asia, at a time when there was no military college in all of England. The college aimed to be a centre of Western learning in an Eastern context for the natives of India and Southern Asia, both as students and teachers. A noble site was chosen on the grand sweep of Garden Reach, where every East Indiaman first anchored, and the building was to be worthy of the founder who erected Government House. Curriculum included Arabic, Persian and Sanskrit, Bengali, Marathi, Hindi, Telugu, Tamil and Kannada, English, the company's laws, Mohammedan and Hindu law, civil jurisprudence and the law of nations, ethics, political economy, history, geography and mathematics, the Greek, Latin and English classics, and the modern languages of Europe, the history and antiquities of India, natural history, botany, chemistry, and astronomy. The discipline mirrored that of the English universities of the time, under the Governor-General, his colleagues, and the appellate judges. The senior chaplain, Reverend David Brown, was provost in charge of discipline, and Dr. Claudius Buchanan was vice provost in charge of studies and professor of Greek, Latin, and English. Dr. Gilchrist was professor of Hindi, in which he had already made a fortune, Lieutenant J. Bailey of Arabic, and Mr. H. B. Edmonstone of Persian. Sir George Barlow expounded the laws and regulations of the British government in India. The Church of England constitution of the college initially, to which Buchanan had applied the English Test Act, and his own modesty, led Carey to accept his appointment, which was thus gazetted. The Reverend William Carey, teacher of the Bengali and Sanskrit languages. First mention of the new college at Fort William in Carey's correspondence appears in a letter to Sutcliffe dated November 27, 1800.
There is a college erected at Fort William, of which the Reverend D. Brown is appointed provost, and C. Buchanan classical tutor. All the Eastern languages are to be taught in it.
Indeed, all the languages of India, both vernacular and classical, were to be taught. This reform, initiated by Lord Wellesley, was as significant and beneficial in its impact as Lord William Bentinck's promotion of the English language 35 years later. New administrators of the empire would begin their careers with 3 years of study in the native languages of the people and Persian, the language of their former conquerors. Carey, who had dedicated himself to learning Bengali and Sanskrit 9 years earlier, aimed to ensure that the people of India could hear and read the story of what the one true and living God had done for humanity's salvation in their own languages. Following this example, Lord Wellesley decreed that administrators and military officers should also master the languages of the people. As a result, 5 major vernacular languages of India were named, with Hindi being taught as part of the mixed dialect known as Hindustani. When Carey and his colleagues celebrated this reform, he could not have imagined being recognised as the most qualified person to implement it. After securing the college's establishment, Brown and Buchanan urged Carey to take charge of the Bengali and Sanskrit classes as a teacher with a salary of Rs, £500 a month or £700 a year. This role fit within the Missionary Brotherhood's mission. However, the government, which had previously exiled the mission to Serampore, needed to recognise Carey's overtly missionary character. Despite doing double the work, Carey was humble about being called a teacher rather than a professor. His primary concern was always his master's will, not his own recognition. Soon, he was granted a full professorship, with a salary rising to £1,800 a year. A month after his appointment, he recounted the story to Dr. Ryland in a long letter, mainly about the first native converts.
Serampore, June 15th, 1801. We sent you some time ago a box full of gods and butterflies, etc., and another box containing 100 copies of the New Testament in Bengali. Mr. Lang is studying Bengali under me at the college. This requires some explanation, though you will probably hear of it before this reaches you. A college was founded last year in Fort William for the instruction of the junior civil servants of the company, who are obliged to study there for 3 years after their arrival. I always highly approved of the institution, but never thought I would be called to fill a position there. To my great surprise, I was asked to undertake the Bengali professorship. One morning, a letter from Mr. Brown invited me to discuss this matter. I had just enough time to consult our brethren, who agreed that I should accept, provided it did not interfere with the mission's work. I doubted my ability to fulfill such a role. However, I went over and expressed all my fears and objections honestly. Both Mr. Brown and Mr. Buchanan believed the mission would benefit from it, and I couldn't refute their arguments. They insisted on judging my ability, so I consented with fear and trembling. They proposed me to the Governor-General, the college's patron and visitor, that day or the next. They told him I had been a missionary in the country for over 7 years, and I was appointed as a missionary. A clause had been added to the statutes for those not of the Church of England, allowing lecturers and teachers who were not bound by certain oaths and declarations. When I was proposed, his lordship asked if I was well disposed towards the state and capable of fulfilling the duties of the position. Mr. B replied that he wouldn't have proposed me if he had any doubts on those points. I wonder how people can have such favourable opinions of me. I am not disaffected towards the state, but the other point is unclear to me. When the appointment was made, I saw that I had a very important responsibility and no books or resources to assist me. Therefore, I began compiling a grammar, which is now half-printed. I got Ram Basu to write a history of one of their kings, the first prose book ever written in Bengali, which we are also printing. Our pundit has nearly translated the Sanskrit fables, 1 or 2 of which Brother Thomas sent you, which we are also going to publish. These, along with Mr. Foster's vocabulary, will prepare students to read their poetical books, so I hope this difficulty will be overcome. But my ignorance of conducting collegiate exercises weighs heavily on my mind. I have 13 students in my class. I lecture twice a week and have nearly completed 1 term, almost 2 months. It began on May 4th. Most students have learned the basics, and some have started translating Bengali into English. The examination begins this week. I am also appointed teacher of the Sanskrit language. Although no students have yet enrolled in that class, I must prepare for it. Therefore, I am writing a grammar of that language, which I must also print if I can complete it, and perhaps a dictionary, which I began years ago. I share all this, my dear brother, to seek your advice on the best way to conduct myself in this role, and to ask for your prayers that God may be glorified through me. We presented a copy of the Bengali New Testament to Lord Wellesley after the appointment through Reverend D. Brown, which was graciously received. We also gave one to Governor BIE. Serampore is now under English control. It was taken while we were asleep. You can imagine it was done without bloodshed. Rest assured, we are equally secure under either English or Danish rule, and I am well disposed towards both.
For 7 years, since his first settlement in the Dinapore district, William Carey dedicated 1/3 of his long working day to studying Sanskrit. In 1796, he reported,
I am now learning the Sanskrit language to read their Shastras for myself, and I have acquired enough Hindi or Hindustani to converse and speak intelligibly for some time. Even the language of Ceylon has enough similarity to Bengali that out of 12 words, with my limited Sanskrit, I can understand 5 or 6.
By 1798, Carey's routine was firmly established. He spent his mornings on practical matters, afternoons on reading, writing, and learning Sanskrit, and evenings translating the scriptures by candlelight. He seldom deviated from this routine, unless he went out to preach, which was often. 3 years earlier, he could already debate with Brahmins using their own texts. In 1798, he quoted and translated the Rig Veda and the Purana in response to a request for an account of the priesthood's beliefs, modestly noting,
I am just beginning to understand by reading the original Shastras.
By 1799, Carey was reading the epic Mahabharata, hoping to find references to equate Hindu chronology with reliable history. This effort would later be paralleled by Dr. John Wilson of Bombay and James Prinsep, who discovered the name of Antiochus the Great in 2 of Asoka's edicts on the Gurna rock. By September 1804, Carey had completed the first 3 years of collegiate training in Sanskrit. The Governor-General summoned a distinguished assembly to listen to the disputations and declamations of the students and their professors in various Oriental languages. The event took place in the southern room on the marble floor of the new government house, completed only the previous year at a cost of £140,000. This hall has since seen many splendid pageants and durbars, representing a wide extent of territory from Yarkand to Bangkok. However, the sight of William Carey addressing the Marquis Wellesley in Sanskrit, in the presence of the future Duke of Wellington, was perhaps one of the most profoundly significant moments in the history of that marble hall. On Thursday, September 20th, 1804, at 10 o'clock, the 70 students, their governors, officers, and professors rose to their feet as His Excellency the Visitor entered the room. The official gazette records the attendance of the Honourable the Chief Justice, the judges of the Supreme Court, the members of the Supreme Council, the members of the Council of the College, Major General Cameron, Major General the Honourable Arthur Wellesley, Major General Dowdeswell, and Soliman Aga, the envoy from Baghdad. All the principal civil and military officers at the Presidency, and many of the British inhabitants, were present, along with many learned natives. Umair defended the thesis that Sanskrit is the parent language in India. In Hindustani, Swinton argued in Persian that the poems of Hafiz should be understood figuratively. Todd Sr. delivered a Bengali declamation on the idea that translating the best works from Sanskrit into the popular languages of India would promote science and civilization. Carey, as moderator, gave an appropriate Bengali speech. Following similar disputations in Arabic and a Sanskrit declaration, Carey concluded with a speech in Sanskrit. 2 days later, at a second assembly, followed by a state dinner, Lord Wellesley presented the best students with degrees of merit inscribed on vellum in Oriental characters and delivered an oration praising the Sanskrit classes, urging more attention to the Bengali language and expressing satisfaction with the progress in Marathi studies. It was considered risky for a missionary to declare himself as such in Sanskrit before the Governor-General and the Hindu and Muslim nobles. Carey had told Fuller that he would do so if possible upon Lord Wellesley's arrival. Buchanan, eager to highlight the mission, added flattery to the English draft of Carey's speech, which Wellesley approved without alteration, stating,
"I am much pleased with Mr. Carey's truly original and excellent speech. I would not wish to have a word altered. I esteem such a testimony from such a man a greater honour than the applause of courts and parliaments."
The following is Carey's address.
My Lord, it is fitting that the language first cultivated under your patronage should be used to express gratitude and praise. This ancient language, which remained hidden from previous governors of India, now reveals its treasures at your command, enriching the world with the history, learning, and science of a distant age. The importance of our collegiate institution has never been clearer than today, and scholars in distant nations will celebrate this triumph of literature. Today, in the presence of the Supreme Governor of India and its most learned and illustrious characters, both Asiatic and European, an assembly convenes where no word of our native tongue is spoken, but public discourse occurs in the languages of Asia. Colloquial Hindustani, classic Persian, commercial Bengali, learned Arabic and ancient Sanskrit are spoken fluently by English youth who have studied them grammatically. Did any university in Europe or any literary institution in any other age or country ever present such an interesting scene? And what are the circumstances of these youths? They are not merely students pursuing a dead language for uncertain purposes, driven only by natural genius or love of fame. Appointed to important offices in the government, they apply their linguistic skills immediately to practical purposes, distributing justice, conducting state business, and maintaining official interactions in the local languages, rather than relying on interpreters. The achievements of our students enable the native supplier to access his principal directly and elucidate the spirit of our government's regulations through oral communication and written explanations tailored to the people's circumstances and capacities. The learned Asiatics present, some of whom are strangers from distant provinces, also appreciate the achievements of our students. They marvel at hearing important subjects discussed and noble principles asserted in their own languages by the youth of a foreign land. Today's proceedings justify all the efforts and expenses invested in this institution. Even if the costs had been 1,000 times greater, they would not match the immense moral and political benefits that will follow. I, now an old man, have lived among the Hindus for many years. I have preached to multitudes daily, discussed various subjects with the Brahmins, and overseen schools for Hindu youth. Their language is almost as familiar as mine. This close interaction with the natives for so long, across different parts of our empire, has provided me with insights perhaps unmatched by others. I understand their manners, customs, habits, and sentiments as if I were a native myself. Knowing them as I do, and hearing their daily observations on our government, character, and principles, I feel it is my duty to publicly state that this college's establishment was essential to the happiness of the natives under our rule. This institution will break down the barrier of our ignorance of their language, enhancing the influence of our laws and principles, and restoring the energy and effectiveness of our administration. Were the institution to cease from this moment, its beneficial effects would still endure. Good has been done that cannot be undone. Sources of useful knowledge, moral instruction, and political utility have been opened to the natives of India that can never be closed, and their civil improvement, like the gradual civilization of our own country, will continue to progress for ages to come. 100 original volumes in Oriental languages and literature will forever preserve the name of the founder of this institution in Asia. Examples of such renown, based on utility and spreading across such a vast portion of the world, are rare. My Lord, you have erected a monument of fame that no length of time or change of fortune can destroy, not primarily because it is inscribed with Maratha and Mysore, with the trophies of war and symbols of victory, but because it bears the names of those learned youths who have achieved high proficiency in Oriental languages and received degrees of honour. These youths will rise in regular succession to govern this country. They will expand the reach of British civilization, security and happiness by extending the bounds of Oriental literature and thereby spreading the spirit of Christian principles throughout Asia. These youths, who have lived among us, whose tireless dedication to their studies we have all witnessed, whose moral and exemplary conduct has been publicly acknowledged before this distinguished assembly today, and who, at the moment of entering public service, enjoy the rare combination of genius, industry, and virtue. These illustrious scholars, my lord, the pride of their country and the pillars of this empire, will record your name in many languages and secure your fame forever. Your fame is already recorded in their hearts. The youth of this service regard you as their father and friend. Your honour will always be safe in their hands. No shift in opinion or change in circumstances can take away the solid glory derived from the humane, just, liberal, and magnanimous principles embodied by your administration. Wherever future events may lead you, the youth of this service will always be evidence of the wisdom and purity of your governance. Your later years will be continually brightened with new testimonies of their reverence and affection, with fresh proofs of the benefits of the education you provided them, and with a demonstration of the numerous moral, religious, and political benefits resulting from this institution. Benefits that will consolidate the happiness of millions in Asia with the glory and welfare of our country.
The Court of Directors had never liked Lord Wellesley, and he, along with Colebrook, upset them by proposing a free trade movement against their monopoly. They ordered his beloved college's immediate cancellation. Wellesley managed to delay the process long enough to enlist the support of the Board of Control, which saved the institution but restricted it to teaching languages to the civilians of the Bengal presidency only. Overruled mainly by Pitt, the directors created a similar college at Haileybury, which continued until the open competitive system of 1854 ended it. The company itself soon followed, as the course of events rendered it obsolete. The first law professor at Haileybury was James Mackintosh, an Aberdeen student who quickly rose to prominence. He gained fame with his answer to Burke in the Vindiciae Gallicae and his defence of Monsieur Peltier, who was accused of libelling Napoleon Bonaparte. Knighted and sent to Bombay as its first recorder, Sir James Mackintosh became the centre of scholarly society in Western India, much like Sir William Jones had been in Bengal. He befriended Robert Hall, who succeeded Carey in Leicester and soon became an admirer and correspondent of Carey. During his 7 years in Bombay, his first act was to establish the Literary Society. He created a plan of a comparative vocabulary of Indian languages, similar to what Carey had been developing as a philologist and Bible translator. In his first address to the Literary Society, he praised the College of Fort William.
The original plan was the most magnificent attempt ever made for the promotion of learning in the East. Even in its present form, we have seen at the last public exhibition Sanskrit declamation by English youth, a remarkable event that, if followed by suitable progress, will mark an epoch in the history of learning.
Carey continued to be a prominent figure at the College of Fort William until 1831. Learned natives, including his chief pundit, Mrityunjaya Vidyalankar, immortalised by Home in Carey's portrait, surrounded him. In college, and at his study in Serampore, Carey worked with 3 pundits daily. His college room was a hub of literary work, just as his Serampore study was for Bible translation. When Carey declared that the college staff had produced 100 original volumes in Oriental languages and literature, he referred to the grammars, dictionaries, reading books, compilations, and editions prepared for the students by the professors and their native assistants. Carey contributed the largest share, and his most laborious and valuable contribution was the Bibliotheca Asiatica project. The 24th of July, 1805. The enclosed gazette will show that the Asiatic Society and the college have agreed to provide us with a yearly stipend for translating Sanskrit works. This will support 3 missionary stations, and we intend to use it for that purpose. The College Council has recommended an increase in my salary, but has not yet been finalised, and with Lord Cornwallis now arriving and Lord Wellesley departing, it may not happen. If it does, it will be further assistance. The translation of Sanskrit works involves the following. About 2 years ago, I proposed printing the Sanskrit books at a fixed price, with a certain indemnity for 100 copies. The plan was considered too extensive and was set aside. Recently, Dr. Francis Buchanan, on behalf of Marquis Wellesley, discussed translating his manuscripts. During our conversation, I mentioned my earlier proposal, which he approved and communicated to Sir John Anstruther, President of the Asiatic Society. Sir John, having been preparing a proposal to Lord Wellesley for a catalogue of ancient Hindu books, sent it to me and, embracing my plan, requested I submit a set of proposals. After some amendments, it was agreed that the College of Fort William and the Asiatic Society would share the cost of 300 rupees a month to cover expenses. We would undertake approved works and print the originals with English translations. They agreed to recommend the work to learned bodies in Europe. I suggested starting with the Ramayana, a popular sacred Hindu book. The Vedas are too insipid, and beginning with them would have discouraged public interest. The Ramayana offers a comprehensive account of Hindu mythology and has enough extravagance to maintain interest. In 1807, Carey became an active member of the Bengal Asiatic Society, joining the Committee of Papers. In the 9th volume of the Asiatic Researches, scholars were invited to contribute translations and accounts of Asiatic books. Carey's edition of the Ramayana of Valmiki in the original Sanskrit with a prose translation and notes was published by the Serampore Press in 3 quartos from 1806 to 1810. Until Goresio published his edition, an Italian translation of the entire poem, this was the first and only attempt to introduce the second major Sanskrit epic to the European world. In 1802, Carey had encouraged the publication of translations of both the Mahabharata and the Ramayana into Bengali at his own press. Carey's Ramayana drew keen interest from scholars and poets alike. Souther used it for his Curse of Kahama, and Dean Milman, as Professor of Poetry at Oxford, drew from it for his verse translations. A.W. von Schlegel, influenced by his brother's death at Madras, published 2 books with a Latin translation. Ralph T. 8th Griffith later opened the epic's treasures to English readers with his verse translations. Carey's edition remains rare, with the copies sent for sale in England lost at sea, leaving only a few presentation copies, including one in the British Museum. Carey's contributions to Sanskrit scholarship went beyond his publications. H. Wilson noted that Carey prepared translations of treatises on the Sankhya metaphysical system.
Carey did not seek to display his erudition. His literary work largely arose from his connection with the College of Calcutta or suggestions from respected authorities.
Carey spoke Sanskrit fluently and correctly. He edited the Sanskrit text of the Hitopadesa for the college. From 6 manuscript versions of this first revelation of Aryan folktales to Europe, Wilson acknowledged the errors were expected due to manuscript variations and the novelty of the task. As this was the first Sanskrit book printed in Devanagari, Carey added an abridgment of the prose Adventures of 10 Princes and Bhartrihari's Apophthegms. Colebrook credited Carey for printing the Sanskrit dictionary of Amara Sinha, the oldest native lexicographer, with an English interpretation and notes. Carey's magnum opus was a universal dictionary of the Oriental languages, based on Sanskrit, intended to assist biblical scholars in correcting Bible translations in Oriental languages after his death. Through the College of Fort William, Carey influenced many of the most capable men in the Bengal civil service, and even some in Madras and Bombay, over a span of 30 years. The college's founder had written to his government friends, stating, "The college must stand, or the empire must fall." firmly believing that proper training for public service was essential for the welfare of native subjects. Carey's experience proved this belief correct. The young civilians who completed the first 3 years of the course heralded a new era in the administration of India, transforming traders into statesmen and adventurers into soldier politicals. This shift ensured that the East Indian services became renowned for their integrity and high competence. Comparing the work of these men, from Wellesley, the first Minto, and Dalhousie, to Canning, Lawrence, and the second Minto, with the provincial administration of Imperial Rome, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, and France, highlights the exceptional administration of British India. For 30 years, civilians who studied Sanskrit, Bengali, and Marathi came under Carey's gentle influence. Though he struggled to manage the village school in Moulton, his learning, modesty, efficiency, and geniality won the affectionate admiration of his students in Calcutta. A look at the college register for its first 5 years reveals notable students. W. Butterworth Bailey, Carey's first Bengali prizeman, had a distinguished career culminating as acting Governor-General, followed by a worthy son in the service. Brian H. Hodgson, as resident of Nepal, earned a significant reputation as a scholar and supported the Serampore mission's vernacular languages battle. Charles, later Lord Metcalfe, was the first student to enter the college, learning humility, patience, and obedience to divine will, which marked his life and comforted him in his final illness. Other early students included Richard Jenkins, notable as Nagpur resident and author of the 1826 report, and Roma, who became governor of Bombay for a time. The two Birds, Robert Merton's Bird, founder of the Great Land Revenue School of Hindustan, and Wilberforce Bird, who governed India during Lord Ellenborough's tenure and helped abolish slavery in southern Asia, also passed through Carey's classes. Other notable names include Eliot, Thackeray, Hamilton, Martin, the Shakespeares, Plowdens, the Moneys, Rosses, and Keans. John Lawrence, one of the last to benefit from the college before its abolition, confessed he struggled with languages, yet his Hindustani made ill-doing Rajas tremble and encouraged hard-working ryots with his homely conversation and jokes. These men, and others like them, sat at Carey's feet, learning to be scholars and to treat natives kindly, some even as brethren in Christ. From teaching future rulers of the East, Carey turned to Bengali preaching, his benevolent institution, visits to prisoners, and interactions with British soldiers in Fort William. After 4 days' work in Calcutta, the early tide carried him up the Hooghly to his study, where he spent the rest of the week translating the Bible into the languages of the people and their leaders. Chapter 10, The Wyclif of the East, Bible translation, covering 1801 to 1832. Every significant reform in history has typically started with one individual. Although influenced by their time, this person conceived and initiated a movement that ultimately transformed society. This applies to both moral and physical forces in history. For instance, consider the contrasting figures of Carey and Clarkson versus Napoleon and Wellington. William Carey stood alone in his steadfast belief that the church should evangelize the world. He was unique in his conviction that the essential first step for evangelization was translating the Bible into local languages. At just 18, while still a young shoemaker, he developed his own system from the scriptures and embraced the divine missionary vision. This was a year before the First Bible Society was formed in 1780 to distribute the English Bible among soldiers and sailors. It was also a quarter century before Carey's own success led to the establishment of the British and Foreign Bible Society in 1804. Since his youth, when he recognized the Bible's profound power, Carey made it a daily habit to start each morning by reading a chapter of the Bible. He would read it first in English, and then in each of the 6 languages he had taught himself. From the time Carey acquired Bengali in 1793, his primary mission became the translation of the Bible into the many languages and major dialects of India and Eastern Asia. While he preached, taught, and discipled in every possible way to fulfill his master's missionary charge. The task he deemed most critical and enduring was translating and publishing the divine message in the native languages of millions of people across Asia, as well as in the learned languages of their leaders and priests, just as Wyclif had done for English-speaking peoples by translating from Latin and thereby igniting both religious and political reformations in Britain and Western Christendom. Carey sought to do the same for South and Eastern Asia. Erasmus and Luther had followed Wyclif's example. Erasmus, with his Greek and Latin New Testament and his paraphrase, aimed at making the word accessible to all, including women and cobblers, clowns, mechanics, and even the Turks. Luther, with his monumental vernacular translation of the New Testament. Tyndale had given England the Bible translated directly from Hebrew and Greek. Now Carey, inspired by the same spirit who had guided Moses, Ezra, Paul, and John, aimed to bring the sacred scriptures to South and Eastern Asia. The British and Foreign Bible Society's recognition in 1827, when it made a final grant to Serampore for translation work, fittingly echoes this sentiment.
Future generations will apply to them the words of the translators of the English Bible. Therefore blessed be they, and most honoured their names that break the ice and give the onset in that which helped them forward to the saving of souls. Now what can be more available thereto than to deliver God's book unto God's people in a tongue which they understand?
For 40 years, Carey remained steadfast in his dedication to Bible translation, allowing no interruptions during the time he set aside for this work. He might tolerate distractions in other tasks, but not when it came to translating the scriptures. In 1797, he wrote to a lady, as he had to many others,
"You, madam, will excuse my brevity when I inform you that all my time for writing letters is stolen from the work of transcribing the scriptures into the Bengali language."
Carey, with a keen understanding of the state of scholarship and criticism in the early 19th century, often described himself as a forerunner, paving the way for successors like Yeats, Wenger, and Rouse. He anticipated that they would, in turn, be succeeded by native Indian translators, much like Tyndale and Luther in the Church of India. He was modest about his achievements, often downplaying the claim that he had translated the Bible into 40 languages and dialects. As we delve into his work, it becomes clear which translations he personally completed, which were accomplished by his colleagues, which he revised and edited, and which he oversaw through the Serampore press under Ward's supervision. The claim of 40 translations is accurate when applied to these 4 areas of work, all of which were centred around Carey's vision and advocacy. His own translations included Bengali, Hindi, Marathi, and Sanskrit, while Marshman took on the Chinese translation. His colleagues and pundits worked on various Hindi dialects and Uriya. Carey also supervised the printing of Hindustani, Persian, Malay, Tamil, and other versions of the scriptures. He tirelessly devoted himself day and night to ensuring that the word of God could reach millions, driven by a loving, inclusive spirit. Writing in 1904 on the centenary of the British and Foreign Bible Society, Mr. George A. Grierson, the head of the Linguistic Survey of India, offers an authoritative summary of the work of Carey and his assistants.
The great-hearted band of Serampore missionaries issued translations of the Bible or New Testament in more than 40 languages. Before them, the number of Protestant versions of the Bible in the languages of India could be counted on the fingers of one hand.
Grierson highlights the efforts that preceded the Serampore missionaries.
The Dutch in Ceylon undertook a Tamil New Testament in 1688, which was followed in 1715 by another version from the pen of Ziegenbalg. The famous missionary Schulze, between 1727 and 1732, made a Telugu version which was never printed. And later, between 1745 and 1758, he published at Halle a Hindustani translation of the New Testament and of a portion of Genesis. A manuscript version of portions of the Bible in Bengali was made by Thomas in 1791, and then the great Serampore series began with Carey's Bengali New Testament published in 1801.
Grierson acknowledges that while many of these Serampore translations were early efforts and have since been replaced by more accurate versions, the significance of these first steps cannot be overstated.
Most of these Serampore versions were, it is true, first attempts and have been superseded by more accurate versions, but the first step is always the most important one, and this was taken by Carey and his brethren.
Carey's correspondent on scholarly matters was Dr. Ryland, a distinguished Hebraist and biblical critic of his time, and the head of Bristol College. Carey's letters, frequently filled with Hebrew and Greek references, reveal the meticulous care with which he sought to convey the divine message accurately, and the deep sense of responsibility that guided his work. Although biblical criticism, both in terms of the original text and the interpretation of sacred writings, has evolved into a modern science, these letters now serve primarily as historical documents. One such communication to Ryland illustrates how Carey approached his work from the outset.
Calcutta, the 14th of December, 1803. We some time ago engaged in an undertaking of which we intended to say nothing until it was accomplished, but an unforeseen providence made it necessary for us to disclose it. It is as follows. About a year and a half ago, some attempts were made to engage Mr. Gilchrist in the translation of the Scriptures into the Hindustani language. By something or other, it was put by. The Persian was also at the same time much talked of, but given up, or rather not engaged in. At this time, several considerations prevailed on us to set ourselves silently upon a translation into these languages. We accordingly hired 2 moonshees to assist us in it, and each of us took our share. Brother Marshman took Matthew and Luke, Brother Ward, Mark and John, and myself the remaining part of the New Testament into Hindustani. I undertook no part of the Persian, but, instead thereof, engaged in translating it into Maharashtra, commonly called the Maratha language, the person who assists me in the Hindustani being a Maratha. Brother Marshman has finished Matthew and, instead of Luke, has begun the Acts. Brother Ward has done part of John, and I have done the epistles, and about 6 chapters of the Revelation, and have proceeded as far as the 2nd epistle of the Corinthians in the revisal. They have done a few chapters into Persian, and I a few into Maratha. Thus the matter stood, till a few days ago Mr. Buchanan informed me that a military gentleman had translated the Gospels into Hindustani and Persian, and had made a present of them to the college, and that the college council had voted the printing of them. This made it necessary for me to say what we had been about, and had it not been for this circumstance, we should not have said anything till we had got the New Testament at least pretty forward in printing. I am very glad that Major Colebrook has done it. We will gladly do what others do not do, and wish all speed to those who do anything in this way. We have it in our power, if our means would do for it, in the space of about 15 years, to have the Word of God translated and printed in all the languages of the East. Our situation is such as to furnish us with the best assistance from natives of the different countries. We can have types of all the different characters cast here, and about 700 rupees per month, part of which I hope we shall be able to furnish, would complete the work. The languages are the Hindustani, Hindi, Maharashtra, Uriya, Telinga, Botan, Burman, Chinese, Cochin Chinese, Tonkinese, and Malay. On this great work we have fixed our eyes. Whether God will enable us to accomplish it, or any considerable part of it, is uncertain.
Despite all these advantages, his linguistic genius, his unwavering dedication driven by a divine purpose, the cooperation of his colleagues, the encouragement from learned societies and the public, and the support of pundits and moonshees bolstered by the College of Fort William, none of this would have opened the door of the East to the sacred scriptures without the philological key of Sanskrit. In the preface to his Sanskrit grammar, praised by the Quarterly Review, Carey explained the significance of this key.
The knowledge of Sanskrit gave me the meaning of 4 out of every 5 words of the principal languages of the whole people of India. The peculiar grammar of any one of these may be acquired in a couple of months, and then the language lies open to the student. The knowledge of 4 words in 5 enables him to read with pleasure and renders the acquisition of the few new words, as well as the idiomatic expressions, a matter of delight rather than of labour. Thus, the Uriya, though possessing a separate grammar and character, is so much like the Bengali in expression that a Bengali pundit is almost equal to the correction of an Orissa proof sheet. And the first time that I read a page of Gujarati, the meaning appeared so obvious as to render it unnecessary to ask the pundit questions.
The mechanical tools of types, paper, and printing seem to have been provided with the same providential foresight as the intellectual and spiritual resources. As Carey advanced in his translation work, he initially looked to England for the necessary supplies, a press, type, paper, and a printer. He managed to secure the last, William Ward, a man he personally selected, and who proved to be a worthy colleague. However, soon after sending his request, Carey found, or created, all the other resources he needed, right there in Bengal. First edition of the Bengali New Testament was printed on an old press that Carey had purchased in Calcutta, set up in Modnabati, and later moved to Serampore. The few surviving copies of this edition are now rare and hold significant bibliographic interest, despite the type and paper being coarse and blurred. The Charles Wilkins, known as the Caxton of India, had personally cut the punches and cast the types used for Halhead's Bengali grammar, printed at Hooghly in 1778. He passed on his skills to a native blacksmith named Panchanan, who, just as Carey was desperate for a font of the sacred Devanagari type for his Sanskrit grammar, arrived at Serampore seeking work. Panchanan's timely arrival was crucial, as the Serampore mission needed fonts for several languages besides Bengali, which had never been printed before. In a memoir relative to the translations, published in 1807, they recount the story.
It will be obvious that in the present state of things in India, it was in many instances necessary to cast new fonts of types in several of these languages. Happily for us and India at large, Wilkins had led the way in this department, and by persevering industry, the value of which can scarcely be appreciated under the greatest disadvantages with respect to materials and workmen, he had brought Bengali to a high degree of perfection. Soon after our settling at Serampore, the providence of God brought to us the very artist who had worked with Wilkins in that endeavour and had largely absorbed his ideas. With his assistance we erected a letter foundry, and although he is now deceased, he had so thoroughly passed on his craft to others that they continue the work of typecasting and even cutting the matrices with a level of precision that would not disgrace European artists. These artisans have cast for us 2 or 3 fonts of Bengali, and we are now employing them in casting a font designed to reduce the cost of paper and the size of the book by at least 1/4 without compromising the legibility of the characters. We have also cast an entirely new font of the Devanagari script, which is considered the most beautiful of its kind in India. This font consists of nearly 1,000 different character combinations, making the cost of cutting the patterns alone amount to 1,500 rupees, not including the metal and casting. In the Orissa script, we were also compelled to cast a new font, as none existed before in that character. The font consists of about 300 separate combinations, and the total cost of cutting and casting has been at least 1,000 rupees. The character, though distinct, is moderately sized and will allow the entire New Testament to fit into about 700 octavo pages, roughly 1/4 less than the Bengali version. Although the Devanagari script is well known to educated men in the Maratha region, a smaller, more business-oriented script, which differs significantly in form from the Nagari script, but has a nearly corresponding number of letters and powers, is commonly used. We have cast a font in this script, which we have begun using to print the Maratha New Testament, as well as a Maratha dictionary. This script is also moderately sized, distinct, and beautiful. It will likely allow the New Testament to be printed in even fewer pages than the Orissa version. The expense of casting, etc., has been similar. We still need 3 more fonts, one in the Burman script, another in Telinga and Kannada, and a third in the Sikh script. These, along with the Chinese characters, will enable us to complete our work. Last year we received an excellent and extensive font of Persian from you, dear brethren.
Panchanan's apprentice, Manohar, continued the work of crafting elegant fonts of type in all Eastern languages for the mission, and for sale to others, for more than 40 years. He became a benefactor to literature and Christian civilization to a degree he likely never realized, as he remained a Hindu of the blacksmith caste. In 1839, when the Reverend James Kennedy first arrived in India as a young missionary, he saw Manohar at work. Just as the present writer has often seen Manohar's successors, Manohar would be found cutting the matrices or casting the type for the Bibles while squatting below his favourite idol, under whose auspices he would work. Serampore continued to be the principal Oriental type foundry in the East until 1860. Mission also made significant contributions to paper manufacturing, eventually giving the name of Serampore to a type of paper known across India. Initially, Carey had to print his Bengali Testament on a rough, porous substance called Patna paper. Later, he began relying on supplies from England, which often arrived irregularly, causing delays and significant expense. Additionally, native paper, whether mill-made or handmade, was sized with rice paste, attracting bookworms and white ants. The first sheets of a work might be devoured by these insects before the last sheets were even printed. To protect his most valuable manuscripts, Carey used arsenicated paper, which turned a hideous yellow colour. However, it is thanks to this method that we still have 5 colossal volumes of his polyglot dictionary, preserved in the library of Serampore College for Bible translation work. The missionaries conducted many experiments to solve the paper issue, eventually setting up a treadmill where relays of 40 natives reduced raw material in a paper engine until one person was accidentally killed. The enterprise of Mr. William Jones, who first worked the Raniganj coalfield, suggested a solution using a steam engine. A 12-horsepower engine, the first steam engine ever installed in India, was ordered from Thwaites and Rothwell of Bolton, intended solely for missionary work. The machine of fire, as it was called, attracted crowds of curious natives to the mission, much to the frustration of the imported engine man. Even many Europeans, who had never seen machinery driven by steam, came to study and replicate it. On March 27, 1820, the engine was officially operational. From that time until 1865, Serampore became the primary source of locally produced paper, distinct from imported or purely native handmade varieties. Even the infamous cartridges of the 1857 mutiny were produced at this factory, although by then it had long ceased to be connected to the mission. Dr. Carey reflected on the translation efforts in a letter to Dr. Ryland.
The 22nd of January, 1808. Last year may be reckoned among the most important which this mission has seen. Not for the numbers converted among the natives, but they have been fewer than in some preceding years, but for the gracious care which God has exercised towards us. We have been able to continue the translation and printing of the Word of God in several languages. Printing is currently underway in 6 languages, with translation progressing in 6 more. The Bengali Bible is printed except for Judges 7 to the end of Esther. The Sanskrit New Testament is complete up to Acts 27. The Orissa translation is finished up to John 21. The second edition of the Marathi Bible is printed to the end of Matthew. The new Hindustani version is complete up to Mark 5, and work on Matthew has started in Gujarati. The translation has nearly reached the end of John in Chinese, Telinga, Kannada, and the language of the Sikhs. Progress is significant in Persian, and work has begun in Burman. The entire Bible was printed in Malay at Batavia some years ago, and the Tamil Bible is fully printed. The Syrian bishop in Travancore is now overseeing a translation from Syriac into Malayala. I also learned this week that Kashmiri is a distinct language. I have this day been to visit the most learned Hindu now living, He speaks only Sanskrit, is more than 80 years old, and is acquainted with the writings and has studied the sentiments of all their schools of philosophy, usually called the darshanas of the Veda. He tells me that this is the 16th time that he has travelled from Rameshwaram to Harhu, from the extreme cape of the peninsula to Benares. He was, he says, near Madras when the English first took possession of it. This man has given his opinion against the burning of women.
4 years later, in another letter to Ryland, Carey opens up more fully, sharing not only the workings of his sacred workshop, but also revealing his humility and sense of self-sacrifice.
The 10th of December 1811. I have of late been much impressed with the vast importance of laying a foundation for biblical criticism in the East by preparing grammars of the different languages into which we have translated or may translate the Bible. Without some such step, those who follow us will have to wade through the same labour that I have, merely to stand on the same ground that I now stand upon. If, however, elementary books are provided, the labour will be greatly reduced and a person will be able in a short time to acquire that which has cost me years of study and toil. The necessity of acquiring so many languages forces me to study and write out the grammar of each, and to pay close attention to their irregularities and peculiarities. I've already published grammars of 3, Sanskrit, Bengali and Marathi. To these I have resolved to add grammars of the Telinga, Kannada, Orissa, Punjabi, Kashmiri, Gujarati, Nepalese and Assam languages. 2 of these are now in the press, and I hope to have 2 or 3 more out by the end of next year. This may not only be useful in the way I have stated, but may also answer a question that has been asked more than once. How can these men translate into so many languages? Few people know what can be done until they try and persevere in what they undertake. I am now printing a dictionary of the Bengali language, which will be quite large, as I have reached page 256, quarto, and am not yet through the first letter. That letter, however, begins more words than any 2 others. To ensure the gradual perfection of the translations, I have also in mind, and indeed have been long collecting materials for, a universal dictionary of the Oriental languages derived from Sanskrit. I intend to take Sanskrit as the foundation, giving the various meanings of each word with examples of their use in the manner of Johnson. Then I will provide the synonyms in the different languages derived from Sanskrit, alongside the Hebrew and Greek terms corresponding to them, always listing the word derived from the Sanskrit term first. I will also give the etymology of the Sanskrit term, so that the origins of the related terms in cognate languages will be clear. This work will be immense, and it is doubtful whether I will live to complete it, but I intend to begin organising the materials I have been collecting for this purpose as soon as my Bengali dictionary is finished. Should I live to accomplish this, and the translations currently in hand, I think I can then say, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace.
The ardent scholar had 23 more years of labour ahead of him in this joyful work, though he did not know it. Each year the work increased, along with the concern that he and his colleagues might be taken away without leaving a trained successor. Naturally, they first looked to the sons of the mission for future translators, as they had already done for preachers. To Dr. Carey, the education of a young missionary specifically suited to be his successor as translator and editor of the translations was of paramount importance. Such a man was found in William Yeats, born in 1792 in Leicestershire, the same county where Carey had founded the Baptist mission. Like Carey, Yeats began his early years as a shoemaker and was a member of Carey's former church in Harvey Lane, under the ministry of the great Robert Hall.
Your son, sir, will be a great scholar and a good preacher, and he is a holy young man.
In 1814, Yeats became the last of the young missionaries dedicated to the cause by Fuller, soon to pass away, Ryland and Hall. Yeats had been at Serampore for only a few months when, with the approval of his colleagues, Carey wrote to Fuller on the 17th of May 1815.
I am much inclined to associate him with myself in the translations. My labour is greater than at any former period. We now have translations of the Bible underway in 27 languages, all of which are in the press except 2 or 3. The labour of correcting and revising all of them lies on me.
By September of that year, Yates wrote,
Dr. Carey sends all the Bengali proofs to me to review. I read them over, and if there is anything I do not understand or think to be wrong, I mark it. We then discuss it, and if it is wrong, he alters it. But if not, he shows me the reason why it is right, thus initiating me into the languages as quickly as I can learn them. He wishes me to begin Hindi very soon. Since I have been here, I have read 3 volumes in Bengali, and there are but 6 of consequence in prose. There are abundant texts in Sanskrit.
Yates also expressed his deep appreciation for Carey's mentorship.
Dr. Carey has treated me with the greatest affection and kindness and told me he will give me every information he can and do anything in his power to promote my happiness.
What Baruch was to the prophet Jeremiah, Yates might have been to Carey. Carey even went so far as to urge Yates to remain in Serampore for life, stating,
If he did not accept the service, it would be, in my judgment, acting against providence, and the blessing of God was not to be expected.
However, Yates chose to align himself with the younger missionaries who, after Fuller's death, began the Society's mission work in Calcutta, distinct from the Serampore mission. If Carey was the Wyclif and Tyndale of the Bengali and Sanskrit Bible, Yates was the Coverdale. Their successor, Wenger, was worthy of both. Bengal still awaits the first native revision of the great work these pioneers have gradually refined. When will Bengal see its own Luther? The Bengali Bible was the first and most significant of the translations. At that time, the province, or lieutenant governorship, had the same area as France and contained more than double its population, approximately 80 million people. Of the 3 principal vernaculars, Bengali was spoken by 45 million Hindus and Muslims. It was for all the natives of Bengal and northern India, particularly the Bengali-speaking people, that William Carey created a literary language a century ago. The first Bengali version of the entire New Testament, translated by Carey from the original Greek, was completed before the end of 1796. The only English commentary he used was Doddridge's Family Expositor, published in 1738. Which was the most critical resource available in the language at that time. Carey revised the manuscript 4 times, always with a Greek concordance in hand. He worked closely with Rambasu, one of the most accomplished early Bengali scholars, and consulted with natives from all classes. By 1800, Ward had arrived as the printer. The press was set up at Serampore, and the result of 7 years of labour appeared in February 1801. With the first edition of 2,000 copies, costing £612. The printing took 9 months. The type was set up by Ward and Carey's son, Felix, with their own hands.
For about a month at first, we had a Brahmin compositor, but we were quite weary of him. We kept 4 pressmen constantly employed.
A public subscription was opened for the entire Bengali Bible at Rs, 32 or £4 per copy, and nearly 50 copies were immediately subscribed. It was this edition that led directly to Carey's appointment at the College of Fort William, placing him in a position, both philological and financial, to provide the Bible to the peoples of the Far East in their own languages. Some cherished memories surround the first Bengali version of the New Testament. On Tuesday, March 18th, 1800, Ward's journal records, Brother Carey took an impression at the press of the first page in Matthew. The translator himself acted as the pressman. Once the entire gospel was ready, 500 copies were printed for immediate distribution. We considered this important as it contained a complete life of the Redeemer. 4 days later, an advertisement in the Calcutta Gazette announced that the missionaries had established a press at Serampore and were printing the Bible in Bengali. This news caught the attention of Lord Wellesley, who had imposed restrictions on the press in British India. However, Mr. Brown was able to inform the Governor-General that the Serampore press had refused to print a political attack on the English government and was intended solely for the spiritual instruction of the natives. This led Lord Wellesley, a liberal statesman, to assure that he personally favoured the conversion of the heathen. When he learned that such an Oriental press would be invaluable to the College of Fort William, he not only withdrew his opposition, but also appointed Carey as the first teacher of Bengali. On February 7th, 1801, the final corrected sheet of the Bengali New Testament was placed in Carey's hands. When a volume was bound, it was reverently offered to God by being placed on the communion table in the chapel. The mission families and newly converted Christians gathered around it in solemn thanksgiving, led by Krishna Pal. Carey preached from Colossians 3:16.
Let the word of Christ dwell in you richly in all wisdom.
The centenary of this event was celebrated in Calcutta in 1901, under Dr. Rouse, whose fine scholarship had just revised the translation. When the first copies of the Bengali New Testament reached England, Andrew Fuller sent one to the second Earl Spencer, who had used the wealth of Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, to collect the great library at Althorpe. Carey, though once a poor tenant of the Earl, was unknown to him. Upon receiving the Bengali New Testament and learning its story, the Earl sent a cheque for £50 to help with the translation of the Old Testament and ensured that a copy was presented to George III at the King's own request. Mr. Bowyer was received one morning at Windsor, where he presented the volume along with an address, expressing the hope that the King would live to see its principles universally prevail throughout his eastern dominions. When the Lord-in-Waiting expressed doubt about whether the book had come through the proper channel, the King replied,
"The Board of Control has nothing to do with it."
Turning to Mr. Bowyer, he added,
"I am greatly pleased to find that any of my subjects are employed in this manner."
This now rare volume, which can be found on the shelves of the Serampore College Library, stands as the leader of the many Carey translations. Though coarse and unattractive in appearance compared to its later successors, the second edition, published in 1806, was almost a new version. The critiques from his colleagues, especially Dr. Marshman, a scholar of Greek, the growth of the native church, and Carey's own experiences as a professor of Sanskrit, Marathi, and Bengali, gave him new insight into adapting the language to convey divine ideas. Yet, the first edition was not without its own power. 17 years later, when the mission extended to the old capital of Dhaka, they discovered several villages of Hindu-born peasants who had abandoned idol worship, were known for their truthfulness, and called themselves Satya Gurus, meaning true teachers. They traced their faith to a well-worn book kept in a wooden box in one of the villages. No one knew where the book had come from, only that they had possessed it for many years. It was Carey's first Bengali version of the New Testament of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. Within the broad and flexible bounds of Hinduism, and even among fanatical Muslims beyond the frontier, the Bible, though dimly understood without a teacher, led to Puritan sects like this, and to earnest inquirers, much like the Chamberlain of Queen Candace. The third edition of the Bengali New Testament was published in 1811 in folio for the use of the native congregations that had by then been established. The fourth edition, consisting of 5,000 copies, appeared in 1816, and the eighth edition was published in 1832. Like Columba at Iona over the 34th Psalm, and Bede at Jarrow over the 6th chapter of John's Gospel, Carey, while correcting the last sheet of this final edition, after 40 years of faithful and joyful labour, said,
"My work is done. I have nothing more to do but to wait the will of the Lord."
The Old Testament, translated from the Hebrew, was released in portions from 1802 to 1809. Such was the fervour of Carey, the translator, that he had completed his version of the first chapter of Genesis by January 1794. When he read it to two pundits from Nudaya, they seemed pleased with the account of creation, but objected to the omission of Patala, their imagined realm beneath the earth, which they believed should have been mentioned. Even at this early stage, Carey recognised the weaknesses of Hinduism as a supposed revelation. noting its reliance on false physics, much as Duff would later observe and use to great effect. Carey wrote,
"There is a necessity of explaining to them several circumstances relative to geography and chronology, as they have many superstitious opinions on those subjects which are closely connected with their systems of idolatry."
The Bengali Bible was the fruit of 15 years of dedicated labour, in which Marshman read the Greek and Carey the Bengali. Every one of their colleagues examined the proof sheets, and Carey personally wrote out the entire text for the 5 octavo volumes. Over the course of his 40-year missionary career, Carey prepared and saw through the press 5 editions of the Old Testament and 8 editions of the New Testament in Bengali. The Sanskrit version was translated from the original and meticulously written out by Carey himself. Sir William Jones is said to have secured his first pundit's help only by paying him Rs. 500 a month, or £700 a year. In contrast, Carey engaged and trained his many pundits at a mere fraction of that cost. He was well aware that the Brahmins would scorn a book in the language of the common people.
What, even if the books should contain divine knowledge, they are nothing to us. The knowledge of God contained in them is to us as milk in a vessel of dog's skin, utterly polluted.
Yet, according to the Analyst of Biblical Translations in India, Carey's Sanskrit version was warmly received by the Brahmins. Although the original Old Testament historical books were destroyed in the fire of 1812, Carey translated them again, with a new edition appearing in 1815. In 1827, the aged scholar had the strength to release the first volume of a thorough revision and left the manuscript of the second volume as a legacy to his successors, Yates and Wenger. Against the Vedas, Upanishads, Brahmanas, and epics, Carey set the Sanskrit Bible. Carey completed and published 28 full translations of the sacred scriptures, 7 of which included the entire Bible, while 21 contained the books of the New Testament. Each translation has its own unique history and became a silent yet powerful missionary to the peoples of Asia, as well as a scholarly and literary pioneer for later editions and versions from which the native churches of Father Asia would draw the materials for their vibrant growth. The Uriya version was among the first to be undertaken after the Bengali, as the language bears the same relation to Bengali as rural Scots to English, though it has its own written script. What is now the Orissa division of Bengal, separating it from Madras to the southwest, was added to the British Empire in 1803. This, coupled with the fact that its Puri district had become the centre of the Vaishnava cult of Jagannath and his chariot, which attracted and often claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of pilgrims every year, led Carey to prepare the Uriya Bible for the press immediately. The chief pundit, Mritunjaya, skilled in both dialects, first adapted the Bengali version to the Uriya language, his own mother tongue. Carey then took the manuscript, compared it with the original Greek, and corrected it verse by verse. The New Testament was ready in 1809, and the Old Testament followed in 1815, with the entire Bible in 4 volumes. Large editions were quickly bought up and circulated, leading to the establishment of the General Baptist Society's Missionaries at Cuttack, the capital of Orissa. In 1814, the Serampore Bible Translation College, as it might be called, began preparing the New Testament in Magadhi, another language closely related to Bengali and derived from Sanskrit through Pali, as it was the vernacular of Buddhism in its original homeland. An edition of 1,000 copies appeared in 1824. There were plans to publish a version in the Maithili language of Bihar, which has a literary history stretching back to the 14th century, to ensure that every class could have the Word of God in their own dialect. However, by this time, Carey's literary enthusiasm and scholarship had done so much to develop and extend the power of Bengali that it had begun to supersede most dialects, except Uriya and the northern vernaculars of the Brahmaputra Valley. In 1810, the Serampore Press added the Assamese New Testament to its achievements. The first edition appeared in 1819. The province became British in 1826, and by 1832, Carey had the satisfaction of issuing the Old Testament and setting apart Mr. Ray a Scottish soldier who had settled there, as the first missionary in Guwahati. To these must be added versions in Khasi and Manipuri, both in the Bengali script, though non-Aryan languages, the former for the democratic tribes of the Khasi Hills, among whom the Welsh Calvinists have since worked, and the latter for the Hindu snake people on the border of Burma, who introduced the game of polo to Europe. Another immediate successor to the Bengali translation was the Marathi version, a language in which Carey also served as a professor at the College of Fort William. By 1804, Carey was hard at work on this translation. The first edition of the New Testament in Marathi appeared in 1811, and the Old Testament followed in 1820. This version was in a dialect specific to Nagpur and was initially widely circulated by Lieutenant Moxon in the army stationed there. In 1812, Carey sent the missionary Aratun to Bombay and Surat, shortly after Henry Martyn had written that the only Christian in the city who understood his evangelical sermon was a rope maker who had just arrived from England. At the same time, Carey was working on a version in the dialect of the Konkan, the densely populated coastal region south of Bombay, inhabited primarily by one of the most capable Brahmanical communities in India. The New Testament in this translation appeared in 1819, after 11 years of preparation at Serampore. Through these efforts, Carey sought to bring the message of Christ to the 12 million Hindus of Western India, both above and below the Sahyadri, or Delectable Mountains, a group that had nearly wrested the entire peninsula from the Muslims and had come close to preempting the British rule that eventually took hold after the battles of Panipat and Asaya. Meanwhile, new missionaries began to take possession of these western districts, where the men of Serampore had sown the first seeds and reaped the initial harvests. The Charter of 1813 made it possible for American missionaries to land in Western India and for the establishment of the local Bible Society. Dr. John Wilson and his Scottish colleagues soon followed. Carey and his associates welcomed these new missionaries and gradually withdrew from the region, focusing instead on providing a Gujarati version for the millions of northern Bombay, including the promising Parsi community. They completed and issued the New Testament in Gujarati in 1820 before passing on the work to the London Missionary Society. Mr. Christopher Anderson, in his Annals of the English Bible, published half a century ago, aptly remarked,
"Time will show, in a very singular manner, that every version, without exception, which came from Carey's hands, has a value affixed to it which the present generation, living as it were too near an object, is not yet able to estimate or descry. 50 years hence, the character of this extraordinary and humble man will be more correctly appreciated."
In none of the classes of languages derived from Sanskrit was the zeal of Carey and his associates more remarkable than in Hindi. As early as 1796, Carey wrote of this most widely extended offspring of Sanskrit,
"I have acquired so much of the Hindi as to converse in it and preach for some time intelligibly. It is the current language of all the West from Rajmahal to Delhi, and perhaps farther. With this, I can be understood nearly all over Hindustan."
By the time Carey issued the sixth memoir of the translations, Chamberlain's experiences in northwestern India had led him to note the existence of 20 dialects of Hindi, sharing the same vocabulary but differing in their sets of terminations. The Bru, or Bripasa Gospels, were completed in 1813, 2 years after Chamberlain had settled in Agra, and the New Testament was completed 9 years later. This version of the Gospels led the Brahman priest Anand Masi to Christ. Many sepoys, eager to obtain a copy of the Old Testament, which appeared in 1818, brought testimonials from their commanding officers, and within a single year, this translation led 18 converts to Christ. The parent Hindi translation was made by Carey with his own hand from the original languages between 1802 and 1807, running through many large editions until Mr. Chamberlain's version, preferred by Carey himself, was completed in 1819. We may pass over the story of the Dravidian versions, including the Telugu New Testament and Pentateuch, and the Kannadise. Nor need we do more than briefly mention the Sinhalese translation, which was derived from the earlier work of Dr. Carey by Tolfree. as well as the Persian, Malayalam, and other versions that, although made by others, were edited or carefully guided through the press by Carey. The incredible scope of Carey's Bible work is vividly illustrated by an account given by Sir Herbert Edwards, a man who, next to the Lawrences, was one of the greatest Englishmen to govern the Punjab frontier. Edwards, the hero of John Ruskin's A Knight's Faith, shared a remarkable story in his work, A Year on the Punjab Frontier, in 1848-49, describing his bloodless conquest of the wild valley of Bannu. Within this account, we find a fascinating gem.
A highly interesting circumstance connected with the Indian trade came under my notice. Ali Khan, Gundapur, the uncle of the present chief, Guldad Khan, told me he could remember well, as a youth, being sent by his father and elder brother with a string of Kabul horses to the fair of Hurdwar on the Ganges. He also showed me a Pushtu version of the Bible, printed at Serampore in 1818, which he said had been given to him 30 years before at Hurdwar by an English gentleman, who told him to take care of it, and neither fling it into the fire nor the river, but hoard it up against the day when the British should be rulers of his country. Ali Khan said little to anybody about possessing this book, but he carefully stored it in a linen cover and produced it with great mystery when I came to settle the revenue of his nephew's country, thinking that the time predicted by the Englishman had arrived. The only person, I believe, to whom he had shown the volume was a mullah, who read several passages in the Old Testament and told Ali Khan it was a true story and was all about their own Mohammedan prophets, Father Moses and Father Noah. I examined the book with great interest. It was not printed in the Persian character, but in the common Pushtu language of Afghanistan. It was the only specimen I had ever seen of Pushtu reduced to writing. The accomplishment of such a translation was a highly honourable proof of the zeal and industry of the Serampore mission. Should these pages ever meet the eye of Master John Marshman of Serampore, whose pen is consistently guided by a love of civil order and religious truth, he may be able to identify the English gentleman who, 32 years ago, on the banks of the Ganges, at the then frontier of British India, gave a young Afghan chief from beyond the distant Indus a Bible in his own tongue, and foresaw the day when the followers of the Son of David would extend their dominion to the throne of Solomon.
Hurdwar, where the Ganges debouches into the plains, is the site of the largest pilgrim gathering in India, particularly every 12th year. At such times, 3 million people would often congregate, and too often they carried cholera across Asia and even into Europe. The missionaries made these pilgrim sites centres of preaching and Bible distribution. It was likely from Thompson, Carey's missionary in Delhi, that this copy of the Pushtu Bible was received. The translation had begun under Dr. Leyden and was continued for 7 years by the same Afghan Maulavi under Carey's guidance in the Arabic character. Punjabi Bible, nearly complete, was first issued in 1815. By 1820, it had become so popular that Carey reported a strong desire for the scriptures among the Sikhs. At Amritsar and Lahore, the Book of Jesus is spoken of, is read, and has caused a considerable stir in the minds of the people. A thug, when asked how he could have committed so many murders, pointed to the Bible and said, "If I had had this book, I could not have done it." A fakir, 40 miles from Ludhiana, read the book, founded the community of worshippers of Sachi Pite Isa, and suffered much persecution in a native state. When Felix Carey returned to Serampore in 1812 to print his Burmese version of the Gospel of Matthew and his Burmese grammar, his father decided to send the press at which they were completed to Rangoon. The three missionaries sent with it a letter to the King of Ava, commending to his care their beloved brethren, who from love to His Majesty's subjects had voluntarily gone to place themselves under his protection while they translated the Bible, the Book of Heaven, which was received and revered by all the countries of Europe and America as the source whence all knowledge of virtue and religion was drawn. The king immediately ordered a printing press from Serampore, like the one at Rangoon, for his palace at Ava, along with workmen to operate it. Carey saw this as the beginning of a mission in the Burmese capital, but God had other plans, which the sons and daughters of America, following Judson, continued to develop magnificently from Rangoon to Karen Ni, Siam and China. Unfortunately, the ship carrying the press sank in the Rangoon River, and the First Anglo-Burmese War soon followed. 3 months after Carey had laid out his comprehensive and ambitious plan to translate the Bible into all the languages of the Far East, which was made possible with the help of his 2 colleagues and the College of Fort William, the British and Foreign Bible Society was founded in London. Joseph Hughes, the nonconformist who became its first secretary, was inspired by the need for the Welsh Bible. However, the ex-Governor-General, Lord Teignmouth, became its first president, and the Serampore translators immediately turned to the new organisation for assistance, as Carey had been doing this work individually for 10 years at his and his colleagues' expense. The Bible Society quickly asked Carey's old friend, Mr. UDNY, who was then a member of the government in Calcutta, to form a corresponding committee there with the 3 missionaries, their chaplain friends, Brown and Buchanan, and himself. Although the chaplains delayed the formation of the committee until 1809, they generously assisted in the circulation of the appeals issued from Serampore, and even proposed the project that resulted in Dr. Marshman's groundbreaking version of the Bible in Chinese, and Ward's improvements in Chinese printing. Dr. Buchanan also sent copies of the vernacular scriptures already published to the principal tributary sovereigns of India. From 1809 until 1830, or nearly the remainder of Carey's life, the cooperation between Serampore and the British and Foreign Bible Society was mutually beneficial and honourable. Carey remained loyal to the society even when, in 1811, under the influence of Henry Martyn's sermon on Christian India, the chaplains established the Calcutta Auxiliary Bible Society with the intent to supersede its corresponding committee. The Serampore Press became the go-to resource for the new auxiliary, as it was for the parent society, providing the most cost-effective and high-quality means of publishing editions of the New Testament in Sinhalese, Malayalam, and Tamil. The press also produced the Persian New Testament, first that of the Roman Catholic missionary Sebastiani, about which Dr. Marshman wrote to Fuller.
Though it be not wholly free from imperfections, it will doubtless do much good.
And then that of Henry Martyn, whose assistant, Sabat, had been trained at Serampore. The 3 men of Serampore demonstrated a Christ-like tolerance driven by their divine commitment to live solely so that the word of God might echo throughout Asia. In 1830, however, the Calcutta Auxiliary, which had initially sought to exclude all missionaries from its executive to placate individuals like Sidney Smith's brother, the Advocate General of Bengal, refused to use the translations of Carey and Yates, instead favouring an earlier version by Ellerton. The issue centred around the translation, or transliteration, of the Greek word for baptism. Despite this, the Bible Society's analyst notes that Carey and Yates responded with commendable liberality.
They, with a liberality which does them honour, permitted the use of their respective versions of the Bengali scriptures, with such alterations as were deemed needful in the disputed word for baptism, they being considered in no way parties to such alterations.
From beginning to end, the British and Foreign Bible Society had the privilege of aiding the Serampore Brethren by grants amounting to not less than £13,500, according to its own records. Of this sum, £1,475 was raised by Mr. William Hay, FRS, a surgeon at Leeds, who was so moved by the translation memoir of 1816 that he offered £500 for the publication of 1,000 copies of every approved first translation of the New Testament into any dialect of India. With this assistance, many of the Hindi, Pashto, and Punjabi versions were produced. The cold season of 1811 to 12 was one that the Serampore mission would never forget. Death struck the homes of each of the 7 missionaries, claiming wives and children. An earthquake of unusual violence alarmed the natives. Dr. Carey, who had just buried a grandson, was at his weekly work in the college at Calcutta. As the sun set on the evening of March 11th, 1812, the native type founders, compositors, pressmen, binders, and writers had all gone for the day. Ward lingered alone in the dimming light, settling accounts with a few servants in his 2 rooms at the north end of the long printing office. The south rooms were filled with paper and printed materials, and close by stood the paper mill. The Bible publishing enterprise was at its peak. The building housed 14 founts of Oriental types, new supplies of Hebrew, Greek, and English types, a vast stock of paper from the Bible Society, presses, priceless manuscripts of dictionaries, grammars, and translations, as well as the steel punches for Eastern letters. Also stored there were deeds, account books, and an iron safe containing notes and rupees. Suddenly, suffocating smoke burst from the type room into the office. Ward rushed through the smoke to find the source of the fire and was stopped at the southern rooms by the paper store. Returning with difficulty, he was joined by marshmen and some natives. They closed every door and window, then climbed onto the south roof, pouring water onto the burning mass for 4 hours, with a hopeful prospect of arresting the destruction. But as they worked to save papers in the north end, someone opened a window, and the influx of air ignited the entire building. By midnight, the roof had collapsed along its entire length, and a column of fire shot up toward the sky. With solemn serenity, the members of the mission family sat in front of the devastation, helpless to stop it. Ruins were still smouldering the next evening when Dr. Carey arrived from Calcutta, where the sad news had already spread. The venerable scholar had suffered the most, for it was his manuscripts that had been lost. Fortunately, the steel punches were found unscathed. However, the Sikh and Telugu grammars and 10 Bible versions that were in the press were gone. Second editions of Confucius, a dissertation on the Chinese language, and Ward's on the Hindus, along with smaller works, were destroyed. The translation of the Ramayana, on which Carey and Marshman had laboured for a year, was halted forever. 50 years later, the present writer discovered some charred sheets of the 4th volume, which had been on the press and rescued. The circular letter for April 1812 was printed on paper scorched at the edges. Worst of all was the loss of Carey's polyglot dictionary of all the languages derived from Sanskrit, a work that, had Carey harboured any worldly ambition, would have secured his place among the foremost philologists. With his characteristic delicacy, Dr. Marshman took it upon himself to go to Calcutta the next morning to break the devastating news to Carey. When he told him, Carey could only respond with choked words. The two then called on their friend, the chaplain Thomasin, who, upon hearing the news, burst into tears. When the afternoon tide allowed them to return to Serampore after a strenuous 2-hour journey against the flood, they found Ward in a surprisingly uplifted mood. He had spent the entire day clearing away the debris and had just discovered that the punches and matrices were unharmed. The 5 printing presses had also miraculously escaped damage. Ward had already arranged to move their operations to a long warehouse closer to the river, a location that had come under their lease. It was this unassuming place that would eventually house the renowned Serampore Press and, later, the Friend of India weekly newspaper until 1875. The impact of the fire on Carey, as described by an eyewitness like Thomasin, holds a unique significance.
The year 1812 was ushered in by an earthquake which was preceded by a loud noise. The house shook. The oil in the lamps on the walls was thrown out. The birds made a frightful noise. The natives ran from their houses, calling on the names of their gods. The sensation is most awful. We read the 46th Psalm. This fearful prodigy was succeeded by that desolating disaster, the Serampore fire. I could scarcely believe the report. It was like a blow on the head which stupefies. I flew to Serampore to witness the desolation. The scene was indeed affecting. The immense printing office, 200 feet long and 50 broad, reduced to a mere shell. The yard was covered with burnt quires of paper. The loss in this article was immense. Thomasin walked with Carey through the smouldering ruins, witnessing first-hand the deep impact it had on the venerable scholar.
In one short evening,
he said, with tears in his eyes,
the labours of years are consumed. How unsearchable are the ways of God! I had lately brought some things to the utmost perfection of which they seemed capable, and contemplated the missionary establishment with perhaps too much self-congratulation. The Lord has laid me low, that I may look more simply to him.
Who could stand in such a place at such a time, with such a man, without feelings of sharp regret and solemn exercise of mind? I saw the ground strewed with half-consumed paper, on which in the course of a very few months the words of life would have been printed. The metal under our feet amidst the ruins was melted into misshapen lumps, the sad remains of beautiful types consecrated to the service of the sanctuary. All was smiling and promising a few hours before. Now all is vanished into smoke or converted into rubbish. Return now to thy books. Regard God in all thou doest. Learn Arabic with humility. Let God be exalted in all thy plans and purposes and labours. He can do without thee.
Carey himself wrote to Dr. Ryland on March 25th, 1812, reflecting on the recent disaster with a mixture of sorrow and resilience.
The loss is very great, and will long be severely felt. Yet I can think of 100 circumstances which would have made it much more difficult to bear. The Lord has smitten us. He had a right to do so, and we deserve his corrections. I wish to submit to his sovereign will, nay, cordially to acquiesce therein, and to examine myself rigidly to see what in me has contributed to this evil. I now, however, turn to the bright side, and here I might mention what still remains to us and the merciful circumstances which attend even this stroke of God's rod. But I will principally notice what will tend to cheer the heart of everyone who feels for the cause of God. Our loss, so far as I can see, is reparable in a much shorter time than I should at first have supposed. The Tamil fount of types was the first that we began to recast. I expect it will be finished by the end of this week, just a fortnight after it was begun. The next will be the small Devanagari for the Hindustani scriptures, and then the larger for the Sanskrit. I hope this will be completed in another month. The other founts, Bengali, Orissa, Sikh, Telinga, Sinhalese, Marathi, Burman, Kashmiri, Arabic, Persian and Chinese, will follow in order and will probably be finished in 6 or 7 months, except the Chinese, which will take more than a year to replace. I trust, therefore, that we shall not be greatly delayed. Our English works will be delayed the longest, but in general they are of the least importance. Of the manuscripts burnt, I have suffered the most. That is, what was actually prepared by me, and what owes its whole revision for the press to me, comprised the principal part of the manuscripts consumed. The ground must be trodden over again, but no delay in printing need arise from that. The translations are all initially written by scholars in the respective languages, except for the Sanskrit, which I dictate to a scribe. The Sikh, Marathi, Hindustani, Orissa, Telinga, Assamese and Kannada are being retranslated in rough by pundits who have been long accustomed to their work and have gone over the ground before. I follow them in revision, the chief part of which is done as the sheets pass through the press and is by far the heaviest part of the work. Of the Sanskrit, only the second book of Samuel and the first book of Kings were lost. Scarcely any of the Orissa and none of the Kashmiri or Burman manuscripts were lost. Only about 30 pages of my Bengali dictionary, the entire manuscript of a Telinga grammar, part of the manuscript of the grammar of the Punjabi or Sikh language, and all the materials I had been long collecting for a dictionary of all the languages derived from Sanskrit. I hope, however, to be enabled to repair the loss and to complete my favourite scheme, if my life be prolonged.
Little did these simple scholars, all absorbed in their work, imagine that the fire would become the means of making them and their work famous across Europe, America, and India. The disaster sparked widespread sympathy, drawing the support of people from every Christian denomination, as well as those interested in the literary and secular aspects of their enterprise. The financial loss, at the exchange rate of the day, amounted to no less than £10,000. Yet, in just 50 days, this sum was raised in England and Scotland alone, prompting Fuller, returning from his final campaign, to enter the committee room and declare, "We must stop the contributions." In Greenock, for instance, every place of worship collected money on a single Sunday. In the United States, Mr. Robert Ralston, a Presbyterian and a merchant from Philadelphia, who had been Carey's correspondent and the first American layman to support missions to India, joined forces with Dr. Staunton, who had been involved in the formation of the society in 1792 before emigrating. They had long assisted the translation work, and with Judson on his way out, they intensified their efforts. In India, Thomason's congregation sent the missionaries £800, and Brown, writing from his deathbed, offered a message of loving support. Even the newspapers of Calcutta caught the enthusiasm. One leading article concluded with the assurance that the Serampore press would, like the phoenix of antiquity, rise from its ashes, winged with new strength and destined in a lofty and long-enduring flight, widely to diffuse the benefits of knowledge throughout the East. The day after the fire stopped smouldering, Monoher was already casting new type from the lumps of molten metal. Within 2 months of the first news, Fuller was able to send out feathers of the phoenix, slips of sheets of the Tamil Testament printed from these newly cast types, to the towns and churches that had subscribed. Every fortnight a new fount was cast, and within a month the entire native establishment was working night and day. In 6 months, the entire loss of Oriental types was restored. The versions of the Ramayana and the Sanskrit polyglot dictionary were never resumed. But of the Bible translations and grammars, Carey and his 2 heroic brethren wrote,
"We found, on making the trial, that the advantages in going over the same ground a second time were so great that they fully counterbalance the time requisite to be devoted thereto in a second translation."
In truth, the fire, the cause of which was never discovered, and against which there was no insurance in India, led to the birth of revised editions. Chapter 11. What Carey did for literature and for humanity. Like the growth of a tree, the development of a language follows natural laws. In regions such as Africa, where speech exists in its most basic forms, the missionary's task is to gather these linguistic seeds, arrange them grammatically, and commit them to writing and printing using the universal Roman script. This process instantly propels even the most underdeveloped societies towards the pinnacle of civilization and divine potential. Conversely, in ancient civilizations like India and China, which have stagnated due to the absence of universal Christian values, missionaries take a different approach. They master the complex classical languages and literatures of the scholarly and priestly classes. By living sympathetically among the oppressed masses, missionaries systematize and enrich popular dialects. They draw upon the classical languages to imbue the vernaculars with the capability to express advanced concepts. This prepares these languages to serve as vehicles for national identity and literature, illuminated by the ideas contained in the Bible, which they are the first to translate. This transformative work was precisely what William Carey achieved for the Bengali language. Historians of the forthcoming Christian future will recognize his contribution as comparable to that of the Saxon Boniface for the Germans, or the Northumbrian Beda and Wyclif for the English. The crucial transition period of English, spanning from 1150 to the 15th century, when rich dialects coalesced into a standardized literary form, had its central date in 1362, when Edward III replaced French with English as the language of justice and legislation, closely followed by Wyclif's English Bible. Similarly, Carey's 40-year mission marks the transition stage of Bengali, culminating in the regulation of 1829 that replaced Persian, the language of the Mohammedan conquerors, with Bengali and other provincial vernaculars in the courts. When Carey began his work in Calcutta and Dinapore in 1792–93, Bengali had virtually no printed or written literature. The written script itself was described by Colebrooke as a deformed variant of the Sanskrit Devanagari, used more for rapid accounting than for literary purposes. The Vaishnava reformer Chaitanya from Naudaya was the first to inspire the creation of Bengali prose. Despite this, both the Brahmins and Mohammedan rulers considered Bengali suitable only for demons and women, even though it had evolved from Sanskrit, much like Italian from Latin under Dante. Before Carey, Raja Krishna Rai of Naudaya, motivated by a zeal for Hinduism, had tried to elevate Bengali, much like King Alfred did for English prose. Yet, by the time Carey visited Naudaya, he found only about 40 manuscripts. Carey's influence was revolutionary. His first edition of the Bengali New Testament appeared in 1801, followed by his Bengali grammar and colloquies. His Bengali dictionary, encompassing 80,000 words, began to appear in 1815. Recognizing that true national literature must be indigenous, he encouraged and trained Bengali scholars. His first pundit, Rambasu, authored the first tract and pamphlet in Bengali, and wrote the life of Raja Pratapaditya under Carey's guidance. The College of Fort William also benefited, as Carey's class lacked Bengali textbooks, prompting him, his pundits, and students to create them, including translations of Virgil's Aeneid and Shakespeare's Tempest. The School Book Society furthered this initiative, involving notable figures like Ram Komar Sen in producing schoolbooks and dictionaries. Under Carey's influence, Bengali literature began to flourish, and Felix Carey, his son, contributed significantly by translating works like Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress and Goldsmith's History of England. The advent of newspapers marked a significant milestone for Bengali literature. Bengal, under British rule, was the first non-Christian country to introduce the press, fostering an environment where free discussion could eventually flourish. Despite initial restrictions, Carey and his colleagues launched the Digdarshan, a monthly magazine, and the Samachar Darpan, the first newspaper in an Oriental language, in 1818. These publications played crucial roles in the political and moral education of the Bengali people. The development of Bengali under Carey's influence parallels the establishment of English during its formative centuries. By creating a body of literature and fostering a literate public, Carey transformed Bengali into a robust literary language, laying the groundwork for a national identity illuminated by Christian values. The period of press freedom and native advancement, closely associated with the Marquis of Hastings and his wife, also saw the birth of an English periodical, The Friend of India. Dr. Marshman selected the title and, along with his capable son, managed the editorial duties until 1852. It then passed to Mr. Meredith Townsend, renowned as one of the most brilliant English journalists, and eventually to the present writer. Initially a monthly and occasionally a quarterly magazine, it became a weekly in 1835 under John Marshman. This journal served as a powerful tool for Carey and his colleagues to advocate for humanity, drawing on their extensive experience and lofty principles to influence both England and educated India. Carey utilised the vernacular for Oriental matters and Western sources for principles and thoughts, which he presented in Bengali. By the late 18th century, Carey encountered Hinduism at its most corrupt, with Brahmanical oppression and Puranic corruption demoralising Hindu society. The period of virtual anarchy between the death of Aurangzeb and the reforms of Warren Hastings saw a decline in the zeal of Islam against Hindu idolatry, replaced by world licence and the Maratha ascendancy, and the East India Company's encouragement of the worst Hindu practices. Carey's relentless efforts, alongside those of Grant and Wilberforce in England, played a significant role in countering these practices. Despite opposition from men like Stuarts and Youngs, who either feared sedition or were captivated by idolatresses, Carey remained steadfast in his mission. One of the most inhuman Brahmanical customs was the practice of sati, the burning or burying alive of widows with their husbands' corpses, a tradition prevalent across India. Carey's first encounter with this practice left a lasting impression on him, inciting his lifelong mission to abolish it. He endured threats and witnessed the horror firsthand, leading to his resolute determination to end it. Though his initial attempts to influence Lord Wellesley were unsuccessful, Carey's persistent efforts eventually led to the abolition of sati in 1829, under Lord William Bentinck's regulation. Upon receiving the regulation, Carey immediately translated and published it in the Bengali Gazette, ensuring that no more widows would suffer that fate. Carey's memorials to the government targeted 3 inhuman practices: female infanticide, voluntary drowning, and sati. His efforts, supported by Claudius Buchanan, led to the collection of statistics proving the prevalence of these practices, particularly around Calcutta. His representations to the government resulted in laws against infanticide and voluntary drowning, though the abolition of sati took longer. The regulation for preventing child sacrifice at Sagar and other places on the Ganges was a direct outcome of Carey's advocacy. It declared such sacrifices as murder, punishable by death, and stationed sepoys at pilgrim gatherings to enforce the law. The practice of infanticide was closely tied to the ideology of sati, with Rajput's reasoning that if a widow could be burned to preserve her chastity, they could also destroy a daughter for whom marriage prospects were bleak. Carey's memorial led Lord Wellesley to take the first official step in 1805 towards protecting widows, a significant move in British India's history. The British government's inquiry into the religious basis of sati revealed that while women were permitted to burn themselves, it was not strictly enjoined by the Shastras. Despite this, the practice continued for another 25 years, with fundamental humanitarian principles often set aside. The period under the Marquis of Hastings was pivotal, as it saw significant advancements in press freedom and native rights, with the Friend of India playing a crucial role. Carey's persistent efforts in advocating for the abolition of inhuman practices left an indelible mark on India's history, laying the groundwork for further humanitarian reforms. This opinion would have provided the government with the necessary native excuse to abolish the practice, but the judges of the Nizamat Adolat emphasized the principle of showing every possible indulgence to the religious opinions and prejudices of the natives, disregarding morality, reason, and humanity. Lord Wellesley's long and brilliant 8-year administration was nearly over. He was set to return home in 7 days. The man who had saved infants from the sharks of Sagar had to leave the widows and their children to be saved by the civilians he had personally trained, Carey, Metcalfe, and Bailey. By 1829, Metcalfe and Bailey had risen to the council and become colleagues of Lord William Bentinck. However, Lord Wellesley took a significant step by refusing to acknowledge the so-called prohibitory regulations recommended by the civilian judges. These regulations, adopted in 1812, made the British government responsible by legislation for every subsequent murder, significantly increasing the number of such incidents. From that date, the Indian government decided to allow the practice, as recognised and encouraged by the Hindu religion, except in cases of compulsion, drugging, widows under 16, and proven pregnancy. The native police were to be present and report every case. While the British Parliament continued to refuse to tolerate Christianity in its Eastern dependency during the Charter discussions of 1813 for another 20 years, the Indian legislature legalised the burning and burying alive of widows. This practice resulted in at least 6,000 known immolations in 9 of the 16 years from 1815 to 1823. From the Battle of Plassey in 1757 to 1829, Christian England, initially indirectly and later directly, was responsible for the immolation of at least 70,000 Hindu widows. Carey was the first to approach the authorities. UDNY and Wellesley were the first to take action against this atrocity. While the Governor-Generals and their colleagues came and went, Carey and his associates tirelessly campaigned in India and stirred up Wilberforce and the evangelicals in England until the victory was achieved. Very first issue of The Friend of India published an essay on widow burning, which was quoted extensively on both sides of the conflict, in Parliament and elsewhere, as a powerful and convincing statement of the real facts and circumstances of the case. Carey's chief pundit, Mrityunjaya, a head jurist of the College of Fort William and the Supreme Court, declared that according to Hinduism, a life of mortification is the law for a widow. Burning, at best, is only an alternative to mortification, and no alternative can have the force of direct law. This opinion was echoed by the whole body of law pundits, who wrote of sati as only permitted. Despite this, it took until December 4th, 1829, for the Ganges to flow unblooded to the sea, thanks to the regulation prohibiting widow burning issued by Lord William Bentinck. The Calcutta Orthodox formed a society to restore their right to murder widows, appealing to the Privy Council under an Act of Parliament of 1797. The Darpan weekly kept the educated natives informed, and on June 24th, 1832, the Privy Council dismissed the petition. The abolition of sati was not the only crime against humanity that Carey opposed, with practical reason. Until he saw the public opinion he helped create triumph. He knew the people of India, their religious, social, and economic conditions intimately, standing between them and their foreign government at the beginning of detailed administrative rule. The culmination of his experience can be found in the great book of his colleague William Ward, A View of the History, Literature, and Mythology of the Hindus, which stands as the best authority on the daily life and beliefs of the 200 million to whom Great Britain had become a terrestrial providence. All crimes against humanity in India, from the history of the mutiny to the records of our courts and tributary states, can be directly traced to the lawless supernaturalism prevalent before the triumph of Christianity. Carey's fight against these practices parallels the early Christian efforts to combat paganism in the Roman Empire. He and his colleagues stood alone, facing and fighting the secular and spiritual lawlessness that plagued society, much like Paul and his successors. Carey's gentle yet divinely indignant approach to Hindu and Mohammedan society brought forth accusations similar to those in the opening passage of the Epistle to the Romans, not to condemn, but to show a more excellent way. Serampore and its suburbs, the cruelty and oppression of Jagannath worship were ever present. Dr. Claudius Buchanan established his veracity as an eyewitness to the immolation of drugged or voluntary victims under the idol car, quoting Carey, whose integrity and knowledge of India were unquestionable. Carey highlighted the destructive nature of idolatry, calculating that the pilgrimages to Jagannath alone resulted in an annual mortality of at least 120,000 people. When Orissa came under British control, the priests of Jagannath declared that the god desired British protection, leading to the establishment of a pilgrim tax and shrine management by Christian officials. This decision, made by Sir George Barlow, was opposed by Carey's friend UDNY. In Conjeevaram, a civilian named Pless had, in 1796, induced the government to manage temple funds and pay temple priests and prostitutes. Pilgrims to Gaya from 1790 paid for the right to offer funeral cakes and worship Vishnu under the official seal of the English collector, despite Charles Grant's son, Lord Glenelg, ordering in 1833 that native subjects be left to manage their temples and religious practices. Government involvement in Hinduism persisted until recently. The Charak, or swinging festival, witnessed by the present writer in Calcutta, continues in rural districts despite suppression in cities. In 1814, the Serampore missionaries wrote about this abominable festival, noting fewer gibbet posts but instances of individuals, including women, participating in dangerous acts of devotion often compelled by landlords and men of property. The influence of the rich perpetuated such idolatrous festivals and practices. Murders, caused by carrying the dying to the Ganges, continue to this day, although Lord Lawrence attempted to interfere. Ward estimated that at least 500 sick individuals died annually on the banks of the Ganges, a figure likely far below the truth. This destruction of parents by children in the name of religion remains a significant issue. Carey's legacy, marked by his tireless efforts to reform and uplift Indian society, stands as a testament to his dedication to humanity and his deep understanding of the cultural and social fabric of India. His work, alongside his colleagues, laid the foundation for continued progress and reform in the country. This opinion could have provided the necessary excuse for the government to abolish the practice, but the Nizamat-Adolat judges advocated for manifesting every possible indulgence to the religious opinions and prejudices of the natives, disregarding morality, reason, and humanity. Lord Wellesley's long and brilliant administration of 8 years was virtually at an end, and in 7 days he was to embark for home. The man who had saved infants from the sharks of Sagar had to leave the widows and their children to be saved by the civilians he had personally trained. Carey, Metcalfe, and Bailey, who by 1829 had risen to the council and become colleagues of Lord William Bentinck. However, Lord Wellesley declined to notice the so-called prohibitory regulations recommended by the civilian judges. These regulations, when adopted in 1812, made the British government responsible by legislation for every murder thereafter and greatly increased the number of murders. From that date, the Indian government decided to allow the practice as recognised and encouraged by the Hindu religion, except in cases of compulsion, drugging, widows under 16, and proven pregnancy. The native police were to be present and report every case. At the same time, the British Parliament again refused, during the charter discussions of 1813, to tolerate Christianity in its eastern dependency for another 20 years. Consequently, the Indian legislature legalised the burning and burying alive of widows, who numbered at least 6,000 in the 9 years from 1815 to 1823. From the Battle of Plassey in 1757 to 1829, Christian England was responsible, at first indirectly and then most directly, for the known immolation of at least 70,000 Hindu widows. Carey was the first to move the authorities. UDMY and Wellesley were the first to begin action against this atrocity. While the Governor-Generals and their colleagues came and went, Carey and his associates did not cease to agitate in India and stir up Wilberforce and the evangelicals in England until victory was achieved. The very first issue of The Friend of India published an essay on the burning of widows, which was thereafter quoted extensively on both sides of the conflict as a powerful and convincing statement of the real facts and circumstances of the case, in Parliament and elsewhere. Carey's chief scholar, Mrityunjaya, with whom he spent hours every day as a fellow worker, wrote that sati was only permitted. Mrityunjaya, described as the head jurist of the College of Fort William and the Supreme Court, decided that according to Hinduism, a life of mortification is the law for a widow. At best, burning is only an alternative to mortification, and no alternative can have the force of direct law. He noted that in former ages, nothing was ever heard of the practice, it being peculiar to a later and more corrupt era. A woman's burning herself from the desire of connubial bliss ought to be rejected with abhorrence, wrote this eminent scholar. Yet before he was believed, or the higher law was enforced, as it has ever since been, even in our tributary states, mothers had burned with sons, and 40 wives, many of them sisters, at a time, with polygamous husbands. Lepers and the widows of the devotee class had been legally buried alive. Magistrates, who were men like Metcalfe, never ceased to prevent widow murder on any pretext wherever they might be placed, in defiance of their own misguided government. Though from December 4th, 1829, a memorable date, to be classed with that on which soon after 800,000 slaves were set free, The Ganges flowed unblooded to the sea for the first time. The fight lasted a little longer. The Calcutta Orthodox formed a society to restore their right to murder their widows and found English lawyers ready to help them appeal to the Privy Council under an Act of Parliament of 1797. The Darpan Weekly did a great service by keeping the mass of educated natives informed on the subject. The Privy Council, at which Lord Wellesley and Charles Grant, venerable in years and character, were present, heard the case for 2 days. On June 24, 1832, they dismissed the petition. Though the greatest, this was only one of the crimes against humanity and morality that Carey opposed all his life with practical reasonableness, until he saw the triumph of the public opinion he had done so much to create. He knew the people of India, their religious, social, and economic conditions, as no Englishman before him had. He stood between them and their foreign government at the beginning of Britain's intimate contact with all classes as detailed administrators and rulers. The outcome of his unique experience is found not only in the writings published under his own name, but also in the great book of his colleague William Ward. Every page of Ward's book passed under Carey's careful correction as well as under the general revision of Henry Martyn, except for the philosophy of Hinduism. The second edition of A View of the History, Literature, and Mythology of the Hindus, including a minute description of their manners and customs, and translations from their principal works, published in 1818 in 2 quarto volumes, stands unrivaled as the best authority on the character and daily life and beliefs of the 200 million to whom Great Britain had been made a terrestrial providence until Christianity teaches them to govern themselves and to become missionaries of nobler truth to the rest of Asia, surpassing that which their Buddhist fathers spread to China and the Far East. All the crimes against humanity with which the history of India teems, down to the mutiny and the records of our courts and tributary states at this hour, are directly traceable to lawless supernaturalism, like that of the civilized world before the triumph of Christianity. In nothing does England's administration of India resemble Rome's government of its provinces in the 7 centuries, from the reduction of Sicily, 240 BC, to the fall of the Western Empire, 476 AD, so much as in the relation of nascent Christianity to the pagan cults which had made society what it was. Carey and his Brotherhood stood alone in facing and fighting, with divine weapons, the secular as well as spiritual lawlessness which fell before Paul and his successors down to Augustine and his City of God. The gentle and reasonable, but nonetheless divinely indignant father of modern missions brought against Hindu and Mohammedan society accusations no more railing than those in the opening passage of the Epistle to the Romans. He brought these accusations only to declare, following Paul, the more excellent way. As Serampore and its suburbs are the most populous centre of Jagannath worship next to Puri in Orissa, the cruelty and oppression marking the annual festival were ever before the missionaries' eyes. In 1813, Dr. Claudius Buchanan established his credibility as an eyewitness to the immolation of drugged or voluntary victims under the idol car. He quoted Dr. Carey, who he had to describe to his English readers at that time as a man of unquestionable integrity, long held in high esteem by the most respectable characters in Bengal, and possessing very superior opportunities of knowing what is happening in India generally.
Idolatry destroys more than the sword, yet in a way which is scarcely perceived. The numbers who die in their long pilgrimages, either through want or fatigue, or from dysenteries and fevers caught by lying out, and lack of accommodation, is incredible. I only mention one idol, the famous Juggernaut in Orissa, to which 12 or 13 pilgrimages are made every year. It is calculated that the number who go there is, on some occasions, 600,000 persons, and scarcely ever less than 100,000. I suppose, at the lowest calculation, that in the year 1,200,000 persons attend. Now, if only 1 in 10 died, the mortality caused by this one idol would be 120,000 in a year. but some are of the opinion that not many more than 1 in 10 survive and return home again. Besides these, I calculate that 10,000 women annually burn with the bodies of their deceased husbands, and the multitudes destroyed in other methods would swell the catalogue to an extent almost exceeding credibility.
After we took Orissa from the Marathas, the priests of Jagannath declared that the night before the conquest, the god had made known its desire to be under British protection. This was joyfully reported to Lord Wellesley's government by the first British commissioner. Immediately, a regulation was drafted, vesting the shrine and the increased pilgrim tax in the hands of Christian officials. However, Lord Wellesley indignantly refused to sanction this, and it was eventually passed by Sir George Barlow, despite protests from Carey's friend UDMY. In Conjeevaram, a civilian named Place, influenced by Brahmanic traditions, persuaded the government as early as 1796 to fund the priests and temple prostitutes, referring to them as church wardens and managing church funds. Even earlier, around 1790, pilgrims to Gaya were required to pay for the right to offer funeral cakes to their ancestors and worship Vishnu, receiving official authorization from the English collector. In 1833, Charles Grant's son, Lord Glenelg, serving as president of the Board of Control, issued an order reminiscent of Theodosius's decree after the fall of pagan idolatry in 390 AD. He mandated that, in all matters relating to their temples, their worship, their festivals, their religious practices, their ceremonial observances, our native subjects be left entirely to themselves. Despite this, the government's association with Hinduism persisted until relatively recently. The Charak, or swinging festival, has often been observed by the present writer in Calcutta. This event has been suppressed by the police in large cities, though it continues in rural areas. In 1814, the Brotherhood reported back home, this terrible festival took place, as it does annually, on the last day of the Hindu year. There were fewer swinging posts in Serampore this time, but we heard that one of the participants was a woman. A man fell from a stage 30 cubits high and broke his back, while another fell from a swinging post but was not seriously injured. A few days after the initial swinging, some locals revived the ceremonies. As Mr. Ward was travelling through Calcutta, he saw several Hindus hanging by their heels over a slow fire as an act of devotion. Several Hindus working in the printing office asked Mr. Ward for protection to avoid being forced into these supposedly voluntary practices. This revealed to us some previously unknown facts. It appears that the landlords and other wealthy men insist that some of their tenants and dependents participate in these practices, compelling many by force each year to join the groups of sannyasis, parading the streets, piercing their sides, tongues, and other body parts. To escape this coercion, many poor young men hide, but if caught, they are beaten or have their huts destroyed. The influence and power of the rich greatly impact the masses during most idolatrous festivals. When the lands and wealth were concentrated in the hands of a few, this influence was unstoppable. It continues to be felt widely, compelling dependents to participate in public displays and contribute to the costs of extravagant ceremonies. The Ghat murders, resulting from carrying the dying to the Ganges or another sacred river, and their treatment there, still happen today, even though Lord Lawrence tried to stop them. Ward estimated that about 500 sick people die prematurely each year on the banks of the Ganges alone. He was careful not to exaggerate to make idolatry seem worse, but he admitted that others believed his estimate was far too low. From our recent experiences, we believe that this number doesn't fully capture how many parents are killed by their children in the name of religion. One group that especially touched Carey's heart due to their suffering and abandonment by their own people were the lepers. In 1812, while at Kotwa, where his son was a missionary, he witnessed the burning of a leper and described it as follows.
A pit about 10 cubits deep was dug with a fire at the bottom. The poor man rolled himself into it, but, feeling the fire, begged to be taken out and struggled hard for that purpose. His mother and sister, however, forced him back in, and thus a man who might have lived several more years was cruelly burned to death. I find that this practice is not uncommon in these parts, taught that a violent end purifies the body and ensures transmigration into a healthy new existence, while natural death by disease results in 4 successive births and a 5th as a leper again. The leper, like the even more wretched widow, has always courted suicide.
Carey did not rest until he had established a leper hospital in Calcutta, near what became the centre of the Church Missionary Society's work. Benevolent physicians like the late Dr. Kenneth Stewart and Christian people have made it possible to record, as in Christ's days, that the leper is cleansed and the poor have the gospel preached to them. Among the many young civilians he trained or examined later in life, John Lawrence in Punjab most persistently carried out Carey's humane work. When their new ruler first visited their district, the Bedi clan shocked him by requesting permission to kill their infant daughters. Outraged, he warned them that anyone guilty of such murder would be hanged. While settling the land revenue of the Cis-Sutlej districts, he made each farmer, as he touched the pen to accept the assessment, recite this formula.
Do not burn your widow. Do not kill your daughters. Do not bury your lepers.
From the moment of Carey's conversion, he faithfully prayed for both slaves and heathens. At the same time, Carey was founding modern missions. His contemporary, Thomas Clarkson of Wisbeach in Cambridge, was working to free the slaves. However, Clarkson, Granville Sharp, and their associates were so focused on Africa that they were unaware that Great Britain was responsible for at least 9 million slaves in India. Many of these slaves were brought by Hindu merchants and Arabs from Eastern Africa to fill the harems of Muslims and to serve in Hindu households. This startling fact only became widely known towards the end of Carey's career. His prayers, which began in 1779, were answered when all West Indian slaves were freed. The East Indian answer came after his death with the Act 5 of 1843, which abolished the legal status of slavery in India. The Penal Code now ensures that field slaves are in such a position that if they are not free, it is their own fault. It is illegal in India to hold a slave against his will, and we hope that soon the last 3 words will be unnecessary. Christopher Anderson, in his Annals of the English Bible, correctly links Carey, Clarkson and Cowper as the trio who, unknown to each other, initiated the significant moral changes in the church, society and literature that distinguished the 18th and 19th centuries. Little did Carey realise, as he studied under Wyclif within sight of the poet's house, that Cowper was writing these lines in the task, while he himself was praying for the highest form of liberty for the heathen and the slaves, Christ's freedom, which until then had remained unsung.
By poets and by senators unpraised, which monarchs cannot grant, nor all the powers of earth and hell confederate take away, a liberty which persecution, fraud, oppression, prisons, have no power to bind, which whoever tastes can be enslaved no more.
Chapter 12. What Carey did for science, founder of the Agricultural and Horticultural Society of India. Not only was the first Englishman to become a modern missionary sent to India when he wanted to go to Tahiti or West Africa, but he was also sent to Bengal. This region would eventually bring all of northern India under British rule, with Calcutta, along with a safe haven at Danish Serampore, becoming the centre of southern Asia. He arrived at the perfect time to help improve and uplift the lives of the people, uniquely equipped to influence nearly every aspect of their lives. Like the Apostle Paul, he was a dedicated ambassador for Christ, adapting to various roles to win people over to a higher life. Carey became a leader in many fields: a labour organiser, a schoolmaster, a printer, a developer of the local language, an interpreter of classical language, a translator of both languages into English, and the translator of the English Bible into both languages. He was also a founder of pure literature, a social reformer, a watchful philanthropist, a protector of widows and orphans, a saviour to the despairing and suicidal, and an advocate for the oppressed. We now see him contributing to science, physical, and economic development while preserving his strength for his primary mission, the spiritual. He carefully avoided political or administrative roles, as his master did. Yet, his goal was to proclaim divine principles that would use science and politics to lead nations to rebirth, leaving the application of these principles to God's providence and human conscience. In his contributions to science, literature, and humanity, and in his restraint from engaging in public life, this first English missionary set a lasting example. From Carey to Livingstone, the greatest Christian evangelists in both Asia and Africa have been those who have made science and literature serve their mission. Apart from the extreme south of the peninsula of India, where the Danish missionaries had explored thoroughly, almost nothing was known of its plants and animals, its people, or its beasts. When Carey found himself in a rural district of North Bengal in the closing decade of the 18th century, no writer, official or missionary, had realized the state of India and the needs of the Hindu and Muslim farmers, stemming from the relationship of the people to the land. Due to the current 12-hour limit on YouTube videos, we have chosen to remove most of this chapter from the YouTube and Spotify versions to comply with that restriction. To listen to the full chapter, you can access the complete audiobook for free without any ads at scrollreader.com. Chapter 13. Carey's immediate influence in Great Britain and America, 1813 to 1830. William Carey was shaped by the social and political changes that began with the French Revolution and continued to influence his time. He became a significant figure in this new era. Starting in 1783 with the Peace of Versailles, which followed the independence of the United States, the world entered a new period marked by changes in politics, philosophy, literature, scientific research, and a renewed compassion for people everywhere. Churches were also awakening from a state of formalism. Carey wasn't a deep thinker, but through his practical actions and personal sacrifices, he led English-speaking nations to replace the idealistic dreams of Rousseau and others with Christ's teachings about his kingdom within each person and in the progress of humanity. After losing the American colonies, Great Britain found itself responsible for India, similar to how Rome once guided Europe. England had to let go of the Free West to focus on raising the servile and idolatrous East to a Christian level, something the people of India could achieve over time. However, it took 30 years, from 1783 to 1813, to convince British leaders, from Pitt to Castlereagh, that India should be civilized not by its own flawed systems, but through truth in all its forms, spiritual, moral, scientific, and historical. Another 20 years passed before the Charter of 1833 solidified the belief that the principles of truth and freedom were as beneficial for the East as for the West. At the start of this new period, William Pitt argued for parliamentary reform by stating that our senators are no longer the representatives of British virtue, but of the vices and pollutions of the East. By the end, Lord William Bentinck, Macaulay, and Duff worked together to ensure that truth, best revealed through the English language and literature, would enlighten India. William Carey's 50-year career, from his baptism in 1783 to his death in 1834, had more influence than anyone else during this time. He emphasized the importance of using the languages of India's people as the best way to communicate the truth revealed through English to millions. Through this approach, Carey educated Great Britain and America to accept the responsibility of jointly creating a Christian empire in India, and, eventually, a series of self-governing Christian nations in southern and eastern Asia. He directly inspired churches of all denominations to fulfill their mission and seek the guidance of the Holy Spirit, so they might achieve even greater things than Christ did. He also influenced public opinion, Parliament, and individual statesmen, often with the help of Andrew Fuller until 1815. Although Carey never returned to England, and the efforts of his colleagues Ward and Marshman during their visits were largely undermined by some leaders of their own church, Carey's character, letters, writings, and work left a strong impression in England, Scotland, and America. He motivated churches and societies, contributing to the triumph of religious tolerance in the 1813 Charter and the progress of humanity, education, and reform in the administration of Lord William Bentinck. Carey's early letters led to the founding of the London Missionary Society, which now represents the great nonconformist half of England, and of the Edinburgh or Scottish and Glasgow societies, through which the Presbyterians sent missionaries to West and South Africa and Western India until their churches took on this role. The Church Missionary Society, led by the evangelical members of the Church of England, became one of the most prominent of all societies, and Robert Haldane made a significant sacrifice by selling all he had to lead a large Presbyterian mission to India. Soon, in 1797, the London Society inspired the creation of the Netherlands Society and one of the largest in Christendom, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. The latter, officially founded in 1810 by Judson and some fellow students, gave rise in 1814 to the almost equally large American Baptist Union, after Judson and his colleague became Baptists and Carey sent Judson to Burma. The Religious Tract Society, 1799, and the British and Foreign Bible Society, 1804, both supportive of missionary efforts, also emerged, albeit less directly, from Carey's influence. Efforts to reach non-Christian peoples led to the London Society's work in 1809, aimed at promoting Christianity among Jews. The older Wesleyan Methodist and Gospel Propagation Societies, inspired by Carey's success in opening India and the East, began to expand their missions. Starting in 1813 and 1821, these societies extended their reach beyond the slaves of America and the English living in Britain's colonies and dependencies. In 1815, Lutheran Germany, which had rejected the Pietists and Moravians much like the Church of England had rejected the Wesleyans, founded its principal evangelical society in Basel. The years leading up to Carey's death saw similar missionary centres form or reorganise in Leipzig, 1819, Berlin, 1823, and Bremen, 1836. The periodical accounts sent home from Mudnabati and Serampore beginning at the end of 1794, and the monthly circular letters after 1807 gave rise not only to these great missionary movements, but also to the new and now familiar class of foreign missionary periodicals. The few magazines that existed at the time, like the Evangelical, became filled with a new spirit of earnest aggressiveness. In 1796, the Missionary magazine appeared in Edinburgh, described as a periodical publication intended as a repository of discussion and intelligence regarding the progress of the gospel throughout the world. The editors ended their preface in January 1797 with this statement:
"With much pleasure they have learned that there was never a greater number of religious periodical publications carried on than at present, and never were any of them more generally read. The total circulation of those printed in Britain every month exceeds 30,000.
The first article uses the facts sent home by Dr. Carey, based on his first 2 years of experience, to show the peculiar advantages of Bengal as a field for missions from Great Britain. After describing, in the style of an English statesman, the immense population, the highly civilized society, the eagerness of the natives to acquire knowledge, and the principles that Hindus and Muslims share with Christians, the writer continues,
The attachment of both Muslims and Hindus to their ancient systems is diminishing daily. This observation comes from the late Sir William Jones, a judge in that country, a name revered in literature, and a devoted follower of Jesus. In Hindustan, Muslims are generally less familiar with their religious system and are not as zealous for it as their counterparts in the Turkish and Persian empires. Moreover, they do not have the strong backing of civil authority to suppress those who seek to convert them. Mr. Carey's letters suggest a similar decline in religious fervour among the Hindus. This weakening of prejudice and bigotry may make them more open to listening patiently and with a milder disposition to the doctrines and evidences of the Christian faith. While adherence to the caste system remains a significant barrier and must be viewed as one of Satan's tactics to keep people in misery, it is not insurmountable. The Roman Catholics have converted countless people from within these castes, and Danish missionaries have recorded thousands of conversions as well. One of the world's most successful missionaries, Schwartz, is currently labouring in the southern part of Hindustan. Beyond a substantial number who have abandoned their old superstitions and now profess Christianity, he estimates that, through his ministry, he has been the instrument of converting over 2,000 people to the faith of Christ. Of these, more than 500 are Muslims, and the rest come from various Hindu castes. Furthermore, it is worth noting the attention that Hindus are giving to the two Baptist missionaries, which indicates a growing willingness to listen to the preaching of the gospel. Reflect, O disciple of Jesus, on what has been laid before you. The cause of Christ is your cause. To remain indifferent to its success is to bear deep guilt. Rejoice that such a promising field for missions has been discovered and revealed. Shake off the slumber of spiritual lethargy. Strive with all your might, so that your conscience may testify, without hesitation, even before the tribunal of Jesus Christ, that if missionaries are not swiftly sent to preach the glorious gospel in Bengal, it will not be because of any inaction on your part.
That is remarkable writing for an Edinburgh magazine in 1797, and it was Carey who made it possible. Its author followed up the appeal by offering himself and all he had for life and death in a plan of the mission to Bengal, which appeared in the April issue. Robert Haldane, whose journal at this time was full of Carey's activities, and his ordained associates, Bogue, Innes, and Greville Ewing, accompanied by John Ritchie as printer, John Campbell as catechist, and other lay workers, aimed to turn Benares, the very centre of Hinduism, into a second Serampore. Defeated by one set of directors of the East India Company, he waited for the election of their successors, only to find the East India Company as hostile to the Scottish gentleman as they had been to the English Shoemaker 4 years before. The formation of the great missionary and Bible societies did not, as in the case of the Moravian Brethren and the Wesleyans, take their members out of the churches of England and Scotland or the Baptists and Independents. Instead, it provided each with an executive through which they worked aggressively, not only on the non-Christian world, but also more directly on their own home congregations and parishes. The foreign mission spirit directly gave birth to the home mission on an extensive scale. Not only did the Haldanes and their agents, following Whitefield and the Scottish secession of 1733, become the evangelists of the North when they were not allowed to preach the gospel in South Asia, every member of the churches of Great Britain and America, as he caught the enthusiasm of humanity, in the master's sense, from the periodical accounts sent home from Serampore, and soon from Africa and the South Seas, as well as from the Native Americans and slaves of the West, began to work as earnestly among the neglected classes around him as to pray and give for the conversion of the peoples abroad. In the early days of the Moravian influence on Wesley and Whitefield, and the letters of Carey, to the successive visits to the home churches of missionaries like Duff and Judson, Ellis and Williams, Moffat and Livingston, it is the enterprise of foreign missions that has been the leaven of Christendom no less than of the rest of the world. Does it seem insignificant that by the end of 1796, more than 30,000 men and women in Great Britain were reading, praying, and giving their best each month to bring the light of Christ to the then little-known world of heathenism? How much more insignificant, then, might the arrival of William Carey in Calcutta 3 years earlier seem to those who think so? Yet, from that one man, those 30,000 were inspired, and today that number has grown into a vast body of Christians who are truly obedient to the Master. United in 500 churches and societies, they have sent out 18,000 missionaries, far surpassing the initial 1 or 2. They now witness 80,000 Asiatics, Africans, and Polynesians proclaiming Christ to their own people. Their dedication is reflected not only in their prayers, but also in their giving, which now totals £5 million annually, with contributions continuing to grow each year. The influence of Carey and his work on individual men and women in his generation was even more profound, because his humility often prevented him from fully recognizing or showcasing the impact of his work. Despite this, he played a crucial role in the cause of missions. Most notably, he personally invited Ward to join him as an associate, and his writings attracted Dr. and Mrs. Marshman to his side. His apostolic love also nurtured and utilized the talents of Thomas and Fountain, creating a brotherhood that rivaled even that of the early apostles, like John and James, Peter and Paul, Barnabas and Luke. When troubles arose, Carey won over younger colleagues like Yates and Pierce, mending half of the division caused by Andrew Fuller's successors. His inquiry and his decision to embark on a mission to India inspired the publication of Letters on Missions, addressed to the Protestant ministers of the British churches by Melville Horne. After a brief experience as a Church of England chaplain in Zachary Macaulay's settlement of Sierra Leone, Horne published this little book to ignite in all Christians a passion for missions like that of Christ. Referring to the English churches, both established and nonconformist, he wrote,
"Except for the Reverend Mr. Carey and a friend who accompanies him, I am not informed of any ministers who are engaged in missions."
Such was the impression Carey made on John Newton that, in 1802, he rebuked his former curate, Claudius Buchanan, for criticizing the Serampore missionaries, adding, "I do not look for miracles, but if God were to work one in our day, I should not wonder if it were in favour of Dr. Carey." The Serampore mission, early on, attracted the admiration of the Scottish philanthropist and essayist James Douglas of Cavers. In his Hints on Missions, 1822, a book still full of valuable insights, he wrote,
"Education and the press have only been employed effectively in very recent years, especially by the missionaries of Serampore. Every year they have been making improvements on their previous efforts, and it only requires increasing the number of printing presses, schools, teachers, translators, and professors to accelerate the rate of improvement to any level. To attempt to convert the world without educating it is to grasp at the end while neglecting the means."
Referring to what Carey had begun and what Serampore College had helped develop in Asia, Africa, and America, Douglas of Cavers described the missionary era as a new crusade.
"The Reformation itself needed a reform in spirit, if not in letter. That second Reformation has begun. It makes less noise than that of Luther, but it spreads wider and deeper. As it is more intimate, it will be more enduring. Like the Temple of Solomon, it is rising silently, without the din of pressure or the note of previous preparation, but nonetheless it will be no less complete in all its parts, nor less able to resist the injuries of time."
Henry Martyn, perhaps the most noble and loving spirit among those Carey drew to India, died young. The son of a Cornish minor captain, he attended Truro Grammar School and, at 16, the age at which Carey became a shoemaker's apprentice, entered St. John's College. Ever since, St. John's has been the most missionary of all the colleges at Cambridge. Not yet 20, Martyn became senior wrangler. His father's death drove him to the Bible and to the Acts of the Apostles, which he began to study. The first whisper of Christ's call came to him through the joy of the Magnificat as its strains filled the chapel. Charles Simeon's preaching drew him to Trinity Church. While working as a tutor at his college and preparing for a career in law, he often heard talk of William Carey, his self-sacrifice, and his success in India. It was the opening year of the 19th century, and the Church Missionary Society had just been founded, partly as a result of a paper written by Simeon 4 years earlier. Martyn offered himself as its first English missionary. He was not yet 21 and could not be ordained for 2 years. Meanwhile, a calamity left him and his unmarried sister penniless. He loved Lydia Grenfell with a pure passion that enriched, while it saddened, his short life. A chaplaincy became the best path for him to live and die for India. What a meeting it must have been when Martyn, already stricken by fever, found refuge in Aldine and learned at Serampore the sweetness of telling the people of India, in their own language, about the love of God. William Carey and Henry Martyn were alike in origin, both coming from humble backgrounds, alike in industry as scholars, alike in their God-given genius, and alike in the great love they had, though not always returned. Carey left the church of his fathers because there was no Simeon and no missionary society, and he created his own path. He laid the foundation of English missions deep and broad, not in any one sect, but in Christ, to whom he and Martyn alike dedicated their lives. The names of Carey and Simeon, linked through Henry Martyn, find another meaningful connection in the Reverend Alexander Stewart, a Gaelic scholar and Scottish preacher. Shortly after Carey went to India, Simeon travelled through the Highlands and spent a Sunday at the manse of Moulin. His personal interactions and evening sermon, following a communion service, deeply influenced Stewart's evangelical awakening. Moulin later became the birthplace of Alexander Duff, whose parents had also been influenced by Stewart's newfound light. Like Simeon, Dr. Stewart became a strong supporter of foreign missions. Upon reading in the periodical accounts that Carey had requested a copy of Van der Hout's edition of the Hebrew Bible due to his failing eyesight, Dr. Stewart immediately offered his own copy. Fuller gladly accepted this generous gesture. Dr. Stewart wrote,
I with great pleasure followed the direction, wrote a letter of some length to Carey, and sent off my parcel to London. I dare say you remember my favourite Hebrew Bible in 2 volumes. I parted with it with something of the same feelings that a pious parent might do with a favourite son going on a mission to the heathen, with a little regret but with much good will.
This marked the beginning of an interesting correspondence with both Carey and Fuller. Next to Andrew Fuller, and in the realm of literature, general culture, and eloquence, the strongest men among the Baptists were the younger Robert Hall and John Foster. Both were devoted to Carey, and were among the most powerful English advocates of his mission. Hall, for a time, sided with the Society in some of its disputes with Dr. Marshman, but his loyalty to Carey and the mission's principles inspired some of the most eloquent speeches in English literature. John Foster's shrewd common sense never wavered, guiding his pen in both controversy and his powerful essays and criticisms. As writing in 1828, he declared that the Serampore missionaries
have labored with the most earnest diligence for 1/4 of a century, Dr. Carey much longer, in all manner of undertakings for promoting Christianity, with such a renunciation of self-interest as will never be surpassed, that they have conveyed the oracles of divine truth into so many languages, that they have watched over diverse missionary operations with unremitting care, that they have conducted themselves through many trying and some perilous circumstances with prudence and fortitude, and that they retain to this hour an undiminished zeal to do all that Providence shall enable them in the same good cause.
He noted that the expenditure of the Serampore Brotherhood up to that time, excluding various missionary services, had exceeded £75,000. In Scotland, Dr. Chalmers was as firmly with Carey and his brethren as Foster was in England, leading Marshman to write,
Thus 2 of the greatest and wisest men of England are on our side, and what is more, I trust the Lord God is with us.
What Bishop Heber thought, both as a man and a bishop, is shown in his own loving letter and proposal for the reunion of our churches. Among the public figures in the United Kingdom during Carey's long career, the most prominent was William Wilberforce, who stood out even above Charles Grant and his sons. Although Wilberforce was unsuccessful in his 1793 attempt to include the pious clauses in the charter that would have opened India to Christian missionaries and schoolmasters, he managed to have them entered as resolutions of the House of Commons through the power of his eloquence and the strength of his character. He then turned his efforts toward the successful abolition of the slave trade. However, Wilberforce always regarded the toleration of Christianity in British India as the greatest of all causes, stating, I really place it before the abolition, in which, blessed be God, we gained the victory. His defeat in 1793, despite the support of Dundas and the government, was largely due to the apathy of public opinion and the silence of the churches. But in the next 20 years, Carey changed all that. Not only was Andrew Fuller ever vigilant with pen and voice, but all the churches were roused. The established church sent out bishops and chaplains, and nonconformists and established evangelicals together secured freedom for missionaries and schoolmasters. In 1793, an English missionary was an unknown and feared figure, as Carey was then on his way to India. By 1813, Carey and the Serampore Brotherhood were still the only English missionaries continuously at work in India. Yet, by this time, not only the churches, but Governor-Generals like Teignmouth and Wellesley, and scholars like Colebrook and H. Wilson were familiar with the grandeur and political innocence of their work. This led to Wilberforce's passionate speech in the House of Commons on July 16, 1813, when he invoked Carey's name to counter an attempt by the East India Company to prevent toleration by omitting the declaratory clauses of the resolution, which would have implied that the privilege of missionary work should never be exercised, even though the power of licensing missionaries was nominally granted. One major argument used by Carey's opponents was that the missionary body was too enthusiastic and fanatical. Up to that point, India had not seen any missionary who was a member of the English Church, making it easier to cast aspersions on Anabaptists and fanatics. Mr. Wilberforce strongly refuted these attacks, pointing out the noble conduct of the Serampore missionaries. He often said,
"I do not know a finer instance of the moral sublime than that a poor cobbler working in his stall should conceive the idea of converting the Hindus to Christianity. Yet such was Dr. Carey. Why, Milton's planning his paradise lost in his old age and blindness was nothing to it. And then, when he had gone to India and was appointed by Lord Wellesley to a lucrative and honourable position at the College of Fort William, with equal nobleness of mind, he gave all his salary, between £1,000 and £1,500 per annum, to the general mission work. Nothing ever gave me a more lively sense of the low and mercenary standard of your men of honour than the effect produced upon the House of Commons by my stating this last circumstance. It seemed to be the only thing that moved them."
Dr. Carey had been especially attacked, and shortly afterward, the member who had made the charge approached Wilberforce in a manner that, in a known duellist, could not be mistaken. He asked,
"Pray, Mr. Wilberforce, do you know a Mr. Andrew Fuller, who has written to ask me to retract the statement I made regarding Dr. Carey?"
Wilberforce replied with a smile,
"Yes, I know him perfectly, but depend upon it, you will make nothing of him in your way. He is a respectable Baptist minister at Kettering."
Eventually, an official refutation of the slander arrived from India. Wilberforce carried it in his pocket for 2 whole years, ready to read it in the House of Commons whenever the accuser was present, but the man never dared show himself in the House during that time. The slanderer was a Mr. Prendergast, who claimed that Dr. Carey's behaviour had worsened since Lord Wellesley's departure. He falsely stated that he had seen Carey standing on a tub in the streets of Calcutta, haranguing the crowd and abusing their religion so aggressively that only the police saved him from being killed. This tub story became a popular argument among anti-Christian speakers, especially after Mr. Montgomery Campbell claimed that when Schwartz was preaching in a village, someone from his congregation stole his stock and gold buckle, using this to criticise the effectiveness of missionary work among such people. In response to these criticisms, Lord Wellesley praised the Serampore mission in the House of Lords. He stated that during his time in India, he never saw any danger arise from the missionaries' activities, nor did he hear of any significant conversions. Most missionaries were in the Danish settlement of Serampore, and he never heard of any unrest or alarms caused by them. He particularly noted that some missionaries like Mr. Carey were very learned and had been employed at the College of Fort William. Wellesley had always regarded the missionaries as a quiet, orderly, discreet, and learned group, and had employed them in education and translating the scriptures into Eastern languages. He believed it was his duty as a Christian governor to have the sacred scriptures translated into the languages of the East and to allow learned natives to access divine truth, thinking that a British governor could not do less, but should not do more. In 1810-12, Carey wrote urgent letters to Fuller, encouraging him to agitate for the legalization of Christian mission work in India through the new charter. Fuller worked as tirelessly outside the House of Commons as Wilberforce did within it. During 8 weeks of the parliamentary session, no fewer than 900 petitions were presented, night after night, until Lord Castlereagh exclaimed,
"This is enough, Mr. Fuller."
Carey's urgency was justified, as the persecution of missionaries in Bengal, which had been sparked by the Vellore Mutiny, had driven Judson to Burma and forced several other missionaries to leave. The Indian government secretaries and police had renewed their efforts to suppress missionary work. The ministry had informed the Court of Directors that they had resolved to allow Europeans to settle in India, but after 5 weeks of hesitation, the Governor-General succumbed to pressure from his subordinates and issued an order on March 5, 1812, for the expulsion of 3 missionaries. One of them was treated like a criminal, being paraded through the streets and held in a native jail for 2 hours. Carey wrote to Ryland about the persecution.
Calcutta, the 14th of April, 1813. Before this reaches you, it is likely that you will have heard of the resolution of the government regarding our brethren Johns, Lawson and Robinson, and may have even seen Brother Johns, who was sent home on the Castlereagh by that cruel order. The government has agreed that Brother Lawson shall stay until the Court of Directors' decision is known, to whom a reference will be made. Brother Robinson had already gone down the river and was on board a ship bound for Java when the order was issued. He, therefore, escaped without hearing of it, but I understand it will be sent after him. Jehovah reigneth! Since Brother John's departure, I have tried to understand the cause of the government's severity. I had a long conversation with H.T. Colebrook, ESQ, who has been out of council only a few months. I cannot find that the government harbours any specific dislike toward us, but I learned that ever since 1807, the orders of the Court of Directors to send home all Europeans not in the service of Her Majesty or the Company, and who came out without the Directors' permission, have been so strict that the government cannot now overlook any incident involving such individuals. Although the Court of Directors worded their orders generally, I can't help but think that our mission was the reason for enforcing this general law which forbids Europeans to remain in India without the Court of Directors' permission. Whether Twining's pamphlet raised alarm or merely echoed the sentiments of those hostile to religion, I cannot say. But if I remember correctly, the Court of Directors' orders came soon after that pamphlet was published, and since it would have been too blatant to issue a specific order to send home missionaries, they based their orders on an unjust and wicked clause in the Charter, and enforced it in a way that would effectively target missionaries. I hope the friends of religion will continue to use all peaceful and lawful means to persuade the legislature to remove or modify that clause, so that ministers of the gospel may be allowed to preach, form and visit churches, and perform their duties without interference. They should have the right to settle in and travel across any part of India for this purpose. Nothing could be more just than this request, and nothing would be more sensible than for it to be granted, for everyone converted from among the heathen becomes a staunch friend of the English government. Our situation, however, has been more or less restricted ever since that year, and preaching the gospel is treated much like committing a crime. Consider what has been done to Mr. Thompson, the 5 American brethren, and our 3 brethren. Even Mr. Thomasin, the clergyman, is struggling to hold his ground. I trust, however, that it is too late to eradicate the gospel from Bengal. The number of native-born preachers is now quite significant. 15 of these preach regularly, and 7 or 8 more occasionally exhort their countrymen, in addition to our European brethren. The gospel is established at 18 or 20 stations belonging to our mission alone, and several of these have churches. The Bible is either translated or being translated into 24 languages of the East, 18 of which we are currently working on, along with printing most of the others. 13 out of these 18 are now in the press, including a third edition of the Bengali New Testament. Indeed, the demand for Bibles is so great that although we have 8 presses working constantly, I fear we will not have a Bengali New Testament to sell or give away for the next 12 months, as the old edition is entirely out of print. We are in a similar situation with the Hindustani Bible. We are planning to set up 2 more presses, which we can get made in Calcutta, and we are sending another to Rangoon. In short, although publishing the Word of God is considered a political crime, there has never been a time when it has been so successful. Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord. By God's mercy, we are all well and live in peace and love. A small cloud that threatened us when Brother John's left has mercifully passed, and we are now in complete harmony. I will try to write to my nephew Eustace by these ships, but I am so pressed for time that I cannot promise to write a letter. The Lord has blessed us so much that we are now printing in more languages than we could before the fire. Give my love to Eustace, and to all who remember or think of me. I am now nearly 52 years old, yet through God's mercy, I am well and able to work 12 or 14 hours a day. I hope to see the Bible printed in most of the languages in which it has been started. I am, very affectionately yours, W.M. Carey.
Carey had previously written to Fuller,
The fault lies in the clause that gives the company the power to send home interlopers, which is just as reasonable as one that would forbid all the people in England, a select few excepted, to look at the moon. I hope this clause will be modified or removed in the new charter. The prohibition is wrong, and nothing that is morally wrong can be politically right.
It was left to the Charter of 1853 to fully liberalise the company, but each step came too late to save it from the nemesis of 1857 and its extinction in 1858.
Let no man think,
Wilberforce had said to the House of Commons in 1813,
that the petitions which have flooded our table have been produced by a burst of momentary enthusiasm. As long as the sun and moon continue to shine in the sky, this cause will be pursued with unabated ardour until the great work is accomplished.
The opposition from Anglo-Indian officials and lawyers, who used no better weapons than Mr. Prendergast's tub story, had been anticipated and encouraged by the Edinburgh Review. That periodical was at the height of its influence in 1808, the year before John Murray's quarterly was first published. The Reverend Sidney Smith, representing what he called the cause of rational religion, was an opponent of all forms of earnest Christianity, which he, along with the mob, labelled as Methodism. He was not unfamiliar with Indian politics, as his equally clever brother, Bobus Smith, had served as Advocate General in Calcutta and amassed a considerable fortune there, which enriched the last 6 years of the canon's life. Looking for a subject to target with his animosity and humour, Sidney Smith found it in the periodical accounts, where Fuller had sometimes published letters and journal passages meant only for close friends. Carey often protested the public exposure of some of his communications, and this fear sometimes hindered his correspondence. In the early days of the mission's enthusiasm, the committee shared everything. It was easy for a writer like Sidney Smith to extract passages and give them sensational headings like Brother Carey's piety at sea and hatred of the natives to the gospel. Smith produced an article that, when republished in his collected essays, serves as a historical record of the bitterness and hostility faced by the missionary movement in secular literature until the deaths of Livingstone, Wilson, and Duff finally opened the eyes of journalists to the facts. In itself, the article must be understood in light of Smith's own admission in a letter to Francis Jeffrey, where he expressed regret for writing it. Jeffrey later told Dr. Marshman that Smith had lived to regret it, saying,
"Never mind. Let them, his articles, go away with their absurdity, unadulterated and pure, if I please. the object for which I write is attained. If I do not, the laughter which follows my error is the only thing that can make me cautious and tremble.
Without that self-critique, one might view Carlyle's portrayal of Smith as almost as malicious as Smith's own portrayal of the Serampore missionaries.
A mass of fat and muscularity, with a massive Roman nose, piercing hazel eyes, shrewdness and fun, not humour or even wit, seemingly without soul altogether.
Mr. Styles' harsh attack prompted a sharp response from Sidney Smith, who sarcastically claimed credit for rooting out a nest of consecrated cobblers. Around the same time, Sir James Mackintosh, then in Bombay, wrote about a similar attack by Mr. Thomas Twining on the Bible Societies. He noted that Twining's actions must incite general outrage. Mackintosh suggested that the only consistent course of action left for Twining would be to advocate for capital punishment for those preaching or converting to Christianity in India, given that almost every lesser form of persecution was already being practiced by both European and native anti-Christians. It was Robert Southey, however, who, in the very first issue of the Quarterly Review, in April 1809, took on Reverend Sidney Smith, defending Carey and his fellow missionaries as they deserved. Southey's defence was particularly effective because he began from a similar prejudice as Smith, the rationalist Whig.
The Wesleyans, the orthodox dissenters of all kinds, and the evangelical churchmen can all be grouped under the generic name of Methodists. The religion they preach is not the religion of our fathers, and what they have changed, they have made worse.
However, Southey himself had faith, as well as a literary standard higher than that of his opponent, who wrote merely to please his patrons. Southey recognised in these Methodists something he valued as the essence of true faith.
The spirit of enthusiasm by which Europe was converted to Christianity has been, in some measure, revived by them, and they have removed part of the reproach from Protestantism.
Southey then described how
this mission, which its enemies portray as so dangerous to the British Empire in India, and by some twisted logic borrowed from Napoleon, to England as well, began with a man named William Carey, who, until the age of 24, was a working shoemaker. Sectarianism has one main advantage over the established church. Its talented individuals are not overlooked or wasted. Carey was a studious and devout man. His beliefs may have been flawed, but his intentions were right. He taught himself Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and is now likely one of the most learned Orientalists any European has ever been. He was even appointed professor of Sanskrit and Bengali at the College of Fort William.
Southey then recounted the history of the mission in a style befitting the author of The Life of Nelson, offering insights that seem almost prophetic today.
The first step toward converting the natives to our religion is to show them that we have one. This can hardly be done without a visible church. There would be no difficulty in filling up the establishment, however large. But would the archbishop, bishops, deans and chapters of Mr. Buchanan's plan do the work of missionaries? Could the Church of England supply missionaries? Where are they to be found among them? In what school for the promotion of sound and orthodox learning are they being trained? There is ability and learning in the Church of England, but its age of fervent growth is long past, and that zeal, which is most needed for this work, seems to be found only among the Methodists. Carey and his son have been in Bengal for 14 years, and the other missionaries only 9. They all had to learn a difficult language before they could even speak to a native, let alone preach and debate in it, which requires a thorough and intimate knowledge. Under these circumstances, the real surprise is not that they have achieved so little, but that they have accomplished so much. Even without this challenge, no religious beliefs have spread so quickly in such a short time unless they involved some notable foolishness or were backed by powerful worldly incentives. Their progress will only accelerate. The difficulty is at the beginning, like introducing vaccination into a distant land. Once the practice takes hold, one individual passes it to those around them, and the belief takes root in the country. The husband converts the wife, the son converts the parent, the friend converts the friend. and every new convert becomes a missionary in their own neighborhood. Thus, their sphere of influence and action expands, and the eventual outcome of a struggle between truth and falsehood is not in doubt for those who believe in the former. Other missionaries from other societies have now entered India and will soon become effective workers in their roles. All that is asked from the government is tolerance for themselves and protection for their converts. The plan they have laid out for their own actions is entirely prudent and unobjectionable, and there is as little fear of them seeking martyrdom as there is of them shrinking from it if the cause of God and humanity requires the sacrifice. But the converts ought to be protected from violence, and all practices like forcing cow dung into their mouths should be banned under threat of retaliation with beef broth. Nothing could be more unfair than the way scoffers and alarmists have portrayed the missionaries. We who have defended them are not blind to the errors in their doctrine or the absurdity in their expressions. However, the anti-missionaries cherry-pick from their journals and letters all that is ridiculous, sectarian, and trivial. They label them as fools, madmen, tinkers, Calvinists, and schismatics, while ignoring their love for humanity, their zeal for God, their self-sacrifice, their tireless work, and their unmatched learning. These so-called low-born and low-bred mechanics have translated the entire Bible into Bengali and have now printed it. They are printing the New Testament in Sanskrit, Oriya, Marathi, Hindustani, and Gujarati, and translating it into Persian, Telugu, Kannada, Chinese, as well as the languages of the Sikhs and the Burmese. In 4 of these languages, they are also working on translating the Bible. As extraordinary as this is, it becomes even more remarkable when you remember that one of these men was originally a shoemaker, another a printer in Hull, and a third the head of a charity school in Bristol. Only 14 years have passed since Thomas and Carey first set foot in India, and in that time, these missionaries have acquired this incredible gift of languages. In 14 years, these so-called low-born, low-bred mechanics have done more to spread knowledge of the scriptures among the heathen than all the princes and rulers of the world, not to mention all the universities and institutions combined. Do not think to replace the Baptist missionaries until you can produce from your own church such men as these, and, it should be added, such women as their wives.
Soon after the charter victory had been gained, that fierce and fiery Calvinist, whose dictum Southey adopted, that the question in dispute is not whether the natives shall enjoy toleration, but whether that toleration shall be extended to the teachers of Christianity, Andrew Fuller entered into rest on May 7th, 1815, at the age of 62. Sutcliffe of Olney had been the first of the 3 to be taken away a year before, at the same age. Scholarly Dr. Ryland of Bristol was left alone, and the home management of the mission passed into the hands of another generation. Up to Fuller's death, that management had been almost ideally perfect. In 1812, the committee had been increased by adding 19 members to represent the growing interest of the churches in Serampore and to meet the demand of the respectable class who had initially held aloof, eager that the headquarters of such a renowned enterprise should be moved to London. But Fuller managed to keep the society a little longer at Kettering, although he failed to secure as his assistant and successor the one man whose ability, experience, and prudence would have equalled his own and prevented the troubles that followed, Christopher Anderson. As Fuller lay dying, he dictated a letter to Ryland wherein he referred to the evangelical doctrine of grace, which he had been the one English theologian of his day to defend against the hyper-Calvinists and to use as the foundation of the modern missionary enterprise.
I have preached and written much against the abuse of the doctrine of grace, but that doctrine is all my salvation and all my desire. I have no other hope than salvation by mere sovereign, efficacious grace through the atonement of my Lord and Saviour. With this hope, I can go into eternity with composure. We have some who have been saying lately that if Sutcliffe and some others had preached more of Christ and less of Jonathan Edwards, they would have been more useful. If those who talk this way had preached Christ, half as much as Jonathan Edwards did, and were half as useful as he was, their usefulness would be double what it is. It is very singular that the mission to the East originated with one of these principles, and without pretending to be a prophet, I may say if it ever falls into the hands of men who talk in this strain of hyper-Calvinism, it will soon come to nothing.
Andrew Fuller was not only the first of foreign mission secretaries, he was a model for all. To him, his work was spiritual life, and hence, though the most active preacher and writer of his day, he was like Carey in this. His working day was twice as long as that of most men. He could spend half of his time in frequent journeys all over the kingdom to raise funds, in repeated campaigns in London to secure toleration, and in abundant letters to the missionaries. His relationship with the committee, up to the last, was equally exemplary. In the very earliest missionary organisation in England, it is due to him that the line was clearly drawn between the deliberative and judicial function, which belongs to the members, and the executive, which belongs to the secretary. Wisdom and efficiency, clarity of vision and promptness of action were thus combined. Fuller's too was the special merit of realising that, while a missionary committee or church are fellow workers only with the men and women abroad, the Serampore Brotherhood was a self-supporting, and to that extent a self-governing body, in a sense true of no foreign mission since. The two triumvirates, moreover, consisted of giants, Carey, Marshman, and Ward abroad, Fuller, Sutcliffe, and Ryland at home. To Carey personally, the death of Fuller was more significant than to any other. For almost a quarter of a century, he had kept his vow that he would hold the rope. When Pierce died all too soon, there was none whom Carey loved like Fuller, while Fuller's devotion to Carey was all the greater because it was tempered by a wise jealousy for his perfection. As early as 1797, Fuller wrote thus to the troublesome Fountain:
"It gives us good hope of your being a useful missionary, that you seem to love and revere the counsels of Brother Carey. A humble, peaceful, circumspect, disinterested, faithful, and zealous conduct like his will make you a blessing to society. Brother Carey is greatly respected and beloved by all denominations here. I will tell you what I have refrained from telling him, lest it should hurt his modesty. Good old Mr. Newton says, 'Mr. Carey has favoured me with a letter, which I indeed accept as a favour, and I mean to thank him for it. I trust my heart as cordially unites with him as though I were a brother Baptist myself. I look to such a man with reverence. He is more to me than a bishop or archbishop. He is an apostle. May the Lord make all who undertake missions like-minded with Brother Carey.'"
As the Home Administrator, no less than as the theological controversialist, Andrew Fuller stands only second to William Carey, the founder of modern English missions. Fuller's last letter to Carey serves as the best introduction to the little that needs to be recorded about the actions of the Baptist Missionary Society under the secretaryship of Reverend John Dyer. Mr. John Marshman, CSI, has written a detailed history of that controversy, not only with filial duty, but with a forgiving charity that inspires admiration for one who suffered more from it than all his predecessors in the Brotherhood, of which he was the last representative. The Society has long since ceased to approve of that period. Its current opinion aligns with Mr. Marshman's, which is also our conclusion after carefully reviewing all the documents from both Serampore and England.
Had it been possible to create a dozen establishments like that of Serampore, each raising and managing its own funds and connected with the society as the centre of unity in a common cause, it ought to have been a subject of congratulation and not of regret.
The whole policy of every missionary church and society now, and for a long time, has been to create self-supporting and self-propagating missions like Serampore, so that the regions beyond may be evangelized, whether these be colleges of catechumens and inquirers, like those of Duff and Wilson, Hislop and Dr. Miller in India, and of Govan and Dr. Stewart in Lovedale, Caffraria, or the indigenous churches of the West Indies, West Africa, the Pacific Ocean, and Burma. To us, The long and bitter dispute is now valuable only insofar as it highlights the Christ-like personality of William Carey. At the close of 1814, Dr. Carey asked Fuller to pay £50 a year to his father, then in his 80th year, and £20 to his step-mother if she survived the old man. Protesting that an engraving of his portrait had been published in violation of the agreement he had made with the artist, he agreed to the wish of each of his relatives for a copy. To these requests, Fuller replied,
"You should not insist on these things being charged to you, nor your father's £50, nor the books, nor anything necessary to make you comfortable, unless it is to be paid out of what you would otherwise give to the mission. To insist on their being paid out of your private property seems to be dictated by resentment. It is thus we express our indignation when we have an avaricious man to deal with."
The first act of the committee, after Fuller's funeral, led Dr. Ryland to express to Carey his deep concerns for the future. There were two difficulties. The new members first questioned in what sense the Serampore property belonged to the society. They then proceeded to show how they would answer it by appointing the son of Samuel Pearce to Serampore as Mr. Ward's assistant. On both sides of their independence, as trustees of the property they had created and gifted to the society under certain conditions, and as a self-supporting, self-elective brotherhood, it became necessary for the unbroken peace of the mission and the success of their work that they should vindicate their moral and legal position. The bulk of the correspondence fell to Dr. Marshman. Both he and Ward visited England at different times, where the controversy was taken up, with occasional references to Dr. Carey in Serampore. In Scotland, the Serampore men were strongly supported by figures like Christopher Anderson, Chalmers, and the Haldanes. In England, they had widespread backing, except for the Dyer faction and, for a time, Robert Hall among the Baptists. Nearly all of America also stood behind them. However, their ever-expanding work was severely hampered by the ongoing uncertainty, and their spirits were nearly crushed by the strain. In India, the junior missionaries formed a separate union and congregation in Calcutta, funded by the society, though they claimed to follow the organisational principles of the Serampore Brotherhood in other respects. The committee's controversy dragged on for 16 years, finally coming to an end in 1830, after Ward's death. At that time, Carey and Marshman drafted a new trust deed. Having vindicated their position, the elder statesman handed over properties valued at £7,800 to 11 trustees in England. They only stipulated that they could continue to occupy the properties rent-free until their deaths, and that their colleagues, John Marshman and John Mack of Edinburgh University, could remain in the properties for 3 years afterward, paying rent to the society. Such self-sacrifice might be considered heroic, but it was merely the outcome of a life of self-devotion marked by the spirit of him who delivered the Sermon on the Mount and instructed the first missionaries he sent forth, "Be wise as serpents, harmless as doves." The story concludes with the fact that John Marshman, upon his father's death, again paid for as much of the property as the Hooghly had not swallowed up when the committee was about to put it on the market. Such was Dr. Carey's standing in the Christian world, that the Dyer party found it crucial to separate him from his colleagues, and if not to claim his influence for their side, at least to neutralise it. By attempting to vilify Dr. Marshman, they provoked Carey's righteous indignation while offending his sense of justice with their attacks on the Brotherhood's independence. Dr. Marshman, when in England, responded by openly printing the entire private correspondence of Carey regarding the property, consisting of 32 letters spanning from 1815 to 1828. One of the earliest letters was addressed to Mr. Dyer, who had so far overstepped himself as to ask Dr. Carey to write home alone, sharing his opinion of his elder brethren, especially Dr. Marshman. The response, spanning 11 octavo pages of small type, is a model for all controversialists, particularly those who find themselves compelled by duty to rebuke a minister who has failed to learn the charity that envieth not. Here are the principal passages, along with later letters to Christopher Anderson and his son Jabez. which reveal the nobility of Carey and the inner life of the Brotherhood. Serampore, the 15th of July, 1819.
My dear brother, I am sorry you addressed your letter of January 9th to me alone, because it places me in a most awkward situation concerning my elder brethren, with whom I have worked in concert for the last 19 years, with as much satisfaction and pleasure as could reasonably be expected from a connection with imperfect creatures, and whom I am thereby called to condemn contrary to my convictions, or to justify at the expense of their accusers. It also places me in a disagreeable situation concerning my younger brethren, whom I highly respect as Christians, but whose conduct during the recent unhappy differences has been such that I cannot help but condemn it. You ask, is there any basis for the charges of extravagance and other accusations against Brother Marshman? Brother Marshman has always been passionately engaged in promoting the cause of God in India. Being of a very active mind, he has generally been chosen by us to draw up our reports, write many of our public letters, draft plans for advancing the mission's objectives, establish and manage schools, raise funds, and perform other similar tasks. As a result, he has taken a more active role in these public mission activities than Brother Ward or myself. These responsibilities have put him in the spotlight, and it has not been uncommon for him to bear the blame for actions that equally belong to Brother Ward and myself, simply because he was the one tasked with carrying them out. The charge of extravagance against Dr. Marshman is more extensive than what you mentioned in your letter. He is accused of having his house lavishly furnished, keeping several vehicles for his family's use, and working to promote and publicise them to an excessive degree. The entire matter of furniture, household management, etc., at the Serampore station is solely our concern, and I must admit I find the question distasteful. Someone, whose identity we do not know, told another person, whose identity we also do not know, that he had often dined at Lord Hastings's table, but that Brother Marshman's table far surpassed his. I too have often dined at Lord Hastings's table, I mean his private table, and I therefore emphatically deny the truth of that statement, though I do admit there is a great deal of domestic simplicity at the Governor-General of India's table, though nothing mean-spirited. On the contrary, everything is marked by a dignified simplicity. I suspect the informant never actually dined at Lord Hastings' table, or he could not have been guilty of such misrepresentation. Lord Hastings' table costs more in one day than Brother Marshman's in 10. The following statement may explain the whole situation regarding Brother Marshman's furniture and other matters, which you have all found so puzzling and have certainly misinterpreted. We have, as you know, a very large school, perhaps the largest in India. In this school are children of people of the highest rank in the country. The parents or guardians of these children often visit the mission house, and basic decency requires that they be received respectfully, invited to dine, and sometimes even to stay a day or two. It's only natural that those visiting the mission house for business overseen by Brother Marshman should be entertained at his house. Until 4 or 5 years ago, we had no particular arrangements for accommodating visitors. However, since those visiting us for business were entertained at Brother Marshman's house, it seemed the best approach to provide for other visitors there as well. At that time, Brother Marshman did not have a suitable table for people of this standing to dine at. Therefore, we allocated him a sum to furnish his home with the necessary items to entertain such guests properly. I'm not aware that he has been extravagant, or that he has purchased anything beyond what propriety demands. I'm sure Brother Ward could enumerate and describe all these items of furniture. However, it is clear that you are very poor judges of their necessity unless you can fully understand the circumstances we face. It should also be considered that all these items are public property and can be converted into their full cash value at any time. I hope, however, that things have not reached the point where a man who, along with his wife, has laboured night and day for the mission for 19 or 20 years, who by their labour selflessly contribute between 2,000 and 3,000 rupees monthly to it, and who have made sacrifices that, if others have not noticed, Brother Ward and I certainly have. Sacrifices that should shame all his accusers, who, despite their criticisms, have not only supported themselves, but have also established themselves in lucrative businesses at the Society's expense, and who, even now, though they have 2 prosperous schools and a profitable printing office, continue to receive their monthly allowance from the Society, amounting, including Miss Chaffin's, to 700 rupees a month. I feel indignant at their complaints about expenses, and I say, merely to contrast their conduct, so did not Brother Marshman. Surely things have not reached the point where he or any other brother must account to the Society for every plate he uses and every loaf he cuts. Until a few years ago, we had only 1 horse carriage for my trips to and from Calcutta. This was kept on the opposite side of the river, and even if the horse could manage it, it wasn't suitable for health reasons. Sister Marshman was struck with liver disease, a condition that is fatal in most cases. Sister Ward suffered from the same illness, and both underwent extensive mercury treatment, which is common for this disease. Exercise was deemed crucial by the doctors, and we spared no expense to preserve their valuable lives. We procured a single horse carriage and an open palanquin called a tonjan. I never ride out for health, but I usually spend an hour or 2, morning and evening, in the garden. Sister Ward had to visit England for her health. Brother Ward received a saddle horse from a friend. My wife has a small carriage drawn by a man. These vehicles were primarily used by Brother Marshman's family. When our brethren arrived from England, they noted this against Brother Marshman. They now have 3 single horse carriages, besides palanquins, but we believe they only have what is necessary. Brother Marshman employs a French master, a music master, and a drawing master for the school. The expenses are covered by the school, but Brother Marshman's children and the family benefit from their instruction. His children are the most numerous, and envy has accused him of retaining these teachers for his children's sake. Surely, caring for one's family's health and children's education, if it is a crime, is a minor one, and should not tarnish his reputation. Brother Marshman is no more perfect than other men who share God's grace. His natural inclinations and habits are his own, differing as much as others' habits differ from one another. I admit he has a tendency to showcase his children, but this is a flaw many loving parents can forgive. I wish I had half his piety, energy, and zeal for God's cause. These qualities far outweigh his flaws, and I consider him an exceptional Christian. I must conclude this defence by stating that matters of furniture, convenience, etc. belong to the Serampore station's economy, and no one besides us has any right to interfere. The Calcutta brethren follow the same principle, and would repel any attempt by us to regulate their affairs. I have said, I never ride out for health, so it may be asked, why are vehicles, etc., necessary for the others? My health is generally good, probably benefited by travelling to and from Calcutta 2 or 3 times a week. I also have a great interest in natural science, especially botany and horticulture, providing me with both exercise and enjoyment. These hobbies, like those of my brethren, are not without expense, and if it weren't convenient for Brother Marshman's accusers to use me as a scapegoat, I have no doubt my plant collection, aviary and museum would also be criticised as luxuries, though, apart from the garden, I cover all these expenses myself. John Marshman is a union member, and he had been a church member for some time. I see that your objections to him stem from the Calcutta Brethren's statements, which you should receive with caution regarding Brother Marshman and his family. You note that the younger brethren respect and affectionately look up to me. This may be true, but I have often thought that if it were so, they would have consulted me, or at least mentioned their dissatisfaction before dividing the mission. When I joined the mission, I resolved never to cause a breach, no matter the personal cost. I have stubbornly adhered to this resolution. I believe every effort should be made, every sacrifice endured, and every method of reconciliation tried before allowing a schism. I disapprove of our Calcutta brethren's actions as much as I can disapprove of any human actions. The damage they have caused is, I fear, irreparable, and it could have been prevented by a little open conversation with us. A fraction of the self-denial I practiced in the mission's early years would have prevented this terrible rupture. I hope you will excuse my strong feelings on this matter, considering that this rupture weakens and disgraces the cause I have dedicated much of my life to. A church, which neither I nor my brethren thought we could ever do enough for, is being torn apart. We laboured to establish it, spent much money to achieve this, and saw our goal largely accomplished. But now we are maligned, and the church is divided by those who came to help us. Regarding Brother Marshman, what do they want? Would they deny he has God's grace? He was known and esteemed by Brother Ryland as a Christian before leaving England. I have lived with him since his arrival in India and can testify to his piety and holy conduct. Would they exclude him from the mission? Judge for yourself whether it is proper for a man who has served the mission laboriously and selflessly for so many years, who has established the most respected school in India and set a standard for others, who has consistently dedicated his income and efforts to God's cause in India, to be condemned without a hearing by a few newcomers, one of whom joined the outcry within a month of arriving? Or would they have his life? Judge for yourself, my dear brother, for I am ashamed to say more on this subject. I need not say that circumstances largely determine where missionaries should settle. The chief town in each of these countries would be ideal, if other factors permit. But sometimes the government will not allow this, and other times various issues may close the door. Missionaries, however, must persistently knock and push at the door, and if there is even the smallest opening, they must force themselves in. Once they have entered, they must put their lives on the line and exert themselves to the utmost, relying on divine support if they ever hope to make significant progress in evangelizing the heathen world. My position at the college, and Brother Marshman's role in overseeing the foremost academy in India, an institution established and brought to its current flourishing state entirely by his care and dedication, have significantly altered our current circumstances compared to when we first joined the mission. As a missionary, I could wear a straw hat and dine with the district judge, which I often did, but as a college professor, this is no longer possible. Brother Marshman is in a similar situation. These circumstances necessitate a different appearance than we had as simple missionaries, but they also provide us with opportunities to speak with influential government officials about matters of great importance to our mission. As proof that our opportunities have not been in vain, I need only mention a conversation I had with a government secretary. He told me that the current favourable attitude of the government and the public towards our plans for doing good was largely due to our prudent and temperate actions. Had we acted hastily and indiscreetly, he believed the general feeling would have been as hostile as it is now supportive. I do not wish to suggest that we and our brethren in Calcutta are committed to eternal enmity. On the contrary, I believe that things have gone as far as they will go, and I now expect that the fire of contention will gradually die out. I trust that all the distressing and unpleasant circumstances are behind us, and I expect we will soon be on a friendlier footing. Much of what has happened originated in England. Misunderstandings and false conclusions led to all the events I have detailed. I think the intensity of opposition has now exhausted itself. Our brethren have no control over us, nor we over them, and if I am not mistaken, each side will soon acknowledge having gone too far in some instances, and ultimately, good will come from the evil I so much regret. Having now expressed my complete thoughts on the matter, and previously to my dear brother Ryland, allow me to state my resolution not to write anything further on the subject. no matter how much I may be urged. The future prosperity of the mission does not depend on clearing up every minor issue to satisfy every critical inquirer, but on restoring mutual harmony among us. This must begin by acknowledging that we are all prone to mistakes and to being misled by passion, prejudice, and false judgment. Let us therefore strive and pray that the things which promote peace and mutual edification may abound among us more and more. I am, my dear brother, very affectionately, yours in our Lord Jesus Christ, W. Carey. The 14th of May, 1828. My dear brother Anderson, I received your letter, sent via the Louisa, and dated last October, just a few days ago. It arrived along with copies of Brother Marshman's brief memoir of the Serampore Mission. I'm glad to see it written with such a temperate and Christian spirit, and I'm confident it will ultimately yield positive results. The contrast between the spirit of that memoir and the critiques it has received in both the Baptist and Particular Baptist magazines is striking. The attempts made in those and similar publications to create a rift between Brother Marshman and myself are truly disgraceful. In plain terms, these writings imply that the Serampore missionaries, Carey, Marshman, and Ward, have acted dishonestly, essentially calling them rogues. However, Dr. Carey is excluded from this accusation. He is merely portrayed as a man willing to agree to anything for the sake of peace. In other words, a fool. As for Mr. Ward, they claim he was simply a tool of Dr. Marshman, but since he has passed away, they refrain from speaking ill of the dead. I hold such attempts to exclude me from the blame they assign to Brother Marshman in the utmost contempt. It is true that, over the years, I may have thoughtlessly signed certain papers, and it would indeed be surprising if there had been no such instances during such a long period. My great esteem for the Society, which I have held for many years, undoubtedly led me to let my guard down on more than one occasion. My brethren and I signed documents that, had we foreseen future events, we certainly would not have signed. However, these documents were all against our own private interests, and to my knowledge, I was never called a fool for signing them. It is only now, after we have found it necessary to resist the committee's claims, that I have been labelled as such. There have also been suggestions that I intend to separate from Brother Marshman. I cannot say on what basis such rumours have arisen, but I assure you in the clearest terms that I intend to remain connected with him and Serampore as long as I live, unless we are separated by some unforeseen act of Providence. There may be changes to our union as circumstances require, but it is my sincere wish that it remains, in all essential aspects, committed to the mission as long as I live. I am pleased to report that the spirit of hostility so prevalent in England is much less evident here in India. I trust that whatever remains of it will gradually fade until it is nothing but a distant memory. Our stations connected with Serampore are of great importance, and some are thriving. We will do everything in our power to support them, and I hope that the friends of God's cause in Britain will provide the necessary financial support. Indeed, I hope we will be able to establish additional stations. There are many promising locations, but we are constrained by a lack of men and money. The college also requires assistance, and I hope it will receive it. I look forward to the day when its positive impact on God's cause in India will be recognised by all. You are free to use these observations about my conduct as you see fit. I hope to take my final leave of this unpleasant subject. With that, I am very affectionately yours, W. Carey.
Throughout this forced controversy, Dr. Carey's references in his unpublished letters to the brethren in Calcutta maintain a consistent tone, as seen in the following to his son Jabez.
August 15th, 1820. This week we received letters from Mr. Marshman, who safely arrived at St. Helena. I am sure it will please you to learn that our long-standing dispute with the younger brethren in Calcutta is now resolved. We met about 3 weeks ago, and after both sides conceded some minor points, we reconciled. which I pray will be lasting. Nothing I have ever encountered in my life, and I have faced many distressing things, has affected my spirits as deeply as this conflict. In all disputes, many wrong actions occur on both sides, for which both parties should humble themselves before God and each other. I wish you success in establishing a few more schools. Consider that and the spread of the gospel as the main goals of your life, and strive to promote them by all wise and prudent means. We must always take some risks to do good. The cause of our Lord Jesus Christ continues to prosper with us. I have several people now inquiring, and I hope 2 or 3 will be received into the church this evening. Excuse my brevity as my room is full of people.
8 years later, on April 17th, 1828, he wrote to Jabez about the Society's actions at home.
From a letter of yours to Jonathan, where you express an inappropriate pleasure at the opposition Brother Marshman has faced, not from the Society, but from an anonymous writer in a magazine. I see you are aware of the separation between them and us. What you call a set-down in that anonymous piece, I call a falsehood. You should know I was involved in all public acts and writings, and I never intend to withdraw from any associated responsibility. I utterly despise the mean assertions of that party when they say they do not include me in their criticisms. According to them and you, I am either a knave or a fool. A knave if I collaborated with Brother Marshman, or a fool if, as they claim, and you seem to agree, I was merely his pawn. Either way, your opinion of me is low. I am not surprised Jonathan expresses himself unguardedly. His family connection with Mr. Pierce explains that. We have long been attacked in this country, first by Mr. Adam and then by Dr. Bryce. Bryce is now silenced by a few pieces by John Marshman in his newspaper, the John Bull. As for the falsehoods published in England, I will certainly never reply to them, nor should anyone else. A cause needing such means to support it is weak. I believe God will vindicate us.
On July 12th, 1828, the father again writes to his son Jabez.
Your apologies about Brother Marshman are the best you can offer. I would regret harbouring hostile feelings against anyone on such slight grounds. Even if all you say were true, you should forgive it as God forgives us for Christ's sake. We must lay aside all envy, strife, and animosities, forgiving each other and loving one another with pure hearts fervently. Do not forsake your friend or your father's friend.
Chapter 14. Carey as an Educator. The first Christian college in the East, 1818 to 1830. First action of Carey and Marshman, when their committee opposed their self-reliant independence, was to establish and secure the mission through a college. Carey had envisioned this in 1793, laying the foundation on 3 core principles: preaching the gospel in the people's native language, translating the Bible into all the languages of Southern and Eastern Asia, and educating both heathen and Christian children, boys and girls, in local schools. By 1818, Carey and his colleagues had founded and overseen 126 native schools with around 10,000 boys, over 7,000 of whom were in and around Serampore. They realized that, in addition to these efforts, a college was necessary to educate and train a new generation of preachers, translators, and teachers. This college would provide the resources needed to influence the educated natives, particularly the Brahmin class, and support a theological institute to sustain the native church. On October 10th, 1800, the missionaries wrote,
"There appears to be a favourable change in the general attitude of the people. Commerce has awakened new thoughts and energies, so that hundreds, if we could teach them English for free, would flock to learn. We hope to do this someday, as it may help spread the gospel. Currently, we are very busy."
A month later, Carey wrote to Fuller,
I have often wondered if we should set up a school to teach the natives English. I believe 1,000 students would come. Not because teaching English is an objective, but because the Bengalese' universal desire to learn English could be leveraged for valuable ends. My only hesitation is the expense.
30 years later, Duff reasoned similarly, consulted Carey, and acted on this idea in Calcutta. By 1816, when Carey wrote to the American Baptist General Convention, the significant idea that would eventually transform India, China, Japan, and the Far East had taken this form.
We hope your expectations for the Burman Empire are not limited to immediate conversions through preaching. A church of converted natives in Rangoon might exist briefly but struggle without growth. We believe that God's plan requires labour that may progress more slowly but be more effective in the long run. Knowledge, once stirred, will spread and influence widely. Slow conversion through teaching might require more faith and patience, but it mirrors the Reformation's process. Should evangelizing India be slow and gradual, the result will be well worth our efforts. We are certain to succeed if we persevere. We shall reap if we do not give up. Very dear brethren, imagine when it is said of our labour's seat, the notorious swinging post is gone. The widow no longer burns on the funeral pyre. Obscene dances and songs cease. Idols are discarded, and Jesus is recognised as God. The poor Hindu no longer seeks cleansing in the Ganges, but in the fountain for sin. Temples are abandoned. People flock to the Lord's house to learn his ways. Hindus stop wasting their lives on pilgrimages and come directly to him who saves. The sick and dying look to the Lamb of God. Children, no longer sacrificed to idols, become the seed of the Lord. Public morals improve. The language of Canaan is learned. Benevolent societies form. Civilization and salvation advance together. The desert blooms. The earth yields abundantly. Angels and redeemed souls rejoice over India. And redeemed souls from across the country add to the chorus of the redeemed. When this grand result is achieved, will we think we laboured in vain? Surely not. God's word will prosper in its purpose.
India was being prepared for this new missionary policy. Carey had long been active on its literary front. On its educational front, the Charter of 1813 included a clause for funding the revival and improvement of literature and the promotion of sciences among India's inhabitants. This clause, suggested by an Anglo-Indian with Oriental interests, aimed to strengthen the Brahman and his Veda against Christian missionaries and the Bible. For this reason, and because the funds were conditional on surplus revenue, the directors and their allies did not oppose it. The grant was applied in the spirit of its proposer for 25 years. However, its application led to such scandals that it was transformed by Bentinck and Macaulay, and practically by Duff, into a source of knowledge and life, now spreading through the East. The first result of the 1813 Charter's liberalism and Lord Hastings' generosity was the establishment of the Hindu College, now known as Presidency College, in Calcutta by the Hindus themselves, influenced by English secularists. Carey and Marshman, being outside Calcutta, missed the opportunity to realise the importance of English as both an educational and Christianising tool. However, they laid a more comprehensive foundation with their College for the Instruction of Asiatic, Christian, and Other Youth in Eastern Literature and European Science, announced on July 15, 1818. This college aimed to teach the classical languages of the Hindus and Mohammedans, Sanskrit and Arabic, English language and literature, prepare science, philosophy and history manuals in Eastern languages, train native teachers, and most importantly, establish a theological institute to train missionaries for the Brahmin class. While the government and Scottish missionaries later focused mainly on English education, supplanting extreme Orientalists, the Serampore Brotherhood's glory lies in their dual approach, using Oriental forms and European substance to evangelize and civilize through native languages. They championed vernacular education, contrasting with the Orientalists and Anglicists' debate led by Duff. The University of Calcutta later declined to follow this model, but Sir Charles Aitchison established the Punjab University in 1882. achieving what the Serampore College founders could not due to their age. Lord Hastings and even Sir John Malcolm took a personal interest in Serampore College. The latter, who had visited the missionaries since his cautious testimony before the House of Lords in 1813, wrote to them,
I wish I could be certain that your successors, in the serious task you propose, would have as much experience as you and your fellow workers at Serampore, that they would proceed carefully in the same path. I would not then have to state any reservation.
Lord Hastings, in council, passed an order encouraging the establishment of a European medical professorship in Serampore College and committed to assisting in covering the permanent expense of the position when established. His Excellency interrupted pressing duties to critique both the architectural plan of the building and the wording of the first report draft, and his suggestions were followed. Adopting one of the Grecian styles as most suitable to a tropical climate, the Danish governor's colleague, Major Wyclif, designed the noble Ionic building, which was then, and is still, the finest structure of its kind in British India. The centre building, intended for the public rooms, was 130 feet in length and 120 in depth. The hall on the ground floor, supported on arches and ending at the south with a bow, was 95 feet in length, 66 in breadth and 20 in height. It was originally intended for the library, but is now used by the classes. The hall above, of the same dimensions and 26 feet in height, was supported by 2 rows of Ionic columns. It was intended for the annual examinations. Of the 12 side rooms above and below, 8 were spacious, 27 feet by 35. The portico facing the river was composed of 6 columns, more than 4 feet in diameter at the base. The staircase room was 90 feet in length, 27 in width, and 47 in height, with 2 large and elegantly formed cast-iron staircases prepared in Birmingham. The spacious grounds were enclosed with iron railings, and the front entrance was adorned with a noble gate, also cast in Birmingham. The scale on which it was proposed to establish the college, and to which the size of the building was necessarily adjusted, matched the breadth of all the other enterprises of the Serampore missionaries, the mission, the translations, and the schools. While Mr. Ward was engaged in fundraising for the support of the institution in England, he wrote to his colleagues,
"The buildings you must raise in India,"
and they determined to respond to the call, and if possible, to increase their donation from £2,500 to £8,000, making a vigorous effort to erect the buildings from their own funds. Neither the unfair suspicion nor the charge of unfaithfulness with which their character was attacked in England was allowed to hinder the pursuit of this plan. It was while their reputation was under a cloud in England, and the benevolent hesitated to contribute to the society until assured their donations would not be mixed with the funds of the men at Serampore, that those men were engaged in erecting a noble edifice for the promotion of religion and knowledge at their own expense, the cost of which eventually grew to £15,000. To the charge of attempting to take over premises worth £3,000, their own gift, they replied, by erecting a building at 5 times the cost and vesting it in 11 trustees, 7 besides themselves. This was how they defended the purity of their motives in their differences with the society and sought to silence the voice of slander. They were the first to assert that a college was an essential part of an Indian mission. The next to follow Carey in this endeavour was Bishop Middleton, who raised funds to erect a chaste Gothic structure beside the Botanic Garden, believing that the time had come for some missionary efforts to be connected with the church establishment. Although that college no longer exists, despite the saintly scholarship of principals like Mill and Kay, the building is now used as a government engineering college. However, in Calcutta, the Duff College, along with the General Assembly's institution, now united as the Scottish Churches College, the Cathedral Mission Divinity School, and the Pawanipur Institution. In Bombay, the Wilson College. In Madras, the Christian College. In Nagpur, the Hislop College. In Agra, St. John's College. In Lahore, the Church Mission Divinity School. In Lucknow, the Reed College, and others, testify to the fruitfulness of Serampore College. The The Serampore College began with 37 students, of whom 19 were native Christians and the rest Hindus. When the building was occupied in 1821, Carey wrote to his son,
"I pray that the blessing of God may attend it, and that it may prepare many for important positions in the Church of God. The King of Denmark has written letters signed with his own hand to brothers Ward, Marshman, and myself, and has sent each of us a gold medal as a token of his approval. He has also given us the house in which Major Wickedy resides, between Sarkis's house and ours, in perpetuity for the college. Thus divine generosity appears for us and meets our expectations."
The missionaries had declined the Order of the Dannebrog when, in 1826, Dr. Marshman visited Europe. One of his first duties was to acknowledge this gift to Count Moltke, the Danish minister in London, an ancestor of the great strategist, and to request a royal charter. The minister and Count Schulin, whose wife had been a warm friend of Mrs. Carey, happened to be on board the steamer in which Dr. Marshman, accompanied by Christopher Anderson, sailed to Copenhagen. Rasker, the Orientalist who had visited Serampore, was a professor at the university there. The vellum charter was prepared among them, empowering the college council, consisting of the governor of Serampore and the Brotherhood, to confer degrees like those of the universities of Copenhagen and Kiel, though these degrees did not carry the rank in the state implied in Danish degrees unless approved by the crown. In the audience given by the king, he informed Dr. Marshman that, having promised the mission protection in 1801, he had refused to transfer Serampore to the East India Company, as that would prevent him from keeping his word. When, in 1845, the company purchased both Tranquebar and Serampore, it could no longer endanger the Christian mission, but the treaty expressly provided that the college should retain all its powers and its Christian character, under the Danish charter, which it does. It was thus the earliest degree-conferring college in Asia, though it has never exercised this power. Christian VIII, then the heir to the throne, showed particular interest in Carey's Bible translation work. When, in 1884, the Evangelical Alliance held its session in Copenhagen and was received by Christian IX, it did well, by special resolution, to express the gratitude of Protestant Christendom to Denmark for such courageous and continued services to the first Christian mission from England to India. How Dr. Carey valued the gift of the king is seen in this writing, on the lining of the case of the gold medal, dated November 6, 1823.
"It is my desire that this medal and the letter of the King of Denmark, which accompanied it, be given at my death to my dear son Jonathan, that he may keep it for my sake."
The letter of King Frederick VI is as follows.
To Dr. and Professor William Carey, it is with great interest that we have learned of the significant contributions you, as a leading member of the Mission Society, along with your co-directors, have made. Your commendable efforts have had a profound and beneficial impact wherever your influence has reached. We are particularly aware of the many valuable achievements you have facilitated in this role, especially those that have greatly benefited the establishment at Frederiksnagore. In recognition of your contributions, we wish to express our gratitude. To do so, we have instructed the head of the establishment, our Lieutenant Colonel Crafting, to present you with this letter and a gold medal. This medal is a symbol of our goodwill and assurance of continued support for your meritorious conduct. We pray that God will keep you in his holy and worthy care. Yours sincerely, Frederick.
The new college formed an additional attraction to visitors to the mission. One of these, in 1821, was the Maharaja Serfoji, the Prince of Tanjore, whom Schwartz had tended, but who was on pilgrimage to Benares. Hand in hand with Dr. Carey, he walked through the missionary workshop, noticed especially the scholars who were busy with translation work to which Lord Hastings had directed his attention, and spoke with affectionate enthusiasm about the deeds and character of the Apostle of South India. In 1823, cholera suddenly took Mr. Ward in the midst of his labours. The year after, Charles Grant died, leaving a legacy to the mission. Almost his last act had been to write to Carey urging him to publish a reply to the attack of the Abbé Dubois on all Christian missions. Another friend, Bentley, the scholar who clarified Hindu astronomy, also passed away. Bishop Heber began his too brief episcopate in 1824, when the college, strengthened by the abilities of the Edinburgh professor John Mack, was accomplishing all that its founders had projected. The bishop of all good Christian men never penned a finer piece, not even his hymns, than this letter, prompted by a copy of the report on the college sent to him by Dr. Marshman.
I have seldom felt more painfully than while reading your appeal on the subject of Serampore College, the unhappy divisions of those who are the servants of the same great master. Would to God, my honoured brethren, the time were arrived when not only in heart and hope, but visibly, we shall be one fold as well as under one shepherd. In the meantime, I have arrived, after some serious considerations, at the conclusion that I shall serve our great cause most effectively by doing all that I can for the rising institutions of those with whom my sentiments agree in all things, rather than by forwarding the labours of those from whom, in some important points, I am conscientiously constrained to differ. After all, why do we differ? Surely the leading points which keep us apart are capable of explanation or of softening, and I am expressing myself in much sincerity of heart, though, perhaps, according to the customs of the world, I am taking too great a freedom with men my superiors both in age and in talent, that I should think myself happy to be permitted to explain, to the best of my power, those objections which keep you and your brethren divided from that form of church government which I believe to have been instituted by the apostles, and that admission of infants to the gospel covenants which seem to me to be founded on the expressions and practice of Christ himself. If I were writing thus to worldly men, I know I should expose myself to the imputation of excessive vanity or impertinent intrusion. But of you and Dr. Carey I am far from judging as of worldly men, and I therefore say that, if we are spared to have any future intercourse, it is my desire, if you permit, to discuss with both of you, in the spirit of meekness and conciliation, the points which now divide us, convinced that, if a reunion of our churches could be effected, the harvest of the heathen would soon be reaped, and the work of the Lord would advance among them with a speed of which we have now no experience. Trust, at all events, you will take this hasty note as it is intended, and believe me, with much sincerity, your friend and servant in Christ, Reginald, Calcutta, June 3rd, 1824.
This is how Carey reciprocated these sentiments when writing to Dr. Ryland.
Serampore, July 6th, 1824.
I rejoice to say that there is the utmost harmony between all the ministers of all denominations. Bishop Heber is a man of liberal principles and Catholic spirit. Soon after his arrival in the country, he wrote me a very friendly letter, expressing his wish to maintain all the friendship with us, which our respective circumstances would allow. I was then confined, but Brother Marshman called on him. As soon as I could walk without crutches, I did the same and had much free conversation with him. Some time after this, he wrote us a very friendly letter, saying that it would highly gratify him to meet Brother Marshman and myself, and discuss in a friendly manner all the points of difference between himself and us, adding that there was every reason to expect much good from a calm and temperate discussion of these things, and that if we could at any rate come so near to each other as to act together, he thought it would have a greater effect upon the spread of the gospel among the heathen than we could calculate upon. He was then just setting out on a visitation which will in all probability take a year. We, however, wrote him a reply accepting his proposal, and Brother Marshman expressed a wish that the discussion might be carried on by letter, to which in his reply he partly consented. I have such a disinclination to writing, and so little leisure for it, that I wish the discussion to be in person. It will, however, make little difference, and all I should have to say would be included in the letter. On the death of Mr. Ward and the departure of a Dr. Marshman for Great Britain on furlough, After 26 years of active labour, his son, Mr. John Marshman, was formally taken into the Brotherhood. He united with Dr. Carey in writing to the committee 2 letters, dated January 21st, 1826, and November 15th, 1827, which show the progress of the college and the mission from the beginning as one independent agency, and closed with Carey's appeal to the judgment of posterity.
About 7 years ago, we felt convinced of the necessity of establishing a college for native Christian youth to consolidate our plans for spreading the gospel in India. As we doubted our ability to raise sufficient funds from public subscriptions, we decided to finance the construction from our own private funds. Up to now, the buildings have cost us nearly £14,000, and completing them will require an additional £5,000. If we cannot provide this from our own resources, the project will remain incomplete. This burden on our private funds makes it impossible for us to meet the demands of our outstations as we once did. The time has come for them to become independent of the private donations of 3 individuals and to be supported by public contributions. As 2 of us are now over 57 years old, it is our duty to place them on a more permanent footing regarding their management, support, and growth. We have therefore included the Reverend Messrs. Mack and Swan, the current professors of the college, in the supervision of these stations, intending to eventually leave them entirely in the hands of the college's professors, ensuring an unbroken succession. To secure an increase of missionaries accustomed to European ways, we have formed a class of theological students in the college under the divinity professor. It currently contains 6 promising youths, whose piety we have evidence of in some cases and considerable hope in others. The class will soon increase to 12, but only those who demonstrate undeniable piety and dedication to missions will remain. As we expect each student to stay for an average of 4 years, we anticipate gaining 2 or 3 additional workers annually, well prepared for mission work due to their natural familiarity with the language and their college education. This arrangement should help us achieve our long-cherished plan of placing 1 missionary in each province in Bengal and eventually, if funds allow, in Hindustan. Since the completion of the buildings requires no public contributions, the only expense left to the generosity of our friends is for the existing establishment. Our subscriptions in India, along with the interest from funds raised in Britain and America, average £1,000 annually. An additional £500 from England would cover all expenses and ensure the institution's efficiency. This aid will only be needed for a limited period. Of the 3 objectives connected with the college, educating non-resident heathen students, educating resident Christian students, and preparing missionaries born in the country, the first is not strictly a missionary objective, while the latter 2 are closely tied to the progress of the good cause. Preparing missionaries in the country was recommended and enforced by the high cost of sending missionaries from Europe. There is no doubt that the number of workers in this country must be significantly increased before the work of evangelizing the heathen can be said to have effectively started. Educating the growing body of native Christians also became a concern. Nothing could be more distressing than the prospect of their being less advanced in intellectual pursuits than their heathen neighbours. Planting the gospel in India is unlikely to succeed through the efforts of a few missionaries in isolated and barren areas. Without a well-planned strategy to consolidate the missionary enterprise and provide for the mental and religious development of converts. Native Christians needed an educational system, and native ministers, who will gradually lead this body, demanded special attention. They require knowledge of the systems they will oppose, the Christian theology they will teach, and modern science's insights. We cannot fulfill our duty as Christians to India without a plan to combine in the converts, especially the ministers, the highest moral refinement of Christian character and the highest attainable intellectual progress. During the last 10 years of complete independence, the missionary cause has received more than £23,000 from our labour, including building the college, supporting stations and schools, and printing tracts. The continuous calumny we have faced for our Declaration of Independence, which Mr. Fuller approved almost with his dying breath, is beneath us to address, but it has convinced us of the propriety of our stance. This calumny is so unreasonable that we confidently appeal from the decision of the present age to the judgment of posterity.
Under Carey, as Professor of Divinity and lecturer on botany and zoology, along with Mack and John Marshman, and with pundits and Moulavies, the college grew in public favour even during Dr. Marshman's absence. Meanwhile, Mrs. Marshman continued to conduct the girls' school and oversee native female education with a vigorous enthusiasm that neither advancing years nor misrepresentation in England diminished. The difficulties Carey faced led him to establish the principle of the grant-in-aid system practically. Had his successors followed this principle with the same broad view and clear distinction between aiding secular education and granting absolute liberty to spiritual education, the legacy he left to India would have been perpetuated and extended. It was left to his young colleague, John Marshman, and Dr. Duff to persuade Parliament, through the Charter of 1853 and Lord Halifax's Educational Dispatch of 1854, to approve the system of national education for the diverse classes and races of our Indian subjects. This system aids secular instruction based on efficiency, while allowing Christianity to compete fairly with all other religions. In 1826, Carey, finding that his favourite benevolent institution in Calcutta was in debt and needed repairs, applied to the government for help. He had previously joined the Marchioness of Hastings in founding the Calcutta School Book and School Society, which relieved him of some school responsibilities. The government paid the debt, repaired the building, and continued to give an annual grant of £240 for many years. John Marshman did not feel the need to defend Dr. Carey from the charge of treason to the principles of dissent for seeking and accepting state aid for an educational establishment. He noted that the rejection of such aid is a modern addition to those principles. When conversation at Serampore turned to this subject, his father humorously remarked that renegades always fought hardest. On one issue, however, all three agreed that it was as much the government's duty to support education as it was to refrain from supporting missions. A letter written in 1818 to his son William, then one of the missionaries, shows with what careful economy the founder of the great modern enterprise managed the early undertakings.
My dear William, your letter of the 3rd has caused me some distress. I'm uncertain about what the allowance of 200 rupees covers, or how much is allocated for specific expenses. It appears that 142 rupees and 2 annas have been spent on your personal expenses, 78 rupees and 2 annas on table expenses, and 64 rupees on servants. Neither Lawson nor Eustace receive more than 140 rupees for their allowance, excluding house rent, for which they each receive an additional 80 rupees. I believe all the brethren are on this or a lower allowance, except Brother Yates, who makes his own arrangements. I cannot, in good conscience, request an increase for you without valid justification. We do not have the authority to alter salaries, though the Society might agree if we presented strong reasons. I believe the missionaries supported by the London Society receive a similar or slightly lower allowance, about £200 sterling, or 132 rupees a month, excluding extra expenses. So your income of 140 rupees a month is comparable to that of any other missionary. Even Eustace and Lawson cannot manage without a buggy, which is a considerable expense. I assume the 2 items you mentioned, table expenses and servants, must include many other costs. Otherwise, I can't understand how you could be spending so much. When I was at Mudnabati, my income was 200 rupees per month, and during my time there, I managed to save nearly 2,000 rupees. My table expenses rarely exceeded 50 rupees, and although I employed a moonshee at 20 rupees and 4 gardeners, my total servants' wages never went beyond 60 rupees monthly. I also kept a horse and maintained a farmyard, yet my expenses were significantly lower than yours. I share this not as a criticism or to reflect poorly on you, but because I genuinely believe that your expenses on these 2 items are quite high. Your affectionate father, W. Carey.
In 1825, Carey completed his great dictionary of Bengali and English in 3/4 volumes, which he abridged 2 years later. At that time, no language, not even in Europe, could boast of a work of such industry, erudition, and philological completeness. Professor H. Wilson declared that it must ever be regarded as a standard authority, especially due to its etymological references to Sanskrit, which supplies more than 3/4 of the words, its full and accurate vocabulary of local terms, with which the author's long domestication amongst the natives made him familiar, and his unique knowledge of all natural history terms. The first copy from the press he sent to Dr. Ryland, who had passed away at 72, a month before the following letter was written.
June 7th, 1825. On the 17th of August next, I shall be 64 years old, and though I feel the enervating influence of the climate and have lost some of my bodily activity, I work as closely, perhaps more so than I have ever done before. My Bengali dictionary is finished at press. I intend to send you a copy of it at the first opportunity, which I request you to accept as a token of my unshaken friendship to you. I am now obliged, in my own defence, to abridge it quickly to prevent another person from forestalling me and running away with the profits.
On Sunday, I preached a funeral sermon at Calcutta for one of our deacons, who died very happily, administered the Lord's Supper, and preached again in the evening. It was a dreadfully hot day, and I was much exhausted. Yesterday the rain set in, and the air is somewhat cooled. It is still uncertain whether brothers Judson and Price are living. There was a report in the newspaper that they were on their way to meet Sir Archibald Campbell with proposals of peace from the Burman king. But no foundation for the report can be traced out. Living or dead, they are secure. Upon hearing of the death of Dr. Ryland, Carey wrote,
There are now very few ministers in England with whom I was acquainted. Fuller, Sutcliffe, Pearce, Fawcett and Ryland, besides many others whom I knew, are gone to glory. My family connections also, those who were children when I left England, or have since that time been born, are all gone, except for 2 sisters. Wherever I look in England, I see a vast blank, and were I ever to revisit that dear country, I would have to form entirely new friendships. I, however, never intended to return to England when I left it, and unless something very unexpected happens, I certainly shall not. I am fully convinced I would meet many who would show me the utmost kindness, but my heart is wedded to India, and though I am of a little use, I feel a pleasure in doing the little I can, and a very high interest in the spiritual good of this vast country by whoever's instrumentality it is promoted.
By 1829, the divinity faculty of the college had become a valuable nursery of Eurasian and native missionaries, and the importance of attracting more of the new generation of educated Hindus within its influence had become apparent, so Oriental literature gave way to English literature in the curriculum. Mr. Rowe, as English tutor, joined the staff with Dr. Carey, Dr. Marshman, Mr. Mack, and Mr. John Marshman. Hundreds of native youths flocked to the classes. Such was Carey's faith and zeal that he continued to add new missions, to the 10 of which the college was the life-giving centre, so that when he was taken away, he left 18, under 11 European, 13 Eurasian, 17 Bengali, 2 Hindustani, 1 Telugu, and 6 Arakanese missionaries. When Mr. David Scott, formerly a student of his own in Fort William College, and in 1828 Commissioner of Assam, then recently annexed to the Empire, asked for a missionary, Carey's importunity prevailed with his colleagues only when he bound himself to pay half the cost by reducing his personal expenditure. Similarly, it was the generous action of Mr. Garrett, when Judge of Barisal, that led him to send the best of his Serampore students to found that afterwards famous mission, having translated the Gospels into the language of the Khassias in the Assam hills. He decided in 1832 to open a new mission at the village of Chera. which the Serampore Brotherhood were the first to use as a sanitarium in the hot season. For this, he gave up £60 of his government pension, and Mr. Garrett gave a similar sum. He sent another of his students, Mr. Lisk, to found the mission, which prospered until it was transferred to the Welsh Calvinists, who have made it the centre of extensive and successful operations. Thus, the influence of his middle age and old age in the colleges of Fort William and Serampore combined to make the missionary patriarch the father of two bands, that of the Society and that of the Brotherhood. Dr. Carey's final report, written at the end of 1832, was a defence of what has since been known as educational missions or Christian colleges, terms often misunderstood outside of India and Scotland. Rather than advocating for a purely divinity college for Asiatic Christians, Carey favoured a divinity faculty within an arts and science college. In such an environment, converts could study alongside their inquiring countrymen, with the inquirers being influenced not only by Christian teachings, but also by secular education imparted in a Christian spirit, with the Bible sanctifying the entire endeavour. The United Free Church of Scotland has demonstrated the wisdom, breadth, and spiritual benefits of Carey's policy in its missions in India, China, and Africa. Although Carey faced opposition from the Society, scholars like Mack from Edinburgh and Leachman from Glasgow were eager to further his vision, akin to that of the Apostle Paul. After Carey and Dr. Marshman had both passed away, Mack courageously upheld the banner they had entrusted to him, until his death in 1846. John Marshman, who had begun the Friend of India as a weekly paper in 1835 to support the college, eventually transferred the mission to the Society under the guidance of the learned W. H. Denham. When in 1854 a new generation of the English Baptists accepted the college also as their own, it received a principal worthy to succeed the giants of those days, the Reverend John Trafford, Massachusetts, a student of Foster's and of Glasgow University. For 26 years he carried out the principles of Carey. On his retirement, the college as such was suspended in the year 1883, and in the same building a purely native Christian training institution took its place. There, however, the many visitors from Christendom still found the library and museum, the Bibles, grammars and dictionaries, the natural history collections, and the Oriental manuscripts, the Danish Charter, the historic portraits, and the British Treaty, as well as the native Christian classes, all of which re-echo William Carey's appeal to posterity. Chapter 15, Carey's Christian University for the People of India. Attention has already been directed to the visionary plans Carey established for Serampore College. It is gratifying to report that while this volume is in the press, a scheme is being promoted by the College Council to reorganise the college according to Carey's ideal, aiming to make it a centre of higher ministerial training for all branches of the Indian Church. In 1827, the college received a royal charter from King Frederick VI, which allowed it to grant degrees and gave it the same rights as universities in the West. Later, on October 6, 1845, the King of Denmark agreed to sell the towns of Tranquebar, Frederiksnagor, now called Serampore, and an old factory site at Balasore to Lord Hardinge, the Governor-General of India, for £125,000. According to Article 6 of this agreement, the rights given to Serampore College by the 1827 Royal Charter would continue under British rule, but now they would follow British India's laws. Due to insufficient endowment to maintain the necessary teaching staff and scholarships, the college has never fully developed along university lines. Since 1883, it has been a training institution for preachers and teachers for the Bengal field of the Baptist Missionary Society. In the century since Carey's ideal was envisioned, there have been two significant developments in Indian life under God's providence. 1. The educated Christian natives of India, from Cape Comorin to Peshawar, have grown rapidly in numbers, character and influence, noted as remarkable by the official report of the 1901 census. 2. The 300 million people of India have, through the concession of the Earl of Minto and his advisers, and the approval of Viscount Morley and Parliament, received a virtual constitution recognising their readiness for self-governing rights under the benevolent rule of King Edward VII and his Viceroy in Council. Christianity and the influence of the genuinely educated Christian natives will moralise and unify the people of India, preparing future generations for healthy independence, both materially and politically. Missionary leaders have increasingly realised that the delay in realising Carey's ideal has weakened the Christian community's influence on significant Indian thought movements. The need for well-equipped Indian preachers, evangelists and leaders is more urgent now than in Carey's time. Experienced missionaries are dissatisfied with the current level of theological education in the Indian Church and believe the time has come to reorganise ministerial training and secure academic recognition for Christian theology in India, similar to its status in Western lands. Since the British government maintains neutrality in religious matters and cannot establish divinity faculties in state universities, the Decennial Missionary Conference, representing all Protestant missionary societies in India, met in Madras in December 1902. They appointed a committee to confer with the Council of Serampore College, through the Committee of the London Baptist Missionary Society, to determine if they are prepared to delegate the degree-conferring powers of the Charter to a Senate or faculty representative of the various Protestant Christian churches and societies in India. College Council, with Meredith Townsend, ESQ, as Master, and Alfred Henry Baines, ESQ, as Secretary, has carefully considered this request. After receiving the highest legal opinion confirming the Charter's validity, they have resolved to implement the suggestions of the Decennial Conference. They understand that to utilise the degree-conferring powers of the Charter, the college must be elevated to the highest standard of efficiency as a teaching institution, and its permanence must be guaranteed by adequate endowment. The Council believes that achieving these goals is possible only through the united efforts of the various Protestant Christian churches in India. To this end, they have adopted a comprehensive reorganisation plan to elevate Serampore into a prominent interdenominational college with university status. This institution will offer theological training to the level of the London Bachelor of Divinity, BD, grant its own divinity degrees, and maintain an arts and science department currently affiliated with Calcutta University. The Christian University at Serampore is expected to unify and raise the standard of theological education within the Indian Church, grounding Eastern Christian thought and life firmly on the foundation of Jesus Christ, the Word of God. The Council's plan includes the permanent endowment of necessary professorships and scholarships. While the college building offers sufficient classroom space, additional land must be secured, and housing for staff and hostels for students must be constructed. An initial endowment of £250,000 is targeted to establish a well-equipped theological faculty, along with a preliminary department in arts and sciences. The Council hopes that Carey's vision of a great Christian university at Serampore, conferring degrees not only in theology but in all branches of useful learning, will attract support from Western benefactors. An estimated £2 million is needed for this larger-scale university. The major missionary churches and societies are supportive of collaborating with Carey's representatives to fulfil and expand his vision as India becomes Christianized. The College Council believes that, given the global influence of the modern missionary movement initiated by William Carey, which has benefited both the church at home and non-Christian nations, Serampore College has significant historical and spiritual claims on contemporary philanthropy. They are confident that many individuals in Great Britain, America, India, and other countries will consider it an honour to have their names inscribed alongside Carey, Marshman, and Ward as the second founders of Serampore College. The Council is doing everything within its power to reorganise the college on the broadest possible basis, believing that an institution with such inspiring traditions and associations should serve not just one denomination, but the entire church in India and the nation. Up to now, the Council, though legally an entirely independent body, has worked closely with the Baptist Missionary Society's committee. With the full support of the Baptist missionaries in the field and the committee in England, It is now inviting cooperation from all evangelical Christian bodies in the work of Serampore College. It is prepared to welcome representatives of other evangelical missions as full professors of the college in arts and theology. These representatives will have special supervision of students from their respective denominations and will be free to provide any additional instruction deemed necessary. All professors, regardless of denomination, will equally share in the local management of the college's affairs. According to the charter, the final authority must remain with the college council. However, to ensure proper representation of the various cooperating evangelical bodies on the council, the current members, with the full support of the Baptist Missionary Society's committee, have approved a suggestion to apply to the Indian legislature for powers to enlarge its membership. The Honorary Secretary of the College Council will gladly provide further information or receive contributions towards the fund for the endowment and equipment of the college. Given the current conditions in India, this appeal should resonate not only with supporters of Christian missions, but also with philanthropists at large. A Christian university, founded on the broad and inclusive principles established by Carey, will complement, not oppose, the existing universities. Such an institution would serve as a powerful means of instilling the spirit of Christ into the political and social ideals of India's youth. This is a matter of deep concern, not only for missionaries but also for statesmen, merchants, and all true friends of India, regardless of race or creed, in all the romance of Christian missions, from Iona to Canterbury. There is no clearer example of the Spirit of God working with the Church than the call of Carey and the foundation of Serampore College under Danish Charter and British Treaty, making it the only university with full powers to enable the whole Reformed Church in India to develop its own theological system and Christian life. Carey's last days, 1830 to 1834. William Carey's last days were his best. His life ended with a strong faith and deep self-sacrifice. He faced many challenges throughout his life. In the poverty of Shackleton and Moulton, the difficulties in Calcutta and the Sundarbans, the fevers in Dinapore, the threats from officials, and most painfully, the 16 years of persecution by fellow English Christians after Fuller's death. However, from 1830 to 1833, Carey faced even greater tests. Despite many hardships, his trust, humility, and love shone even brighter. During this time, Serampore College and the mission lost all their funds in India. By 1830, a financial crisis that had hit Europe 5 years earlier began to affect the wealthy merchants of Calcutta. 6 major firms, which had controlled northern India's trade and served as bankers for the government, states, and officials, collapsed one by one, losing £16 million in total. Palmer and Company, the largest of these firms and an important part of India's history, had lent money to the Serampore mission when they were in dire need 4 years earlier. When this firm failed, it lost over £2 million, leaving many people, including the children in schools run by Dr. and Mrs. Marshman, without funds. Although this collapse revealed the weaknesses in the credit system of that time, the panic soon subsided, and business continued with the remaining firms. However, early in 1833, more firms suddenly collapsed, plunging the English community in India into poverty. As a result, capital disappeared, and credit dried up just as Parliament was about to grant the freedom of trade that Carey had long fought for. The funds meant for missions in Jessa and Delhi, a legacy from Carey's first convert, his donations to support 3 elderly relatives in England, his third wife's property, and Dr. Marshman's savings were all lost. The small balance remaining for the college and mission was gone, and borrowing money was no longer an option. Once again, one of Carey's former students stepped in to help. Mr. Garrett, grandson of Robert Raikes, who founded Sunday schools, used his credit with the Bank of Bengal until they could contact Samuel Hope, the mission's treasurer in Liverpool. Despite these challenges, the idea of abandoning any mission stations or closing the college was never considered. Leachman wrote that he had seen Dr. Carey in tears at the thought of such a disaster, saying,
"If that were to happen, we would soon have to lay him in his grave."
When funds from America temporarily stopped due to false rumours that Dr. Marshman might misuse them, Carey responded calmly, saying,
Dr. Marshman is as poor as I am. I can barely save a little each month to help a few needy relatives in Europe. I could have had large wealth, but I gave everything, except what I needed to live on, to the cause of missions. Dr. Marshman and Mr. Ward did the same.
Carey's faith was tested further. On July 12, 1828, he wrote from Calcutta to Jabez,
I attended Lord W. Bentinck's first meeting this morning. It was well attended, and I saw many former students of mine for whom I have great respect. I hear Lady Bentinck is a devout woman, but I have not met her yet. I have an invitation to her event tonight, but I will not attend, as I must be home for the Sabbath tomorrow.
Lord Bentinck soon faced the financial consequences of his predecessor's poor management. The College of Fort William had to be closed. Carey's former students, Metcalfe and Bailey, who were council members and had been deeply influenced by him, sent him to the sympathetic Governor-General. Carey explained the mission's financial situation to him and was assured that he had nothing to worry about. Indeed, the council held a long session on the matter, but from June 1830, the college was reduced to just an examining body. When Carey's salary was cut in half, the Brotherhood prayed for guidance and strength. Mr. Robinson, a missionary in Java connected with Serampore, described the mission's inner life at this time.
The two old men were in tears during prayer, and Dr. Marshman, in particular, could hardly speak. It was moving to see these good men, the mission's founders, praying tearfully that God would not abandon them in their old age, but would stop the false accusations and provide for his cause.
They appealed to England, and Carey published one of his most compelling and noble statements on the difficult subject. Thoughts upon the discussions which have arisen from the separation between the Baptist Missionary Society and the Serampore missions.
Due to our age and circumstances, our contributions may soon cease. We have witnessed a great work in India, much of it, directly or indirectly, accomplished by us. I cannot and should not be indifferent about the permanence of this work, and cannot view the exultation at our potential financial crippling as anything but too satanic to be long persisted in by anyone who loves God.
The appeal to all Christians for a few £100 per year for the mission station ended with these words.
It has been only a few years since the Protestant world was awakened to missionary efforts. Since then, the annual funds raised for this cause have grown to the then unimaginable sum of £400,000. Is it unreasonable to expect that some small portion of this should be entrusted to him who was among the first to move in this enterprise and to his colleagues?
The Brotherhood had barely sent this appeal to England, with the statement, "Our present incomes even are uncertain," when financial cuts eliminated Dr. Carey's position as the Bengali translator to the government, which for 8 years had provided him with ours. 300 a month. Yet, such was his faith that this final blow only prompted regret that he must reduce his contributions to the missionary cause by that amount. He was a marvel to his colleagues, who wrote of him,
Though reduced in his circumstances, the good man about to turn 70 is as cheerful and as happy as ever. He rides out 4 or 5 miles every morning, returning home by sunrise, continues with his translation work daily, gives 2 lectures on divinity and 1 on natural history each week in the college, and takes his turn preaching both in Bengali and in English.
When the Christian public responded generously to his appeal, Carey frequently expressed his gratitude to God, who, in our time of great need, appeared and stirred up his people to willingly offer their resources for his cause. Regarding himself, he wrote,
I consider my race nearly run. The days of our years are 70, and I am now only 3 months short of that age, and repeated illnesses have weakened my constitution. But I do not face death with any painful anticipation. I rely on and plead the efficacy of that atonement which will not fail me when I need it.
Dr. Marshman provides a brighter picture of him.
I met very few friends in England in their 70th year as lively, as free from the infirmities of age, as interesting in the pulpit and as engaging in conversation as he is now.
The reason is that he remained useful, busy with the work he loved most. He completed his last revision of the entire Bible in Bengali, the 5th edition of the Old Testament and the 8th edition of the New, in June 1832. Immediately after, while presiding at the ordination of Mr. Mack as co-pastor with Dr. Marshman and himself over the church at Serampore, he took the first copy of the newly bound sacred volume into the pulpit and addressed the converts and their children with the words of Simeon,
Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation.
As the months passed, he published another improved edition of the New Testament, and only then did he feel and often say that the work of his heart was complete. He found other sources of holy pleasure as he meditated on the Word and praised God for his goodness to the college and the mission stations, which had grown to 19, thanks to young Sir Henry Havelock, who founded the church at Agra, Lord William Bentinck, who began his rule by abolishing the crime of suttee, was, with the help of Carey's former students, steadily carrying out the other reforms the missionary had long prayed and preached for. The judicial service was reorganised to include native judges. The uncovenanted civil service was open to all British subjects of every creed. The first act of justice to native Christians was thus done, so that he wrote of the college,
The students are now eligible for every legal appointment in India that a native can hold. Those who may not have a love for the Christian ministry have the prospect of a profitable career as advocates in the judicial courts and the hope of rising to posts of honourable distinction in their native land.
The Hindu law of inheritance, used to deprive Christian converts of all civil rights, was addressed as far as a local regulation could, and Carey, advised by an authority like Harrington, laid it upon his successor in the apostolate, young Alexander Duff, to fully carry out this act of justice, which was accomplished under the Marquis of Dalhousie. Orders drafted by Charles Grant's sons in February 1833 finally freed Great Britain from responsibility for the East India Company's involvement with temple and mosque endowments and the pilgrim tax. His son Jonathan wrote this about him 2 years after his death.
My father was a man of strong principles, unwavering in his beliefs, and never hesitating to express and defend them. One of his firmest convictions was his objection to taking oaths. He believed the practice was unnecessary and often criticized the way oaths were administered, advocating strongly for their complete abolition. I can recall 3 significant instances where his stance on this matter was clearly demonstrated. One such instance involved a respected Hindu servant who worked at the College of Fort William in Dr. Carey's department. Early one morning, while on his way to bathe in the Ganges, the servant noticed a dead body near the road. It was still dark and no one else was around, so he continued on his way without giving it further thought. Later, as he returned from the river after sunrise, he saw a crowd gathered near the body and casually mentioned to a watchman that he had seen it earlier. The watchman promptly took him into custody as a witness and brought him before the coroner. However, when asked to take an oath, the servant refused, citing his religious beliefs, and was imprisoned for contempt. The servant, who had never taken an oath before, refused to eat while in prison, remaining there for a day and a half. Upon learning of the situation, my father, who was in Serampore at the time, immediately travelled to Calcutta to help. He was deeply moved by the man's determination to choose imprisonment over violating his principles. My father first appealed to the coroner, then to the sheriff, and finally to the chief judge. His persistence paid off, and the chief judge intervened to secure the man's release. Another instance relates personally to him. On the occasion of his last marriage, the day was set, friends were invited, and all necessary arrangements were made. But 3 or 4 days before the appointed day, he was informed that he would need a license, which required either taking an oath or publishing bans. He objected to taking an oath and applied to the senior judge, who informed him that as he was not a Quaker, his oath was indispensable. Rather than take an oath, he had the bans published and postponed the marriage arrangements for 3 weeks. The third instance involved proving a will in court in which Dr. Carey's name was mentioned in connection with the Serampore missionaries as executors. An application was made by one of his colleagues, which the court refused due to the vague term Serampore missionaries, but as Dr. Carey's name was specifically mentioned, the court indicated it would grant the application if made by him. When informed that an oath was required, He was repelled by the idea. After much persuasion, he consented to make the application if taking an oath was waived. He attended, stated his objections to the chief judge, and his affirmation was accepted and recorded by the court.
His duties at the College of Fort William provided him with a change of scene, which relieved his mind, allowed him to exercise, and greatly benefited his health. During his years as a professor, he never neglected his responsibilities, even when he had to cross the river in bad weather at odd hours. He was always punctual and never asked for leave. When he became eligible for a comfortable pension, he chose to stay active and continued to promote the college's interests until his position was abolished by the government. The college work required his presence in Calcutta, and he grew so accustomed to the journeys that he felt the loss deeply when his office ended. Afterward, his health declined rapidly, and though he occasionally visited Calcutta, he complained of extreme weakness. This debility increased daily, eventually confining him to his house. It wasn't only in India that the venerable saint found satisfaction. He lived long enough to thank God for the emancipation of the slaves by the English people, for which he had prayed daily for 50 years. We have many accounts of the father of English missions in his later years by young contemporaries, who, upon arriving in Bengal, sought him out. In 1824, Mr. Leslie, an Edinburgh student who became the first of the Baptist preachers in India and was instrumental in the conversion of Henry Havelock, wrote of Carey after the third major illness of his life in India.
Dr. Carey, who has been very ill, has completely recovered and looks likely to live many more years. Dr. Marshman, who has never known ill health during his time in India, is also very active. Dr. Carey is a very cheerful and steady old man, his face resembling the engraving of him with his pundit, though he appears less robust. Next to his translations, botany is his main passion. He has collected every plant and tree that can grow in India, and is so knowledgeable that he uses their classical names. If I were to mistakenly call a geranium by that name, he would correct me to say pelargonium, and perhaps accuse me of ignorance or vulgarity. We had the pleasure of hearing him preach from Romans chapter 7, verse 13, and he delivered an excellent sermon. He is very animated in manner and methodical in style. Indeed, he brings method into everything he does. Classification is his grand hobby. Visit his home, and you will find shelves full of minerals, stones, shells, and cages of birds, all classified. He is very accessible and friendly. His attachments are strong, extending not just to people, but places. About a year ago, part of the house he had lived in since coming to Serampore collapsed, and he had to leave it, which caused him great sorrow. One morning at breakfast, he shared an anecdote about the late John Thornton's generosity, and tears filled his eyes. Though it is moving to see him weep, it is also a sight that greatly interests you, as there is a manliness in his tears, far removed from childish crying.
The house where he lived for his last 10 years, and where he died, was the only one completed for the new college professors. Compared with the adjoining college, it was built with such simplicity that it was said to have been designed for angels rather than men. Carey's room and library faced the river, with the college garden in between. On the other side, in the upper veranda, he worked at his desk almost to the end and talked with visitors in the evenings. In 1826, the London Missionary Society sent its first delegation to Calcutta. Dr. Carey sent his boat for them, and Mrs. Marshman hosted the guests. They wrote,
"We found Dr. Carey in his study and were struck by his primitive and apostolic appearance. He is short, with white hair and a kind, benevolent expression. 2 Hindu men were sitting by, painting small natural history subjects. Dr. Carey, a man of pure taste and intellectual pursuits, has a choice collection of specimens and illustrations. Botany is his favourite study, and his garden is richly adorned with rarities."
Among the most notable visits to Carey were those by the young Alexander Duff, who succeeded him as he had succeeded Schwartz. In 1830, Duff, hesitant about his plans, received Carey's earnest encouragement to pursue the Christian college policy in Calcutta. We have elsewhere recounted the story. Landing at the college gut one sweltering July day, the ruddy Highlander strode up to the steps leading to the finest modern building in Asia. Turning left, he sought Carey's study in the house, built for angels, as it was so simple, where the greatest missionary scholar was still working for India. He saw a little yellow old man in a white jacket who tottered up and solemnly blessed him. A contemporary soon wrote of the saintly man, "Thou'rt in our heart, with tresses thin and grey, and eye that knew the book of life so well, and brow serene, as thou wert wont to stray amidst thy flowers, like Adam ere he fell." The conference brought a double blessing. Carey, both a scholar who had created the best college at the time and a vernacular preacher of 50 years, gave Duff the approval he needed. Duff left with the endorsement of the most respected authority. During his last illness, one of those who visited him was Alexander Duff. On one of the final visits, Duff spent time talking about Carey's missionary life until the dying man whispered,
"Pray."
Duff knelt and prayed, then said goodbye. As he left the room, he thought he heard his name and turned back to hear Carey say with solemnity,
"Mr. Duff, you have been speaking about Dr. Carey, Dr. Carey. When I am gone, say nothing about Dr. Carey. Speak about Dr. Carey's Saviour."
Duff left, rebuked and awed, with a lesson in his heart he never forgot. With his old friends, Carey often reflected on the past. Writing in May 1832, Dr. Marshman noted,
"I spent an hour at tea with dear brother Carey last night, now 70 and 9 months. He was in good health, reminiscing about his early feelings towards India and the heathen, and how God sustained them even when Fuller could not yet understand them, and John Ryland denounced them as unscriptural. Had these feelings died away, India might be in a very different state now."
In September that year, while burying Mrs. Ward, he seemed to long for renewed fellowship with the friends who had preceded him into the joy of the Lord. When Mr. Leachman arrived from Scotland to be Carey's colleague, he found the old man vigorous even in April 1833, or if faint yet pursuing.
"Our venerable Dr. Carey is in excellent health and takes his turn in all our public exercises. Just 40 years ago, on the 1st of this month, he administered the Lord's Supper to the church at Leicester and started the next day to embark for India. Through this long period of honorable toil, the Lord has mercifully preserved him, and at our missionary prayer meeting on the 1st of this month, he delivered an encouraging address to persevere in the work of the Lord. We also have a private monthly prayer meeting in Dr. Carey's study, which is of uncommon interest to me. On these occasions, we bring before the Lord our public and private trials, both those from the cause of Christ, which it is our honor and privilege to be connected with, and those we bear as individuals. At our last meeting, Dr. Carey read part of Gideon's history and commented with deep feeling on the encouragement it provides that the cause of God can be carried to victory and triumph by seemingly feeble and inefficient means.
Carey's successor Mac wrote to Christopher Anderson 10 months later.
Serampore, the 31st of January 1834. Our venerable father, Dr. Carey, remains with us, though his condition has not changed in the past 3 months. He is very weak and unable to work, barely able to walk a few steps at a time. His days are spent reading for both profit and pleasure, with frequent pauses for rest and sleep. His mind is calm and at peace. He doesn't experience vivid anticipations of glory, nor is he troubled by doubts about his place with God. What matters most to him is the truth of the gospel, and he believes it with unwavering certainty. As he often says, if he knows anything, he knows that he believes it. When he contemplates leaving this world or his hope of eternal glory, his emotions are tender and sweet, conveyed in a few simple but meaningful words. Despite his frailty, his interest in the mission's work remains as strong as ever. Though he can no longer participate in our discussions or prayers, he insists on being kept informed of every development, and his heart is fully with us in all that we do. I don't believe he will survive the coming hot season, though it's possible. Whatever happens, the Lord will do what is best. When our needs were at their peak, I considered leaving Serampore to find food, and decided on Cherrapunji as my future residence. I planned to establish a first-class school there, and envisioned a second edition of Serampore in the Kezia Hills, to be a centre of light for the western provinces. I became quite enamoured with this vision, but it was not to be. The brethren here did not share my view.
This last sketch, by Mr. Gogali, sent out by the London Missionary Society in 1819, brings us even closer to the end.
At this time, I paid him my last visit. He was seated near his desk in the study, dressed neatly, with his eyes closed and hands clasped together. On his desk was the proof sheet of the last chapter of the New Testament, which he had revised a few days earlier. His appearance, with the few white locks on his venerable brow and his placid, colourless face, filled me with awe. He seemed to be listening to the Master's summons, waiting to depart. I sat with him for about half an hour, and not a word was spoken. I feared to break the solemn silence and call back to earth the soul that seemed almost in heaven. Eventually I spoke, and I remember our exact words, even though it was more than 36 years ago. I said, "My dear friend, you are evidently standing on the borders of the eternal world. Do not think it wrong if I ask, what are your feelings in the immediate prospect of death?" The question roused him from his apparent stupor and opening his languid eyes. He earnestly replied,
"As far as my personal salvation is concerned, I have not the shadow of a doubt. I know in whom I have believed, and am persuaded that he is able to keep that which I have committed unto him against that day. But when I think that I am about to appear in the presence of a holy God, and remember all my sins and manifold imperfections, I tremble."
He could say no more. Tears trickled down his cheeks, and after a while he relapsed into the same state of silence. That interview was deeply solemn and taught me an important lesson. Here was one of the most holy and harmless men I ever knew, who had lived above reproach for over 40 years, surrounded by many who would have rejoiced to see any inconsistency in his conduct, but who were compelled to admire his integrity and Christian character. Although convinced of his salvation through the Saviour he had preached, he was so impressed with the sinfulness of sin that he trembled at the thought of appearing before a holy God. A few days later, Dr. Carey took to his bed, from which he never rose.
As long ago as March 17th, 1802, Carey described himself to Dr. Ryland.
"A year or more ago, you or another dear friend mentioned an intention to publish a volume of sermons as a testimony of mutual Christian love, and asked me to contribute a sermon or two. I seriously intended to, and more than once sat down to accomplish it, but was always interrupted. Indolence is my prevailing sin, and now I have many unexpected duties. I also have a constant fear that I may fall in a way that dishonours the gospel, so I often wish my name to be forgotten. I have reason for these fears, for I am so prone to sin that I wonder every night that I have been preserved from serious wrongdoing during the day, and when I escape a temptation, I see it as a miracle of grace. I have never been so fully persuaded as I am now that no habit of religion is a safeguard against the worst crimes, and I need God's help every moment. My sense of continual danger has strongly influenced my desire that no religious publication bear my name while I am alive. Another reason is my sense of incapacity to do justice to any subject, or even write clearly. I have published several things out of necessity, but they are only grammatical works, and certainly the last things I would have chosen to write."
On June 15th, 1833, the old man was still able to rejoice with others. He sent a brief letter to his son Jonathan, written in a hand as clear as it had been 25 years earlier.
"My dear Jonathan, I congratulate you on the good news you have received, but I am sorry Lucy remains so ill. I am too weak to write more than to say your mother is as well as the weather allows. I could scarcely have been worse than I have been the last fortnight. Your affectionate father, W. Carey."
The hot season had reached its peak. His last letters were brief messages of love and hope to his two sisters in England. On July 27th, 1833, he wrote to them,
"About a week ago, such a great change occurred in me that I thought it was the immediate stroke of death, and all my children were informed and came to see me. Since then, I have revived in an almost miraculous manner, or I could not have written this, but I cannot expect it to continue. The will of the Lord be done. Farewell until we meet in a better world. Your affectionate brother, W. Carey.
2 months later, he was back at his old work, able now and then to read a proof sheet of the scriptures.
Serampore, September the 25th, 1833. My dear sisters, my being able to write to you now is quite unexpected by me, and, I believe, by everyone else. But it appears to be the will of God that I should remain a little longer. How long that may be, I leave entirely with Him, and can only say, all the days of my appointed time will I wait till my change comes. 2 months ago, I was so weak that it seemed my mind was extinguished. My body was so weak, and I was so exhausted that I could hardly speak. And it seemed that death would be no more felt than moving from one chair to another. Now I can sit and lie on my couch and sometimes read a proof sheet of the scriptures. I am too weak to walk more than just across the house, nor can I stand for even a few minutes without support. I have every comfort that kind friends can provide, and generally feel a tranquil mind. I trust the great point is settled, and I am ready to depart, but the time when I leave with God.
October 3rd.
I am not worse than when I began this letter. I am your very affectionate brother, W. M. Carey.
His latest message to Christendom was sent on September 30th, most appropriately to Christopher Anderson.
As everything connected with the full accomplishment of the divine promises depends on the almighty power of God, pray that I and all the ministers of the word may take hold of his strength, and go about our work fully expecting the accomplishment of them all, which, however difficult and improbable it may appear, is certain, as all the promises of God are in him, yes, and in him. Amen.
Had he not all his career therefore expected and attempted great things? He had a chair fixed on a small platform constructed after his own direction, so he could be wheeled through his garden. At other times, the chief gardener, Hullatur, reported to him on the collection of plants, then numbering about 2,000. Dr. Marshman saw his friend daily, sometimes twice a day, and always found him what Lord Hastings had described him to be, the cheerful old man. On the only occasion when he seemed sad, Dr. Marshman, as he was leaving the room, turned and asked why. With deep feeling, the dying scholar looked to the others and said,
"After I am gone, Brother Marshman will let the cows into my garden."
The reply was prompt.
"Far be it from me, though I do not share your botanical tastes, I will take care of the garden that has brought you so much delight as a sacred duty."
Among strangers, his most frequent visitor was the Governor-General's wife, Lady William Bentinck. Her husband was in South India, and she spent most of her time in Barrackpore Park, opposite Carey's house. From her frequent conversations with him, both during his life and now, she studied the art of dyeing. Daniel Wilson, Bishop of Calcutta, learned to delight in Serampore almost from the beginning of his long episcopate, and in later years, he lived there more than in Calcutta. On February 14th, 1833, he first visited Carey, his interview with whom, confined as he was to his room, and apparently on the verge of the celestial world, was particularly moving. During his last visit, the young bishop asked the dying missionary's blessing. The talk was always the same: a humble resignation to the will of God, firm trust in the Redeemer of sinners, and joyful gratitude for the wonderful progress of his kingdom. What a picture this is that his brethren sent home 6 weeks before he passed away.
Our aged and venerable brother feels himself growing gradually weaker. He can scarcely rise from his couch, and it is with great difficulty that he is carried out daily to take the air. Yet he is free from all pain related to disease, and his mind is in a most serene and happy state. He is in full possession of his faculties, and although with difficulty on account of his weakness, he still converses with his friends from day to day.
The hottest season of the year crept wearily on during May and the first week of June. Each night he slept well, and each day he was moved to his couch in the dining room for air. There he lay, unable to speak more than a word or two, but his joyful expression showed his union in prayer and interest in conversation. On May 22nd, the English mail arrived with uplifting news from Mr. Hope. God's people were praying and giving anew for the mission. Especially, his own latest station of Cherrapunji was remembered. When he was told that a lady had anonymously offered £500 for that mission, £500 for the college, £500 for the translations, and £100 for the mission in general, he raised his emaciated hands to heaven and murmured praise to God. When the delirium of departure came, he tried to reach his desk to write a letter of thanks, particularly for Cherra. Then he would recall that the little church he first formed had branched out into 26 churches, where the ordinances of the gospel were regularly administered, and he would whisper,
"What has God wrought?"
The last Sabbath had come, and the last full day. The constant marshman was with him.
He was scarcely able to articulate, and after a little conversation, I knelt by the side of his couch and prayed with him, finding my mind unexpectedly drawn out to bless God for his goodness in having preserved him and blessed him in India for over 40 years, and made him such an instrument of good to his church, and to entreat that upon his being taken home, a double portion of his spirit might rest on those who remained behind. Though unable to speak, he testified sufficiently by his countenance how cordially he joined in this prayer. I then asked Mrs. Carey whether she thought he could now see me. She said yes, and to convince me said, "Mr. Marshman wishes to know whether you now see him." He answered so loudly that I could hear him, "Yes, I do," and shook me most cordially by the hand. I then left him, and my other duties did not permit me to reach him again that day. The next morning, as I was returning home before sunrise, I met our brethren Mac and Leachman out on their morning ride, when Mac told me that our beloved brother had been rather worse all night, and that he had just left him very ill. I immediately hastened home through the college where he had lived for 10 years, and when I reached his room found that he had just entered into the joy of his Lord, Mrs. Carey, his son Jabez, my son John, and Mrs. Mac being present.
It was Monday, June 9th, 1834, at 5:30, as the morning sun was ascending the heavens towards the perfect day. The rain clouds burst and covered the land with gloom the next morning, when they carried William Carey to the convert's burial ground and made great lamentation. The notice was too short for many to come up from Calcutta in those days. Mr. Duff of the Scottish Church returned a very kind letter. Sir Charles Metcalfe and the Bishop wrote very feelingly in reply. Lady Bentinck sent the Reverend Mr. Fisher to represent the Governor-General and herself, and a very kind and feeling answer, for she truly loved the venerable man, while she sadly gazed at the mourners as they followed the simple funeral up the right bank of the Hooghly, past the college and the mission chapel. Mr. Yates, who had taken a loving farewell of the scholar he had been reluctant to succeed, represented the younger brethren, Lacroix, Micaiah Hill, and Gogarly, the London Missionary Society. Corrie and Dealtree did not seem to have reached the spot in time. The Danish governor, his wife, and the members of council were there, and the flag drooped at half-mast as it would for a governor's death. The road was lined by the poor, Hindu and Muslim, for whom he had done so much. When all walking in the rain had reached the open grave, the sun shone out, and Leachman led them in the joyous resurrection hymn.
"Why do we mourn departing friends?"
I then addressed the audience,
wrote Marshman,
and contrary to Brother Mac's prediction that I would never get through it for tears, I did not shed one. Brother Mac was then asked to address the native members, but seeing the time so far gone, publicly said he would do so at the village. Brother Robinson then prayed, and weeping, then neither myself nor few others could refrain.
In Janaga village chapel in the evening, the Bengali burial hymn was sung, Poeritran Christa Morone, salvation by the death of Christ, and Pran Krishna, the oldest disciple, led his countrymen in prayer. Then Max spoke to the weeping converts with all the pathos of their own sweet vernacular from the words,
"For David, after he had served his own generation, by the will of God fell asleep.
Had not Carey's been a royal career, even that of a king and a priest unto God? We, as a mission," wrote Dr. Marshman to Christopher Anderson, "took the expense on ourselves, not allowing his family to do so, as we will for erecting a monument for him. Long before his death, we had assured him, by a letter signed by us all, that the dear relatives in England and France would have their pensions continued as if he were living, and that Mrs. Carey, as a widow, would receive Rs 100 monthly, whatever Mackintosh's house might yield her. 22 years earlier, when Chamberlain was upset about the lack of markers or inscriptions in the mission's burial ground, Carey responded,
"Why should we be remembered? I think when I am dead, the sooner I am forgotten, the better."
Dr. Johns noted that it was not the individuals who desired remembrance, but their friends. To which Carey replied,
"I feel the same way about others as I do about myself."
When his second wife passed away, Carey was so moved that he placed a memorial stone for her. In his will, he instructed Mac and William Robinson, his executors,
"I want my funeral to be as simple as possible. I want to be buried next to my second wife, Charlotte Amelia Carey, and I want only the following inscription on the stone, either above or below as there is space. William Carey, born August 17th, 1761, died a wretched, poor and helpless worm. On thy kind arms I fall."
The surviving brothers took a small stone, added the inscription as directed, and placed it on the south side of a square block of brick and white plaster, which has been renewed over time. This is now in the left corner of the burial ground, now holding the mingled dust of 4 generations of missionaries, converts, and Christian people. Ward's monument is in the centre, and the Marshman family monument is on the right. 3.5 years later, Joshua Marshman followed Carey, and in 1847, Hannah Marshman was buried beside him after a noble life of 80 years. Mac had passed away the year before, succumbing to cholera like Ward, but the Brotherhood didn't truly end until John Marshman died in London in 1877. Over the years, the 3 families contributed £90,000 to God's work from their own earnings, which would have gone unnoticed if not for the lack of envy among Andrew Fuller's successors. Carey's last will and testament begins with,
"I completely renounce any claim or title to the mission premises at Serampore, and I declare that I never thought I had any such right or title. I give and bequeath to the College of Serampore my entire museum, including minerals, shells, corals, insects, and other natural curiosities, as well as a collection of dried plants. Also, the folio edition of Hortus Woburnensis, which Lord Hastings gave me, Taylor's Hebrew Concordance, my collection of Bibles in foreign languages, and all my books in Italian and German."
His widow Grace, who outlived him for a short time, received the little money she had before their marriage, and he asked that she choose any English books she wanted from his library. His youngest son, Jonathan, was not in need of money. Carey had already given 1,500 rupees each to Felix and William during his lifetime. To leave a similar amount to Jabez, he instructed,
"Since there are not enough funds to fulfill my original intentions, I direct that my library be sold."
In dying, as in living, he remained the same, just to others, because he was devoted to God, to whom he said,
"On thy kind arms I fall."
The Indian journals praised Carey, whose humility, sincerity, patriotism, and learning made India proud of him. After giving so much of himself, Carey died in such poverty that his books had to be sold to raise £187 and 10 shillings for one of his sons. One writer claimed that Carey had contributed 16 lakhs of rupees to the cause of Christ while working with the Serampore mission, a statement that was widely repeated. Dr. Marshman then published the actual facts, stating that
no one would have been more opposed to deceiving the Christian public than Dr. Carey himself if he were alive.
At a time when the old Sikha rupee was worth half a crown, Carey received £45,000 during his 34.5 years at Serampore, from the date of his appointment at the College of Fort William. Of this, he spent £7,500 on his botanic garden during that period. If accuracy matters in such a question, which has little more than a biographical interest, then we must include the 7 years before 1801, when Carey received £600 for himself and his family from the society he helped create and which sent him to India. He spent £1,625 earned as an indigo manufacturer and £45,000 as a professor and translator for the government, totalling £46,625 on the Christianization and civilization of India. Dr. Marshman wrote,
If Dr. Carey had lived for himself and his family like other professors in the college, instead of dedicating his life to God and the mission at Serampore, he might have saved £1 lakh or even £1.5 lakh of rupees in the 30 years he worked for the government. But who, when comparing the pleasures of such a life with the joy Carey experienced by using his own money to spread Christianity among the locals, without needing to consult anyone except his 2 like-minded brothers who contributed just as much, would not prefer Carey's life? He saw the results of his work before he died. 26 gospel churches planted in India over an area of about 800 miles and more than 40 local preachers raised up among them. What must a man who lived only for himself feel on his deathbed, compared to the joyful peace that filled Carey's soul as he looked forward to entering the joy of his Lord? Just days before his death, he said to his companion of 34 years, "I have no fears, I have no doubts, I have no unfulfilled wishes."
In the Danish church of Serampore, the Mission Chapel, and later in the Union Chapel of Calcutta, Dr. Marshman and Mr. Mack gave sermons about William Carey. These, along with a sermon given in Charlotte Chapel, Edinburgh, by Christopher Anderson on November 30th, were the only sources from which people could form a fair understanding of Carey and his work for the next 25 years. All of these sermons, especially the last, were as fitting as any eulogy delivered under such circumstances could be. Marshman spoke from the text Carey himself chose a few weeks before his death, which reflected the foundation of his hope and his calm assurance. For by grace are ye saved. Mack drew inspiration, as he had before in the Bengali village, from Paul's words. David, after he had served his own generation, by the will of God fell asleep. The preacher in Edinburgh turned to Isaiah's message that had comforted Carey in his early loneliness. Look unto Abraham your father, for when he was but one, I called him and I blessed him and made him many. In Bombay, the young missionary John Wilson, who resembled Carey in holiness, scholarship and devotion, wrote,
Dr. Carey, the first of living missionaries, the most honored and successful since the apostles, has ended his long and influential life. His spirit, life, and work were truly apostolic. The Spirit of God led him from strength to strength, supported him through hardships, and helped him overcome challenges that seemed impossible. Like the beloved disciple, whom he resembled in his simplicity and in drawing sinners to Christ with love, he outlived his trials to enjoy a peaceful and honored old age. He knew that his master's work was succeeding, and that his name was respected and blessed in every Christian land. Perhaps no one has had a greater influence for good on a great cause. Who could have imagined seeing him poor and uneducated, taking on such a mission that in just over 40 years, the Christian world would be inspired by his example, with thousands leaving everything to follow in his footsteps, and the word of life translated and preached in nearly every language and corner of the earth?
As the founder and father of modern missions, William Carey's life and work are becoming more evident each year through the growth and purity of the Church's expansion and the spread of English-speaking people in the 2/3 of the world still outside of Christendom. The £13, 2 shillings and 6 pence from Kettering grew to £400,000 by the time he died, and is now £5 million a year. The one ordained English missionary has become a group of 20,000 men and women sent out by 558 agencies of the Reformed churches. The once isolated converts, each with no influence on their people, country, or generation, have now become a community of 3 million in India alone, and 5 million in all lands outside of Christendom, of whom 80,000 are missionaries to their own people, and many are leaders in their communities. Since the first Bengali New Testament was published at the beginning of the century, 250 million copies of the Bible have been printed, half of which are in 370 non-English languages. The Bengali school of Mudnabati and the Christian college of Serampore have sparked educational movements that are bringing nations to life, with more than 1 million boys and girls, young men and women from the darker races of mankind, receiving Bible instruction every day. 7th Earl of Shaftesbury, one of the greatest evangelicals of the 19th century after William Wilberforce, wrote in his journal about the class of people Carey represented in the 18th century. He quoted Wordsworth, who honoured them as,
"Not all sedentary, there are those who roam to scatter seeds of life on barbarous shores."
On August 30th, 1847, while reading Missionary Enterprises by Williams, Shaftesbury reflected on the zeal, devotion, joy, simplicity, faith, and love of these missionaries. He lamented that people barely appreciate these qualities, saying,
"Talk of doing good and being useful in one's generation. These admirable men did more in 1 month than I or many others will accomplish in a lifetime."
Dr. Richard Winter Hamilton, reflecting on the idea that heroes are often celebrated only after they are gone, remembered William Carey, 8 years after his death, as someone who had immense power to overcome difficulties, yet did so quietly, like a natural law. Carey was great both in ideas and in action. His work was as profound as the complex languages of Indian philosophy and polytheism, but as gentle as the flowers he loved to cultivate in his spare time. He was awe-inspiring, like a wise sage, and simple like a child. He spoke to the Eastern world in as many languages as the cloven tongues of fire at Pentecost, and he will be remembered and blessed as long as the Ganges River flows. The historian of the Baptist Missionary Society, and Robert Hall, whom Sir James Mackintosh called the greatest English orator, both attempted to assess Carey's genius and influence. Dr. F.A. Cox remarked that if Carey had been born in the 16th century, he might have been a Luther, leading the Protestant Reformation in Europe. If he had focused only on natural philosophy, he might have been a Newton. But his abilities, dedicated to a higher purpose by religion, earned him the sublime distinction of being the translator of the scriptures and the benefactor of Asia. Robert Hall praised Carey during his lifetime, calling him an extraordinary man, who, from the lowest obscurity and poverty, without help, rose through relentless effort to the highest honours of scholarship. He became one of the greatest Orientalists, the first of missionaries, and spread more religious knowledge among his contemporaries than anyone since the Reformation. Carey combined profound learning with the fervour of an evangelist, the piety of a saint, and the simplicity of a child. Except for a portrait in London and a bust in Calcutta, there is no national or religious memorial to mark Carey's work. His legacy is most fittingly embodied in the College for Natives at Serampore, the Lal Bazaar Chapel, and the Benevolent Institution for the Poor in Calcutta. The Church of England, which Carey left like John Wesley, has allowed E.S. Robinson, E.S. Combe of Bristol, to place a brass inscription in the porch of the church in Carey's native village, beside the stone Carey erected over the remains of his father, Edmund, the parish clerk. The inscription reads, "To the glory of God, and in memory of Dr. William Carey, missionary and Orientalist, neither Baptist nor Anglican, the current biographer, on behalf of the country that supported Carey and Serampore throughout his 41 years of missionary work, offers this final tribute." Carey, childlike in his humility, is one of the most striking examples of the Lord's declaration to his disciples: "Whoever humbles himself like this little child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven." Nearly a century after Carey took the gospel to India, we can place him where future church history is likely to remember him, among the uncrowned kings who helped shape Christian England into what it is today, influencing half the human race. These include Chaucer, the father of English verse; Wyclif, the father of the Evangelical Reformation; Hooker, the father of English prose; Shakespeare, the father of English literature; Milton, the father of the English epic; Bunyan, the father of English allegory; Newton, the father of English science; and Carey, the father of the Second Reformation through foreign missions. You have finished listening to The Life of William Carey, Shoemaker and Missionary by George Smith. Visit scrollreader.com to listen to more free audiobooks and find many missionary biographies.